This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. A large silver moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the endless forest below. Night brings tranquility and peace, making it the perfect time of day for rest. Then, hurried footsteps echoed from the depths of the forest. A cloaked woman, her face trembling, stepped through the underbrush, hopping across the winding stream on pebbles, muttering, "Oh no! We missed the bloom of the night-glowing flowers." A crow flew beside the woman, chasing her and scolding her. "Fool, Mira. Silas warned you long ago not to sleep in." But not only did Mira sleep in, she also thought Silas's kind reminder was annoying, so she cast a sleeping spell on him. It wasn't until the silver moon reached its zenith that Silas and his master were abruptly awakened from their sleep. By then, the night-glowing flowers had already passed their brief bloom and were about to wither. The cloaked woman, Mira, had no time for bickering with her pet crow. Seeing the silver moon already falling, she stumbled anxiously, tripping over a stone hidden in the grass. With her movement, her black hood slipped off, revealing a cascade of fiery red hair. Its rich color resembled a blazing flame, igniting the silver moonlight from the sky and adorning her entire figure. She was like a fairy stepping out of an oil painting, her beauty indescribable. But the next moment, Mira grabbed Silas, who was circling around her, and quickly cast an enlargement spell on him. Using both hands and feet, she scrambled onto the mountain-like bird's back, calling out, "Fly! Perhaps we can still catch up." Well, to fulfill his master's wish, Silas flapped his wings rapidly, soaring like an arrow across the vast forest, casting a vast black shadow. Thanks to Silas's efforts, Mira stumbled upon a patch of flowers, and plucked a few glow-in-the-dark flowers that hadn't yet fully withered. The tiny, faintly blue flowers, huddled together, filled the basket slung across Mira's arm, signaling that their trip tonight had finally been worthwhile. "Thank you, Silas." Mira hugged Silas's wings, burying her face in the warm feathers, and sighed comfortably. "Mira, I thought I saw someone enter the forest just now," Silas said. "Did you see who they were?" Mira was astonished. "How strange. Ever since rumors spread that an evil witch and a man-eating beast lived here, I haven't seen a human dare to enter the dark forest in 5 years." Mira was right. So when Silas glimpsed a few small black dots moving on the ground from the air, his first reaction was that he was seeing things. When he looked closer, he saw that it was several men chasing a child. Moreover, I saw that the men were holding weapons. If they caught up, the child would probably be dead. "Mira, should we go and save the child?" Silas asked. Mira nodded without hesitation. "Let's go and see. If the child survives before we arrive, it means he's not destined to die. Boss, should we continue chasing? That black shadow that just flew past must be a witch's man-eating beast." A man, his face pale, looked at the leader of the team. When the huge shadow obscured the sky, even though they were holding their weapons, their legs went limp with fear, and they nearly fell to the ground. The man he called Boss scowled, scanning the fearful expressions of the others. Finally, he decided, "Forget it, we won't chase. Prince Lex won't survive the beast's maw." At that, the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty, and quickly retreated from the dark forest, which looked particularly eerie at night. Prince Lex, the man's name, was panting heavily, dragging his exhausted and heavy body forward, desperately running forward, trying his best to escape the pursuers behind him. Huff, puff, puff. Lex could no longer run. This body hadn't eaten anything for 2 whole days, and had been tragically shot by an arrow during the previous escape, leaving half its shoulder covered in sticky blood. Lex had held on until now thanks to the constant pain from his wound, which reminded him not to stop, or he would be caught and killed. No, he couldn't die. He had to return alive to avenge the Knight Commander, letting the agonized cries of his enemies resound throughout the capital. Lex gritted his teeth, a trace of blood escaping from his lips. He managed to muster a bit of strength, but the next second he fell uncontrollably. Lex tripped hard on a stone hidden in the grass and fell headfirst to the ground. "Oh no!" He had to get up quickly. As he struggled to his feet, Lex didn't notice that the footsteps of the pursuers had stopped behind him. However, no matter how hard Lex struggled, his body was already weakened. Not only could he not muster a single ounce of strength, even his eyelids drooped uncontrollably. Drowsiness washed over him like a tide, engulfing his shaky mind and dragging him down into the abyss. "No!" Lex cried out in his heart. He would not fall asleep. At this critical moment, Lex thought of the patron saint worshipped by the royal family for generations. If a god truly existed, could he reach out and save him at this moment? He swore on the name of Nurungur that if he survived, he would become the new king and exact revenge, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He would make all those who coveted his throne pay the price. In return, he would offer everything he possessed to the god, whether it was the kingdom's wealth, supreme power, or anything else. If the god desired, he would willingly offer it. In a daze, Lex felt as if a pair of hands actually embraced him. They were slender, soft, and carried a feminine fragrance. Could the legendary guardian deity of bravery and war actually be a noble goddess? This was Lex's only thought before he passed out. He actually survived. Silas, reduced to the size of a normal crow, leaped onto the armrest of the rocking chair and tilted his head to survey the disheveled Lex. After discovering that Lex was still breathing, Mara took him back to the cabin deep in the forest. But the cabin was a mess, with barely any room to rest. No, there was one place in use for clutter, the beloved rocking chair where Mara rested every day. Well, now that the person had been saved, Mara graciously offered her rocking chair and placed Lex on it. Mira also removed the arrow from Lex's back. She examined it, and found that the arrowhead wasn't poisonous. A layer of styptic powder would be enough. As a solitary witch living in the dark forest, and known for her ferocity, Mara's skill in potion making was undeniable, and the results were immediate. After applying the styptic powder, the bleeding from Lex's wound quickly stopped. Though Lex's face remained pale, it hadn't gotten any worse. This should be alright, right? Mara thought uncertainly. To be on the safe side, she checked Lex several times inside and out, but found no other injuries. So, if Lex didn't wake up later, it definitely wouldn't be Mara's fault. Mira, his hair is golden. He's from the royal family of Nurungar. Silas suddenly shouted. Is there anyone in the kingdom who doesn't know that golden hair is the symbol of Nurungar's royal family? Mira calmly asked. Even a baby in their cradle, still unaware of the truth, would have heard from their parents that only the noble royal family possessed hair as golden as gold. Silas had been secluded in the dark forest with Mira for so long that he only realized it now. What if he wakes up and calls the kingdom's army to arrest us? Mira, have you forgotten why we moved to the forest? Silas fluttered his wings, his small eyes squinting together as he lost himself in memories. When Silas was just a fledgling that accidentally fell from its nest, Mara took him home and made him her pet. Thankfully, Silas' fall from his tree nest only resulted in a few broken bones. A minor injury Mara could easily heal with a healing potion. After recovering from his injuries, Silas, grateful, continued to stay as Mara's pet. At the time, they lived in a relatively unknown town, and Mara was the most beautiful girl there. Suitmakers often visited her home, trying to attract her attention. One of them took a different approach, praising Silas with flattering words, saying that Mara's crow could occasionally speak, making it a uniquely intelligent bird, and that only Mara deserved such a pet. Silas often felt proud of this. Unexpectedly, after Mara revealed her witch identity, her suitors suddenly changed their tune, calling her the witch's familiar. Its ability to speak became a symbol of its cannibalism. But crows do eat corpses. Nonsense! Silas tried to defend himself, claiming it had clearly acquired the ability to speak after drinking a potion brewed by Mara. To conceal this extraordinary ability, Silas disguised himself as an ordinary crow, appearing at best slightly more intelligent than a typical bird. But people distrusted witches, and even less so their pets. In church propaganda, witches were portrayed as sinister, vicious, and full of sweet words, but treacherous hearts. They were unpredictable, and could make you laugh one moment and curse you to a horrible death the next. They were evil beings with whom peace could never coexist. Upon hearing that a witch had appeared in their fiefdom, the local lord hurriedly dispatched a team, intending to bind her and hang her. Mara was ultimately forced to leave town and hide with Silas deep in the dark forest, where they built this cabin. And now she rescued the royal family. What difference did that make? Every king of the empire was crowned with the approval of the church. This meant that royalty and witches were irreconcilable. Maybe if the king's army captures us, they set up a bonfire, burn me to death, and roast you like crow. Seeing Silas so frightened, Mara couldn't help but threaten him. Then let's throw him out. As far as he can. Silas was so frightened that he nearly fell off the railing. This caused Mara to laugh. Don't worry. If he could really call in the army, why wouldn't he let them protect him? He was even in the embarrassing situation of being hunted down. Besides, the king's army can't catch us. Mira grabbed Silas and stroked his ruffled feathers soothingly. With you here, we can fly away at any time. Yes, Silas still had great confidence in himself. As long as Mara cast a spell to enlarge him, he could carry her out of the forest, over the mountains, across the ocean, and into secret places no one could find. Thinking that way, what was there to fear from the king's army? But no matter what, Mira is the most kind-hearted, helpful, considerate, and gentle which I have ever met. Silas began his daily routine of flattery, no, genuine praise for his master. It had always believed that its claim to Mira's exclusive favor was due to its boasting. Okay, I know. There's no need to brag about such facts. Mira was clearly impressed by Silas's rhetoric. But then, Mira remembered the basket of glow-in-the-dark flowers she had brought back. Glow-in-the-dark flowers have a characteristic. Every hour after they're picked, their potion effectiveness diminishes significantly. She had painstakingly gathered so many glow-in-the-dark flowers precisely to maximize their potency. They couldn't be wasted. Okay, watch him. If he wakes, call out. Mira let go of Silas and went about her business. First, the glow-in-the-dark flowers needed to be sorted by color. Then, they could be further divided into groups based on petal size. Don't underestimate this step. Potion brewing requires careful attention. Even a 0.01 gram overweight could result in a failed brew. Of course, even if a lucky refining succeeded, the resulting effect could be drastically different. For example, it's very possible to transform Silas from a crow into a frog. Yes, the glow-in-the-dark flower is a key ingredient in the transfiguration potion. That's why Mira prioritizes it so highly. She recently agreed with a client to deliver 10 bottles of transfiguration potion in 3 days. Go ahead and do your work. I definitely keep an eye on him, Silas assured, puffing out his chest. Then he dropped back onto the armrest of the rocking chair, staring intently at Lex's peaceful sleeping face with his round, black eyes. Chapter 2. Lex was awakened by the sunlight streaming in from the window. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of round, black eyes that nearly frightened him to the point of falling off his rocking chair. When he looked closely, he realized the owner of the black eyes was a crow. But this was no ordinary crow, for it actually spoke right in front of Lex. Mira, he's awake. He's awake. Silas dutifully warned his master. Quiet. Mira was pouring the brewed potion into a strangely shaped clay pot with a long-handled iron spoon, not even bothering to spare Silas or Lex a glance. Here it comes again, and Silas knew that nothing was more important to Mira than her potion. He had no choice but to continue watching Lex's every move, taking Mira's place. Lex seemed frozen in fear, huddled in the rocking chair like a quail. His flowing blonde hair obscured most of his face, completely obscuring his impassive gaze. Lex controlled his gaze, and slowly scanned his surroundings. This was a wooden house, what Lex considered a simple, shabby one. A single kerosene lamp hung haphazardly from a roof beam. Occasionally, when a breeze blew in from outside, it began to sway from side to side, as if it could fall and kill someone at any moment. The room was a mess, littered with obviously ancient parchment books, exquisitely embroidered cashmere blankets, various bottles and jars of unknown contents, and, in the center, a massive, unmissable black pot. There was no firewood. A faint blue glow floated at the bottom of the pot, causing a constant gurgling sound to rise from within. A gurgling sound. A woman, seemingly in her 20s, stood before the pot, her red curls draped unruly behind her. As she leaned over to taste the contents of her spoon, a large clump of hair naturally fell to her chest. To be fair, she was far more beautiful than Princess Verna, the capital's acknowledged beauty. Her skin was as white as milk, and every line of her features seemed meticulously designed by a court painter. Only figures in paintings could possess such perfection. Lex's gaze drifted off without him. His gaze lingered on her for a long time. Naturally, Mela noticed his subtle movement. Mela cast a casual glance at Lex. Her eyes were a greener green than a deep, weed-covered pool, shimmering with a dark, almost captivating light. Lex's gaze abruptly withered as if burned. The young, beautiful woman who lived alone here, possessing a unique talking raven, immediately revealed her identity. She was the wicked witch rumored to dwell in the dark forest. Lex hadn't expected to fall into the witch's clutches. This was no better than being pursued by pursuers. Perhaps his only consolation was that, for the time being, he had at least escaped death. It was unknown what the witch's motive was in bringing him back. Could it be revenge because she recognized him as a member of the royal family? Beginning with the reign of Nurungar IV, a witch hunt had been issued in the kingdom. Upon sighting a witch, the local lord was required to capture her and burn her alive before the public. Therefore, after Lex's father ascended the throne, witches practically disappeared from the public consciousness. The witches undoubtedly harbored a grudge against the royal family for causing all this. Several of Lex's uncles had died in agony under the witch's curse. Now it was Lex's turn to fall into their trap. Thinking of this, Lex continued to feign terror, curled up in his rocking chair. When unable to confront a direct confrontation, showing weakness was a good way to ease the enemy's vigilance. He would always find a chance to escape later. Mara, as expected, stopped paying attention to Lex. She frowned as she savored the taste of the transmutation potion she had just tasted. Strange, it tasted a bit rotten, yet she had made similar potions many times without fail. What had gone wrong? Mara's eyes wandered aimlessly around the room until she caught sight of a narrow-neck bottle stacked in the corner of a cupboard. Next to it, a brightly colored mushroom was growing ostentatiously. Silas! Why are there mushrooms growing in the cupboard? I told you, that's unicorn horn powder in that corner. Keep it out of water. Mira now understood why the freshly brewed transmutation potion tasted rotten. It was because the horn powder added to the brew had become damp from the water and quickly molded. Hearing Mara's sudden rise in voice, Silas flapped his wings in panic, losing several feathers. Silas cleaned the cupboard thoroughly as Mara instructed, but wings aren't as handy as human hands. There are gaps in the feathers, so he might have missed something when he swept over them. Silas hesitantly explained himself. So you're going to leave this house cleaning chore to me? Mira folded her arms, raised her eyebrows, and snorted. While what Silas said was true, Mara was very busy every day, studying spells and collecting all kinds of exotic ingredients to brew potions. How could she possibly waste her precious time cleaning the house? Of course, that's not what Silas meant. Silas's eyes rolled back to Lex, who was curled up in the rocking chair. Previously, only Mara and Silas lived in this cabin, but now there's a third person who can share Silas's work. Me? Cleaning the house? Lex, who had been eavesdropping on the witch and the crow, couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, a look of extreme shock and disbelief. Lex had been the crown prince for 12 years, surrounded by dozens of servants diligently tending to his chores. He never even touched a feather duster, let alone clean the house. Now, fallen into the hands of a witch, he was forced to condescend to do servant work, utterly humiliating. Mira, upon hearing Silas's words, quickly developed a pensive expression, her gaze also falling on Lex. What's your name? Lex. Faced the witch's question, Lex wanted to play dumb, but recalling the rumors of witches' cruel methods, he swallowed the humiliation and answered. So, to repay me for saving you, from today on, you be working for me, starting with cleaning the house, Mira announced cheerfully. As much as Lex was reluctant, he didn't dare refuse Mira's request outright. What if she angered him and wanted to use him as potion ingredient instead of his work? Mira didn't know what Lex was thinking, nor did she care to know. As long as Lex worked for her, it was all she needed. The entire dark forest was Mara's domain anyway. How could a brat like Lex, still wet behind the ears, possibly make a splash? Silas let out a boisterous laugh. He, a crow, had been doing all the chores every day, and now, finally, a poor unlucky person had come to share his burden. He was overjoyed. Stop laughing. Hurry and make me breakfast. Mira stopped Silas's gloating. The sun was already blazing, and she hadn't even had breakfast yet. Silas immediately stopped laughing and flapped his dark wings tirelessly. One wing held a knife, the other a clean potato. After a flash of silver light, the potato chunks, each sized, fell into the pot one after another. A series of plops echoed. Wait, doesn't this pot need to be washed? After Lex confirmed that Silas was going to use the pot he just used to make the potion, he finally couldn't help but speak up. If he drank a bowl of potato soup with this kind of added ingredients, he'd probably die on the spot. It's the only pot in the house, so just make do with it. As if she knew what Lex was worried about, Mayla calmly reassured him, Don't worry, the transfiguration potion is very expensive. I scraped every last drop of liquid out of it, there's no way there's any residue left. The implication was that what you'd be drinking was definitely just plain potato soup. Want the added ingredients? You have to pay for it. Lex didn't want to try this bizarre dish. Fortunately, the soup he finally sipped, while a little bland, wasn't strange at all. Seeing Lex finish a whole bowl of potato soup, Silas immediately flapped his wings and urged, Okay, Lex, it's time to get to work. First, you should wash the dishes. Under Silas's direction, Lex fetched a bucket of clean water, washed the bowl and spoon he had just used, and then hung them out to dry on a large rock outside the cabin. In the evening, when the wind and sun had washed away the moisture, they could be used again for dinner. Next, dust the corners. Silas instructed Lex to find a feather duster in a corner of the cabin. He first shook off the accumulated dust, then used it to dust the cracks and crevices, as well as the cobwebs that had formed in the air. Inevitably, Lex had to move some of Mara's scattered items. Don't move that. Mara had been sitting at her desk, fixing a quill that had for some reason stopped writing properly. She caught Lex's movements out of the corner of her eye and immediately shouted, "I finally dug that book out of the basement and put it there. If you move it, I won't be able to find it." Hearing this, Lex silently returned the brick-thick book in his hand to its original spot. "Don't move that blanket either." A second later, Mayla screamed again. "That's my favorite spot to daydream. I can use half of the cashmere blanket as a cushion and the other half to drape over myself." Okay, Lex had no choice but to put the blanket back. Amid Mayla's unwavering orders, Lex painstakingly dusted every corner and long unseen crevice in the room. "Ah, finally someone understands the pain I've been through." Seeing Lex being bossed around by Mara, Silas suddenly felt a surge of affection for him, as if he were seeing himself diligently serving Mara for the past 10 years. "She always leaves things everywhere, and won't let me mess around. But how can I clean the house without moving things around?" Silas lowered his voice and complained to Lex quietly. "And then, if I don't do something right, she gets mad at me." "Really?" Silas is clearly not at fault at all. "Silas." Mara's tone trailed off, her swamp green eyes narrowing slightly. "What are you talking to Lex about? Are you whispering bad things about me?" "Of course not," Silas retorted confidently. "I'm just teaching Lex how to clean the house better, without messing with Mara's things." "Oh, really?" Mara's gaze shifted to Lex's face. Lex lowered his eyes and remained silent. Neither yes nor no. Mira seemed to have accepted Silas's words for now and stopped questioning. Lex heard Silas sigh softly beside him. That evening, as a reward for Lex's help, Silas gave Lex an extra spoonful of potatoes. "Eat more. You're still injured. A full stomach will give you the strength to recover." At that moment, Silas remembered that Lex was still injured. That afternoon, he had been working tirelessly to get Lex to work. Thankfully, the witch's hemostatic powder was very effective, and Lex was young, so as long as he didn't make any big moves, he wouldn't reopen the wound. As Lex silently ate the potatoes in his bowl, he considered whether he should take all the witch's hemostatic powder before escaping. After all, it was a genuine good. When he returned, he might even have the court pharmacists research whether they could replicate the ointment. Thinking of going back, Lex's eyes suddenly darkened. He didn't know what happened to the Knight Commander, who led away the main force of pursuers for him, and whether he had escaped by chance. He was looking for his trace everywhere. Chapter 3. Your Highness, I will be responsible for distracting the pursuers. You remain hidden in this tree hollow. Don't worry, this tree hollow is well hidden, they won't find you. Even in such a critical situation, Knight Commander Church maintained his usual composure. However, hearing the approaching sound of horse hooves, Church had to speak faster, admonishing, "But this tree hollow isn't a place to stay for long. Once you're sure there are no more footsteps or horse hooves nearby, remember to turn around and run back. If I manage to escape pursuit, I return to you immediately." "Okay." Lex nodded solemnly. "Take care of yourself too. Be sure to return safely, Church." Church gave Lex a familiar smile, then stood up, swiftly mounted his horse, and galloped off in the other direction without looking back. Soon, the sound of heavy horse hooves approached. Lex could hear several people moving around near the tree hole. He couldn't help but breathe more lightly, even blinking more slowly, fearing that the pursuers would discover him hiding in a tree hole hidden only by the bushes. However, as Church had said, the hiding place he had found for Lex was very well hidden. The pursuers didn't stop at all, chasing him in the direction Church had left. As the sound grew farther and farther away, Lex remained in the tree hole for a while longer. After confirming that the pursuers had all been led away by Church's horse hoof prints, he hurriedly pushed through the brush and ran out, retracing the way he and Church had come. As the eldest son of the current king, Nirungar IX, this was the first time Lex had found himself in such a precarious situation. Although his mother, Queen Lililith, died of illness when Rex was 6, his father quickly married a new queen and showed little concern for his eldest son. But as the first in line to the throne, no one dared to treat Rex lightly. Thus, Rex continued to enjoy the court's finery, with the wisest chancellor as his tutor and the bravest knight commander teaching him martial arts. He lived up to everyone's expectations and grew into a satisfying crown prince. However, 3 days earlier, the little prince born to the successor queen had been baptized. The incident occurred during the dinner that day. Rex was knocked unconscious and taken out of the palace by criminals, who intended to fabricate the scene of the crown prince's unfortunate death after sneaking out of the city for fun. Thankfully, Knight Commander Church, who had noticed something was amiss, discovered Rex's disappearance in time. He kept the matter secret and quietly tracked him down outside the palace, ultimately rescuing him from the criminals. Before Lex and Church could return to the palace to discuss how to expose the Air Queen's conspiracy, they were suddenly confronted by hundreds of pursuers. As expected, they were also sent by the Air Queen, determined to eliminate Lex, the obstacle standing in her way of her own son's ascension to the throne, tonight. Although Church was a brave warrior, capable of fighting 10 men alone, he had to protect Lex, and could not guarantee his safe escape. So Church yanked hard on the reins and turned, intending to evade the current wave of pursuit first. The horses galloped for a day and a night, but the pursuers showed no sign of diminishing. Lex suspected the Air Queen had issued a death order, perhaps demanding the pursuers return with his head. "Your Highness, if we keep running like this, we'd definitely be caught," Church said. "Then what do you think we should do?" Lex asked trustingly, ready to agree to whatever Church suggested. In reality, Lex had no choice but to trust Church, who was willing to risk his life for him. "Follow me." Church suddenly reined in his powerful black horse, and led Lex to a thicket. Church's movements parted the bushes, revealing a small hollow. It wouldn't be easy for a tall, strong man like Church, but a young man like Lex, who hadn't yet begun to grow, could squeeze in with a little effort. Church told Lex to hide inside, and keep quiet while he rode away the pursuers. Lex stumbled back, silently praying that Church would escape the pursuers safely. Unfortunately, fate didn't favor Lex. Before he gotten far, he encountered a small group of pursuers, who had suddenly turned back. Lex caught a glimpse of them, and immediately sped off, heading into the dense, overgrown forest, hoping to use the terrain to escape. Luckily, the pursuers weren't on horseback, so they could only curse and run after Lex. One of them even stumbled over a vine. Lex didn't dare relax. Even with a sweet, fishy taste choking in his throat, he gritted his teeth and refused to stop. But the distance between them was closing. Lex was even accidentally hit in the shoulder by a stray arrow, stumbling. A dark, gray despair gradually filled his heart. Could he really escape? What made Lex even more desperate was that he had, in his panic, run into the vicinity of the dark forest. Although it was a dense forest, the dark forest was somehow perpetually shrouded in shadow. Even approaching its periphery, one could feel a chill that made one shiver. Not to mention the rumors that the dark forest not only housed countless ferocious beasts, but also an evil witch and her man-eating beasts. Even the kingdom's bravest warriors wouldn't dare enter alone. But Lex had no choice. Either stop and be captured, certain death, or rush into the dark forest, where, as long as he avoided encountering the witch and the beast, he might still have a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Lex simply closed his eyes and plunged headfirst into the dark forest. The silver moon hung high in the sky, but the thick darkness loomed like a shadow. Footsteps approached from behind, their pursuers relentless, as if the tip of a gleaming knife would strike him at any moment. Lex's eyes snapped open, and he was met with a peaked wooden roof. The black kerosene lamp, caught by the occasional passing breeze, swayed softly in the still night. Aside from Lex, awakened by a nightmare, the other people in the room, a man and a bird, slept soundly. Lex faintly heard the roar of distant beasts, but he wasn't worried about any blind beasts actually breaking into the wooden house. In the dark forest, there was no safer place than the witch's home. He wondered what had become of Church. Back in the royal city, Prime Minister Finangi, having learned of his disappearance along with Church, must be losing sleep. If he didn't return quickly, at the Queen's instigation, his father would surely rush to appoint his youngest son as the new crown prince. By then, reclaiming the throne would be much more difficult than it is now. A chaotic stream of thoughts danced through Lex's mind like elusive fireflies. Even if he forced himself to close his eyes, the fluorescent light still flickered before his eyes, making it difficult for him to fall asleep. So the next day, Mara noticed that Lex looked listless, as if he was not in good spirits. Strange, Lex's wounds were healing, so he should be getting more energetic. Mara rested her chin on her hand, thinking for a long time, but she couldn't come up with a reason. Mara, Duke is here to trade with you again," Silas shouted, flying towards Mara, clutching a large leaf in his claws. "I told Duke so many times, don't just pick up a leaf and use it to trick me. If the leaf is gnawed by insects and the writing is illegible, I pretend this deal never happened. If he can't get what he wants, he can't blame me." Mira impatiently tugged at the leaf. "All right, let me see what he wants from me this time. 10 bottles of healing potion and tonight?" Mira was astonished. Isn't he seriously injured? Even Lex's arrow wound wasn't serious enough to require healing potions. How badly must Duke have been injured to buy 10 bottles from Mara at once? "Oh my god!" Silas exclaimed. "What's wrong with Duke? He must be fine." Lex, standing nearby, looked puzzled. Who was Duquado? He sounded like he frequently traded with witches, and had a close relationship with them. Like a dangerous person. After all, when sick or injured, most people would seek help from a pharmacist or priest. I never heard of anyone seeking help from a witch. You're right. Duquado must not be in any danger. He still owes me 3 full gold coins. What will happen to my money if he dies? Even as a witch, I can't collect the debt from the Grim Reaper. As she spoke, Maylaw ran to the wall of cabinets and began rummaging through them. There was a clang of bottles and jars clattering against each other. Half a bottle of dandelion powder, 3 stalks of magic kale, 6 pairs of toad ears, half a jar of morning dew. Mara, clutching a variety of bottles and jars, opened the lids and poured everything into the black crucible. Lex, give me a bucket of stream water, Maylaw ordered. Lex had no choice but to carry the bucket and head towards the stream. Luckily, not far from the cabin, a gurgling stream flowed. The water was so clear that even the rocks at the bottom could be seen clearly. Lex poured the full bucket of water he had fetched back into the pot. Then he saw a faint blue glow suddenly light up, nearly burning his shoes. Frightened, Lex quickly jumped away, stamping his feet on the ground several times. Gaga! Silas couldn't help but laugh at this. Silly Lex, this isn't the kind of fire you get from burning wood. It won't burn you. Lex looked closely, and saw that the burned part of his shoe had no signs of burns at all. This was incredible. Lex couldn't help but glance at Mara, who stood in front of the crucible, calmly stirring the ingredients and mixing the potion. What are you looking at? Mira noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow. She thought Lex was worried about consuming food spiked with ingredients again. Don't worry, the healing potion is more expensive than the transfiguration potion, and I can't bear to waste a single drop. However, Lex was also injured and looked rather limp today. Should I give him a spoonful after the potion is cooked? Mira fell into deep thought. Never mind, she was such a kind-hearted witch after all. I give Lex a spoonful of the healing potion, even if it was diluted with water. But since it was free, he shouldn't expect the same effects as if he paid for it. However, Lex didn't understand Mara's kindness. He shook his head frantically, rejecting the full spoonful of potion Mara offered him. He heard what ingredients Mara had added, toad ears, and the stems of the blood-sucking magic kale. Could humans eat these? Even though Mara swore it was her specially crafted healing potion, highly effective and a hot seller, Lex remained steadfast. No need. I believe my injuries can heal on their own. Even if he was desperate to recover and escape the dark forest, he wouldn't drink such a bizarre potion. Okay, if you don't want to drink it, forget it. Mara didn't insist. She poured the liquid from the spoon back into the pot, stirred it until the color was uniform, and then divided it into 10 bottles of healing potion. Silas, take these 10 bottles of healing potion to the tree where Duquado and I have agreed to trade. Mara put the potion in a basket and let Silas fly away with it. Before leaving, she reminded Silas, remember to tell Duquado when you see him that he must pay me back the 3 gold coins he owes me before he dies, or I curse him to be reborn as a pig in his next life, forever starving and emaciated. Hearing this, Lex felt goosebumps spread. Was this the witch's curse? It was truly cruel. Being turned into a pig and still starving was worse than killing it. Chapter 4. Today was the day to deliver the 3 bottles of transfiguration potions I already prepared. Mira, however, was sound asleep in her rocking chair. Aware of the bright sunlight streaming in through the window, she pulled her cashmere blanket up over her head. It's just an errand. Why bother the great witch, Lady Mira? Mira had said confidently last night. Silas, take Lex on a run tomorrow and teach him the way, Mira added. Silas had no objection, combing his feathers while making meaningless noises. Responding promptly to his owner's every word was a virtue a good pet should possess, and Silas was doing it exceptionally well. Mira was pleased. She then looked at Lex, noticing a dazed expression on his face. Could it be that Lex wasn't willing to do this kind of errand? If Lex had objected, Mira wouldn't have agreed either. In the witch's hut, Mira was the only rule, and everyone else, human or bird, had to obey her. She could, Mira thought, make a potion out of the most disgusting ingredients and force Lex to drink it. That way, Lex would consider running errands for her a pleasant task. In truth, Lex longed for a chance to get out and learn his way around. Ever since he regained consciousness, he'd been constantly under Mara's or Silas's watchful eyes, unable to find a reasonable excuse to explore beyond the cabin. This wasn't a good idea. Lex was still planning to find a way out of the dark forest, and he couldn't do that without knowing the way. He couldn't go through all the trouble to escape only to end up back near the cabin. That would be a trap. However, Lex's injuries hadn't fully healed yet, so leaving the cabin rashly wouldn't be a wise decision. If they encountered any danger in the forest, Lex's current strength wouldn't guarantee he could escape unscathed. So Lex's plan was to wait until his injuries healed, then find a better opportunity. Although doing so would undoubtedly complicate his already limited time, and even a day's delay could make the situation in the capital even more unfavorable for him, Lex wouldn't want to rush back if there was a way. Lex suppressed his anxiety and waited patiently, only to be surprised when Mara suddenly suggested Silas take him out to find the way. That was perfect. With Silas around, Lex's previous worries were no longer a concern. Danger would surely stay away. The fact that no wild beast had dared approach the cabin these days proved that the witch still had a strong deterrent effect on the animals of the forest. But despite his joy, Lex had to pretend not to let Mara think he was desperate to leave the cabin. Otherwise, what if she caught on to his intentions and refused to let him go? Although Mara hadn't been as moody and irritable as rumored these past few days, aside from enjoying ordering him around, she wasn't the kind of person she'd been told. On the contrary, Mara didn't bother with most things, even asking why Lex had been wounded by an arrow and ended up in the dark forest. This saved Lex the trouble of lying. Hearing that witches could make a true serum potion, Lex worried if Mara forced him to drink it, wondering if he'd be able to withstand its effects. It turned out Lex's concerns were overblown. Mara wasn't interested in his origins at all. In Mara's eyes, Lex was essentially Silas in human form, capable of performing tasks that bird wings wouldn't easily handle. Okay, it's happily settled. You two will go deliver the goods together tomorrow. I wrapped the potions in cloth and placed them in a basket. Remember not to wake me in the morning. Mara yawned and lazily strolled over to the rocking chair, shaking out the blankets before curling up in it. Silas perched on his perch, closed his eyes, and prepared to drift off to sleep. Lex also laid down on the blanket he spread in the corner, enjoying a dreamless night. At dawn, Silas opened his eyes immediately. Like a diligent housekeeper, his sharp gaze darted to the corner, checking to see if Lex was still lingering in bed. Good. Lex seemed to have woken up even earlier than him, already slinging the basket and waiting for Silas to depart. Inside the basket were not only the transfiguration potion for the guests, but also 2 thick, hard loaves of bread. This was breakfast for 1 man and 1 bird. On the way, Silas stood by the edge of the basket, occasionally pecking at the bread, while directing Lex which way to go. This way, this way. Don't go the wrong way, or you be delivering snacks to the big black bear next door. Hearing this, Lex silently took note. When he came to the fork in the road with small yellow flowers, he should turn right. At the next fork in the road, Silas stared with his small eyes, raised his wings, and rubbed his chin. How come these 2 trees look exactly the same? I clearly remember one was shorter than the other a month ago. Ah, I found it. I was wondering how a crow as clever as me could not know how to mark a spot just in case. Without a word, Silas suddenly spread his wings and soared upwards, circling 2 trees for a long time before descending triumphantly, directing Lex to continue along the right fork. What did you mark? Lex asked casually. The 5th branch from the bottom. I marked it with a cross with my claws, so I could see it as soon as I flew up. Silas puffed out his chest, proud of his foresight. Which meant that if Lex planned to escape later, he would have to climb a tree to confirm his direction. Lex's mouth twitched, and he decided to change the subject. By the way, is there any danger on the left fork? Nothing, just a well-grown swamp. Because his master was Mira, Silas had adopted the witch's language. To them, the wind was as fluid as the river, the swamp was as growing as the trees, and everything was in a constant state of flux. When Mara and I first arrived in the dark forest, it could only devour a deer or a few passing hares. Now, it could probably easily devour several large black bears, Silas said nonchalantly. Anyway, swamps don't harm flying birds, only humans and other walking animals are afraid of them. Oh, Silas forgot. Lex is the only one who worries about getting stuck in a swamp. Sure enough, Lex fell silent again. Silas had grown accustomed to this. He turned his head and took 2 more bites of the bread. Delicious. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lex finally arrived at the tree that Silas had described as being over 100 years old. From its towering height, its lush branches that nearly blocked out the sun, and its trunk, so thick it would take several grown men to wrap their arms around it, it was indeed a very old tree. Lex reached out and touched the rough bark, feeling numerous fine cracks. In a few decades, these cracks would deepen and become visible to the naked eye. Mara's guests have arrived, Silas warned. Lex turned and saw a brown-haired man, seemingly in his 30s, pulling a wooden cart loaded with sacks toward them. The man was clearly surprised to see Lex, and with Lex's striking blonde hair, which shone like gold in the sunlight, he opened and closed his mouth for a moment, unable to utter a single word. 1, 2, 3. Silas ignored the man's annoyance and hovered over the cart for a moment, counting the sacks. He nodded with satisfaction. All right, Lex, you can give him the things now. Lex? You're the Crown Prince. The man stammered, recognizing Lex. Oh! So you're the Crown Prince? Silas exclaimed in surprise. Feeling a higher status, his chest puffed out even more. Lex worked for Mara, who was Silas's mistress. So, rounding it off, Silas was on par with the Crown Prince. Well, when you get back, don't tell anyone about my time here. Lex nodded to the man, his expression indifferent. In truth, Lex could have found a way to avoid the exposure, but then he realized he needed this opportunity to understand the current situation outside. When Lex finally faced the man and heard him still address him as Your Highness the Crown Prince, he knew the Queen Consort hadn't yet succeeded in making her son the new Crown Prince. It's no surprise that much of this was due to Prime Minister Finanji's intercession. Although Narendra IX was rather headstrong and self-willed, rarely heeding the advice of his ministers, he occasionally listened to Finanji, a count by birth and widely recognized for his virtue. After all, without Finanji's care, Narendra IX would be so busy with government affairs that he wouldn't have the time to entertain himself in the palace. If it weren't for the fact that she finally had a child of her own blood, the successor queen, wary of Fernando, might have continued to maintain a feigned rift with Lex. Thinking of this, Lex once again felt the urgency of time. No matter what Fernando said, he couldn't drag things out forever. With everyone convinced the Crown Prince was dead, the minister siding with Fernando would consider agreeing to appoint a new Crown Prince. After all, they supported the legitimacy of the Nurange royal family, not Lex himself. While Lex was lost in thought, the brown-haired man reluctantly agreed to Lex's request. Not surprisingly, he ignored him and left with the potion, leaving the wooden cart alone. Silas stood at the handle, calling on Lex to come to his senses and tow the cart back to the cabin. What's in this sack? Why is it so heavy? Lex grabbed the handle, leaned down, and finally managed to get the cart moving, leaving a slightly crooked track on the uneven path. Man and bird retraced their steps. This is our food for the next month, Silas replied. Lex remembered the half-eaten sack of potatoes piled in the corner, and vaguely remembered that the two sacks looked identical. Combined with what Silas had said not long ago, that the two trees hadn't grown this tall a month ago, Lex realized that the brown-haired man he had just seen, like the unknown Duke was also a regular customer of the witch. The man and the witch maintained a monthly trade, regularly delivering food to the witch, and the witch in return providing the potion she needed. Lex recalled the man's clothing. Although it didn't have obvious patches, it didn't look like the attire of someone wealthy. Perhaps he was a villager living nearby. No wonder the witch wanted to barter with him. Unfortunately, there were several villages near the dark forest, each leading to a different town. If Lex could find out which village the brown-haired man belonged to, perhaps he could better refine the plan that was slowly taking shape in his mind. However, Lex suddenly became puzzled. How had Mara and Silas managed to get the cart back to the cabin before he arrived? Although Mara was a witch, her arms, as thin as branches, looked weak. Silas, on the other hand, looked like a normal-sized crow. Speaking of which, where was the witch's rumored giant, man-eating pet? Was it hidden somewhere he didn't know? Lex's heart sank, and he planned to try to get Silas to tell him about his familiar later. He couldn't let this so-called familiar become the biggest variable in his plan. Mira, we're back. When they were still within visible distance of the cabin, Silas shouted impatiently. Then he spread his wings and flew towards the cabin without looking back, leaving Lex, who was toiling with the cart, far behind. I know. Thank you both for your hard work. At Silas's voice, Mira lazily emerged from the house and leaned against the doorway, watching Silas fly toward her, slowed down, find his landing position, and finally land on her left shoulder. Mira frowned secretly. Since Silas reached adulthood, he had become increasingly heavier. Perhaps her shoulders wouldn't be able to hold him next time. Speaking of which, I smell beans. Mira's gaze fell on the stopped cart. Lex untied the sacks one by one in front of Mira, and discovered 2 large bags of beans inside. Lex leaned over, pretending to check the beans for mold, but he didn't smell anything. Isn't it amazing? Witches have very keen senses. Seeing the flash of confusion in Lex's eyes, Mira gently tapped the corner of her mouth with her index finger, revealing a meaningful smile. Chapter 5. Without the sun shining overhead, the dark forest was immediately filled with a chilling gloom, as if rising from the earth. Even the blades of grass that touched his calves felt a biting chill. Through the thin layer of fabric, Lex felt the dampness of his calves. He pursed his lips and continued walking along the path he remembered. Behind him lay the small wooden house, which was getting farther and farther away. A crescent-shaped silver moon hung on the pointed corner of the roof, illuminating the silvery dreams of the witch and Crow sleeping inside. It had been 6 days since Lex had arrived in the dark forest. His wounds had completely healed, and it was time to leave. So, as night fell and Mara and Silas fell into a deep sleep, Lex opened his eyes. From Lex's observations over the past few days, he knew that once they fell asleep, Mara and Silas would sleep through the night without waking suddenly. Nevertheless, Lex tiptoed to the door. With a faint creak, the door opened. Lex glanced behind him warily, finding, as he expected, that Mara and Silas were still breathing steadily, their eyes closed, clearly unperturbed by the slight movement. Very well, Lex closed the door, his thin figure turning and venturing into the night. At the first fork in the road, seeing a cluster of perfectly grown yellow flowers swaying gently in the night breeze, Lex turned right without a second thought. At the second fork in the road, there were 2 identical trees. Lex climbed up the trunks, counting from the bottom to the top, and found the 5th branch and the cross Silas had left. Then, with a nimble gesture, he leaped down from the tree. Fortunately, the 2 trees weren't too tall, otherwise Lex might not have been able to climb them. Although Lex had learned martial arts from the Knight Commander since childhood, Church wouldn't teach the Crown Prince how to climb trees. Only young men raised in the village would be so keen on hanging from trees, like monkeys. For the Crown Prince, climbing trees was a violation of court etiquette. Next, Lex continued on, stopping at the next point where he needed to find his way. Forks in the forest weren't always there. In fact, the so-called paths were also created by our ancestors. Back then, the dark forest was far less dangerous than it is today. From time to time, daring hunters would venture in, trying to capture some difficult prey to trade for more food. However, as time went by, fewer and fewer people dared to set foot in the dark forest, until they disappeared completely. The paths once cleared by humans were naturally reclaimed by overgrown vegetation. Thorns covered with thorns, shrub roses struggling to open buds, and vines with glossy, deep green leaves that usually curled up in a ball. They grew unchecked, and at night, their appearance changed dramatically, leaving Lex hesitant about which path to take. Unable to do so, Lex carefully examined the path by moonlight. Every time he felt certain he was on the right track, he would spot several areas that differed from his daytime diary entries. It was difficult. Was he to leave the choice to the ethereal power of fate? Lex frowned, unable to make up his mind. Precisely because of the uncertainty of fate, he preferred to trust his own judgment. Goo goo. A low chirping suddenly came from Lex's right, and his sharp eyes immediately glanced over. A toad had suddenly leaped onto a rock beside Lex, slightly taller than him, its 2 blood-red eyes staring back at him. The red hue looked particularly eerie in the silvery moonlight, and Lex immediately thought of the strange material stored in various jars by Mara. He instinctively took a few steps back, putting some distance between him and the toad. The toad stared at Lex for a long time. The next moment, it darted out its tongue and quickly snatched up a passing fly into its mouth, dripping 2 drops of saliva. Lex's eyes widened slightly, confirming he was seeing correctly. The 2 drops of saliva had actually slightly corroded the surface of the stone. Is this the dark forest? Lex had never seen such a dangerous toad before. He shuddered to imagine if its saliva dripped onto human skin, it would rot the entire flesh. Lex instinctively took a step back, his hand reaching for the dagger strapped to his waist. Forged from fine iron by the kingdom's finest craftsmen, the dagger's sharp edge lingered even through its sheath. It was a weapon Church had left for Lex before he left, specifically for self-defense. It had always been hidden in Lex's boots, and since Lex had always tried to conceal it, Maylaw and Silas hadn't noticed the occasional quirk in his gait. Tonight, to facilitate his escape, Lex had taken it out of his boots just in case. But if the toad's saliva touched the dagger and corroded a few holes in it, his only remaining weapon of defense would be useless. Thinking of this, Lex withdrew his hand from his waist and simply chose the direction he thought was most reliable, moving as far away from the dangerous toad as possible. The wind rustled through the grass, creating a subtle rustle that Lex accurately detected in the still night. At the same time, Lex took every step with extreme caution, fearing he would step on a snake or insect resting in the grass, or worse, step directly into a swamp of mud from which he would be unable to pull himself out. In fact, Lex's luck tonight was quite good. Aside from the toad, he hadn't encountered any other animals along the way, let alone the ferocious beasts like tigers and leopards that he feared. He breathed a sigh of relief. Wait a moment. Lex suddenly stopped. It seemed a little too quiet. Even in the dead of night, the forest couldn't maintain such a dead silence. Aside from the wind, Lex could only hear his own deliberately slowed breathing. Even in the cabin, Lex could hear the occasional distant roar of an unknown beast in his dreams. Why was he hearing nothing here, unless the owner of this territory had slain every enemy who dared to intrude? His keen intuition frantically reminded him. His golden eyes scanned the surroundings, seeing nothing worthy of alarm. The next second, Lex's head shot up, his gaze meeting a pair of emerald-green pupils. As Lex quickly retreated, the owner of the pupils also fell to the ground at an extremely fast speed. It was a giant, pitch-black python, completely hidden by the night and dense branches and leaves, nestled in the towering tree. Because it was coiled in the tree, Lex hadn't noticed its presence. When Lex spotted the python, it seemed ready to open its mouth, planning to swoop down and devour its prey beneath the tree. Alas, Lex, alerted at the last moment, escaped. Now, the python, having fallen to the ground, straightened up and gazed down at Lex from a superior position. Lex's gaze dropped down, not missing the python's lower body, still coiled several times beneath the grass. He roughly estimated the python to be 5 to 6 meters long. Fight the python? No, Lex immediately dismissed the idea. He only had a dagger in his hand. It was fine for fighting a criminal, but it seemed useless against a python. If he managed to injure the python even slightly, and it took advantage of the opportunity to close in and bar its fangs, Lex would lose more than he gained. The best thing to do right now was to turn and flee, but Lex's feet seemed nailed to the ground, unable to move. It wasn't because he was terrified, but because he was certain that if he didn't choose the right moment to turn, the python would pounce and devour him in the next second. Now, as if intimidated by Lex's composure, the python continuously spitted out its bright red tongue, probing Lex's danger level. The two sides fell into a temporary standoff. But Lex knew this standoff would soon be broken. The next moment, the python made the first move, lunging straight at Lex. In the blink of an eye, its dark maw opened to a degree unimaginable to humans, and its two sharp fangs seemed to gleam with a faint cold light. Lex was also quick. He concluded the python's attack was merely a probing one, so he nimbly dodged it, and, seizing the opportunity, turned and ran. The python hadn't expected Lex to turn and run without a second thought. Feeling like its prey had tricked it, its belly swiftly ripped through the grass, swiftly catching up with Lex. The python opened its mouth again, this time aiming for Lex's calf. It knew full well that a bite to Lex's calf would render him incapable of further movement. Lex, as if forewarned, rolled neatly to the side, again missing the python's attack. The repeated failures didn't make the python give up. Instead, it became determined to devour Lex. The python's frantic attacks left Lex nearly pierced by its fangs several times. It seemed that simply dodging was futile. Lex had to defeat the python to have a chance of escape. At this thought, Lex's eyes darkened, and he unhesitatingly drew his dagger. Who would survive? The witch's cabin still maintained its secluded tranquility. No wild beast dared approach. Even if a fat, robust wild boar occasionally darted from the bushes, it would discern the pointed rooftop angle and avoid the silver-lit path. Suddenly, a dark shadow, elongated by the moonlight, appeared at the end of the path. It was Lex. He cradled his injured arm and walked toward the cabin. A close observer would have noticed a slight limp in Lex's movements. This wasn't because his leg was injured, but rather because the python's tail had entangled him in the fight, leaving a purple bruise. The pain was undeniable as he walked. Thankfully, after a brutal fight, Lex ultimately emerged victorious, albeit at the cost of a wound to his left arm. But as Lex sat panting beside the giant python's corpse, realizing that the night was already well past its peak, and that he didn't have enough time left to escape the dark forest, he didn't think twice before returning to the cabin. The wound on his left arm was a problem, though. The faint scent of blood wafted through the fabric, and even without approaching, it was clear Lex was injured. It was like directly confessing to Mara that he had sneaked out of the cabin last night. No, Lex had to find a way to hide his injury. I wonder if the healing potion Mara mentioned last time is still in stock. Silas said Mara's potions were renowned for their incredible effectiveness. Just a few sips of the healing potion would heal his arrow wound in just half a day. But Mara wouldn't share such a good thing easily. A bottle of hemostatic powder only cost 10 copper coins, while a bottle of healing potion cost a full 8 silver coins. Mara would be crazy to feed Lex such an expensive healing potion. He could just sprinkle some hemostatic powder on him, and let his body heal on its own. Lex had recently learned how stingy a witch Mara was. She wouldn't even bother to replace her quill, which was constantly breaking when she wrote. So Lex figured if he could find some remaining healing potion, he'd just uncork it and secretly drink a sip. That way, Mara wouldn't notice, right? Lex walked to the door and quietly opened it, finding Silas still perched on the perch, his head buried in the feathers, sound asleep. Mara, needless to say, the moonlight shone on her smooth, porcelain-white face, her long eyelashes casting a fine shadow. Lex breathed a sigh of relief, closing the door with the slightest effort. Then he went to the cupboard that ran the entire length of the wall. He squatted down, feeling through each compartment, using the moonlight to try to find a bottle of deep purple potion. Unfortunately, Mara was so prone to misplace things. Every compartment on the cupboard was not only filled with bottles and jars of various shapes, but also with other odds and ends like buttons. Lex had to be extremely careful not to sweep anything onto the floor, leaving a hole he wasn't aware of. In the end, Lex, unable to find anything, felt a subtle sense of anxiety rising in his heart, fearing that Silas or Mara would wake up early and catch him. Thankfully, Lex finally found the healing potion he was looking for in a cupboard. Judging by the color, it must be it. Lex relaxed his frown, unconcerned with the strange ingredients he'd been envious of, and prepared to drink it all in one gulp. A bottle of healing potion costs 8 silver coins. When are you planning to pay? Mira's voice came from behind Lex, her tone as lazy as ever, as if she wasn't surprised at all by Lex's actions. Lex's pupils suddenly shrank. Mira, was she awake? When did she wake up? Just now? Or had she been awake from the beginning? Chapter 6. The situation in the cabin was now extremely tense. Mara sat up in the rocking chair, the blanket she had been draping around her naturally falling to her knees. Lex stood in front of the cupboard, his expression shrouded in shadow. Only Silas remained lost in his sweet dreams, smacking his lips, oblivious to what was happening inside. Wouldn't you like to try the witch's special healing potion? Mara stared at the bottle in Lex's hand, her tone light. For a moment, Lex suspected that she wasn't as privy to everything as he thought, including his desire to escape. But meeting those deep green eyes, the shadows swaying beneath him like waterweed, their all-seeing indifference shimmering within, instantly made Lex abandon this ridiculous fantasy. Why didn't you stop me? Lex suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. Before Mara could answer, however, Lex's mind had already formed an answer. He was certain Mara was out to see him make a fool of himself. Imagine if Mara had cut off Lex's escape plan from the start. How could she have appreciated Lex's meticulously planned, yet ultimately futile, return? Seeing Lex return, as expected, clutching his injured arm, and sighing with relief at having successfully concealed his identity, Mara must have secretly chuckled. This was perfectly in keeping with the witch's wicked taste. Why should I stop you? You can't escape the dark forest without my help anyway, Mara said. Lex, having guessed the truth, but not feeling the slightest bit pleased, pursed his lips, trying to suppress the veins threatening to bulge on his forehead. When had the once almighty crown prince ever been teased like this? Not to mention being treated like a circus monkey. Maylaw didn't miss Lex's reaction. He looked like he wanted to punch her. However, Maylaw showed no sign of remorse. Instead, she narrowed her eyes slightly, her body rocking slightly in the rocking chair. It turned out that Lex couldn't stand this kind of teasing even more than being constantly ordered around. Alas, she had clearly answered according to Lex's wishes, but he looked even angrier. Although Maylaw had a feeling that even if she revealed the real reason, Lex would still be angry. In fact, it wasn't until Lex quietly left the cabin under the cover of night that Maylaw, seemingly sound asleep, opened her eyes, and finally realized the reason for his silence and forbearance for so many days. No wonder, Mira muttered to herself, wondering how a little prince born with a silver spoon in his mouth could be so good-tempered. He wasn't bossy or overbearing. Most of the time, no matter what chores Mira threw at him, he accepted them without complaint. Of course, under Mira's deliberate teasing, Lex would occasionally behave uncontrollably, but he always quickly gathered himself together and suppressed the anger in his eyes. He acted more like an adult than a real adult. This piqued Mira's interest. She continued to observe quietly, noticing that Lex wasn't always silent. Whenever he tried to pry information from the innocent and defenseless Silas, he would proactively broach the subject, seemingly casually asking, "Why haven't you ever seen the legendary giant beasts raised by witches? Did Mara have another pet besides Silas?" "Of course not. Mara will always have only me. Even the legendary giant beast is me, the creature Mara enlarged after she cast the enlargement spell on me." As expected, Silas, defending his position as Mara's only pet, spilled everything Lex wanted to know. When Mara casts the enlargement spell on me, I can become larger than a small mountain and carry Mara freely through the sky. Silas proudly used his wings to show Lex how larger than a small mountain was. Then, with a look of distress but actually boastful, he told Lex that it was the shadow he cast in the sky that had scared the pursuers out of the dark forest. A thought struck Lex, and he glanced at Mara, who was napping on the table. He had been wondering if those pursuers had kept chasing him. He wouldn't have waited until Mara picked him up. Sensing the gaze behind her, Mara quietly opened her eyes. Luckily, she turned her head just in time, otherwise Lex would have discovered she'd been eavesdropping on his conversation with Silas. Mara's observation of Silas continued without incident until the moment he escaped. Logically, seeing Lex flee, Mara should have stopped him, at least repaying her life-saving debt before running away. Mara wasn't the type to do good without expecting anything in return. Thinking of this, Mara shifted in her rocking chair, rolling over and curling up in a more comfortable position. Even before Mara arrived, the dark forest had a reputation for danger, and few dared venture in. Because those who had bravely ventured were lost, never to be seen again. So, the dark forest isn't just dangerous for witches. Lex couldn't escape alone. Mara just had to wait patiently. In fact, just as Mara had expected, Lex eventually returned, still wounded. Smelling the faint scent of blood, Mara silently pulled the blanket covering her face down a little. She had always kept the hemostatic powder in a small, painted jar on the cupboard, making it easy to find. But this time, she wasn't going to give it to Lex for free. It was 10 copper coins, after all. Mara hadn't expected Lex to be so greedy. He actually pulled out the healing potion she hidden in the cupboard. Mara couldn't help but speak up. What if Lex refused to pay her, claiming he didn't know the price? She was a witch, not some shady businessman. She wouldn't force a sale. But seeing that Lex really didn't want to drink, Mara wondered if he was worried about the 8 silver coins. That wouldn't do. 8 silver coins? What did the little prince mean to him? If he couldn't pay his debts, he could still borrow. Just as Mara was trying to persuade Lex to drink the healing potion, Lex suddenly knelt on one knee before Mara, with the proper etiquette of a knight. What are you doing? Even if you kneel before me, I won't give you anything for free. Mara was startled, and she sat up straight from her slouched position. No, you misunderstood. I'm not after this potion. Lex paused, as if making a profound resolution, before he slowly said, Respected witch, I implore you to enter into a pact with me to aid in my revenge. Yes, in that brief moment, Lex suddenly understood why he had refused and even angered such a powerful witch. On the contrary, he could easily leverage the witch's power to achieve his goal of revenge in the royal city. Compared to his mother clan, which had long since fallen on hard times, the Knight Commander Church, whose whereabouts were unknown, and his Chancellor, Finangi, who was constrained by various factors and unable to serve him wholeheartedly, Lex realized that recruiting the witch as his advisor was the wisest move. Perhaps the witch was indeed as sinister and vicious as the church claimed, sweet-mouthed but treacherous, prone to backstabbing, but so what? Lex felt he possessed the tolerance of a king. At least, as long as the witch could still be of use to him, Lex would not abandon her, no matter what. Once this is accomplished, I can promise you priceless jewels, mountains of gold and silver from the royal treasury, even a prestigious title of nobility and vast fiefdoms. Lex raised his face, so that Maylock could clearly see the sincerity in his eyes. No, I refuse, Mira said without hesitation. Why? Lex was puzzled. He assumed that Mira felt he couldn't fulfill her promise given his current situation. After a moment's hesitation, he added, I can offer my life as collateral. If the contract cannot be fulfilled, you can take it. Perhaps other people's lives were of little importance to a witch, but Lex prided himself on being a descendant of the royal family of Nuremberg. Centuries ago, his ancestor had become the monarch of the kingdom, and this honor had been passed down through generations. Now, as the crown prince, his life naturally deserved special attention from the witches. Unfortunately, Lex was disappointed. Mara smiled and rejected him once again. I'm not interested in anything you say. Your revenge will be accomplished by you personally in 5 years. Why 5 years? Before Lex could even let down Mara's refusal, her offer captured his attention. Because for 5 years, you must serve as my servant until I repaid my kindness to you, Mara said matter-of-factly. After 5 years, whether Lex wanted to leave or stay, Mara would do as he pleased. But during those 5 years, Mara would ensure that Lex would find no way to successfully escape the dark forest. Seeing Lex's lips part as if about to speak, Mara quickly interrupted him. Don't you think my saving your life is not worth repaying you by serving me as your servant? Lex couldn't find the word not worth it. That's right. Seeing Lex's silence, Mara pressed on, Besides, it's only 5 years. You'll only be 17 by then. Still very young, right? Okay. Lex finally agreed, if for no other reason than that Mara had truly saved his life. It was Mara who had given him the chance to return for revenge. If his life were gone, what was the point of revenge? However, Lex made another request. I'd like you to divine for my Knight Commander's safety. If he's safe now, that would be all the better. Chuggo's case weighed heavily on Lex's mind. Now that he had the opportunity to learn about his condition, there was no reason for him to let it go. Sure. This time, Mara didn't refuse Lex's request. She winked, a smile etched in her voice. The only price is that you have to serve me as my servant for another year. Well, a good deal, right? Of course, if you don't want to, you can refuse. After a moment's thought, Mara added that she never forced anyone into a sale. Lex nodded in agreement without hesitation. Okay. After all, Church had put himself in danger for him. As the one Church had pledged his allegiance to, Lex couldn't just leave him missing. If Church had unfortunately fallen into the worst possible situation, Lex's eyes darkened. He would have to collect his remains and return them to his homeland before returning to the capital. This was the dignity a loyal knight deserved after death. Since you agree, let me see it. Mira instructed Lex to take her crystal ball from the cabinet. Yes, the plain-looking one, covered in layers of dust. After receiving the crystal ball, Mara placed it on her knees and gently rubbed it with her hand. The ash within instantly transformed into a psychedelic mist. What is your Knight Commander's name? Mara asked. Chelge Forst, Lex replied. Chelge Forst, loyal knight of Prince Lex Naringer, are you safe? Mara murmured into the crystal ball. As she finished her words, the mist quickly dissipated, forming a pattern that only Mara could decipher. Mara stared at the mist for a moment before explaining its meaning to Lex. The crystal ball tells me Chelge is safe and very close to us. About 100 miles southeast of us. Hearing that Church was safe, Lex finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for looking for him, if it weren't for the agreement he had just made with the witch, Lex would definitely have considered it. But now, Lex sighed inwardly. He believed that even if Church couldn't find him, he would return to the royal city and inform Fernando of their situation, leaving Fernando with a clue. What Fernando planned to do after that was his business. Perhaps he would be wooed by the successor queen. Lex gave a wry smile. There was nothing he could do about it. Since he couldn't return, he certainly couldn't prevent his brother from being appointed the new crown prince. He couldn't let Fernando go against the successor queen and the new crown prince under such circumstances. He was the kingdom's chancellor, not Lex's retainer. By the way, remember to drink the potion in your hand, Maylaw suddenly reminded him, noticing the potion in Lex's hand. She hadn't given up on trying to make a killing on Lex. But I don't have enough money to buy this potion right now. Lex was unusually bewildered. It's okay. Just keep the debt. When you return to the palace, this little money won't matter. Mara smiled. And I won't charge you interest. But Lex wanted to say that Mara exuded an aura even more terrifying than interest. But being under someone's roof meant bowing your head. Lex dutifully took on the debt. The experience was novel, like spreading chili pepper on bread instead of jam. Even if it brought tears to your eyes, you had to swallow it. Chapter 7. Ahem. Lex choked on the dust accumulated on the thick pages of the book. No wonder Silas had given him such a subtle look when Mara had asked him to come down with a duster to clean the basement. It seemed like sympathy, but also like relief that he had escaped unharmed. Where's the basement? Lex grabbed his tools, a feather duster, and placed it near his blanket. In this cabin, a feather duster was not only a very practical cleaning tool, but also a useful tool for self-defense. For example, when Silas, annoyed by Mara, flew around in panic, Lex could hold up the duster to prevent Silas from falling on him. Although Silas complained bitterly, he used his wings to support his dizzy head and strongly demanded that Mara take back Lex's feather duster. Mara covered her ears, pretending not to hear Silas's complaints. Infuriated, Silas flew over, tugging at her hand and insistently nagging in her ear. Okay, Lex doesn't have wings like you do, so what's wrong with giving him a feather duster? Mara had no choice but to pretend to comfort Silas, stroking the fur on his back again and again. Silas agreed that Mara's words made sense. After all, as a bird, his greatest pride was his wings, which allowed him to soar freely. Compared to him, wingless Lex looked so pitiful. Lex, having watched Mara's trickery of Silas, said, never mind. He wasn't going to bother with a crow. Here, move this food out of the way, and you see the wooden door to the basement. Silas flapped his wings and flew up, landing on a nearby cabinet. He raised his chin towards where the food was usually stored. Lex moved the food bag aside and, as expected, saw a wooden door that blended seamlessly into the surrounding wooden floor. A round, rusty ring sat atop it, its surface rusting. Lex tugged on the ring, and with a sharp creak, the door swung open, revealing a passage leading straight down. With the light from behind him, Lex could see the basement wasn't very deep, just enough to accommodate Mira's height. Even if he stepped down himself, he'd still be half a head taller than the ceiling. However, the sheer volume of books in the basement left Lex with very little room to step. He had to carefully maneuver his way into the pile of books, duster in hand. But Lex casually raised his hand, and a stack of books, already precariously tumbling, came crashing down on him. Lex quickly squatted down to pick up the books, only to hear another crackling noise. Lex, Mira's voice drifted from the basement exit. What's all that noise? Did you knock over a book? Be careful. Those are books I treasured for years. If you damage one, you be on the hook. Here we go again. Ever since she realized Lex wouldn't bargain, Mira had piled countless unjust debts on Lex. Although Lex was confident he could easily pay off this debt upon returning to the palace, he couldn't bear the thought of Mira taking advantage of him. Besides, didn't Mira usually make less money selling potions? This stingy and cunning witch had never sold a potion for less than a silver coin. Lex tightened his grip on the duster, then, with ever more careful slowness, he pounded the fallen books into a new mound. In between, Lex casually glanced at the red-covered volume in his hand. It was titled Identification and Refining Methods of 1,000 Plants. Lex then picked up another book, its black cover elegantly outlined in gold font. It read, How to Understand the Meaning and Guidance of the Astrology. Others included titles like 100 Curse Rituals and 1,000 Most Practical Spells. Lex's expression was thoughtful. It seemed the entire basement contained books related to witches, so it was no surprise that Mira had so many. You have to remember that books were in short supply these days, and because they were expensive, they were generally found on the shelves of the nobility. Thus, the richer the collection, the more it reflected a family's heritage. Count Bayard of the kingdom was famous for having a library in his estate second only to the royal palace. Although Lex was certain that Count Bayard himself had most likely not read all the books in his family's collection, and was merely pretending to be sophisticated, this didn't stop him from gaining social influence with his pretentious demeanor, attracting the attention of many. This included Lex's aunt, Princess Naive, who had been raised innocent and naive, and who knew nothing of the world. Thinking of this couple, who frequently made a fool of themselves, Lex remained expressionless as he continued to brush away the dust from the pages of his books. It was Princess Naive's presence that solidified in young Lex's mind that his future queen might be less beautiful, but she must be uneducated. Mira, are you so confident in letting Lex go down to the basement? Those are all the books you spent so much money on, filled with witch-related knowledge. What if he accidentally sees them? Silas slumped over the armrest of the rocking chair, tilting his head and asking Mira, who was bending over to check the materials. Thanks to her wash and grooming the night before, Mira's red curly hair was finally no longer a mess, but now neatly draped behind her. However, as Mira moved, it and her white lace shawl nearly fell to the floor. I say nearly because Silas, with great foresight, rushed over, grabbed the end of Mira's hair, and pulled the shawl back into place. Let him read it all. Do you think everyone who reads the books can become a witch like me? Do you underestimate your master? Mira straightened up, crossed her arms, and stared at Silas, shaking his head wildly. How could that be? Mira is the smartest witch in the world. No one can compare to Mira. Silas emphasized his words, fearing Mira wouldn't believe him. Mira snorted. Although the church's propaganda portrayed witches as born with sinful magical powers, there were actually cases of witches like Mira who became witches later in life, though they were extremely rare. Besides being extremely intelligent, one also needs extraordinary comprehension. To put it another way, it's like someone believing that as long as they learned the relevant herbal knowledge and were lucky enough to obtain a witch's potion recipe, they could concoct a corresponding potion. How is that possible? Doesn't that mean anyone can become a witch? In reality, every witch's potion recipe is unique. Ultimately, a potion is a miracle witches create by combining herbs with magical power. Understanding the potion's essence is what makes it effective. Therefore, if another witch were to create a transfiguration potion, she wouldn't use the same ingredients and dosage as Mira. As mentioned in Introduction to the Most Common Potions and Refining Tips, the transfiguration potion requires lizard skin, taking advantage of the lizard's ability to change color. However, Mira replaced the lizard skin with the stems of a magic kale. The magic kale is a notorious plant, Any human or animal that comes near it will eventually be sucked to death by it. But the magic kale itself, from its roots to its flowers, is a vibrant purple. It should be very conspicuous, and with caution, it's impossible to be harmed. But the magic kale plant has consistently managed to capture prey, thriving for centuries, even though some documented plants have become extinct in the intervening time. So, Mara felt that this ability to conceal one's appearance was exactly what the transfiguration potion needed. So, Mara gathered a basket of magic kale plants, combined them with other ingredients, and personally brewed the first transfiguration potion, possessing her own unique recipe. Admittedly, books contain much wisdom from predecessors, but simply copying what's in them can only make one an excellent herbalist, never a great witch. Even the witch who took her in with ill intention said that Mara was the only one of her kind in a few centuries. Most people in this world have been corrupted by rules, especially those lovely girls. To survive, they have to suppress their own natures and use dogma to constrain themselves into boring, vulgar women. Only equally lovely little witches, nurtured by their witch elders from birth, are free to grow into the person they want. The woman's red lips parted, uttering harsh words. Then she looked at Mara, who was leaning against a tree in front of her, reading a book with great relish. "You are the most unruly little girl I have ever met." "Oh, really? I quite like myself this way." Hearing this, Mara didn't even bother to look up, her gaze already captivated by the contents of the books. After Mara officially became a witch, the woman brought her many new books, filled with information about astrology, prophecies, curses, and other topics only witches could study. It was like an endless treasure trove, making Mara wish time would slow down even more so she could read just a few more pages. Mara flipped a page. "Come to think of it, I used to think only women with magical powers could become witches. Now you know, that was just a bard's conjecture. It's not that only those with magical powers can become witches, but when you become a witch, you possess magical powers that even the church covets," the woman replied casually. When Lex emerged from the basement, the afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the open windows and doors, casting a shadow over the cabin. Mara and Silas sat by the doorway, enjoying the lingering orange glow. At the sound of the voice, Mara turned, her hand still tugging at her half-braided hair. "Want to join us in the sunset?" Mara invited Lex. Lex was silent for a moment. He always heard such absurd things from Mara. If a normal person wanted to bask in the sun, they would choose the afternoon sun, not the sunset. Lex walked over to Mara. Years of court etiquette meant he couldn't sit on the floor like Mara, unceremoniously. He at least bring a chair. If there weren't any, he'd rather stand as he was now. "How is it? Isn't the sunset gentle on me? The light isn't glaring, and the heat barely feels like burning." Mara looked up gleefully, sharing her experience with Lex, who was basking in the sunset for the first time. Lex's heart suddenly stirred. His deep green eyes, tinged with a vibrant glow, seemed truly exceptionally gentle. Chapter 8. The book says that pearl grass prefers to grow in moist environments, and can usually be found near rivers. However, the pearl grass in May hasn't yet begun to bear fruit, and it looks just like any other waterweed. It's best to wait until June, when the rice-sized fruits will gleam like pearls in the sun, easily standing out from the crowd. But Mayla couldn't wait until June. She wanted the pearl grass that hadn't yet begun to bear fruit. So, early in the morning, Mayla, who loved to sleep in, was full of energy and ready to go out. Usually, Silas stayed with Mayla, but with Lex around, Mayla had left Silas to look after the family. Silas protested repeatedly, "Bad Mayla. Bad Mayla. Why did you abandon Silas when Lex came? Why didn't you let Lex stay to look after the family?" "Because Lex can help me pick the pearl grass." Mara threw up her hands confidently, refuting Silas's accusation of favoritism. With Lex around, Mara could save herself a lot of trouble. And what else could Silas do besides cheer her up? Woo. Mara is so realistic. Silas is so sad. Silas is running away. Silas wiped his eyes with his wings, making a perfectly realistic whimpering sound. In reality, his black bean-shaped eyes kept rolling around, and it was obvious that he was thinking about something else. "Tell me, what can I do to make Silas happy?" Although Mara saw through Silas's little tricks, she still tolerantly gave him the opportunity to push his buttons. "It's simple. Just buy Silas a pound of pumpkin pie." Even so, Silas's wings remained perched on his face, as if he would continue his feigned tears if Mara didn't agree. Half a pound, no negotiation. Mara raised her index finger and waved it in front of Silas, demonstrating her resolve. Although Silas seemed to be asking for a pound of pumpkin pie like a lion, his appetite was actually quite modest at the time of a normal crow. If he were to buy a pound of pumpkin pie, he would hide it in his nest until it molded. That's right, Silas didn't have only a perch to rest on, as Lex had thought. He also had a nest he always left on the roof of a gabled building. It was just that. That was where Silas hid his treasures. Beautiful flowers growing on the road, shiny stones by the riverbank, anything that caught Silas' eye, he would bring back to his nest and store it there. It was fine to just keep these things that wouldn't mold, but Mara would never allow the sudden appearance of fungus on the roof. Okay, Silas agrees. Silas nodded with a look of reluctance, but inwardly he was already beaming. Lex was right. When you want something, you can raise your expectations. Getting the whole thing is best, but if not, half is fine. After all, that's all he wanted in the first place. Now it was Mira's turn to feel strange. Silas wouldn't bargain with her. Mira couldn't help but glance at Silas suspiciously, trying to see if he had some hidden agenda. Silas made Mira feel particularly uncomfortable. Fearing his plan would fail, he cleared his throat and urged the two to hurry up and leave, promising to watch over the house. Did you think Silas was a little strange just now? On the way, Mira's thoughts grew increasingly suspicious, so she turned to Lex, who was standing beside her. Did he? I don't know. Lex shook his head. You don't know? But I seen you and Silas getting along pretty well lately, hanging out together all the time. I thought you were whispering a lot behind my back. Mira raised an eyebrow, sounding suspicious. It was just some insignificant gossip. Silas said he finally found someone to chat with, and I couldn't bear to say no. Lex held Mira's gaze calmly for half a minute. Silas said, Don't let Mira's words scare you. She's probably just trying to trick you. Sure enough, Mira looked away, feeling guilty. She was so busy. How could she have the time to chat with her pet every day? And Silas was a noisy crow. If someone were willing to chat with him, he could say enough in a year to fill a dictionary. Since Mira didn't intend to pursue the matter further, the matter was over. No, not yet. Remind me to write to Duke when we get back and ask him to buy a pound of pumpkin pie from the village and bring it over. Isn't it half a pound? Lex was puzzled. The remaining half-pound is, of course, for you and me. Mira replied matter-of-factly. We were all part of the cabin, so there was no reason for Silas to eat all of it. No, I don't like pumpkin pie. Why? You think it's a commoner's food? Mira paused, hands on her hips, ready to give this naive little prince a good lecture. Do you know how expensive a pumpkin pie with sugar is? 12 coppers. 3 times the price of a loaf of rye bread. And you're still scorning it? Don't forget you don't have a single copper to spare right now. I hope you understand that being picky about food is shameful. Any bowl of porridge is as valuable as a piece of cake, worth filling your stomach, Your Highness. At the end of her lecture, Mara uttered a sarcastic epithet directed at Lex. Seeing Mara frown and stare at him in disapproval, Lex wanted to say that he didn't mean that, but he chose to remain silent. In reality, Lex hadn't touched such soft, sweet foods since he was 6. He believed that only carefree children could enjoy them, and as the crown prince, who would one day shoulder the responsibility of the kingdom's prosperity and decline, deliberately pursuing sweet experiences was decadent and weak. However, Lex's silence gave Mara the wrong signal, and she thought he had been persuaded. If she hadn't been worried about getting fat from eating too many pumpkin pie, she wouldn't have wanted to share with Lex. And yet he still dared to be picky. Damn it, Mira decided to reduce the number of pumpkin pie she had originally given Lex by 2, as punishment for his picky nature. Even if Lex tasted the delicious pumpkin pie Duquado had bought and wanted 2 more, Mela wouldn't relent. She would righteously refuse him, making him regret his actions today. Southwest of the cabin, there was a river about half a meter wide. The clear water gurgled from the endless distance until it reached a few sika deer that looked barely adult. They were quite alert. While their companions drank, one would always crane its neck to peer around, wary of any prey that might suddenly jump out. Mara led Lex to a nearby area. The sika deer on guard immediately looked over. Upon noticing one of them was the red-haired witch, it calmly turned its head, making no move to call its companions away. Aren't they afraid of you? Lex didn't miss the moment. Why should they be afraid of me? Mara was baffled by Lex's question. It made her sound like a dark forest bully, frightening any animal away. I wouldn't eat them casually, nor would I use their fur as a blanket. Mara was halfway through her sentence, when she suddenly remembered the venison jerky she had just prepared for dinner last night. The jerky was from Duke Watts. It had nothing to do with me. Think about it. If Silas and I knew how to make jerky, why would we need to cook potatoes and mushroom soup every day to fill our stomachs? Mara had to admit that her reasoning was quite convincing. In the first few days after Lex arrived, he ate potatoes, 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 mushrooms, 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 from morning till night, until his face turned green. At the time, Lex couldn't understand why a renowned witch might lack meat. Ordinary people might be short on meat, but why would she? Perhaps witches simply preferred vegetarian food. Thinking he'd soon be leaving, Lex said nothing and simply endured it. But after realizing he'd have to stay here for another 6 years, Lex couldn't help himself and asked Mara if she could make something else. Hearing this, Mara clenched her fist, brought it to her lips, and cleared her throat. She awkwardly confessed that her cooking wasn't great, and that Silas's skills were limited to boiling potatoes and mushrooms. If Lex wanted something else, he might as well cook it himself. Lex fell silent. How could His Highness, the Crown Prince, possibly cook better than Mara or Silas? That was unavoidable. They just have boiled green beans tonight, Mira suggested. It seemed best for him to take over the cooking duties and learn how to make dishes from scratch. Lex compromised. Since he was now Mara's nominal servant, learning such a lowly skill was no big deal. Hearing that someone was finally willing to save their table, Mara excitedly dug out her cache of meats, spices, and condiments for Lex to try. It was then that Lex discovered that Mara possessed a vast collection of spices, such as nutmeg, cloves, and bay leaves. Spices were as expensive as gold, and generally only the nobility could afford them. For the common people, simply adding a little salt to their food was a delight, because spices are also widely used in potions. Facing Lex's doubts, Mara picked up a dried bay leaf from the jar. Bay leaf is a very useful spice. For example, 3 bay leaves can make a mind-enchanting potion, while 9 bay leaves can make a tranquilizer, which relaxes the mind. By the way, if you have trouble sleeping at night, you can ask me to make a bottle of tranquilizer for 3 gold coins. Mara thought back to her money-making plan. Whenever she found an opportunity, she would start promoting it to Lex. Lex rejected Mara's kindness without hesitation. No thanks, I sleep well at night. There was no need to add to the already existing debt. Even if he returned to the palace, the Crown Prince, who had no shortage of gold, had no intention of giving the witch money for nothing. Lex was only rich, but he was no fool. Okay, then, hold out your hand. Mira wasn't discouraged by her failure to sell the potion. Lex didn't know what Mira was going to do, but he still held out his hand. Mira gently placed the bay leaf in Lex's palm. The tip of her bluntly trimmed nail skimmed Lex's palm, like a dragonfly, stirring a subtle itch that made Lex want to pull his hand away. Mira didn't like dyeing her nails. The white with a hint of pink looked too plain, but it exuded a sense of health. Lex looked like a bunch of lustrous pink shells. Since this is your first time, 1 bay leaf is enough. I'd be sorry if I wasted any more, Mira said solemnly to Lex. After all, spices are really expensive. She's mean, no, she's kind-hearted, but she spends all the money she earns selling potions on books or spices, so Lex can understand her, right? Lex, confused, Lex was furious. It was definitely stingy Mira. Hey, what are you thinking about? Mira noticed Lex's eyes wandering, as if he was distracted, and her tone suddenly became extremely dangerous. Come on, the great witch Mara was just explaining to him how to distinguish between unfruited pearl grass and ordinary water plants, and Lex was distracted. Doesn't that mean her teaching is unappealing? Mara gritted her teeth, calming her exasperated mood. Any other little witch would have been eager to hear her talk, but she wasn't going to argue with the untalented Lex. Repeat everything I just said, Mara said disapprovingly. Rex, realizing his distraction had angered Mara, didn't hesitate, and submissively repeated what Mara had said. Pearlwort likes to hide among ordinary water plants, even clinging to them as if they were one. Therefore, when collecting them, you need to examine each plant individually, checking for differences in thickness. Once you identify the pearlwort, use the lightest possible force to separate it from the water plant at the top, avoiding damaging the incompletely developed leaf buds. She was right. It seemed he had taken her words to heart. Mara's expression softened, and she continued to explain the lesson she had been about to share. When the pearl grass begins to bear fruit, its bracts will automatically drop from the leaves. When that happens, pinch the bracts open, and you'll be able to squeeze out a dozen rice-sized pearl fruits. A pearl grass plant only grows 4 or 5 bracts. If one is damaged, it won't produce any pearl fruits. So be careful when you collect them later, understand? Mara had gone to such great lengths, bringing Lex along to collect pearl grass at this very moment, precisely to obtain more pearl fruits later. She had a crucial potion that required a large quantity of pearl fruits. To increase the pearl fruit yield, Mara had also prepared a large quantity of growth potion in advance. Even if she missed out on a single pearl fruit, she would have to factor in the corresponding wasted growth potion, resulting in a complete loss. So, Mara solemnly instructed Lex several times before waving her hand, signaling him to get back to work. Mara and Lex divided the work. Lex would handle this part while Mara went to the other side. In terms of gathering speed, Mara was naturally the fastest. After all, with her years of trained eyesight, she could tell at a glance which seaweed had different thicknesses. Almost without blinking, she quickly placed the pearl grass she had picked into her basket. In a short while, Mara's basket was full. Lex was slower. He had to carefully caress the seaweed for a while, confirming that the one in his hand was thicker. Then, carefully finding the tiny crack at the tip, he separated the pearl grass from the regular seaweed, finally picking it and placing it in his basket. "Mara!" Lex suddenly called out. Mara, on the other side, heard the voice, straightened up, and popped her head out. "What's wrong?" "There's blood in the water over here," Lex said calmly. It was precisely because the river water was so clear that the faint streak of blood running through Lex's fingers was so noticeable, drawing his attention. Blood? Why was there blood there out of nowhere? Mira looked upstream, and a sudden thought struck her. Let's go and see what's going on. If an animal had been injured, it would be fine. But the worry was that someone had strayed into the dark forest and been injured. Chapter 9. The river's upper reaches led deeper into the forest, where the trees grew thicker and taller, their branches more luxuriant. Leaf after leaf, leaves huddled together, leaving no gaps for light to filter through. If it weren't for Mara's guidance, Lex wouldn't have ventured into this seemingly gloomy and oppressive area. He felt as if something sinister was watching him the moment he stepped inside. "Why did you stop?" Mara walked for a while, then noticed Lex hadn't caught up and turned back in surprise. "Nothing." Lex paused, still not saying anything about the strange feeling. Just now, Lex suddenly felt as if he were being stared at. No matter how he moved, even if he casually shifted his position to get in front of Mara, he couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. "I wonder if Mara feels the same way." Lex slowed his pace, as if waiting for Mara to catch up, but in reality, he was secretly glancing at Mara's expression. It looked like he was the only one being targeted, otherwise Mara's expression wouldn't be so calm. Noticing Lex's gaze, Mara patted his head in confusion. It wasn't strong, the way she used to pat Silas. Because Lex was only 12, and hadn't started growing yet, his height only reached Mara's chest, making the patting motion a natural move for her. "What are you looking at?" Mara asked. If Lex said he wasn't looking at anything again, Mara probably wouldn't believe him. He simply pointed to a streak of light pink floating quickly in the river, diverting Mara's attention. "There's blood in the river again. That means we're heading in the right direction." Mira followed Lex's finger, and also caught the tail of the pale pink bloodstain. Judging from the color, perhaps the owner of the bloodstain is nearing his death, Lex mused. It's possible that when they arrive, they only find a fresh corpse. "Let's keep going." Mira said nothing, quickening her pace. Her boots crunched through piles of fallen leaves. Although autumn was still a long way off, there were only so many spots on a branch for leaves to grow. Leaves that couldn't compete with their companions fluttered to the ground, becoming nutrients for the mother tree once again. As he walked, Lex could faintly smell the faint smell of decay. He frowned, calmly glancing around from the corner of his eye. As Lex and Mara moved deeper into the area, the surrounding trees grew visibly taller, their trunks so large that it would take several grown men to wrap their arms around them. In such a setting, concealing one's presence was easy. So Lex urged Mara to quicken his pace, hoping to catch the owner of those eyes in their haste. However, whether he was overly cautious or had lost interest in Lex could sense the shadowy gaze disappearing. On the bright side, perhaps it was just a passing beast. Lex withdrew his gaze, feigning indifference, and ran after Mara. While Lex was distracted, Mara spotted a figure lying on the riverbank not far away. Mara instinctively broke into a run, reaching the figure first. It was a child, perhaps 8 or 9, with a touch of baby fat on his face and a few freckles near his nose. Perhaps from being unconscious for so long, and bleeding from the wound on his hand, the boy's face was unusually pale. Mara called out to him several times, but received no response. "He's still breathing, just faintly." Lex, who had caught up a step behind, crouched down and reached out to check the boy's breath. Then, glancing at his chest, which had barely risen, he immediately concluded, this boy would be difficult to save. Why would such a young child venture into such a dangerous place as the dark forest? Judging from his clothing, his family likely had some wealth, and perhaps he had brought a number of servants with him. But now, he was alone, lying by the river. Perhaps those servants had either abandoned him in danger or perished. Lex glanced at the boy's tattered clothes again. These are all bite marks from sharp teeth. If I'm not mistaken, he must have been targeted by some beast after entering the dark forest. I just don't know why the beast didn't eat the boy after attacking him, but instead abandoned him and walked away. Is this lucky or unlucky? Lex's gaze fell back on the boy's arm, half dangling in the river. If he were lucky, he wouldn't have been attacked by a beast, nor would he have suffered so many bite wounds, bleeding and passing out by the river. But if he were unlucky, he wouldn't have survived and collapsed by the river, causing a trail of blood to drift down from upstream and be discovered by Lex and Mela. At least after the last bit of life faded from him, Lex would help bury him underground, to prevent him from being feasted upon by wild beasts and leaving behind not even a complete corpse. However, if he needed to dig a grave to bury him, Lex still needed a shovel. Why would I need a shovel? Since he's still breathing, isn't there still hope? Mira lazily instructed Lex, carry him on your back and return to the cabin. Give him a bottle of healing potion, and he should recover. A healing potion can actually cure injuries like this? It wasn't that Lex doubted Mira's potion, but even if the cardinal of the church came in person, he would only shake his head and declare that he couldn't save the boy, who was barely alive. He could fall into the arms of death at any moment. I don't know if other witches' healing potions would be as effective, but mine will definitely save him. Mira raised an eyebrow, vowing. Even if it was just to prove Mira's claims of efficacy, Lex would carry the boy back to the cabin. Fortunately, the other person was just a boy of 8 or 9 years old. Lex easily carried him on his back and returned to the cabin with Mira. Silas had been patiently waiting inside the cabin for Mira and Lex, who had gone out. But he waited and waited, and even after sunset, there was still no sign of them. Silas grew impatient and flew out, circling the cabin. After a while, Silas decided this wasn't going to work, so he flew back to the roof, trying to spot the familiar redhead. And he did, in fact, spot Mira walking towards the cabin. Although he couldn't find Lex, the forest was so dense, and Lex was such an immature child, it was understandable that Silas couldn't find him. He was definitely near Mira anyway. Mira's return meant Lex must have returned too. Silas excitedly flew down the path in front of the cabin, running head-on into Mira and the others at the end. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Why are there 3 of them? Silas stared at the strange boy on Lex's back in confusion. Mira, why are you bringing back another injured boy? Isn't Lex enough? Lex, eh? Lex ignored Silas and continued walking. Silas, oblivious to his own annoyance, took advantage of his flying ability, flitting from one end to the other, surveying the boy on Lex's back. He clucked his tongue. This boy's wound is even worse than Lex's back then. With the healing potion, this injury isn't a big deal. Mira waved Silas out of the way. Back at the cabin, Lex needed to put the boy down, and he glanced at Mira's rocking chair. No! Mira noticed Lex's look and immediately objected. Back then, she had let the injured Lex sleep in her rocking chair because she had no other choice. Throughout the cabin, Mira couldn't find anywhere else to put him down, not even a clean corner. Now, Mira had cleared a corner for Lex to sleep in, and after Lex cleaned it up, it was just big enough for a full blanket. Mira saw the perfect place to place the boy she had just found on Lex's blanket. Okay, since Mira had the final say in this little cabin, Lex gave in. It was just a blanket. It wasn't his bed in the palace, so giving it up wouldn't hurt. Mira pulled out a bottle of healing potion and looked at the boy sprawled on the blanket, struggling with how to get him to drink it. Never mind, I leave it to you. Mira thrust the potion into Lex's hand, successfully throwing the problem to Lex. What was Lex's plan? He couldn't drink it? Then he forced it down his throat. So, as Mira and Silas watched, Lex forcefully pried open the boy's mouth, uncorked the bottle, and poured the entire potion in. Then, with quick movements, he closed the boy's mouth and held his chin tightly, never letting go even when the boy began to cough frantically. Although Lex's method was a bit rough, it was indeed effective. After a while, the boy stopped coughing and swallowed the potion. Are we going to keep watching him like this forever? Silas, who was watching from the sidelines, asked. Not us, but you. Mira denied with a smile. Lex is going to make us dinner. I'm going to plant the pearl grass I gathered in the pots I prepared. I leave watching him until he wakes up to you, Silas. Keep a close eye on him, Mira said, then walked away. Lex also began to pace around the room, busy preparing dinner. Silas, standing on the blanket, couldn't help but jump forward twice, almost stepping on the boy's face. Hey! Hey! Silas has things to do too. He doesn't have time to watch the child. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to Silas's protests, and Mara simply ignored his words. What could Silas possibly be busy with? Ever since Mara had Lex, Silas had been cleverly pushing all his own chores onto Lex. Now he was the idlest bird in the cabin, spending his days either eating and doing nothing or lying on the windowsill like a lord, pointing fingers at Lex. If it weren't for Mara's sake, Silas would have received a good lesson from Lex long ago. Butch caught a whiff of the aroma of food. As the scent permeated his breath and seeped into his lungs, Bucky felt an unavoidable burning hunger. The unbearable hunger forced Bucky to open his eyes, trying to locate the source of the aroma. Then he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. A soft blanket beneath him, a bright kerosene lamp hanging from the ceiling, a tall cabinet clinging to the wall, a red-haired woman dining at the dining table, and a crow arguing with a blond boy in human language. Wait, what was all this nonsense? Was he still dreaming? Butch was plunged into an unprecedented state of confusion. He remembered that shortly after entering the dark forest, he had been attacked by a wild beast. It was a lame wolf. Though it was unclear what had bitten its foot, it still pounced with remarkable agility. Butch drew the dagger he had bought for self-defense and swung it wildly, trying to scare the wolf off. Not only did he fail to injure the wolf, but he also made it realize that he had a weapon capable of injuring it. Before Butch could react, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The sharp fangs had pierced his wrist, leaving 2 deep, bloody holes. Ah! Butch couldn't help but cry out in pain, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Without his weapon, Butch no longer had anything to fear from the wolf. It lunged with increasing ferocity, its claws tearing Butch's clothes into tatters. Butch thought he was doomed, but for some reason, the wolf suddenly stopped, sniffed around, and then fled, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Before he could congratulate himself on his escape, Butch was covered in wounds. Having previously protected his vitals as much as possible, he had fallen to the ground, curled up. Now, when he tried to stand, he had no strength left. No, wary of the wolf returning, Butch gritted his teeth, exerting his last bit of strength, and continued to crawl forward. Not far ahead was a fairly wide river, more than enough to drown Butch. Even drowning in the river would be far better than being eaten by wolves. Alas, as soon as Butch's hand touched the cool water, before his lips could even curl, his vision went black and he passed out. How come he woke up in a completely different place? Ah, you're awake. Silas was the first to notice Butch open his eyes and sit up, looking around in confusion. You woke up quicker than I expected. Mira also turned her head, staring at Butch thoughtfully. Only Lex, though surprised that Butch had actually been revived, maintained a calm demeanor and leisurely enjoyed his steaming pumpkin soup. The pumpkin is naturally sweet, and the combination of cinnamon and cream creates an exceptionally smooth texture. As soon as it was served, it received unanimous praise from Mara and Silas. Who are you? Where is this? Did you save me? Butch hurled a series of questions. At the same time, his gaze strayed uncontrollably to Lex. Blonde hair is the symbol of the Nurengir royal family. Why would someone from the royal family be here? Mira raised an eyebrow nonchalantly at Mara's question. I thought everyone knew only witches dared to live in the dangerous dark forest. You're a witch? Butch exclaimed. Of course, who else but a witch would build a cabin in the dark forest and raise a crow, a symbol of evil, not to mention that this crow could speak. Yes, I am the witch Mara. This is my cabin. I was the one who asked Lex to carry you back and rescue you. Mira nodded. When meeting someone for the first time, Mara always maintained the calm and composed demeanor expected of a witch, as if everything was within her grasp. Then, a moment later, Mara's tone lightened. By the way, reviving you cost me a whole bottle of healing potion, 8 silver coins off. So for saving you, that's a pretty good price, right? Hearing these familiar words, Lex, who was spooning soup nearby, paused. He had reason to suspect Mara told everyone she saved the same story. But Bucky actually nodded, thanking Mara with a grateful look on his face. He touched the purse that should have been tied around his waist, an awkward expression on his face. He cautiously asked, Excuse me, Miss Witch, I lost my purse. Can I pay it all together next time I come? Pay all together? Mira pondered the words, then raised her eyebrows, a charming smile playing on her lips. Oh, so you're a special guest. Excessive beauty can be intimidating, so Bucky had been keeping his eyes slightly down, not daring to meet her gaze. But the witch, sitting under the light, smiled at him. Her dazzling beauty, tempered by soft colors, seemed to radiate a pearly brilliance, like a work of art to be admired from afar. For a moment, Bucky was stunned. After finally regaining his composure, he hummed, Yes, yes, Miss Witch, you're right. I come all the way here just for you. Butch's words made Lex put down his spoon and look over. Oh! What did you ask me for? Mira asked curiously. I heard witches create potions with miraculous properties. I'd like to buy a bottle from you that can cure my sister. Butch explained his purpose. What's wrong with your sister? Mira pressed. How could she possibly get the potion Butch wanted without knowing the ailment? She suffers from paranoia. Every day she imagines her fiancé has disappeared in an accident. But we all know that he ran off with his lover, taking the money he swindled from her. Speaking of the scumbag who had deceived her sister, Butch's eyes flashed with disgust. Chapter 10. Bocce's father was a well-known businessman. As far as Bocce could remember, he had rarely seen his father, always busy on the road doing business. Bocce's mother died of illness shortly after giving birth to him. The burden of raising Bocce naturally fell to his older sister, Mabira. Mabira was only 8 years older than Bocce, still a child herself, and initially struggled to care for Bocce. However, with the help of the servants, Mabira gradually became familiar with the situation and successfully cared for Bocce until he was 6. Sudden tragic news shattered the peace of the family. Mabira and Bocce's father had tragically died on their way home. Upon hearing the news, the young girl collapsed in the maid's arms, weeping uncontrollably. But upon seeing her younger brother, she quickly wiped away her tears, suppressed her grief, and learned to handle her father's funeral. Fortunately, their father had left behind a considerable fortune, enough for them to continue living in relative comfort, and Mabira still had one of the richest dowries in town. If I were your sister, I'd be open-eyed and scrutinizing every man who approached me. Mira suddenly interrupted Bocce's narration. Young, wealthy women are the most likely to attract malicious wolves. Besides, Bocce described Mabira as gentle, quiet, and well-educated. She must have been very bad at rejecting approaches. Even if she sensed ill intentions, she would only politely decline. Mira said this tactic only worked for those who value their reputation. If they encountered a shameless rogue, they would scrape off layer after layer like mud on the sole of their shoe. Although Mira's words made sense, Silas, engrossed in the story, felt a headache coming on, covering his head with his wings and accusing her. Oh Mira, you're such a poor listener. Even though we both know the ending is going to be depressing, I'd rather hear Butch tell the whole story than have you constantly interrupt. Silas didn't dare say this out loud, only muttering it to himself. Okay, as you wish. I try not to express my opinions so easily from now on. Mira relented and asked Lex, who was standing nearby, to make her a cup of herbal tea. Bocce discreetly observed Mira's reaction. Seeing no sign of impatience, he weakly defended his sister. It wasn't that my sister wasn't vigilant. It was Groot's eloquence, combined with his underhanded tactics, that successfully gained her trust. Mabira was only 15 years old, and when she encountered a handsome young man displaying his attentions and using his various tactics to please her, she inevitably lost her composure and gave in to her girlish longing for romantic love. However, remembering her father's inheritance, Mabira became suspicious of Groot's closeness. So, she sent her most trusted maid to inquire about Groot. When the maid returned, she praised Groot's character, saying that despite his wealthy family, he had no interest in women and had never shown any interest in any other girl besides Mabira. The maid also persuaded Mabila to accept Groot's love, as they were both from merchant families and were a perfect match. Besides, Mabira did have feelings for Groot, didn't she? After careful consideration, Mabira felt the maid's suggestion was sound. She approached Groot, hoping they could get engaged first. After all, Bucky was only 7, and she didn't want to leave her younger brother behind to marry. Groot, of course, agreed, even thoughtfully suggesting that Mabira wait until Bucky turned 12 before marrying him. It would only be 5 years. He was willing to wait patiently for Mabira. Mabira was deeply moved by this, yet at the same time, she felt a surge of guilt towards Groot. If it weren't for her, Groot would be perfectly marrying, and in 5 years, his children might even be able to run. So, when Groot asked to borrow money to try his hand at business, Mabira gave him half her dowry without hesitation. Of course, besides her trust in Groot, Mabira also considered that if money went out without coming in, it would eventually run out, and what would become of their small family then? Especially since Groot had said that his father valued the eldest son, who would inherit the family fortune, while his mother favored the youngest, likely leaving him, the middle child, little to no wealth. Groot spoke with a melancholy expression, clearly distressed by his parents' favoritism. However, he managed to pull himself together and comfort Mabira, promising that she would never live in poverty without servants. Mabira smiled and agreed, but a lingering worry lingered. Now, Groot had offered to start a business. If he could truly achieve something, Mabira would naturally be happy to see it happen. However, since this was Groot's first time in business, he inevitably encountered many unexpected situations, such as the uneven quality of the goods he purchased, being tricked into selling high-demand goods at a low price, and having his business partners abscond with the money. 6 months later, a dejected Groot again asked Mabira for the remaining half of her dowry. "Did he take your sister's half of the dowry and run off with his lover this time?" Mera asked. "No." Bocce shook his head, indicating that Groot was even more greedy than Mera had imagined. He had set his sights on Bocce's share of the inheritance. According to kingdom law, daughters receive only 4/10 of their parents' inheritance, with the majority going to sons. If a couple has multiple daughters, the 4/10 is divided equally among them. If they have multiple sons, the eldest son inherits 2/3, and the remaining 1/3 is divided equally among the other sons. In other words, the majority of the inheritance left by Bocce and Mabira's father still belongs to Bocce. However, because Bocce is too young, the money has been temporarily given to Mabira for safekeeping. What happened next? Your sister wasn't so foolish as to give your money to a scumbag and con man like Groot, was she? He already swindled her entire dowry, and she still hadn't come to her senses? Silas flapped his wings angrily, feeling powerless, unable to reach out and slap Groot twice. "This time, I'm not the one interrupting the story," Mera said lightly from the side. "Is this the time to dwell on this?" Silas hopped up and down on his perch in anger. Mera chuckled smugly, motioning for Butch to continue. "Groot didn't succeed. Although my sister hoped to provide funds to help Groot's business through its difficulties, she believed she was merely holding the money for me. When I came of age, every penny must be handed over to me. So, no matter how much Groot pleaded, his sister refused to budge. Seeing he couldn't get more money out of my sister, Groot excused himself to go out and find someone willing to lend him money, and then he disappeared without a trace." Bocce finished, lowering his head in frustration. Just as Groot left, Bocce saw Mabila's gloomy face and managed to find out the reason from her most trusted maid. Knowing that lending Groot the money would make his sister happy, Bocce happily approached Mabila and said he was willing to lend the money to his future brother-in-law. After all, they would be family, so there was no need to be so particular. Hearing this, Mabila forced a smile and firmly refused Bocce, saying she believed Groot would find a way. If he couldn't find a solution, it meant Groot wasn't cut out for business, and they would find another way. Then Mabila waited anxiously for 3 months, but received no letter from Groot. You know, even during his extended absences, Groot still sent Mabira a deeply written letter every 2 or 3 days, expressing his longing for her. Reflecting on her father's example, Mabira couldn't help but imagine the worst. Unable to wait any longer, she spent a fortune sending someone to try to find Groot. Of course, the money was borrowed from Bocce. Furthermore, she insisted on signing an IOU with Bocce, promising to repay it after the wedding. Though the men Mabira sent didn't find Groot, they did bring back news that he had eloped with his lover. Even more shockingly, Groot had never used Mabira's dowry to do any business. The dire circumstances he described in his letters to Mabira were completely fabricated. As for the lover he eloped with, she was also his favorite before Mabira. Indeed, it was precisely because Groot's parents couldn't accept him marrying a woman with a meager dowry that Groot set his sights on Mabira, a woman from the neighboring town known for her generous dowry. Mabira was devastated and fainted on the spot, being helped back to her room by a maid. Her most trusted maid, however, found an excuse to resign when Mabira sent someone to inquire about Groot's whereabouts. Bocce realized something was amiss and, after adding money, sent someone to investigate the departed maid, only to discover that she had been bribed by Groot long ago, and that was why she had spoken highly of Groot to Mabira, facilitating their engagement. At this point, Butch's expression grew indignant. "That maid has been with my sister for 5 years. We always paid her a good salary, and never abused her. Yet, she betrayed my sister so easily for such a small sum." Rex, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke up, clearly with a different perspective. "A good master must be both kind and establish sufficient authority among servants. Otherwise, excessive kindness will only foster contempt, making them unscrupulous and daring enough to offend the master's interests." Since Groot had bribed her most trusted maid, Mabila was undoubtedly a failed master. Conversely, it was Mabila's connivance that allowed her maid to accept Groot's money and lie to her without fear of being exposed. After hearing this, Butch realized his and his sister's mistakes, and his expression darkened. "Why is this herbal tea so bland? Did you add sugar when you brewed it? You dared to serve it to me without sugar? I guess I need to establish my authority as a master." Mira crossed her arms and stared at Lex, urging him to finish the less-than-sweet cup of herbal tea and make a fresh one. Lex, reflecting on what he had just said, scowled as he took the empty cup away. Okay, go on. What exactly is your sister's illness? Mira looked at Butch. With Mira's interruption, Butch let out a sigh and finished the last bit of his story. Unable to bear this crushing blow, Mabira developed severe paranoia. In her mind, Groot disappeared while out on business. No matter how many people she sent, they couldn't find him, leaving her in tears all day. Butch couldn't bear it anymore, and tried to shatter his sister's illusions, and make her accept reality. But all he got was Mabira closing the door, and refusing to meet him. This is probably just excessive grief. You should give her more time to process it, Mira said, her chin resting on her hand. If only there were more time, Bocce said with a wry smile. Before I left with the servants, my sister was already lying in bed, extremely weak. Besides being in constant tears, she had completely lost her appetite. No matter how delicious the food was, she wouldn't eat it. But how could someone not eat? Bocce watched Mabira dwindle day by day, terrified of losing his only remaining family member. But he knew the church's priests couldn't cure her. Instead, they would declare Mabira a mad woman and demand that Bocce send her to a convent. There was no way Butch would do that. He thought of the rumors he heard about witches. It just so happened that the dark forest wasn't far from town, and everyone knew that there truly was an evil witch living there. So, with a few strong young servants escorting him to the dark forest, Butch found a random excuse to send them away and entered alone. Why did you send the servants away? If you had taken them with you, you might not have been attacked by wild beasts and collapsed by the river. You know, if you hadn't stumbled upon us, you probably wouldn't have survived. Mira said. I won't tell anyone about my dealings with witches. If they accidentally tell others, my sister and I will be finished. Butch glanced at Lex. He was so cautious because the royal witch hunt stated that anyone associated with a witch would have all their property confiscated and be imprisoned. Despite all his foresight, Butch hadn't anticipated running into someone from the royal family right in the witch's cabin. Although he didn't yet know Lex's identity, he figured that since both parties held leverage, Lex would likely adopt the same tacit understanding and pretend they never met. Lex ignored Butch's pointed glance and calmly handed Mara the re-sweetened herbal tea. Mara took the teacup and sipped, her mind preoccupied with other matters. Although Butch's words implied that maybe Ara was devastated, he himself had been significantly affected. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so wary of his servants. As expected, falling down is what makes people grow. So when can I get the potion I want? Bucky asked cautiously. I can make it tomorrow. It's too late now, everyone should go to bed. Mira set aside her half-finished herbal tea and stretched. It had been ages since she heard a bedtime story like this. While the love part was a little jarring, the family part was at least decent. There was just one problem. Mira had never imagined anyone else would move into her cabin. With Lex joining her, Mira had given him her only extra blanket and cleared out a clean corner for Lex to sleep on the floor. But now that there was another Bucky in the cabin, it was clear that Bucky and Lex would have to share the night. I can sleep sitting up by the door. Rather than share a blanket with Bucky, Lex would rather go to the door. No, aren't you afraid of catching a cold from being blown by the cold wind all night? Mira rejected Lex's offer. Lex wanted to argue that he wasn't that delicate, that all those years of martial arts training with Church weren't in vain, but Mira didn't give him a chance to speak. Sit down next to my rocking chair, and I give you half my blanket. Don't refuse. Are you trying to defy your master's authority? Mira maliciously brought up Lex's earlier remarks. Lex fell silent. Lex reluctantly accepted. So, Bucky took Lex's blanket, Silas stood on his perch, and Lex reluctantly leaned back against Mira's rocking chair, the edge of the blanket from behind draped over his knees, covering his entire upper body to prevent him from catching a cold in his sleep. To better protect Lex, Mira slept on her side, facing Lex's side, and she quickly fell asleep to the gentle rocking of the rocking chair. Soon, two other distinct breathing sounds echoed in the room. Lex remained awake. Mira disliked wearing perfume, so only at this close distance could he detect her subtle fragrance. Lex didn't understand the origin of this scent, but he could only surmise that it was common among women, as his long-deceased mother had been like that. Clean clothes, a warm scent, long, smooth hair, a naturally fragrant aroma. As young Lex threw himself into his mother's arms, he received a slightly surprised laugh. My prince, can you spend the afternoon with me in the garden? How did his young self respond? Lex sank into a deep dream, weaving a chorus of distant memories. Chapter 11. The next day, Bucky opened his eyes, and found that not a single wound remained on his body. Is this the potion crafted by the witches? It's even more potent than the rumors say. At the same time, Bucky became even more convinced that Mara could find a potion that would restore Mabila to normal. Awake? Then let's try Lex's cooking. Mira sat at the dining table, chin propped up on one hand, and with a smile, beckoned Bucky to the last empty seat. Bucky sat down awkwardly, then stood up again, as if his bottom was on fire. He walked over to the cauldron in the center of the room, with his empty bowl, and tried to take the ladle from Lex's hand. I serve it myself. Although Bucky was Mara's guest, he didn't dare sit in a chair and wait for Lex to serve him. Lex glanced at Bucky, gave up the ladle, and walked over to the table with a full bowl in one hand, serving breakfast to Mara, who truly needed his attention. Hot mist slowly rose, wrapped in the sweet aroma of corn. Hall, the brown-haired man who brought Mayla a cart full of food every month, this month delivered the first batch of ripe corn. According to Mayla, Hall's land was renowned for its fertile soil. The crops grown there, such as the corn, were not only golden in color, but each kernel was incredibly plump, making them naturally delicious when cooked. Silas had already eagerly served himself a bowl the moment he smelled the aroma. He lowered his head slowly, his beak digging into the bowl, pecking every kernel clean, before lifting the bowl and gulping down the soup in one gulp. Silas sighed with relief after a full stomach, slumped down at the table, and occasionally rubbed his belly. Mira poked the soft flesh on Silas's belly with the other end of the spoon handle. If you keep eating like this, you soon become the first crow in history unable to fly. Nonsense! How could Silas not be able to fly? Silas looked away guiltily, not daring to meet Mira's gaze. It was all Lex's fault for improving his cooking skills and taking on a lot of the work that should have gone to Silas. That's why Silas has gained so much weight and is gradually growing sideways. Lex, guessing what Silas was thinking from his expression, said, It was clearly Silas's own laziness that had left all the work to him. Sure enough, Mira's crows are just as fond of blaming others as she is. Butch scooped a full spoonful of soup into his mouth and found it tasted even sweeter than it smelled. It wasn't just the sweetness of the corn itself, it was probably also cream and a hint of cinnamon. The thought of such delicious food coming from the formidable-looking Lex made Butch unable to look up from his bowl. He also felt that even Mara, who treated Lex like a servant, seemed intimidating even when she spoke to him with a smile. Mara looked at Butch, who was almost shrinking under the table. ? After breakfast, Mara would begin brewing the potion that Butch had requested. Mara already had an idea of what potion would cheer Mabiola up. She pulled a number of bottles and jars from the cupboard, uncorked them, and poured them into the cauldron. Seeing this, Butch couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity. He took 2 steps forward, trying to get closer to see Mara's every move. What a rare opportunity it was to see a witch personally making a potion. He wondered what all those strange-looking ingredients Mara was pouring into it were. But despite his curiosity, Butch knew the witch's potion formula was a secret that must never be known to anyone else, so he cautiously refrained from asking. In fact, if Butch had asked, Mara wouldn't have minded sharing the names of the ingredients. There were several precious herbs in there, which could fetch a gold coin per gram on the market. So Mara felt her asking price of 30 gold coins wasn't excessive. Lex, standing nearby, watched Mara painstakingly pouring the ingredients into the pot, seemingly unfazed. He gave Butch a slightly sympathetic look, unsure of what was about to happen. Mara's willingness to spend must have been due to her planned reward exceeding her own, meaning that Butch was absolutely set to be ripped off. After a while, the water in the cauldron boiled, and an indescribable fragrance gradually wafted out. The scent wasn't unpleasant, instead, it made Butch appear intoxicated, as if he were caught in some beautiful hallucination. What's wrong with him? Lex asked. He glanced around the room, and saw that only Butch had shown any sign of unease after smelling the scent. Don't worry, this is a normal reaction to the scent of a hanging iris. Mara glanced at Butch. This flower is famous for its fragrance. Not only is it so strong that it can be smelled for miles around, but it also attracts prey that comes to its doorstep, ready for a feast. Normally, the scent of hanging iris wouldn't cause a reaction as dramatic as Butch's, since it doesn't include humans in its diet. At most, it would cause a dizzy spell and a slight drowsiness in those who caught its scent. But Mara had already added a number of other ingredients to the pot, amplifying the hallucinogenic effect. Now, even a house collapse wouldn't necessarily pull Butch out of his trance. However, once the potion was fully formed, the scent would dissipate, and Butch would naturally regain consciousness. Come to think of it, how come you're not affected by it at all? Mara asked, a little surprised. If she and Silas had a special connection, one a witch, the other a witch's pet, and were naturally resistant to the potion's effects, Then what about Lex? Lex stood still, letting Mira look him over, refusing to speak. However, sometimes, resistance is a clear statement. Fine, if you don't want to talk, I won't ask. Mira shrugged. Lex's resistance must have something to do with his past in the palace. If he was willing to talk, Mira wouldn't mind hearing some gossip. Since he wasn't willing to talk, Mira wasn't necessarily curious about these palace secrets that shouldn't be known. The potion, almost ready in the cauldron, intrigued her. Little did she know that Mira's casual question, coupled with her past experience with Butch, would become a simple key, unlocking Lex's long-lost memories. When Lex was about Butch's age, his closest maid personally handed him drugged food. The drug quickly took effect, and Lex's vision went black, and he couldn't help but feel like falling backward. Realizing something was wrong, he tried to call out to the guards at the door, but the maid rushed over and covered his mouth. Only after confirming that Lex had stopped struggling and fainted did the maid finally release her grip. If the maid's panicked expression as she left hadn't caught the guard's attention, Lex, who had been pushed to the bottom of the bathtub by her, might have drowned. With Lex rescued, the maid was temporarily taken into the guard's custody. Lex awoke again after a fever that had lasted a full day and night. Even though the guards had rescued him promptly, Lex had swallowed a significant amount of water. Combined with the remaining drug in his system, the combined effects caused even the normally robust Lex to burn crimson. Church, who had rushed to the palace after receiving the news, became deeply concerned and had to remain in the palace, constantly guarding Lex. After Lex regained consciousness, he ignored Church's pleas for rest, and resolutely had the maid brought to his bedside for questioning. Though only a day and a night had passed, the maid was in a state of disarray, with dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't rested for a moment. She was clearly terrified. After all, murdering the crown prince was a serious crime, and not only she, but every one of her family would have to pay the price for her actions. The maid, not expecting another chance to see Lex, suddenly struggled like a madman, sobbing uncontrollably, saying she had initially refused and had never intended to betray Lex. However, her only brother fell ill, and her father developed a gambling addiction, losing all their wealth in just 2 weeks. He also broke her mother's left leg, forcing her to refuse her mother's pitiful pleas. She finally accepted the packet of drugs, and slipped them into the food she was serving to Lex. She begged Lex for forgiveness, promising it would never happen again. If Lex was worried, he would even expel her from the palace. Cheldo, who had been standing guard at the bedside, couldn't help but glance at Lex as he sat, fearing he might relent and grant a leniency. If that happened, he would intervene, even at the risk of Lex's wrath. He wouldn't let anyone who dared to murder the crown prince go so easily. Fortunately, seeing the maid's repeated pleas for mercy, unable to utter a single meaningful word, Lex pressed his pale lips into a cold line and coldly ordered the guards to take her away and imprison her, along with her family, to be dealt with according to the laws of the kingdom. The maid burst into tears as the guards led her away. Two heavy, carved, gilded doors slammed shut from the outside with a dull thud, leaving only Church and Lex in the vast room. Church pondered for a moment before saying, "I thought your highness would be as soft-hearted towards her as before. No one else would have been so lucky." This maid was, however, someone sent to Lex's care during the time of the former Queen Lililith. Thinking of this identity, Church became uncertain. When she betrayed me, she also betrayed my mother. How could I let her go for my mother's sake? Lex said coldly. That's good, Church nodded in agreement. It was great that Lex had figured this out on his own. Apart from anything else, only the most severe punishment could deter those who still harbored dissenting opinions, preventing them from acting rashly and easily against Lex. Otherwise, as happened this time, even under his nose, Lex had nearly been murdered. I know what you mean, Lex glanced at Church. A monarch's mercy is good for his subjects, but too much mercy is bad. Thananji had taught Lex this lesson long ago. If a monarch's rule is cruel and unkind, his subjects will inevitably suffer. However, if a monarch is overly lenient, it can foster unwarranted ambitions, challenge his supreme authority, and even threaten his life. This maid was a prime example. Lex's past kindness not only lost her gratitude, but also emboldened her to betray him. How ridiculous. This isn't your highness's fault. Cheldo tried to comfort Lex. Lex wasn't like this to everyone. Only those he considered his own and trusted could receive his unconditional tolerance. So the blame should be placed on the maid, who was ungrateful and betrayed Lex's trust. No, I was wrong. I mistakenly thought everyone could be as loyal as you. Lex's lip curled into a sarcastic arc. Those like Cheldo, who remained loyal to the queen's successor despite numerous setbacks, were rare. After I'm well, give me some extra training with the drug. I don't want to be tricked by this kind of trick again. Seeing that Church seemed to want to say something else to comfort himself, Lex changed the subject. He wasn't a child anymore, and he still needed to be coaxed into cheering himself up. By the way, does Fernando know about this? Without waiting for Church to reply, Lex continued, forget it. It's such a big deal, how could he not know? However, as the Crown Prince's tutor and the kingdom's chancellor, Fernando couldn't, like Church, rely on his status as Knight Commander to roam the palace freely and legitimately visit Lex. Go tell Fernando, not worry about me. I be well again soon. You don't need to stay here anymore. Go and rest. Lex waved his hand. After a day and night of constant vigil over Lex, even though Chelge was still able to stand and respond lucidly, the bloodshot in his eyes could not be hidden. He needed rest even more than Lex. At your service. Chelge didn't refuse Lex's kindness. He bowed, respectfully saluting Lex, and then left the room. Butch finally received the potion Mara had prepared. A small, palm-sized glass bottle, deep blue liquid quietly rested within, cradled in his palm with care. I just need to pour it all into the food and have my sister eat it, right? Yes, Mara nodded. Once the food has been smeared with the potion, even the strongest feelings will fade with time, like an old painting. After 7 days, the potion will take full effect, and your sister will no longer feel the pain of Groot's deception. After all, Mabira's suffering stemmed from her deep love for Groot. Because of her love, she couldn't help but regurgitate the past, trying to find clues to Groot's lies in every moment they spent together. This not only failed to help Mabira recognize the truth and regain her composure, but also only caused her to sink deeper into regret and remorse. Why had she been deceived by such a simple lie? Why had she never seen through Groot's true nature? Pain was like a quagmire, dragging Mabira down. The more she struggled, the deeper she sunk. The solution to Mabira's recovery was simple. Mira believed that if she simply removed the emotions that had become her shackles, her sanity would naturally return, and her instinct for survival would urge her to regain her appetite and rise from the bed. But Mira spread her hands towards Butch. The emotions that will be affected aren't just romantic, but also family, friendship, and other relationships. Does that mean your feelings for me will also fade? Butch's smile faded. He clenched the small glass bottle in his hand, hesitant for a moment. Should he really feed it to his sister? The price of their years of mutual dependence was to stop Mabel from loving a man who had caused her pain. Don't worry, you're siblings after all. As long as you keep spending time together like this, your feelings will eventually grow back. Mira shrugged off Butch's hesitation. There's no such thing as a free gift in this world. Every potion the witch produced possessed astonishingly potent effects, but naturally, they also had minor side effects. Compared to the painful slide into the arms of death, the side effect of only making Mabira somewhat emotionally indifferent seemed so insignificant. As the son of a merchant, Bocce clearly knew how to weigh things better than the others. On the scales, his desire to keep his sister alive prevailed. He gritted his teeth and, without hesitation, signed the IOU Mara had given him. This IOU also served as a map, guiding Bocce to the tree where Mara usually met with her guests and deposited the promised reward. With the deal halfway done, it was time to escort the guests out of the dark forest. Mira was about to call out to Lex when she saw Silas, slumped lazily on the windowsill. She narrowed her eyes and changed her mind. Always leaving the work to Lex is unfair to you, Silas. This time, I give you this great opportunity to work for me. What? I won't. Silas flatly refused. No what? Mira lifted Silas with one hand, leaned close, and demanded dangerously, you don't want to? How could that be? Silas chuckled, realizing that Mara wasn't going to indulge his laziness this time. He quickly changed his tone. It's an honor to serve the great witch Mara. What I meant was that I wouldn't pass this opportunity up to Lex. Then go ahead. Mira released her grip and tossed Silas into the air. Silas instinctively flapped his wings, but the recent weight gain was a bit off-putting. He lurched, nearly crashing into a tree. Hearing Mara's merciless jeers from behind, Silas silently wept as he obediently led Butch's way, realizing he really had to start losing weight. Help! He didn't want to be the first crow in the world too fat to fly. Chapter 12. Over half a month had passed since Mara mailed the letter, yet the man who was supposed to bring the pumpkin pie she and Silas had been longing for had yet to show up. What happened? Usually, after receiving the letter, Ducavato would arrive with what Mara needed within 3 days at the latest. This time, however, he had taken an unusually long time, delaying for over half a month. 18 days and nights had passed, and the pumpkin pie he was supposed to eat was still nowhere to be seen. Silas looked forward to Ducavato's arrival day and night, and whenever he had the chance, he would whisper in Mara's ear. Mara, use your crystal ball to divine. Has something happened to Ducavato? When will he arrive? Don't worry, Mara said, and the next second, the crystal ball suddenly appeared in her arms like magic. Silas, Who's so anxious? The crystal ball tells me I get what I want soon. Mira, staring at the shifting mist in the crystal ball, interpreted it. This meant that Ducavato was likely already on his way to the dark forest. How soon? Silas wasn't satisfied with this answer, and desperately wanted to know the exact date. Then ask the crystal ball yourself. Mira smiled and placed the crystal ball, which she could only hold with both hands, on Silas's head. Feeling the weight on his head, Silas froze, his entire bird standing still on the table, like a lifelike crow ornament. There was no way. If Silas accidentally dropped the crystal ball, even if Mira didn't eat it alive, she would definitely punish it in a more horrific way. Oh wow, Silas is so miserable. Silas secretly wept inwardly. At the same time, he regretted why he had bothered to ask that question. It didn't even consider that if the crystal ball had told Mara the specific date, how could she not have just told him directly? But the crystal ball's predictions were indeed accurate. The next day, a familiar figure appeared at the cabin's doorway. The man was still the same, dressed in a light hunting suit and short boots, with a homemade longbow and a well-filled quiver slung across his back. His features weren't handsome, but they were sharp and angular, with a short stubble. His gray eyes, as he looked at him, were startlingly bright. Hey, look what I brought you. Ducavato raised the cloth bag he was carrying, and an irrepressible fragrance emanated from it into the air. It was the scent of pumpkin pie. Only pumpkin pie at the market, generously spiced with sugar, could have such a sweet aroma. Great. Ducavato, you're finally here. Silas was the first to let out a cry of surprise. He eagerly flew onto Ducavato's muscular forearm. Once he had landed, he pecked at the knotted cloth bag with his beak. Hey, be careful. Seeing the knot being pecked open by Silas, Ducavato quickly grabbed the loosened corner of the cloth, preventing the wrapped pumpkin pie from rolling to the ground. Silas flew away with a pumpkin pie in his mouth. He knew that with Ducavato around, he wouldn't let it fall. Mira never ate food that had fallen to the ground. Why are you so slow this time? Mira also picked up a pumpkin pie from the bag and put it in her mouth. Perhaps because of the long anticipation, she felt that this pumpkin pie was even more delicious than she remembered. Luckily, Lex had left early in the morning, so Mira secretly decided to take 2 more pieces from his share. It's a rare sight to run into an old friend, said Ducavato, his tone tinged with resignation. If it weren't for his pitiful, blood-soaked appearance, I wouldn't have bothered to care for him. Since he already cared for him, Ducavato simply stayed home and cared for him until he could move freely. It's all thanks to those 10 bottles of healing potion you sent me, otherwise I think my old friend would have been dead, said Ducavato. Mara couldn't help but smack her lips. Bucky, who was nearly dead, had only needed 1 bottle of healing potion to be saved, but Ducavato, her old friend, had needed a full 10 bottles to recover. His injuries were truly severe. In other words, he was incredibly lucky to have survived despite such injuries. However, this person had nothing to do with Mela, so her curiosity was limited. She didn't ask further about the man's injuries. Instead, she was more concerned about whether Ducavato had brought the money he owed her. Last time, Ducavato said he was short of money and signed an IOU with Mela, promising to repay her in 10 days. Since Ducavato had been running errands for her in various towns for so many years, Mela readily agreed. 10 days passed, and not only did Ducavato not return the money on time, but he also owed her 10 more bottles of healing potion. Therefore, Mela specifically wrote in red ink on the last line of the letter she sent to Ducavato, requesting that he bring the pumpkin pie along with the 4 gold and 20 silver coins she owed him. Thinking of this, Mela glanced at Ducavato's waist. The leather belt held his purse, dagger, and other belongings tightly. Most importantly, the purse hung heavy, looking quite substantial. Noticing Mela's gaze, Ducavato covered his purse with his hand in front of Mela's face, a somewhat roguish smile on his face. Look, I haven't even had time to settle the bill for the pumpkin pie this time, and the ink, parchment, and other things I bought according to your list last time. For the sake of our friendship over the years, how about you just give me a small discount? How about I give you 4 gold coins, and we just write them off? Ducavato gestured at Mela. Mela sneered. I almost thought a copper coin could be exchanged for a silver coin nowadays. 20 silver coins, and Ducavato had the nerve to just say he'd just write them off. It was a whopping exorbitant demand. You have to remember that at today's prices, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 60 silver coins, and 1 silver coin for 240 copper coins. 20 silver coins, at market, could easily buy a young, strong ox. Mira would be crazy to make such a loss-making deal with Ducavato. It's what it's supposed to be. Don't even think about taking a copper off me. Mira made the decision decisively, not giving Ducavato any chance to bargain further. Okay. Ducato sighed, knowing that taking advantage of Mira would be impossible. He untied the purse from his waist and poured it into his hands, pouring out a large number of shiny silver coins. Ducato counted them out one by one. After counting the silver coins for Maylaw, they were placed on the table, forming a palm-sized mountain. Ducato's once bulging purse was visibly deflated. Alas, I wonder how many prey I have to hunt to fill your belly again. Ducato pretentiously shook his purse, only sporadic thumping could be heard. Being a hunter isn't easy. Even a renowned and accomplished hunter like Ducato risks injury every time he ventures into the mountains or forests. Especially if an injury isn't treated promptly, there's a high risk of fainting from excessive blood loss and never regaining consciousness. Even if prey is finally caught, ordinary hares and roe deer won't fetch a high price in the eyes of merchants. Only rare species, like a beautifully furred red fox or a young, strong buck, will make those stingy merchants open their wallets and offer money with a smile. Since when have you worried about even this little money? Mira raised an eyebrow. Don't think that just because she hadn't left the dark forest since entering it, she didn't know about Ducato's glorious deeds. At the age of 16, he'd been able to ascend the mountain alone and carry back a whole bear pelt, a feat that made him famous in several nearby towns. Bear pelts, they were prized possessions among the arrogant nobles. Merchants flocking to buy them had practically trampled Ducato's house to the ground. It was strange, Ducato had clearly hunted many rare prey over the years and sold them at high prices, yet in the end, he hadn't saved a cent and often complained to Mira about his poverty. At first, Maylaw thought Ducato was just trying to take advantage of her, but then she discovered he was truly broke. However, thanks to his impressive hunting skills, Ducato hadn't fallen into such dire straits. Although he occasionally had to write me IOUs, he always paid them on time. Otherwise, even considering their long-standing friendship, Maylaw wouldn't have wanted to be the one who borrowed and never paid back. By the way, I want to buy 2 bottles of healing potion from you. Ducato pulled out his remaining money, and this time, his wallet was completely silent. Unexpectedly, Mira pushed the money back. It's gone. Not a single bottle of the healing potion I made last time is left. Then, knowing what Ducato was about to ask, Mira interrupted him. 5 days at the earliest. 5 days from now, I have the ingredients ready to brew a new batch of healing potion. Since Mira had said that, Ducato sighed. Guess I have to wait a little longer. Before I left, I packed all my gear, thinking I could take out that big black bear today. Ducato said half jokingly, half seriously. Big black bear? Mira's first thought was of the cave near the cabin, where the massive black bear, in its prime, stood over 2 meters tall. The big black bear had lived there long before Mira moved into the dark forest. Even Mira's cabin was within its territory. However, Mira asked Silas, who was under the spell of enlargement, to turn around outside. The huge size difference made the big black bear instinctively afraid and did not dare to approach the cabin easily. It turned a blind eye to Mira's act of invading its territory, and the days went on peacefully. Now, Ducato actually said he had his sights set on that giant black bear. Never mind, hunting black bears was Ducato's skill, and Maylaw neither supported nor opposed it. I'm back. Lex's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. Lex was holding a plump gray hair in one hand. Since Ducato was blocking the doorway, he had no choice but to use this method to warn the stranger who had suddenly appeared in the cabin to move aside. Ducato turned in surprise, examining the boy. How could someone suddenly appear in Maylaw's house after a while? As Ducato studied Lex, Lex openly stared back. So tall. That was Lex's first reaction. The man before him was at least 2 meters tall. Looking across the entire kingdom, there might not be many as tall. Adding to his years of training, his physique, shrouded in hunting gear, was visibly strong. I wonder who would come out on top if he and Church had the chance to spar. Lex secretly compared the two. As far as Lex knew, Church, despite being a commoner, had been promoted to Knight Commander because he could easily take on 10 men at once, demonstrating admirable bravery. However, the man evoked just as much oppression from Lex as Church had, and his gaze on Lex was filled with ambiguous scrutiny. 2 fat rabbits. Mira peeked from behind Ducavato, breaking the silent standoff. Lex averted his gaze, as if casually mentioning, they're just 2 rabbits. Whether you catch them, Skewer them on sticks and roast them directly over the fire until they're glistening with oil, and then season them, or chop them into pieces, coat them in honey, and slowly pan-fry them, finally seasoning them with black pepper. They should both taste delicious. Just hearing Lex say that made Mara craving something. But Lex, as if that weren't enough, continued, "It's a pity 2 rabbits aren't enough. Otherwise, I could definitely make more. I go get a few more rabbits tomorrow." "Okay, that's all up to you," Mara said happily. Seeing this, Lex breathed a sigh of relief. This morning, when he and Mara had suggested that they not abandon their martial arts and wanted to go out for a short time every day, Mara had readily agreed without a second thought. After all, she didn't need much work from Lex. He could do whatever he wanted in his free time. But just to be safe, Lex still caught 2 rabbits and brought them back. He figured Mara might agree to let him go out today or the day after tomorrow, but if he could impress her with delicious food, that would be a different story. Mara would probably want him to go out every day. As Lex hoped, Mara took the bait. TSK, just 2 rabbits. Even a toddler who knows how to set traps could easily catch a few rabbits, Dukewood said suddenly. Lex had a vague suspicion about Dukewood's identity, but he didn't know why he suddenly spoke so provocatively. More provocation was yet to come. Dukewood stared down at Lex with an arrogant, condescending attitude and a malicious smile. "What's the point of catching these soft little creatures? Hey, do you have the guts to go black bear hunting with me?" Chapter 13. Upon hearing Ducavado's words, Lex's first reaction was to look at Mara. Over the years, while he didn't truly consider himself a servant, he had developed a certain sense of servanthood. For example, if Mara didn't agree on something, no matter how tempted he was, he would choose to endure it. Mira, unsurprisingly, raised an eyebrow at Lex's gaze. She knew he was tempted. So Mara smiled and said, "Go ahead." Ducavado was able to hunt a whole bear pelt by himself at the age of 16. You definitely learn a lot from him. A flicker of delight crossed Lex's eyes. Whatever Ducavado's motives, and why his attitude towards him was so strange, Lex, as perceptive as he was certain that Ducavado's words were harboring an inexplicable malice. But if Mara's words were true, Lex would not pass up such a great opportunity to improve his martial arts just because he knew there was danger. The road he was about to embark on was visibly thorny. If he didn't seize every opportunity to strengthen himself now, how would he reclaim his throne after leaving the dark forest? Unlike the chaotic thoughts in Lex's mind, Mara was simply puzzled as to why Ducavado seemed to dislike Lex, even though it was his first time meeting him. "What's wrong with you? How did Lex offend you?" Mara thought to herself, and so she simply asked. "Oh, isn't it because he saw some kid carrying 2 rabbits, and was so proud that he wanted to show him what real hunting was like? In the eyes of hunters like us, rabbits aren't considered particularly valuable prey." Ducavado shrugged, his attitude quite frank. Precisely because of his frankness, Maylaw didn't suspect anything. She simply reminded him once more, "Remember to come back in 5 days to pick up what you ordered." "I got it." Ducavado waved, no longer in the way, and turned to walk away. Lex made way for Ducavado to leave. He didn't even glance at Lex, simply walking past without looking away. Soon, Ducavado's figure disappeared into the woods. 5 days wasn't a short time, but it wasn't a long time either. In the blink of an eye, Ducavado reappeared near the cabin. Lex was already dressed and ready, standing quietly in the open space in front of the cabin, waiting for Ducavado's arrival. "Why are you alone?" Ducavado noticed the closed wooden door behind Lex. Usually, as long as Mara or Silas were around, it would always be open, welcoming anyone. Mara took Silas to look for Cliff's fruit. Lex replied calmly. Legend has it that Cliff was the daughter of the ocean god. The ocean was her home, but also her prison. Once she left the waters, she would dissolve into foam and vanish into the air. Even so, Cliff yearned for land so much that she transformed into rain, spreading her body to every corner of the earth. The part representing her eyes fell onto the cliff, giving rise to a peculiar, almost hideous, plant. Its aged skin was covered in numerous pimple-like growths. The sun's rays blew these growths apart, revealing a pink interior. After a rain, pure black fruit, resembling eyeballs, sprouted from them. This is why people called it Cliff's fruit. It happened to rain heavily the day before yesterday, lasting a full day and night. When the rain finally stopped, Mara excitedly took Silas out. After all, Silas, who could grow larger and carry Mara everywhere, was more useful in places like Cliff's. Having finally regained the opportunity to serve Mara, Silas walked out, chest puffed out, eyes glaring with pride. He glanced at the calm Lex with a smug look and said in a deliberately pretentious tone, "Alas, it turns out no one can replace my wings." Lex, for example, could only sweep the house and clear the dishes, tasks Silas disliked. Even though Mara kept referring to him as Lex, Silas remained convinced that in Mara's heart, he, Silas, held a far greater weight. Look, the time had come for Silas to show his talents. Lex gave Silas a condescending look. He disdained to compete for favors with a crow. What's that look? Silas's hair stood on end at Lex's gaze. Nothing. Lex slowly looked away. Silas was about to say something more, but was interrupted by Melah's urging. Come on, Silas. What are you and Lex whispering about? Come over here quickly. Humph, for Mara's sake, I won't bother with you. Silas, leaving behind what he thought was a threatening remark, flapped his wings and flew in front of Mara. Mara then parted her lips and muttered a few words to Silas. Then, right before her eyes, Silas gradually grew larger and larger, until he was as tall as a small mountain, and finally stopped growing. Facing such a massive Silas for the first time, Lex inevitably felt a pang of fear, a fear born of instinct. The next moment, Silas scoffed mercilessly. My God, Lex, you're so small. You look no bigger than my paw. With that, Silas stretched out his paw and gestured triumphantly at Lex. Lex's composure instantly returned. Sure enough, even after growing larger, Silas was still Silas. There was no way his head could hold any more wisdom. It was just a facade. After a few breaths, Mara skillfully climbed onto Silas's back and sat firmly on it. All right, Silas, let's go. Mara tugged at Silas's feathers, a force barely enough to tickle him. Silas understood and instantly soared into the air. The flapping of his wings stirred up a fierce gust of wind, sending Mara's fiery red hair flying everywhere. As Silas retreated, Lex, left on the ground, could only see its silhouette gradually shrinking until it vanished from his sight, a tiny black dot the size of a pinprick. Not long after Mara and Silas left, Lex waited for Duke Watts, who had arrived as scheduled. He opened the pouch at his waist and took out the 2 bottles of healing potion that Mara had given him in advance. He handed them over. Ducavato casually tucked 2 bottles of potion into his waist, securing them with the buckle of his leather belt. Hearing Mara go off to find ingredients for the potion, he said nothing, only giving Lex a deep look. Then let's go too, he said. Lex hummed, following closely behind Ducavato at a moderate distance. As they left, complete silence fell. Mara and Silas returned to the cabin before Lex. Mara casually set her overflowing basket on the ground. She hadn't expected such good luck this time, having gathered so many Cliff's fruits. She hadn't been sure she'd succeed in brewing the new potion, but now it seemed she had hope. I wonder how Lex is doing. Hunting black bears is so dangerous. I wonder if he's injured. Silas, back to his normal size, leaped onto the table. Huh? You're actually worried about Lex getting hurt? Mira was a little surprised. She hadn't expected Silas's concern for Lex to overshadow his previous trust in Duke. What? Humph, I'm just worried that if he gets hurt, he'd find an excuse to avoid work. Silas turned his head away proudly. But Silas wasn't that worried about Lex's safety. After all, he had secretly witnessed Mara stuffing 3 bottles of healing potion into Lex's pouch. The extra bottle was clearly intended for someone. I'm back. Lex suddenly appeared at the cabin's door, looking a bit disheveled. His clothes were ripped with several scratches, and his golden hair was streaked with grass debris, as if it had been rolled around on the ground several times. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the fresh claw mark on Lex's face. It ran from near the side of his nose all the way to behind his ear, with a faint trace of pink flesh protruding from it, a truly shocking sight. If the force had been a little deeper, perhaps the bone beneath the skin would have been visible. What's going on? Did Ducavato really bully you? Mira's eyes widened slightly. From what she knew of Ducavato, he was just a bit of a sly talker, not someone who would actually bully a 12-year-old like Lex. He wasn't an enemy. Wait, Mara lifted her chin, lost in memory. Ducavato seemed to often mock those idle, pampered nobles with a taunting tone. Mara had once dismissed this as a complete disregard. After all, what commoner didn't resent these nobles who constantly raised taxes and mobilized troops within their territories? But after all, the nobles were appointed by the royal family, and their extravagant lifestyles were tacitly approved by the king. It's fair to say that the king's lifestyle was even more extravagant than the nobles'. Take Narendra IX, for example. He threw away more wine at his annual balls than the crops he grew in the fields. Looking at Lex's striking blonde hair and golden eyes, his royal ancestry was undeniable. If Ducavato had resented him, he would have. Ducavato didn't bully me. If he hadn't rescued me from the bear's paw in time, I might not have just been left with this scar. Lex's words interrupted Mara's reverie. Those few words were enough to convey the depth of the situation. But Lex didn't want to discuss this with Melotto. He wasn't a child anymore, crying and begging adults for mercy when he was injured. He pulled the 16 silver coins from the pouch at his waist that Duquado had told him to give to Melotto, then went about preparing dinner as if nothing had happened. Mara, on the other hand, stared at Lex's back, a thoughtful expression on her face. At night, wrapped in a blanket, Lex couldn't help but think back to that afternoon scene. The black bear, so ferocious not long ago that Lex had been left feeling utterly miserable, had collapsed heavily to the ground, its eyes glaring in frustration as it gradually died. Duquado casually picked up a blade of grass from the ground, wiped the blood off his dagger, and, once again, it gleamed silver, ready to begin skinning the bear. Lex's face raged with intense pain, and beads of sweat occasionally trickled down his forehead, seeping into the wound. He had to grit his teeth to suppress the cries of pain that threatened to escape his lips. The situation had been urgent, and he hadn't bothered to tend to the wound. Now, Lex finally managed to get some hemostatic powder and poured it all over his face. As for the extra bottle of healing potion Maylaw had prepared for him, Lex left it alone. While this minor injury looked horrific, it wasn't incapable of self-healing. It would simply take time. Suddenly, with his back to Lex, Duquado said, "Do you want to escape the dark forest? I can help you." It was like a thunderclap from nowhere. Lex's hand trembled, and he nearly spilled the last bit of the powder in his eyes. Chapter 14. Mira opened her eyes. Moonlight streamed in from the window, casting a faint silver glow on the dark wooden floor. In this tiny glimmer, Mira could clearly see a corner of a crimson blanket lifted, the person who should have slept there missing. Outside the cabin, Lex sat on a large, flat rock, one leg bent, his hands propped behind him, quietly gazing up at the starry sky. "What are you looking at here, awake at night?" Mira's voice came from behind Lex. In fact, Lex had already heard footsteps, and Mira probably hadn't even considered concealing them. She unceremoniously nudged Lex, asking him to move aside. Then, lifting her skirt, she sat down on the rock herself. Lex silently gave up most of his space, but a little of the edge of Mira's light brown skirt still caught on his legs. From Lex's perspective, the dress was naturally quite ordinary. The fabric was too thick and rough, and the visible loose threads at the seams made it look like a sack draped over the body. The dress had also faded from excessive washing, and even the lowest maid in the palace wouldn't wear it so indecently. But since the person wearing the dress was Mara, it didn't seem worth making a fuss about. She was completely different from Lex's idea of an aristocratic lady. She loved to sleep in, hated to work, and only loved to hear compliments. In comparison, her unkempt appearance was the least of Mara's notable traits. A trivial flaw. "You haven't answered my question yet. What are you looking at here?" Mira bit her elbow and nudged Lex's shoulder beside her. "Looking at the stars." Lex had to answer. "Did you see anything?" Mira pressed persistently. "What can you see from looking at the stars?" Lex was silent for a moment, then pointed with his index finger. "This is the brightest of all the nearby stars." "Ah, that's the star." Mira sighed, as if she recognized it. Noticing Lex's subtle look, Mira smiled, cupping her cheek and looking up at the deep night sky. "Isn't it strange? Astrology is an ancient, traditional art of prophecy, learned only by witches. In the minds of witches, every star represents a person's destiny. Basically, a star grows brighter as the person it represents grows, then gradually dims as that person declines, until it extinguishes completely. But not everyone is like this. For example, the star that represents you is naturally brighter than the others. Not only that, many people, even in their prime, may not have stars as bright as yours," Mira said with a smile. "Why?" Lex's eyes flickered. Lex, like any ordinary person, was easily piqued by the mystical knowledge known only to witches. "Because you're different from others. You're a prince, and your every move naturally affects many people," Mira said matter-of-factly. "Just like a small stone thrown into a lake, it only creates slight ripples, but if a large stone is thrown, the entire lake will undoubtedly tremble." Compared to ordinary people, Lex was like that boulder. After hearing Mara's words, Lex lowered his eyes. He had, of course, known from a young age the weight of his responsibility, and had always held himself to the strictest standards. To be frank, Lex watched coldly as his father indulged in a life of drunkenness and pleasure. Although he had trusted ministers like Fernando to manage his affairs, if a king had to cede even a portion of his authority to his ministers, why couldn't he let someone else take the throne? If the royal power remained in the hands of Nurengel IX, the royal family's rule would only become increasingly precarious. As if unaware of Lex's change of heart, Mara continued to explain astrology to him in simple terms. Although the stars appear scattered, the brightest ones use their energy to draw others closer, like your night commander, guarding you from all sides. The greater the energy, the more stars it attracts. Therefore, it stands to reason that the number of stars surrounding Nurungur 9 is the greatest. After all, a single command from him can influence tens of thousands of people. This immense energy is enough to alter the predetermined destinies of many. For example, it can cause a wealthy businessman to go bankrupt in an instant, or turn a beggar into a sought-after figure. Or, it can cause once respected witches to be shunned and driven away by the crowd, forcing them to retreat into secluded areas. This is the almighty power of the king. But would you like to guess how many stars are still surrounding Nurungur 9? Mara turned her head, and gave Lex a sly smile. Lex pursed his lips, his silence expressing his resistance to the proposal. Although, as Crown Prince, Lex disapproved of Nurungur IX's actions, and as his son, Lex felt that Nurungur 9 had failed as a father, but Lex's plan was simply to ascend the throne sooner, reclaim the powers Nurungur 9 had delegated to his vassals, and, incidentally, curb his extravagant behavior. But there was nothing in it that he hoped Nurungur's rule would falter. Are you really not tempted? Mira, seeing this, deliberately lowered her voice, creating an air of secrecy, a secret only we could comprehend. Aren't you curious about what's going on in the palace since you've been away? Or perhaps, don't you want to know what those who brought you to this point are plotting right now? While I can't predict anything too specific, I can help you see if they can achieve their goals. That's kind of like knowing the future, isn't it? Seeing Lex remain silent, Mira continued to press the issue. If you miss this opportunity, I might not be so kind next time, okay? No. Lex's lips moved. His voice wasn't loud, but the determination within was unwavering. No, he said. Oh. Why? Mira propped her cheek against the side of her hand, turning to stare at Lex. Because I don't need to know, Lex said. His words seemed to be a response to Mira's question, but also a response to his inner self. Since fate can be changed, I will only move towards the future I desire. Are you saying you want to stop fate from following its predetermined path? Mira narrowed her beautiful yet dangerous eyes. You're really overestimating yourself, she said. Hearing this, Lex quietly clenched his right fist. Anyone who heard this would probably be unable to suppress the spark of anger in their heart. Especially since the person Mara looked down upon was the one who should have been the proudest person in the entire kingdom. However, Lex ultimately did not argue. Before the facts were established, all arguments seemed pale and powerless. But he would definitely do it. Lex thought to himself. But I admire your courage. After all, not everyone has the determination to change their fate like you. Then, Mara's lips curled slightly, and she raised her hand and clapped Lex twice, as if rewarding him. But since Lex had refused, Mara naturally wouldn't tell him. At that moment, in the night sky above him, his star suddenly shone brighter than before. In fact, when Lex was rescued, his star was at its dimmest, as if it could go out at any moment. Whether it extinguished depended entirely on Mara's will. If Mara had chosen not to save Lex, his star would likely have perished. But Mara saved him, and as Lex gradually recovered, the star grew brighter. But even that wasn't enough. The cloud still thickened before the star, and Lex's future remained uncertain. Mara couldn't even see if he could successfully ascend the throne. Until just now, when Mara had made a tentative move, the constellations towering over the entire kingdom suddenly underwent a new transformation. It had changed for Lex. Look, fate had already been altered by Lex's will. But Lex himself was unaware of it. Ignorance is the fun, Mara thought maliciously. If most people had the chance to learn their fate, the unfortunate would only lament and sigh, while the fortunate would be ecstatic, never considering changing their fate, turning bad things into good. If Lex had become such a boring, mediocre person, Mara might have changed her mind, and let him leave the dark forest early. It was just a life-saving favor. If Lex offered half the palace treasury to buy it off, Mara wouldn't object. That afternoon, Duquado told me he could help me leave the dark forest if I wanted. Perhaps this conversation resolved the dilemma that had plagued Lex since rejecting Duquado that afternoon, and Lex suddenly felt the desire to open up to Mara. Of course, considering Duquado's attitude, Lex had to clear his name beforehand with Mara, lest Duquado falsify the story and use it to accuse her of him. That afternoon, beside the fallen black bear, Duquado uttered the words that made Lex's pupils shrink. Lex was stunned for several seconds before finding his voice. He said, "But I already made an agreement with Mara to be her servant for 6 years." A verbal agreement? Duquado confirmed with Lex, then chuckled, his attitude quite nonchalant. What kind of verbal agreement is that? Don't you want to return to the palace? Sir Seiko has been looking for you. You know Churgo? Lex's disbelief was compounded by something else. What? Surprised? You couldn't possibly not know Churgo was born a commoner? We grew up in the same village, and have been fighting since we could walk. Duquato's eyes flickered with nostalgia as he recalled his long-ago childhood, but he quickly shed the nostalgia and gave a roguish, contemptuous smile. I defeated that guy 1,001 times. And you're the student of my defeated opponent. Lex remained skeptical. He could never have imagined that the kingdom's most renowned knight would be defeated 1,001 times by the hunter before him. Although Mara claimed he was also a renowned hunter in the area. Lex placed greater faith in Churgo's unparalleled martial arts, which he had personally witnessed. Believe it or not. Duquato curled his lips, not arguing with Lex about the matter. He simply urged him to make a quick decision, whether he wanted his help or not. He frequently visited the dark forest, and had already familiarized himself with it. Plus, Mara had left the cabin with Silas today, making it Lex's perfect opportunity to leave. So you rejected Duquato? Mara nodded. The sight of Lex still sitting on the rock, chatting with her, told her his answer. Yes. Lex calmly observed Mara's expression. Although his confession was unexpected, Mara didn't seem surprised at all. As if she had expected it. I knew Duquato was lying from the beginning. Mara was quite happy to share this with Lex. Duquato had once told Mara that he preferred hunting alone to having a burdensome burden. But then, he had taken the initiative to challenge Lex, offering to take him on a black bear hunt. Mara sensed something was amiss. Unsure of Duquato's motives, Mara had refrained from intervening. Now, with Lex's words, Mara immediately connected the dots. So, Duquato, out of consideration for his past friendship with Church, was planning to help his friend find his young master. That's not right. He's not the kind of person who gives away his kindness. Mara raised an eyebrow, clearly seeing through the situation. She was right. After Lex rejected Duquato, he didn't seem angry. Instead, he sighed deeply in front of Lex. What a shame! If you agreed to this, I could have used it to gain some advantage from Mara, like saving me the money for those 2 bottles of healing potion. He grinned maliciously. Little prince, you don't really think I'm going to help you, do you? Whether Church becomes a knight, or who he protects is his business. What does it have to do with me? How could I be so foolish as to help you escape and risk offending Mara? But you hesitated just now, didn't you? Haha, that's also a handle. Lex's forehead was throbbing with anger at Duquato. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie, but considering the importance of keeping one's word, even if he and Mara hadn't signed any contract as master and servant, Lex didn't want to break his promise. Fortunately, Lex was incredibly grateful that he held his ground. Ha ha ha. Mira, having heard the whole story, was completely overjoyed, almost crying. She knew it. Seeing Mara's laughter, Lex pressed his lips into a straight line. If it weren't for the fact that Duquato had indeed saved Church, he might have kept a grudge against him. However, Duquato, like Mara, was a man who refused to suffer any loss. He held out his hand and demanded 80 silver coins from Lex. I spent extra money on 10 bottles of healing potion to save your knight. As his master, shouldn't you be responsible for this debt? It turned out that those 10 bottles of healing potion were bought by Duquato for Church. Having already experienced its amazing effects, Lex suddenly realized that Church must have been seriously injured at the time. Of course. When I found him, he was riddled with arrows and wounds, his shirt beneath his armor stained black with blood. If he hadn't been so lucky as to fall into the trap I dug, and I hadn't happened to be passing by, he would have been dead long ago, said Duquato. Even so, it took 10 bottles of healing potion to finally keep Church alive. If it weren't for Church's exceptionally strong willpower, even if he had been given more healing potion, he might not have survived and regained consciousness. After much difficulty, Church was finally able to get out of bed. He hurriedly said goodbye to Duquato, and hurried off to search for Lex. Unfortunately, Church searched the area around the tree hole where Lex had been hiding for over half a month, but couldn't find a single clue. He finally returned to the royal city in disappointment. Yet, Church still held a glimmer of hope. If he couldn't find Lex alone, perhaps more people could find him. Who would have thought that the little prince Church longed for was actually with the witch in the dark forest? The moment he saw Lex's signature blonde hair and golden eyes, Duquato's heart was instantly stirred. Fortunately, he had seen enough to keep his expression steady, not letting anyone notice. However, Lex was about to disappoint Duquato. He had no money, and even owed Mara a debt. But Duquado was right. Church was his night, and Lex had the responsibility to pay the 80 silver coins. So Lex and Duquado made a deal. He would keep the debt for now, and repay it later when he could earn money. I'm sleepy. Do you want to continue stargazing? Mara yawned lazily. It was getting late, and without waiting for Lex's reply, Mara hopped off the rock and headed straight for the cabin. Go ahead and stargaze, I'm going to bed anyway. Lex had no intention of continuing to stargaze. He'd simply gone outside to find some quiet time, feeling suffocated and unable to sleep. Now that the suffocation had lifted, Mara's yawn had caught Lex's urge to sleep, and he silently followed her back to the cabin. Before closing the door, Lex took one last look at the star-filled sky. He'd never seen such a beautiful view since he was in the palace. Chapter 15. Something's wrong. Silas felt something was amiss. As if overnight, the relationship between Mara and Lex had suddenly heated up, like a flame in a winter fireplace, burning high. But Silas couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. He quietly shifted his body, hiding his head behind his wings, pretending to sleep, but secretly observing the two of them. Mara was still ordering Lex around as usual. Look! Lex! Mara's voice rose high. She held her quill in her hand and leaned out the window. The sunlight outside was bright, illuminating her whole body, as if it were coated with a layer of delicate oil paint. Even the slight wrinkle of her nose was visible clearly. I'm out of ink again, Mara said. Lex was watering the flower pots lined up behind the house with a kettle. The flower pot held the pearl grass that Maylaw and Lex had picked earlier. Pearl grass grows in water, so the pot was devoid of soil, simply filled with clear water. The kettle Lex carried contained the water for the growth potion. Every once in a while, Lex would rehydrate the pearl grass. After this period of care, the plant had lived up to Maylaw's potion's promise, growing exceptionally well. Not only were its roots growing tall and long, but the tightly closed leaf buds were noticeably heavy to the naked eye. The plant was probably already filled with glistening white pearl fruits. According to Maylaw, the pearl fruits would be fully ripe in another 2 weeks. Got it. Hearing Mara's call, Lex methodically poured out the remaining water from the kettle before returning to the cabin. Now, the chores of keeping things organized had been completely handed over to Lex. While he couldn't make the cabin look brand new and perfectly organized. That wasn't Lex's fault. Mara had specifically emphasized that the current layout was her favorite. Besides that, Lex had also specially stored small items like ink. If Mara needed it urgently, as she did now, Lex could easily find a fresh, unopened bottle of ink in the low cabinet near the door. Oh, that's the only bottle left in the cabinet, Lex reminded her. Really? Looks like it's time to ask Duquado for another trip. Mara had just dipped her quill into fresh ink, preparing to continue replenishing her journal. After Lex's reminder, Mara decided to put the notebook aside. Then, she casually swept the cluttered items on the table, and with a clanking sound, she found a blank sheet of parchment. Mara paused, her hand gripping the quill as she considered what she should ask Duquado to buy. First, of course, ink. According to convention, 5 bottles would be enough for Mara to use for a while, but just as she wrote the number 5, Mara suddenly remembered the books she had stored in the basement. With the wear and tear of time, the pages of some books inevitably became thin and brittle. Whenever she flipped through these antique books, Mara had to carefully control her breathing, lest the windstorm created by her breath accidentally shred the fragile paper. Some books, despite Mara's meticulous care, still suffered from yellowed pages and blurred handwriting. Mara should have taken these books out and recopied them long ago, but the thought of each of those hundreds of pages thick made her inherent laziness take over. She waited until she found a potion that could teach Silas to write. But with a quick glance at Lex, Mara realized she no longer needed to bother researching a way to teach Silas to write. The man was already there. Thinking of this, Mara blacked out the number 5 and wrote a 10 next to it. Lex felt a sudden chill on his back. ? He felt an inexplicable weight hanging over him. Maylaw was still eloquently listing the items she needed, mostly small odds and ends, like sewing needles, cotton wicks. Oh, then Maylaw slapped her head, and remembered she still needed a good wooden comb. A few days ago, Maylaw was combing her freshly dried hair when her long, thick, seaweed-like hair suddenly got tangled, forming a small bulge like a tangled ball of yarn that she couldn't untangle, and the comb was stuck tightly. At first, Maylaw patiently untangled her hair, but when she realized she couldn't get it untangled and it was painfully pulling, she became furious and exerted force with her hand. With a snap, the comb broke in two and fell to the ground. Lex, who was passing by, and Silas, who was tilting his head and combing his feathers with his beak, were both stunned. They silently slowed down their movements, for fear of provoking Mara, who was obviously emitting an unknown black aura. At this moment, Mara was quite envious of them both. Silas aside, Lex's neatly short hair didn't even need a comb. Lex would only casually brush it back a bit when it got a little too long in her eyes. But when Mara actually asked her to cut her beautiful long hair, she couldn't bring herself to bring the scissors down. "Forget it, let's just leave it as it is." "Lex," Mara called again. When Lex came over, Mara pointed her quill at the small remaining blank space at the bottom of the parchment. "Is there anything you want to buy?" "Anything I want?" Lex was surprised to even have a share and felt flattered. Mara hadn't even called Silas. "Damn it! Why don't I get a share?" Silas, who had been peeping, lost his temper and started yelling. Mara glanced at Silas's round belly and let out a vague chuckle. Didn't she know what Silas wanted to buy? It was nothing more than any of the delicious food in town. But as Silas's owner, having watched him grow so fat, Mira knew she couldn't indulge him any longer. "Wait until you successfully lost weight." Mira waved her hand nonchalantly, looking at Lex, and answered his question. "Yes, you can buy anything you want. It be on your account anyway." Lex hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Then I want a sword. Is that okay?" Sword? If it were anything else, it would be fine, food, clothing, or household items. But when Lex mentioned wanting a sword, the meaning suddenly changed. No matter how powerful a witch is, she's still only flesh and blood, and a single stab will kill her. Why else would the witches fear the king's army? Before, Lex might not have dared to raise this idea with Mara directly. He wouldn't even have dared to reveal the dagger he carried. But after the night they sat on a rock, gazing at the stars, Lex suddenly felt that perhaps he didn't need to be so wary of Mara. If he had truly been worried he hurt her, he should have simply let him die in the forest. Thinking of this, Lex's eyes narrowed, and he met Mara's gaze with a frank expression. Mara didn't refuse him, but she raised an eyebrow slightly. "You know better than I do that swords aren't available on the market. They're controlled by the royal family and the nobility. Not only that, ordinary blacksmiths weren't allowed to forge such weapons. They could only forge farm tools, like hoes and sickles. If anyone was caught with weapons in their home, their entire family, and even their neighbors, would be beheaded. Therefore, even the most profit-driven merchants dared not engage in this business. Even if they weren't afraid, their neighbors would be. If a report proved meritorious, it could exonerate one's family. It's okay. Duquado knows Church. If he can help me pass the message, Church will give him what I want." Lex had already figured out what to do. "Okay, since you already figured it out, I write it down for you." Mara quickly wrote Lex's request on the parchment in simple words, but this way, there was no more extra space on the paper. "It's okay. This is all I need." Lex hadn't thought of asking for anything else. Since moving into the cabin, he had abandoned the extravagant pleasures of the palace, content with simply satisfying the basic necessities of food and clothing. Even achieving his wish was a pleasant surprise. "Done! I take this list to Duquado right away." Mira stood up, walked to the cauldron, and tossed the rolled parchment into the crucible. A sudden burst of blue flames licked it clean, then quickly died out, leaving not even a speck of ash. "All right." Mira nodded with satisfaction, confident that the intact parchment was now in Duquado's pocket. All that was left was to wait for Duquado to arrive with what they wanted. This was the second time Lex had seen Mara use such a miraculous method to contact Duquado. This time, he no longer concealed his curiosity. Can this method deliver the message, no matter how far away Duquado is? He knew Duquado lived in a town near the dark forest, but what if he went even further away, like to the royal city? If that were possible, Lex suddenly felt that he should have contacted Church directly. How could that be? 50 miles is the maximum distance it can reach. Mara shook her head, dismissing Lex's wild idea. Besides, this method had many limitations. For example, it could only deliver pocket-sized items, which was why she had to roll up the parchment. And for example, it could only deliver items that could be burned by the blue flame. Although Lex saw this blue flame, which could spontaneously ignite and extinguish itself, as mysterious and omnipotent, Mara knew it was just a strange flame. Ultimately, it was still fire. It could only be used to burn paper or heat a crucible. Whatever Lex wanted to do with it, he better not bother with the fire. "I'm hungry." Mira suddenly stretched. Even though she seemed to have done nothing all day, the light outside the window was dyed orange by the setting sun, slowly moving towards the end of the night. It was time for dinner again. That evening, Lex distributed 3 servings of steaming vegetable stew into 3 bowls of different sizes. The largest bowl was Lex's. A 12-year-old boy's appetite was certainly not to be underestimated. Mira's bowl was slightly smaller than Lex's. She didn't like to be skinny, and she certainly didn't diet to maintain a slender figure. The smallest bowl was naturally Silas's, almost half the size of Lex's. Silas stared in amazement at the pile of carrots in his own bowl, then glanced at the other two's bowls, his small black eyes widening in shock. "Why aren't there any carrots in Mara's bowl?" "Because I hate carrots." Mara gave Silas a strange look. It wasn't even his first day as her pet, so why was Silas still acting so surprised? No, of course Silas knew Mara hated carrots. He was shocked that only Mara's bowl had no carrots, while his and Lex's bowls were piled with bright red lumps. Clearly, Lex had meticulously picked out the carrots that should have gone to Mara's bowl when serving the food and divided them between himself and Silas. But Silas hated carrots too. But Silas certainly didn't receive the same treatment at Lex's as Mara. Lex ignored Silas's accusing gaze and slowly ate his own bowl. Silas glanced at Mara again with a look of grievance. To his surprise, Mara didn't even look up. Alas, there was Lex, who favored her, and Silas, who wanted her to favor him. To avoid disappointment on either side, Mara had to play dumb. Little did she know that her actions, caught Silas's eye, only aroused his resentment toward Lex. Well, finally, he had evidence of a change in their relationship. Now Lex dared to openly curry favor with Mara. Silas clearly felt that his position, as the second best in the cabin, was about to be jeopardized. He pecked at the carrot in his bowl resentfully, as if he were pecking at Lex. Silas secretly decided that he had to do something. Chapter 16. Mira always acted on her impulses. Although most of the time, she was like a lazy cat, circling the cabin, either reclining in a rocking chair reading or hunched over a thick journal. Once she had the urge to go out. 10 horses couldn't stop her. "Let's go fishing," Mira continued, watching the large dark clouds drifting overhead, gathering over the forest, making it look like rain was coming. "If it rains, we might not be able to get back in time." Compared to Mira, Lex was clearly more pragmatic. What if he couldn't make it back and had to spend the night outside? What if he caught a cold in his wet clothes? While these were probably not a big deal for Mira, who could calmly pull out a bottle of potion and drink it even if she had a high fever, Lex subconsciously wanted to avoid getting into an embarrassing situation. Getting soaked to the skin wasn't a pretty sight. Besides, Lex could smell the faint dampness in the air, and had a feeling that if it rained, it would be a torrential downpour. In this weather, it would be more comfortable to stay in the cabin and enjoy a bowl of hot soup. Then Lex, you stay home and look after the house. I take care of the fishing with Mara. Sarah almost raised her whole paw in support of Mara's decision, even going against her usual habit of urging her on. Mara, forget about Lex. Let's just go." Mara didn't listen to Silas. She turned and checked with Lex. "Are you really not coming?" Seeing that Mara was determined to go fishing before the rainstorm, Lex compromised. "I go pack up." Since they were going to fish, they need a fishing rod, right? A fishing rod? Wouldn't it be fine to just find a long branch on the ground? Mara had never used a proper fishing rod before. What about the bait? Lex suddenly had a bad feeling. Do we need to prepare this in advance? Just dig in the dirt. Won't there be a ton of bugs? Mara smiled. Otherwise, Lex wondered, why did she have to bring him and Silas along? Of course, they were going to conscript men. Mara could just comfortably use the bait they dug and enjoy her fishing. Facing reality, Lex finally set off with only a basket of baguettes and empty-handed Mara and Silas, who had deliberately flown past her to separate her. This time, Mara, Lex, and Silas headed southeast from the cabin. If the dark forest is divided into 3 parts, the outer, inner, and deeper regions, then the cabin is built at the intersection of the two. The area where they had found Bocce last time was in the northern heart of the dark forest, so the towering trees blocked out the sun, making the surroundings seem eerie. But heading east, although the trees were still tall and straight, with lush branches and leaves, sunlight occasionally filtered through the branches and shone onto Mara and her group, washing away the chill that seemed to rise from the underworld. Perhaps for this reason, the animals living in this area are more visible to the naked eye. Along the way, Mara and her group had already encountered a family of hares, the occasional roe deer poking its head above the grass, and not far away, the clatter of hooves was the nimble figure of a sika deer flashing behind half-man-high bushes. After walking a little further, a vast lake suddenly appeared before them. Its tranquil surface was like a mirror, reflecting the world in reverse. Mira casually sat down on a rocky spot by the lake and ordered Lex and Silas to hurry and dig up worms for her. Remember to bring back a long branch. Silas worked with all his might this time, claws and wings scrabbling furiously, seemingly wiping out the entire family of earthworms. Lex's catch wasn't much, but the branch he brought back was long, thin, and had been trimmed of thorns, so it felt completely impervious to touch. Mira was pleased, convinced she had made the right decision to bring them along. The earthworm, tied to the tip of the branch and submerged in the cold water, struggled, creating a small, unnoticed ripple. Perhaps the fish at the bottom of the lake sensed the approaching storm and swam up for air, drawing them in with Mara's bait. Feeling the branch tremble, as if something were grabbing and pulling it downward, Mela immediately pulled back with all her might. The next second, a large, vibrant silver fish was hurled up. After landing on the soft grass, it still flapped its tail desperately, trying to jump back into the nearby lake. However, Lex's quick eyes and hands poked it with the branch, and the sharp, thin end easily pierced its flesh. Now, even though the silver fish, as long as a forearm, still occasionally moved, it was merely struggling to stay on the branch. 1, 2, the branch was soon filled with fish of varying sizes, and judging by their colors, their species were also diverse. However, as the orange-red flames rose, their thin, roasted skins curled up. When they were almost done, Lex removed the branch, peeled the fish, and placed them between the already cut bread. After slathering it with a thick layer of meat sauce, Lex handed the bread to Mela. After catching so many fish, Mela's enthusiasm for fishing had long since faded. She casually set the branch she had used as a fishing rod aside, and took the bread from Lex, chewing it with relish. Lex had prepared the meat sauce in advance. Although his cooking was a little rusty, he had generously added plenty of spices, and the aroma was still fragrant when he opened the jar. By then, the second piece of bread was ready. Before Lex could even raise his hand, Silas suddenly popped his head out from the corner, and forcibly snatched it away. Silas gave her a smug look. Lex's lips curled up almost imperceptibly. Ahem, such a sour sauce. Silas let out a deafening cough. It turned out that when Lex had spread the sauce on his bread, he had put half meat sauce and half lemon sauce. The lemons had been picked before they were ripe, so you could imagine how sour they were. Facing Mela's inquiring gaze, Lex calmly took a bite of his bread. If Silas hadn't intended to steal his bread, he wouldn't have been tempted. So, in a sense, Silas had brought this upon himself. Of course, Lex hadn't been sure Silas would do this. He was just being cautious and testing the waters. But now, Lex was certain Silas seemed to be targeting him. Before he even finished his bread, a torrential downpour suddenly descended. The pea-sized raindrops pounded the ground, quickly forming puddles of varying sizes. The brown boots crushed them, leaving rippling traces of shattered water. Mara and Lex ran through the forest, one after the other. Silas had initially leaped up and landed above Mara's head, attempting to shield her from the rain. Mara plucked him down, held him in her arms, and they continued on their way. No, the rain's too heavy. We need to find shelter first. Lex wiped the rain from his face. His vision was blurred by the white curtain of rain, only a hazy green shadow could be seen. If he kept running like this, he could fall into a pit or crash into a tree. It was too dangerous. Better to find shelter first and wait until the rain stopped. There. Lex's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a gray dot. When they got closer, they saw it was indeed a cave. It was narrow, barely enough for Mara and Lex. If Lex were taller, he would have had to give up the cave to Mara and find shelter elsewhere. Even so, Lex was forced to lean against Mara's arm, his wet shirt pressed against his dripping wet shirt. Even so, Mara seemed cheerful, humming a tune Lex had never heard before. Isn't the reason obvious? Mara had gone out to fish, and now she had caught some fish, which she grilled and ate. While it was unfortunate to encounter a downpour, it was also to be expected. If Mara hadn't wanted to get wet, she should have simply stayed indoors in the first place. Silas twitched in his arms, deeply moved by Mara's willingness to shield him from the rain. Wow, Mara is so kind to Silas. In reality, Mara could have just enlarged Silas and taken Lex under its wings, shielding her from the rain. But Mara didn't do it. Sometimes, it's like this. Rather than sacrificing one person, even if it's shared suffering, it can be more comforting. So much so that the slight resentment Silas had previously felt towards Lex dissipated. What was there to argue with Lex? In Mara's heart, he was definitely on the downside. Without Lex's knowledge, Mara had easily debunked a silent conspiracy. However, Mara was unaware of Silas's complex thoughts, and simply rubbed his head with a smile. Silly Silas, am I the kind of master who only uses you as a tool? Of course not. Mara is the best master in the world, Silas exclaimed. If it weren't for Mara, Silas would have died under the tree long ago. It was Mara who brought Silas back to White Pine and made him a talking crow. Silas began to recount Mara's kindness to him, his eyes filling with tears as he spoke. Lex, who had remained silent, glanced at him and said casually, White Pine. I remember it's a town in Pfister territory, right? It seems quite far from the dark forest. It's quite far. If Mara and I hadn't met Hal along the way, we wouldn't have been able to get here on foot. Silas, caught off guard, struck up a conversation out of habit, and accidentally let out the whole story of him and Mara. Chapter 17. Pfister County is located in the southwest of the kingdom. It lacks access to the sea, nor does it possess a port that brings it endless wealth. Nor are there any precious mineral deposits. Mining alone can sustain most civilians. Furthermore, the local lords are known for their mediocre talents. Despite holding the title of Viscount of Fist, they have rarely even set foot in the palace. The current Viscount of Fist is already 48 years old, and has only met His Majesty the King twice, both for his wedding to the Queen. As a result, Fisk County has long been at the bottom of the kingdom's territories, and most civilians here can barely make ends meet. White Pine Town, however, is renowned throughout Fisk County for its production of white pine wax. A piece of white pine wax board, half a man's height, and 2 arms length long, can easily replace paper for recording, drafting, and repeated erasing. It is incredibly durable, not to mention significantly cheaper than paper. Even the church stationed here couldn't help but use it to replace pure beeswax candles for daily lighting. It couldn't be helped, only affluent places could support a prosperous church. In a poor place like Fisk County, Viscount Fist collected taxes meticulously each year. If it weren't for the church's influence, he probably wouldn't even spare a fingernail's worth of tax. Even a small amount is still meat. As for the civilians who came to the church to worship and pray, their wealth had long been drained by taxes, and they couldn't offer any help to the church. In short, white pine wax is a perennial bestseller in Fisk County. The civilians living in White Pine Town generally have some savings, easily enough to support a family of 7 or 8. However, Mara's father seemed like an anomaly in this small town, for he had only one daughter. After his wife's untimely death, he remained steadfast in his decision, refusing to budge despite the constant urgings from his relatives to remarry and produce a male heir. He declared that Mara was his only heir. In the cave, Silas had barely finished his words when he thought to himself, oh no! How could he have so casually revealed Mara's origins? Besides Hall, not even Duquado knew that Mara was from White Pine. Feeling guilty, Silas couldn't help but try to peek at Mara's expression, but she held him in her arms. From his perspective, he could only see a slender, white neck and a large shadow around the square neckline. On the other hand, Lex could see Mara's beautiful profile with a simple turn of his head. As if completely oblivious to Silas's revelation, Mara's expression remained calm, her deep green eyes illuminated for a moment by the sudden flash of lightning. It reminded Lex of that Savorite brooch he once glimpsed in his mother's jewelry box. It was breathtakingly beautiful. White Pine is a nice place. Every year, candles made from white pine wax are shipped out by the wagon load. But the palace wouldn't be so hungry for cheap white pine wax candles, would it? Mira glanced at Lex, her tone casual, as if joining in a harmless chat. To Mira, this really wasn't a big deal. White Pine was where Mira was born and raised. It had once been her home, but after her witch identity was accidentally exposed, she had to leave with Silas. It could be called a flight. After all, they were traveling so fast, they didn't even dare sleep, fearing they would be caught up by Viscount Pfister and the church's pursuers. But now Mira's home was in the dark forest, in that rambling cabin, and Lex was now part of it, so she didn't mind talking to Lex about her past. There's nothing shady going on. I used white pine wax candles, Lex said, to Mayla's surprise. Seeing Mayla raise her eyebrows slightly, a habit she used to show interest, Lex briefly explained the whole story. Pure beeswax candles are too expensive, costing 10 copper coins each. Every night, the palace is ablaze with lights, thousands of candles lit simultaneously, burning real coins. I thought this was too extravagant, so I tried to find a cheaper alternative. So Lex found white pine wax candles. Before presenting them to the public, Lex had to test their effectiveness. From the outside, white pine wax candles and pure beeswax candles look very similar, and if you don't look closely, you can't tell the difference. As for fragrance, pine wax, derived from white pine trees, naturally has a pine scent, while beeswax has a subtle sweet aroma. Which is better depends entirely on personal preference. At least Lex doesn't find the pine scent unpleasant. It's just that pure beeswax candles burn smokelessly, a reason they always been so popular among the nobility and the church. But Lex walked to the window and opened it. The slight white smoke from the burning pine wax candles dissipated with the breeze, making it completely unnecessary to worry about. Thinking that a pine wax candle only cost 2 coppers, Lex decided it was absolutely worthwhile to have everyone in the palace switch to this type of candle. However, this required the consent of King Nurungur IX. So, during a dinner, Lex had the servants replace the candles on the candlesticks beforehand. When King Nurungur IX noticed something was wrong, he gently revealed the truth. What happened next? Mira asked. My plan failed, and the matter fell through. Lex twitched his lips, not wanting Mira to notice the bitterness spreading within him. Unlike his usual nonchalant attitude, Nurungur IX was completely furious that time. Not only did he berate Lex in front of the Pope, Fernando, and the others, using harsh language, he even ordered him to stop interfering in palace affairs. If Fernando hadn't intervened, Nurungur IX would have gone further than simply throwing a silver goblet at Lex's head. In reality, Nurungur wasn't angry at Lex's meddling in palace affairs, he was angry at Lex for daring to dictate to him. Nurungur IX simply loved a life of luxury. As the king of this country, he deserved the best. Even if he spent money like water. Wasn't all that money his? It was merely temporarily held in the hands of the nobles and commoners. It was only after this incident that Lex realized Nurungur IX's irredeemable nature. As for the church, Lex narrowed his eyes. The Pope and the Queen Consort were colluding, and Nurungur IX's fury was fueled by the Pope's incitement. The old Pope, with a potbelly and fingers covered in gems and rings, accuses Lex of disrespecting the gods by using white pine wax candles. How could he fool the gods with such cheap stuff? If the gods were angry, they would bring disaster upon the entire kingdom. And as king, Nurungur IX would be the first to bear the brunt of divine punishment. Even if Nurungur IX wasn't already that angry, the Pope's words would have infuriated him. Nurungur IX is wrong, you're right. A copper coin is money, how can you squander it? Even without knowing the details, Mara sided with Lex without hesitation. Given her stingy nature, Lex wasn't surprised by such thoughts. But perhaps only Mara would be so brazen as to say Nurungur was wrong. After all, witches and the royal family don't get along. However, since Mara originally lived in White Pine Town, did that mean she wasn't born a witch? Lex couldn't help but look puzzled. According to the church's propaganda, witches are born sinners, so people shouldn't interact with them, lest they be contaminated by their sins and, in their next life, not even be human, but only be whipped and tormented. Since some are born witches, there are certainly others, like me, who become witches later in life. Mira repeated to Lex what she had said to Silas. Only someone as intelligent as her, someone who grasps everything quickly, can truly become a witch through her natural talent. Otherwise, they end up like Lex. Look, you read through so many of my books, yet you still can't even pronounce a single spell. Mira gave a vivid example. I memorized the sleeping charm after just one hearing. Mira remembered a time when she was alone in the mountains and encountered a strange woman. She was cloaked in a black cloak, completely covering herself. Upon seeing Mira, she immediately stood up from the rock where she was sitting and tried to leave. Not only that, the woman didn't even dare to meet Mira's eyes. Mira had been with her father since childhood, learning about herbal medicine and healing. She had also seen him treat seriously injured patients. The woman before her carried the same strong smell of blood as those patients, and Mira knew she was injured. Do you need my help? My father is a healer. I learned how to stop bleeding from him, and I have herbs in my basket that can stop bleeding. Mira asked kindly. No thanks. The woman refused Mira. Her voice was particularly hoarse, as if teeth were grinding on gravel. Don't you have money? No problem. If you're willing to be my patient, I can stop your bleeding for free. Mira was very understanding. Of course, she had her own little thoughts. Because Mira was a girl, even though she had been with her father since childhood and helped him, she still didn't earn the trust of the townspeople. This made Mira very depressed. She was worried about finding a patient willing to treat her herself. Therefore, even if it was free, Mira tried to convince the woman before her to agree. However, just as Mira was about to approach, she took a step when she heard the woman mutter something in a low voice. Then, Mira's vision went dark, and she fainted. Only after meeting the woman and learning that she was a witch did Mira realize that she had cast a sleeping spell on her. Chapter 18. When Mira regained consciousness, dusk was flooding the earth like a rising tide, spreading across every corner. Even a few scattered evening stars glimmered faintly on the distant skyline. Mira swiftly rose from the ground and brushed the dust off her skirt. Luckily, she had always disliked wearing brightly colored skirts, fearing they would be difficult to clean if stained. In a muddy situation like this, only a closer look could reveal the unusual appearance of Mira's brown skirt. The woman's figure had long since vanished. Mira had no time to investigate further, only to quickly gather the scattered herbs and hurry down the mountain. If she hadn't returned by this time, her father, Whipter Gorak, would be worried. Sure enough, when Mira hurried back to White Pine Town, carrying her basket, she found a tall man standing on the main road leading to the town, holding a dimly lit kerosene lamp. The dim light illuminated him, guiding the late-returning Mira. "Father!" Mira quickened her pace, practically running, reaching Whipto's side in just a few steps. His green eyes, mirroring Mira's, gazed tenderly at his daughter. He didn't scold her for returning so late, but placed his free hand on the top of her soft hair. "Let's go home and have dinner with Father," Whipto said. Then, the two figures, one large and one small, stretched out in the kerosene lamp's light, walked away in the opposite direction of their master, as if reaching for the low night at the end of the road. "I cooked carrot stew tonight." Whipto scooped the chopped carrots and meat from the pot with a spoon, poured them into a bowl, and placed it in front of Mira. "I hate carrots." Mira wrinkled her nose at the overflowing bowl of carrots. Carrots are a healthy food. They can resist cold and help the weak or pale recover. Whipter calmly explained to Mira. "So don't be picky, Mira." Mira couldn't argue with her father, knowing that Whipter was right. This was also the knowledge passed down from generation to generation, written in the Gorak family healer's notes. But fighting one's own desires is always difficult. Intellectually, she knew it was right, but the psychological disgust made Mira almost spit out the carrots even when she closed her eyes and imagined she wasn't chewing them. However, Whipter, who had always indulged her, was rarely strict in this regard and would never allow her to be willful. Only by eating wholesome foods could the body maintain long-term health. This was Whipter's consistent principle. Seeing how painfully Mira ate, Whipto couldn't help but sigh. At least carrots are better than medicine. Under Whipto's care, Mira grew stronger than a calf and never fell ill. This was the best proof of that. On the contrary, Mira's mother, Elvie, hadn't maintained a healthy diet since childhood, which left her 2 weeks shortly after giving birth to Mira. A cold could easily have killed her. Did anything happen in the mountains today? After dinner, Whipto finally brought up the subject. Mira almost thought he wasn't going to ask. Subconsciously, Mira felt it was better not to let her father know about the mysterious woman's existence, so she deliberately lied to cover the matter up. "No, I just accidentally fell asleep on the rock." "Okay, next time, remember not to sleep in the mountains. You might catch a cold." Whipto wasn't suspicious. After all, it sounded like something Mira would do. Whipto rarely restrained her. Compared to the girls in White Pine, who were trained to be very quiet, Mira was even freer than the boys. Even when she wanted to go up the mountain, she would just say hello to Whipto and happily head out with her basket. Whipto wasn't worried Mira would encounter any frightening beasts in the mountains. The area of the mountain covered with white pines had been explored many times by the residents of White Pine. As long as Mira didn't venture too far into the sparsely populated interior, the chances of her encountering danger were very low. However, the next day, when Mira said she wanted to go up the mountain again, Whipto seemed a little puzzled. "Didn't you gather all the herbs you wanted yesterday?" Mira mumbled a few words, and then, fearing Whipto's further questioning, hurried off. Fortunately, Whipto was in urgent need of a visit to the hospital to treat a patient with a high fever, so he couldn't waste time questioning Mira. He could only watch her disappear from the town. After running out of White Pine Town, Mira couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She knew that if she wanted to avoid being exposed, she couldn't go into too many details. Besides, Whipto wasn't the type to pester her with incessant chatter. Seeing her safely return from the mountain, he at most asked if she gathered the herbs, but he wouldn't press her to reveal every detail. This also saved Mira the trouble of making up a story. In fact, Mira had gone up the mountain to see if she could find any trace of the mysterious woman. Mira had a pretty good guess about the woman's identity, judging by how easily she made him fall asleep. She must be a witch, Mira thought. Although both the church and the king had long preached that witches were born sinners, untouchable villains, who would capture innocent civilians and torture them mercilessly, then, when they were dying, extract their blood and organs to feed their pets, Mira didn't share the same fear of witches. Perhaps it was because she had never had a mother who had told her stories of witches' evil deeds since she was a child. Mira had witnessed even more horrific scenes of blood and organs when she was helping Whipter. Once, a young hunter knocked on Mira's door late at night, tearfully begging Whipter to save him. Whipter looked gravely at the hunter's hand, which was clutching his abdomen. Without much thought, He stepped aside and opened the door. Mira, wearing a floral nightgown, held a kerosene lamp aloft for her father. The light illuminated the bloody wound on the hunter's abdomen after he let go, as well as his intestines, which had accidentally fallen out. After applying herbs and bandaging the hunter and sending him away, Victor smiled, stroked Mira's hair, and praised her bravery. "If you want to be a healer, you can't be afraid of blood," Victor said to Mira. "I understand, father. I'm not afraid." Mira wasn't afraid at all. She yawned nonchalantly. "I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed." "Okay, then give me the lamp." Victor took the kerosene lamp from Mira and motioned for her to go back to her room and sleep while he cleaned up the mess. The young hunter had bled so much that the floor was completely stained. If left unattended, it would surely startle any other patients who came the next day. Crunch. A boot crunched against a withered branch. Mira peered around, but nothing, not even a trace of blood. She wondered where the woman had gone with such serious injuries. Mira circled the spot where she had run into the woman yesterday, suspecting she had already left, perhaps even ditched the mountain to avoid being found. At the foot of the mountain lay White Pine Town. If the woman had come to White Pine, Mira would have known about it. But on the other side of the mountain lay Black River Town, a small hub connecting to various territories in all directions. Yes, White Pine Town was actually located on the edge of Fist territory. From time to time, merchants would come to buy white pine wax candles and sell them to other territories. Originally, this was forbidden. All transactions within Fist territory were supposed to be reported to Viscount Fist and subject to a certain tax. However, these merchants had bribed the tax collectors. So, they simply diverted a small portion of the taxes that should have gone to Viscount Fist, filling the tax collectors' coffers and thus gaining their tacit approval. Because White Pine Town was so remote, the tax collectors were certain Viscount Fist would not send anyone to investigate. Similar violations of the kingdom's laws abounded in White Pine Town. For example, Maylaw's mother, Elvie, was actually a civilian refugee from another territory. Logically, she should have been sent back to her home territory upon discovery. But after receiving a bag of silver coins from Victor, full of sincerity, the tax collector turned a blind eye to their union, and even persuaded the church priest to allow the wedding to take place in the church. Otherwise, Maylaw would be born illegitimate, and would have no chance of inheriting anything from Victor. "Forget it, it's best to go back." Mara looked up at the sky. The sun was already setting. She hadn't found anything yet, and there was no point in staying on the mountain any longer. Having returned empty-handed, Maylaw retraced the path she had taken up the mountain. Actually, this path was discovered by Mira herself. Although it was muddier and steeper than the normal mountain route, and surrounded by more weeds, Mira had never been one to follow the beaten path. She preferred this secluded path, as if embarking on an adventure only she knew. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled the grass and trees. Wait, it seemed the wind carried the scent of blood. Mara paused. She frowned, sniffing the faint scent of blood in the air. She quickly settled on a direction. Mara had a vague feeling that the woman she was looking for might be at the end of this direction. So Mira turned on her toes, no longer planning to descend the mountain, and sprinted towards her chosen direction. Weeds kept hitting her face along the way, and occasionally there were vines hiding in the grass blocking her way, and she might trip if she was not careful. But Mara's movements were exceptionally nimble. She stepped over vines, leaped through brush, dodged thorns, and spotted a woman in a black cloak in the distance, slowly moving forward with her back to her. The wound must have hampered her movement, Mara concluded. It looked like her wound was still quite serious. Perhaps, due to lack of timely treatment, the surrounding flesh had begun to fester. This, in turn, made it easier for Mara to reach her. Mara immediately slowed down her movements, attempting to approach stealthily. However, Mara had underestimated the woman's vigilance. Mara had barely parted the brush when she immediately turned her head, meeting Mara's gaze directly. However, the woman's sudden movement caused the hood of her cloak to fall, allowing Mara to see her face clearly. To Mara's surprise, she wasn't very old. Judging by her still delicate skin, she was probably no more than 30. Her features weren't particularly beautiful, but they weren't plain either. Her vibrant red lips, in particular, caught Maylaw's eye. And her hair was surprisingly red. Exactly the same as Maylaw's. As a child, Maylaw was often ostracized and bullied because there wasn't another child with red hair in White Pine. But this was a gift from her mother, Elvie, a proof of their blood connection. So Maylaw didn't feel embarrassed or inferior at all, and instead sought revenge against the children who tried to tease and embarrass her. The children ran home in tears. But instead of receiving the comfort they had imagined from their parents, they were scolded instead. Who made Whippledo the only healer in White Pine? Whenever someone had a headache or a fever, they turned to him for help. How could they dare confront him over such a trivial matter? It's entirely possible that Whipter would send the patient seeking help to the priest for Mira's sake. But no one could deny that Whipter's advice was wrong. He said his medical skills weren't adequate, and he couldn't cure the illness, so he could only ask you to seek the priest and beg for mercy. Wasn't that right? Are you questioning the church, questioning God? Then you're definitely a heretic. Oh my God, someone, tell the priest about this, and have him confiscate all the heretic's property and imprison him. At this moment, the woman panicked for a moment, her appearance exposed, but then her lips parted, as if about to cast another spell on Mira. However, it was Mira who finished the spell faster than her. Though she had only heard it once, Mira remembered the spell that had caused her to fall asleep, down to the exact syllable changes. And so, the next moment, the woman collapsed before Mira, her eyes thick with disbelief. She never thought that she would be defeated by a little girl. Chapter 19. What happened next? Lex listened, fascinated. Even Silas, leaning against Mira's chest, opened his eyes wide, holding his breath, waiting for the next words. Because Mira had never mentioned these things before, Silas suppressed his curiosity and never asked about Mira's past. Silas only knew that from the moment Mira brought him home to White Pine, Mira had already become a true witch. Silas had never met Mira's father, the man named Whipter. He only remembered a locked room on the second floor, a forbidden area of the two-story building. But curiosity can kill the cat, and it can also kill the crow. Silas wisely chose to turn a blind eye. Secrets? Who doesn't have secrets? Even Silas secretly accepted bribes from Jack more than once. A smitten suitor who remained loyal to Mira even after being rejected 12 times. Often a bag of crispy, deep-fried broad beans. Of course, Silas wouldn't do anything to harm Mira, but Jack simply wanted Silas to help him keep an eye on Mira for any other men. For the sake of the broad beans, Silas nodded modestly. Seeing Lex and Silas eagerly waiting for her to finish her story, Mira suddenly developed a sinister motive and refused to continue. So, with a smile, Mira smoothed Silas's feathers and said, "The rain has stopped. Time to go back." With that, she led the way out of the cave. Silas, having regained his flight, exchanged a rare glance with Lex, their thoughts swirling in unison. Who would abandon a story mid-sentence? Mira truly knows how to keep us in suspense. But Lex was Lex after all. He quickly composed himself and followed Mayla out of the cave. The roads were always muddy after rain, and the sticky feeling of shoes was a bit nauseating even through the soles. Not to mention the pop sound when he pulled his shoes out, leaving a thick layer of mud all around the soles. Noticing Lex's unhappy expression, Silas let out a gloating laugh. In a moment of carelessness, Silas failed to notice a lush green branch suddenly jutting out from the front, and stumbled headfirst into it. The branch was covered with round leaves, each dripping with transparent water droplets. The weight was so heavy that it bit his body. Silas's collision with it instantly smacked it hard, splashing a face full of fresh raindrops. Silas couldn't help but scream in pain. But he never dared to look at the road again. Mira's undisguised laughter echoed beside them, and Lex's lips curled up, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The cave wasn't actually too far from the cabin. Mira and her companions had only walked for less than half an hour before they could see the familiar pointed roof of the cabin in the distance. As they picked up their pace a little further, the cabin's tightly closed wooden door was within sight. Mira took 2 quick steps at a time, quickly ascending the steps. With a slight push, she pushed the door open. There was a muffled bang as it slammed against the wall. The crucible in the center of the room, as if awakened by the noise, suddenly erupted into flames beneath its buttocks, blazing fiercely, and quickly boiling most of the water in the pot. Just then, Mira eagerly grabbed her clothes and, carrying a bucket of hot water, headed to the river for a bath. After washing off the rainwater and changing out of her soaked, dirty clothes, Mira returned refreshed to find that the pot of herbal tea Lex had brewed for her was ready. A faint fragrance hung in the air. It was the scent of chamomile. "Oh, Lex, you're really becoming more and more thoughtful." Mira lifted the still scalding cup and sipped the rising white mist. She felt the honey-infused tea flow down her throat and through her limbs, evaporating the last lingering chill in her body. She felt a wave of relief. As the chamomile aroma surged through her nose, Mira tilted her head back slightly, her eyes narrowing. A black wrap dress draped loosely around Mira, revealing a vast expanse of snow-white skin from her neck to the collar. Her long hair, half-dried by the night breeze, fell softly behind her, with only a few stray strands draping across her shoulders. The dim light etched her features, inch by inch, casting undulating shadows that were mysterious and evocative. The boiling water in the cauldron continued to gurgle, and the occasional, intermittent croaking of frogs echoed outside the window. The perched Silas stood on swayed with his movements, the rope securing it tightening, and the rough grass rubbed against each other, creating a subtle sound. For some reason, this scene brought an indescribable sense of relaxation to Lex's heart. It was as if, in this little cabin, he could let down all his guard and vigilance. Even in the palace, or in his own room, Lex had never felt such a sense of inner ease. "What are you daydreaming about?" Mira opened her eyes, and saw Lex standing in front of the cauldron, lost in thought. She reached out, and casually waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Nothing." Lex snapped back to his senses. Then, as if to conceal something, he deliberately quickened his movements, and soon, he was heading for the river with a bucket full of hot water. Mira rubbed her chin, feeling that Lex's departure had the air of a desperate escape. When Lex returned from his bath at the river, Mira was already sitting in a rocking chair, reading a book, while Silas buried his head in his wings, snoring softly. At this moment, one couldn't help but sigh the beauty of waterproof feathers. "You're back?" Mira heard footsteps, and looked up from the pages of her book. She was somewhat surprised to see that from the side, the boy's facial features were gradually becoming more hardened. In a few years, perhaps, that beautiful boy would grow into a handsome young man. But when Lex turned around, revealing his full face, the youthfulness in his eyes and brows was unmistakable. He was still old enough to be called a child. Mira was speechless at the fleeting thought. Lex muttered softly. He learned this from Silas. No matter what Mira said, he should always respond. That would make Mira feel better. "If you're sleepy, go to bed. My hair isn't dry yet." As expected, Mira offered a rare thoughtfulness. As she spoke, she turned another page in the book draped across her lap. Lex hesitated, then offered, "Washing it with a towel will help it dry faster." "I know, but I'm too lazy. I'm not sleepy yet anyway." Unexpectedly, the moment he finished speaking, Mira yawned uncontrollably, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Lex suppressed a smile and acted nonchalant. "Let me do it." "Okay then." Mira nodded modestly. So Lex bent down, retrieved a clean towel from the cabinet, and walked behind Mira. This was Lex's first time drying someone's hair, so his movements were inevitably a little awkward. After all, back in the palace, he was the revered crown prince, even having his own servants to help him dress. But Lex was careful. He recalled the technique his servants had used to dry his hair, carefully separating each strand before gently rubbing it with a towel. After a while, he tested it with his hand and found that the strand was indeed completely dry. Satisfied, he moved on to the next strand. It was a relief to see Mira spend a long night by the river enjoying the night breeze, drying her hair until it was half dry before returning. Otherwise, Lex would have been up all night drying Mira's thick, long hair. As he dried, Lex marveled at how much better Mira's hair was than the meticulously groomed hair of the ladies he'd seen at the ball. "I heard that to achieve silky, smooth, and lustrous hair, these ladies often spent hours having servants apply various ointments, wash, and then apply more essential oils and floral waters." Perhaps these methods truly worked, but the overwhelming scent, mixed with the perfume, was so overwhelming that Lex felt briefly suffocated as he approached them. Sometimes Lex admired Nurangel 9, who could endure such a strong scent while dancing all night long with different women in his arms. If it were him, his sense of smell would probably have failed him the next day. In contrast, the scent on Mira's hair was almost non-existent, just a faint hint of grass and trees. After all, she often worked with herbs, so it was normal for her to pick up some scent. If it weren't for the constant rustling behind her, Mira would have forgotten Lex was wiping her hair. She leaned sideways, her head resting on the back of her chair, scanning the pages of her book, turning the page now and then, seemingly absorbed in her reading, though her eyelids were already drooping with sleep. Suddenly, the noise behind her stopped. Are you done?" Mira took a moment to react. "Yes, it's all dried," Lex said. "Great. I'm so sleepy." Mira was truly sleepy. Before she could finish her words, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. As her grip loosened, the book she had been holding nearly fell to the ground. At the critical moment, it was Lex who reached out and caught the book. His reflexes were naturally excellent from years of sword training, but his white knuckles were also covered with calluses from swordplay. Having not wielded a sword for a while, the calluses on Lex's hands felt thinner than before, but they would probably heal once Ducavato arrived with what he wanted. As the only awake person in the room, Lex put the book away and extinguished the kerosene lamp. The once bright cabin suddenly darkened. The door was closed, and only moonlight streamed across the windowsill, quietly streaming across the floor. Lex laid down on his own blanket and closed his eyes. Soon, the third peaceful breathing sound was heard in the room. Chapter 20. The snow had barely melted, and the signs of spring had yet to spread. The breath still turned into a wisp of white mist in the air, dispersing into the distance. Mira gathered the cashmere shawl around her, feeling the chill still lingering on her fingertips. Even the pages of her book were almost imperceptibly stiff. If only she could be like Lex. Remembering how Lex had changed into a light shirt when he left that morning, carrying his bow and arrows, Mira couldn't help but feel a surge of envy for the young. She was only 26, and felt she hadn't changed much since her 17-year-old self. Yet, 17-year-old Mira dared to shed her winter clothes in March and head into the mountains at dawn, braving the morning mist and listening to the wind rustling through the tall fir trees. 26-year-old Mira, on the other hand, could only wrap herself tightly in a cashmere shawl and drink a cup of steaming herbal tea to fully warm herself. Unfortunately, just as Mayla had lifted her teacup and sweetened it with a spoonful of honey, the tea barely touched her lips when an unexpected guest arrived. A majestic, imposing black wolf suddenly burst into the cabin, its head held high, barking at Mayla, who was sitting in the rocking chair. Its presence was terrifying. It was a full size larger than an average wolf, its body brimming with animalistic energy. Its white fangs could be faintly seen through its grinning mouth, as if it could leap forward and rip your throat at any second. If it were anyone else, caught off guard by such a dangerous black wolf, they would probably have collapsed to the ground in fear, crying and begging for mercy. But Mayla calmly put down her teacup, stepped down from the rocking chair, and approached the black wolf. "What's wrong? Do you need my help?" There was a familiarity in her tone. As expected of its size, the black wolf was exceptionally intelligent. It nodded hurriedly, as if it understood what Mayla said, its emerald eyes filled with undisguised anxiety. It pretended to nibble at the hem of Mayla's skirt, as if trying to drag her along. "Wait, you haven't told me what happened yet? I can't just follow you empty-handed, can I? Otherwise, how can I help you?" Mela quickly stopped the black wolf. The black wolf thought about it, and decided that Mayla was right. But asking it to speak human language was too much for a wolf like it. It rolled on the ground, clutching its stomach with its paws, and let out a particularly mournful woo-woo-woo cry. Her stomach ached. Mayla instantly understood what the black wolf meant. "Is your wife about to give birth? But the birth is difficult, so you need my help?" Hearing this, the black wolf quickly scrambled to his feet and nodded frantically at Mayla. "Okay, since that's the matter, there's no time to delay, or the she-wolf might not make it before they can get back." Mara grabbed the basket she usually used to gather herbs and scurried to the large cabinet against the wall. She opened the drawer, fished out the scissors and needle and thread, and dumped them all in. Thankfully, Lex had carefully organized these easily lost small items into their designated locations over the years. Otherwise, with Mayla's habit of throwing things around, she wouldn't have been able to find them quickly. Then Mayla grabbed a few bottles of various colored potions from the cabinets and tossed them into the basket, preparing for the worst. Now, as long as the mother wolf still had breath left, she would definitely be able to rescue it. "All right." Mira finished packing, walked over, patted the black wolf on the head, and signaled it to lead the way. The black wolf nudged Mira's leg, as if wanting Mira to sit on its back and carry her. That's right, for legs are much faster than two. However, even though the black wolf was already huge, standing nearly 2 meters tall, it would probably be difficult for it to carry Mira all the way back to the cave. After all, while Mira wasn't fat, she wasn't as thin as a piece of paper, the type that would be blown away by the wind. The black wolf would probably be exhausted by halfway through, his tongue lolling. But Mira was a witch, so how could this be a problem for her? Mira chanted a spell at the black wolf, and in the blink of an eye, a giant wolf, 4 or 5 meters long, appeared. The wolf crouched down, making it easier for Mira to climb onto its back. "All right, let's get going." Mira sat on the wolf's shaggy back, her free hand clutching a tuft of fur to prevent her from being thrown off the ground. After ensuring Mira was secure, the wolf broke into a run. The passing wind rustled Mira's sleeves, and her long red hair fluttered wildly behind her. However, Mira had forgotten she was wearing a shawl, and the wind carried her away. Ah! Unfortunately, Mira didn't have a free hand to hold the shawl down in time. She could only watch helplessly as it drifted away, landing somewhere unknown. "Never mind, I go get it later." Mira crouched as low as possible, hugging the giant wolf's fur to prevent the cold wind from seeping into her clothes through her collar. The enlarged black wolf could now run one stride equivalent to 2 or 3, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered dozens of meters. Concerned about his wife's condition in the cave, he simply took Mara along a shortcut they had previously feared. This desolate path, covered with low shrubs and thorns, was no big deal for wolves. Unlike humans, their skin was delicate, and a single scratch could easily injure them. But the passing wind carried the scent of several powerful foes that terrified wild beasts. Even the black wolf would normally avoid this area, avoiding direct confrontation with such formidable foes. But now, things were different. The black wolf had grown taller and more powerful. It galloped forward, and no other beast dared approach. At most, they would peek out from a distance, observing if the wolf intended to approach their territory. The black wolf, unwavering in its gaze, bolted toward the end. As it neared, a hillside several meters high suddenly appeared before its eyes, blocking its path. However, the black wolf didn't hesitate. With a powerful push of its claws, its explosive body unfurled. The muscular lines of a top hunter shone faintly in the cold early spring afternoon sunlight, and even the tips of its fur seemed to gleam with a sheen, like something out of a painting. Mira cried out from the black wolf's back. This was unlike flying on Silas's back. As the black wolf leaped, Mira's body leaned backward, as if she were about to fall. But in the blink of an eye, the black wolf's claws landed on solid ground, and inertia pulled Mira back into the fur. Falling face first into the black fur, Mira couldn't help but savor the thrill of that moment. Running on the ground felt truly different from flying in the air. Unfortunately, Silas's jealousy was too strong, and she couldn't keep the wolf as a pet anymore. By the time the black wolf, carrying Mira, reached their den, the mother wolf was nearly dead from blood loss. Looking at her husband running toward her, the mother wolf couldn't help but let out a low whimper. She wasn't afraid of death, but the cubs in her belly hadn't yet seen the world for themselves. Beyond her animal nature, maternal love was her most instinctive. Seeing this, the black wolf was utterly anxious. He longed to suck the mother wolf's muzzle, offering her support and strength. But with his current size, if he entered, he could block the den entrance completely, potentially collapsing it. Helpless, the black wolf could only anxiously crouch down, set Mela down, and watch as she walked over to the mother wolf and squatted down beside her. Mira first carefully examined the mother wolf. Fortunately, she wasn't in the worst condition yet. It was simply because it was her first time giving birth. She hadn't mastered the technique to save energy, and the cubs were positioned a little awkwardly, so despite trying for a long time, she still couldn't deliver her first cub. It's okay, just a few drops of the potion will be fine. Mira breathed a sigh of relief. Without even needing to pull out her scissors, she simply pulled out a bottle of purple potion, uncorked it, and poured a few drops into the mother wolf's mouth. The mere drops of potion, without even needing to be swallowed, melted rapidly in her mouth. Although the mother wolf didn't know what Mela had given her, she could feel her lost strength rapidly returning to her body, allowing her to once again exert herself to deliver the cubs within. Its spirits instantly lifted. Keep going, Mira offered encouragement. Hearing this, the mother wolf also gave up. With one last effort, she gave birth to all 4 cubs. The 4 newborn cubs hadn't even opened their eyes, simply cuddling against their mother's belly. The mother wolf licked each one lovingly. Great! Both mother and cubs are safe. Mira's eyes curved in a smile. She hurried out to tell the black wolf the good news. The black wolf's face also lit up with joy. It lowered its head, trying to rub against Mira, but Mira blocked it because its head was too large. I'd better shrink you first, Mira said. Otherwise, she worried that a black wolf this size would knock her to the ground. As Mira pressed her lips against the black wolf's, mumbling incantations, the black wolf gradually shrank back to its original size. Of course, even at its original size, its head would have nearly touched Mira's shoulder when it stood up. It feels so good. Mira cradled the wolf's head, caressing its shiny, fluffy fur. She regretted once again that she couldn't take a wolf home as a pet. In the winter, with its heavy snow, it must have been incredibly warm to hold such a furry pet, even without a log fire burning in the fireplace. Oh my God! Mira, what are you doing? You're petting another animal. Silas, who had come all the way with Lex, was surprised to see the scene. Mira was cuddling intimately with the black wolf, stroking its visibly warm fur. Infuriated, Silas yelled and threw Lex aside, charging at Mira like an arrow from a bow. Silas? Why are you here? Mira, feeling a bit guilty, quickly let go of the black wolf and reached out to catch the reckless Silas, giving it a soothing pat on the head. I may have petted other animals, but you're my only pet." With just these words, Silas, who had been furious, was instantly disarmed. However, Silas hesitated, not immediately forgiving Mara. "Then promise you only have me as your pet." If Mara agreed, Silas would reluctantly allow her to occasionally pet other animals, such as the formidable black wolf before him. Although its fur lacked the unique luster of Silas's feathers, and it could only howl and groan, unlike Silas's ability to speak and resolve Mara's problems, Silas understood. Even the most delicious food would tire of it after a while, and it was normal to want to pet wolf fur after petting bird feathers for a while. It was just a temporary novelty. As long as Silas remained the only one in Mara's heart, that was enough. But if Mara didn't agree, Silas narrowed his already small, dark eyes dangerously. He knew plenty of ways to chase this black wolf, who had dared to compete for his affection, away from Mara. The black wolf, with its incredibly sharp sixth sense, suddenly sensed an unfriendly aura and instantly stood up from its squatting position, scanning for the source of danger. Of course, what other crow in the world could be as intelligent, loyal, considerate, and warm-hearted as my Silas? Whenever Mara wanted to coax someone, sweet nothings flowed from her mouth. Look, Silas was so overwhelmed by her caress that he forgotten all about his petty calculations. At this moment, Lex, who had been ignored by the master and servant, quietly came over, took out the cashmere shawl from his arms, and handed it to Mara. "Hey, you actually found this shawl?" Mara was a little surprised, but then said happily, "That's great. Now I don't have to bother looking for it." Lex hummed, "I saw it on my way to find you." Lex followed the footprints and, looking up, spotted the familiar woolen shawl on a bare tree branch not far away. I still remember how Mara loved to wear it in the winter, walking around the cabin. Occasionally, Mara leaned closer, and Lex would see the white shawl slip from her shoulders. The delicate tassels brushed against his arm, sending a subtle, instinctive shudder through his body. With his current height, Lex could easily reach the branch and pluck the shawl from its limb. He quickly folded the woolen shawl and cradled it in his arms, sighing with relief that he hadn't lost his way. As long as he kept searching, he should find Mara soon. However, even though he knew Mara was most likely safe, the thought of some accident that might have caused her to lose the shawl filled Lex's heart. What if? Thankfully, Mara was fine. She even smiled and waved to the black wolf, signaling it to return to the cave with her wife and children. She was now following Lex and Silas back to the cabin. On the way, Mara briefly described how the black wolf had come to them, and how, with her encouragement, the mother wolf had given birth to 4 cubs. "What about you? Why did you come to me so suddenly?" Mara asked. Today, Silas had pestered Lex, insisting he go hunting with him. Normally, Silas wouldn't return until dark. And yet, the setting sun was still behind them, trailing its long skirts. Although Mara had picked Silas up as a fledgling, without her mother's guidance, it had no hunting skills. Its sharp claws clawed at branches and perches, but never caught prey. But Silas could fly. It could soar and scout nearby prey for Lex. Once Lex had hidden himself and quietly approached his prey to a certain distance, he drew his bow and released it. The arrow whizzed through the air, pinning the prey to the ground. At this moment, Silas swooped down from the sky again, startling the poor prey, and then let out a gleeful, evil laugh. Mira had witnessed their hunt once before, and felt that Silas was increasingly living up to the legendary villainous image. "Silas and I didn't see you when we returned to the cabin." Then we found several large animal footprints in the open space in front of the cabin. "We were worried something had happened to you, so we came all the way here," Lex explained to Mira. "Oh, you were worried about me." Mira's eyes narrowed, like the faint crescent moon on the horizon. "Yes, I was worried about you." To Mira's surprise, Lex nodded frankly in acknowledgement. "Although I know there are probably no beasts in the dark forest capable of harming you, if anything were to happen to you, I would never forgive myself for allowing it to happen." With this thought in mind, Lex, who had just returned to the cabin, hurriedly followed the footprints. Silas chased after him, shouting, "I want to go find Mara with you too." Over the years, as his height gradually grew taller, like a full-grown fir tree, Lex, now a handsome young man, no longer blushed as easily as he did when he was a child, even when he confessed his innermost thoughts. Suddenly, he turned his head, avoiding a branch that was about to strike his forehead, and his golden eyes met Mara's gaze, unwavering. "Lex, you become so unlovable." Mara couldn't help but accuse him. His words had completely choked Mara's desires, leaving her no chance to tease him. Mara was certain Lex had done it on purpose. "Really? That's probably because I grown up." Lex's lips curled up. He inherited his mother's good looks, once hailed as the kingdom's most beautiful. When he was younger, he was just a delicate and cute boy, but now, when he smiled, he had a captivating charm. Alas, not only wasn't he captivated by him, but she looked at Silas with a look of pity. Silas, after all, remained this idiotic, no matter how many years had passed. Unlike the wolf cub, who, once grown up, naturally became wicked and full of evil. The moon finally rose fully, its silvery light illuminating the pointed roof of the cabin. Mira and Lex both looked up at the incomplete crescent. In another fortnight, it would become full, and less than a year remained until the promise they had made. Chapter 21. You're here again. Ever since Mara rescued the mother wolf and helped her give birth to cubs, the black wolf had been bringing prey to the cabin regularly. Sometimes it was a few hares, sometimes a lamb. Perhaps due to the lush vegetation in the dark forest, these herbivores had grown plump and plump, their 4 legs, used for hopping, especially strong, looking incredibly bouncy. The first time Silas saw the black wolf approach with prey, he would call out at the top of his lungs, "Mara! Lex! The big black wolf is here with a lamb in his mouth. Come and see!" After calling out, Silas flew to the lamb the black wolf had placed on the ground, his dark eyes darting back and forth. Silas didn't know how to distinguish good prey from bad, but the size of this lamb was obvious, enough for several meals, especially the 4 legs. Silas couldn't wait to reminisce about the succulent, spiced roasted lamb legs he once eaten. For Mara's sake, the black wolf allowed Silas to approach. It squatted nearby, licking the blood from the corners of its mouth. Although Mara wasn't afraid of blood, she would rub the black wolf's large, furry ears vigorously if blood stained her skirt. Just in case, the black wolf cleaned itself off first. "Let me see where the lamb is." At Silas's voice, Mara slowly emerged from the cabin. When Mara saw the chubby little creature, raised by its mother, she smiled and squatted before the black wolf, patting its head. "Is this a special thank you gift for me? I love it. Such a plump little lamb, I enjoy it." The black wolf whimpered again. Although Maylaw didn't come to hold it, the black wolf proactively rubbed its head against Maylaw's palm. Then it turned its head and left without a second thought. The mother wolf was still waiting in the den with 4 crying cubs, waiting for it to bring back food. Only with ample food could the mother wolf produce enough milk. Especially since these cubs were her children, they naturally had larger appetites than ordinary wolf cubs. They would howl and rub against the mother wolf's body to indicate their hunger. For animals, being able to eat means health. It seemed that the mother wolf's difficult birth had not greatly affected her children. This made the black wolf happy, but also felt a huge pressure on him. There was no other way. He and the mother wolf had formed an independent family apart from the pack. Now the mother wolf needed. Left behind to care for the children in the cave, the burden of hunting fell entirely on him. Luckily, the black wolf was known for its agility, and with the arrival of spring, the animals that had been hiding for the winter emerged to forage and give birth, leaving the land almost teeming with prey. It just took a few more trips. For example, the black wolf would make one trip to deliver the latest kill to the cabin, then make another trip before dark to catch new prey and bring it back to his den to feed the mother wolf. Later, the black wolf's visits became so frequent that even Silas grew accustomed to it and stopped making a fuss. At most, he'd give it a lazy glance and say, "You're here again." That was his way of greeting the black wolf. Normally, upon seeing Mara or Lex, the black wolf would turn and leave after confirming that the prey it had delivered wouldn't be snatched away by another animal. But today, the black wolf arrived at an unfortunate time. Mara was brewing a new potion and couldn't leave, and Lex was out again. So the black wolf set the lamb down and quietly stood guard. After all, in its eyes, Silas didn't look like someone who could hold onto his prey. However, seeing that the black wolf had actually stayed today, Silas paused in preening his feathers. Although he devoured every last drop of prey the black wolf had brought him these days, the wolf's act of giving him prey had left a thorn in the side of the petty Silas. He felt the black wolf was trying to curry favor with Mara, and Mara kept muttering, "I wonder when the black wolf will come next. Alas, I'm tired of rabbits lately. If only the black wolf would bring a lamb. Damn it!" Having Lex to compete with Mara's attention was one thing, but now a black wolf had to squeeze in. Thinking of this, Silas flew down from the windowsill and landed beside the now-dead lamb. He pretentiously walked around it, constantly picking on it. "This lamb isn't as big as the one we brought last time. It's just okay. Its legs are so skinny, even if you cut it up separately and roast it, it wouldn't yield much meat." Faced with Silas's provocation, the black wolf simply glanced at him, and snorted disdainfully. It seemed as if he was saying, if it were you, you probably wouldn't even be able to hunt a lamb like this. So what qualifications do you have to be so picky here? Silas miraculously grasped the black wolf's intention. Then Silas flew into a rage. He completely forgot that it had deliberately provoked the black wolf, which had only provoked it to strike back. How dare you underestimate me? Silas snorted heavily. I brought back many game to the cabin, including a buck in its prime. So you couldn't have gotten that? Silas lifted his chin triumphantly, only to realize that he couldn't look down on the black wolf from the ground. After all, it was barely taller than his legs. So Silas flapped his wings and took off, assuming a commanding air of superiority. Even the black wolf, without the support of the pack, wouldn't dare approach the buck. A single blow from its massive, branch-like horns could send a wolf flying, perhaps even leaving a bloody hole. However, the black wolf stared at Silas with suspicion for a moment. Could this crow be deceiving the wolf? It didn't look like it could hunt a buck. Silas puffed out his chest and met the black wolf's gaze fearlessly. It wasn't lying. Although the buck was primarily killed by Lex's arrow, without Silas's warning, Lex wouldn't have known there was a buck drinking by the river a few hundred meters away, allowing him to find an opportunity to quietly sneak behind the nearby bushes, draw his bow, and shoot. The next second, the buck was struck by the arrow and fell to the ground. The arrow hit the buck's neck, not killing it instantly, but it had already realized it was being targeted, and the next second it fell, it struggled to its feet. Lex hurriedly fired his second and third arrows, until the buck ceased its struggle and breathed its last. Then, carrying Silas, who had fallen onto his shoulders, he advanced and dragged the deer back to the cabin. In short, while Lex deserved the lion's share of the credit, Silas, confident in his ability to hunt the deer, also contributed. Seeing Silas's resolute expression, seemingly unfaithful, Black Wolf felt a rare moment of hesitation. Could this seemingly feeble crow truly have taken down a deer? No, Black Wolf shook his head fiercely. Impossible. This kind crow must be deceiving the wolf. What were you talking about? Mira finally emerged from the cabin. Seeing the lamb beside Black Wolf, her eyes lit up. Great. We have lamb to eat tonight. She had been wondering a few days ago whether she could talk to Black Wolf about bringing a lamb next time. She was craving roasted lamb chops and legs. But Black Wolf arrived first, bringing the lamb with him. You and I are so in tune with each other. Mira couldn't help but squat down, hugging the Black Wolf's head and rubbing her face against it. The Black Wolf seemed calm and composed, allowing Mira to rub against it, but inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this time, he cleaned the blood from the corner of his mouth after hunting, otherwise, Mira would probably have disliked him. From then on, whether Mira pinched the Black Wolf's ears or scratched its chin, it stood still, like a majestic statue. It only showed this kind of affection towards Mira. Like Lex, he wasn't allowed to touch it. If Lex tried to get close to it, the Black Wolf would immediately bare its fangs, as if to bite him if he dared. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, right now, Mira called after Black Wolf, Lex, come here. Given Mira's request, Black Wolf acquiesced to the sound of footsteps approaching and squatted down in front of Mira. Lex had gone out today to pick wild cherries. Mira had been craving cherries lately, but it had only been less than 3 days since Duquato's last delivery, and even Mira would have felt embarrassed to have him make another special trip just for this. But cravings only get worse the less they can eat, and Mira had been sighing for days. Lex had no choice but to go out and search for wild cherry trees. To his surprise, he actually found one. However, due to lack of human care, the wild cherries were not very large and tasted rather sour. But Lex remembered a recipe in a cookbook called clove cherry paste. It was easy to make. All he had to do was heat the cherries until they were soft, then place them in a cotton bag and simmer them in a pot for several hours, stirring constantly to thicken the juice. Then, he added honey and clove powder, and the icing was done. This way, even the sour wild cherries could become incredibly sweet, not so sour that Mayla couldn't eat them. Thinking of this, Lex kept working, and finally brought back a full basket of wild cherries. Now, the branches of the wild cherry trees were bare, and the birds seeking food flew away without even a glance. Behind Lex, Mayla saw the basket of wild cherries, overflowing with what seemed like overflowing cherries. Judging by their appearance, although they were a little smaller than those bought at the market, they were still bright red and looked exceptionally delicious. So, Mara grabbed a handful of wild cherries from the basket Lex was carrying. After a moment's thought, she went to get her own basket and filled it with the cherries, making it easier for the Black Wolf to carry away later. Take these cherries home and eat them, Mara said with a smile. Although the black wolf had brought her prey as a token of gratitude, she couldn't be completely indifferent. And after all, wolves should eat fruit, right? And since the wild cherries were free, Mara generously filled the basket. Lex could have warned Mara that the wild cherries didn't taste very good, and that the wolf would probably frown upon eating them. But Lex said nothing. Mara had mentioned before that this wasn't her first encounter with the black wolf. At the time, Mara had recently arrived in the dark forest, and was searching for herbs she could use when she stumbled upon the black wolf, who had recently left the pack to hunt alone. Due to his lack of experience, he had accidentally injured himself in the stomach with the prey he had targeted. The black wolf lay dying on the ground, a gaping wound to its abdomen gushing out blood. Even so, seeing Mara approaching, it bared its fangs, trying to scare the audacious human away. Mira, however, showed no fear. She simply walked over, squatted down, and patted the black wolf on the head, as she often did when teaching a disobedient Silas, "Stop being so aggressive. Be good, and I heal your wounds." The black wolf had never experienced such an insult before, and was so enraged that it wanted to get up and bite Mara to teach her a lesson. Unfortunately, the black wolf was already at the end of its strength. Far from standing up, the sudden burst of rage only allowed it to kick its legs a few times, leaving it unable to stand. "Oh, why are you so disobedient? Look, you're bleeding even more with this movement." Mira slapped the black wolf again. But she didn't waste any more time. She pulled out the healing potion she carried with her, uncorked it, and poured a few drops into the black wolf's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the blood stopped flowing from the black wolf's wound, and after a while, it even began to heal. "Your wound will heal soon, but as punishment for your misbehavior, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Mira smiled as she stroked the black wolf's fur against its back, then rubbed it quickly and roughly, leaving it in a horrible mess. It was just that the black wolf hadn't recovered its strength yet, so it couldn't escape her clutches. It could only watch helplessly as Mira rubbed it to its heart's content, and then walked away, humming a song. Afterward, Mara never encountered the young black wolf again, but a presence would always follow her closely after she left the cabin and ventured deeper into the dark forest. Mara knew it was the black wolf she had saved who was secretly protecting her. Hearing this, Lex suddenly remembered a time years before, when he and Mara had rescued Bucky, and a sight that had made him uncomfortable. At the time, he had simply assumed he was being watched by an unknown beast, and was on guard, trying to prevent any further mishaps. But after finding Bucky, the sight had mysteriously vanished. Perhaps it was the black wolf that had been watching him. Lex mused, perhaps it had noticed a strange human in Mara's company, and was guarding her against him. If that were the case, Lex wouldn't have bothered to prank the black wolf with the sour wild cherries. But then, Lex recalled several times during his later hunting trips when his prey had disappeared. This black wolf must have been responsible. Perhaps it felt hungry after staring at Lex for so long, so it snatched up Lex's kill. So Lex watched helplessly as the black wolf, basket in its mouth, disappeared into the woods, a half smile on his lips. Wait a moment. Noticing Mayla beside him trying to pop a cherry into her mouth to taste it, Lex quickly reached out and stopped her. Mara's eyes widened slightly at Lex's actions, and she stared at him in confusion. Besides the clove cherry paste, I suddenly thought lamb and cherry soup would be great too. Unfortunately, these cherries are so few, and I'm not sure if they'd be enough, Lex said calmly. There was no sign of a lie. Is that so? Then I won't eat them for now. Mara reluctantly put the wild cherries back into the basket, eager to see how delicious the clove cherry paste and lamb and cherry soup would be, as Lex had said. Just thinking about it makes me want to drool. Chapter 22. It was the monthly day for Hal to deliver food to the dark forest. Over the years, he had consistently arrived as promised, rain or shine, without a single delay. Lex still remembered one year, when the first snow arrived early. A howling, cold wind carried large flakes of snow down. Just 2 days later, the ground was covered in a thick layer of snow. Tomorrow was the day Hal would deliver the food. Looking out at the open space in front of the cabin, where the snow was halfway up his calf, Lex couldn't help but worry whether Hal would be able to arrive on time with the food. After all, such a thick snow would make it difficult for anyone to walk, let alone push a wooden cart loaded with food. Don't worry. Mira, on the other hand, walked over with a teacup, standing beside Lex, calmly taking a sip. Hal will definitely come. He needs me to get the transfiguration potion for next month. Really? Having a half belief, Lex approached the tree where he had first met Hal. From a distance, he spotted a black dot approaching. As he got closer, he suddenly saw Hal's familiar face. It seems Mara was right. These 3 bottles of Transfiguration Potion are indeed very important to Hall, Lex thought. Seeing Lex standing under the tree, Hall immediately quickened his pace. Several veins popped out from pushing the cart full of food. Lex didn't just stand there and wait. He quickly stepped forward to help Hall. Together, they pushed the wooden cart under the tree. Hoo-hoo. Finally able to stop and rest for a moment, Hall gasped for breath, clearly exhausted. No wonder Hall was so exhausted. Lex clenched his fists, weighing the weight he felt pushing the cart just now. He felt that if it were him, he wouldn't be much better off than Hall. He then thought of Hall, who had come all the way from the village to here, pushing the wooden cart all by himself. With so much snow on the ground, he might have been up before dawn. Of course, for Hall, all his hard work immediately vanished when he saw the 3 bottles of Transfiguration Potions Lex pulled out. Hall hurriedly took the potions from Lex's hand and tucked them into his arms, carefully moving them around to prevent them from accidentally bumping against each other and causing cracks. Seeing Hall cherish these bottles of Transfiguration Potions so much, any normal person would be curious, and Lex was no exception. The Transfiguration Potion, as the name suggests, is a potion that changes one's appearance. But Lex, looking at Hall's face, as plain as his name, felt that it couldn't possibly be something he created after drinking the potion. Especially since Hall wasn't a renowned thief, nor was he a fugitive needing to change his appearance to evade capture. He was simply a native of a nearby village. Therefore, Hall's monthly efforts to trade Mara for the Transfiguration Potion seemed completely bizarre to Lex. What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? Noticing Lex's gaze lingering on his face, Hall instinctively looked within himself for the cause. No, I just got distracted. Lex calmly made an excuse, brushing it off casually. He knew Hall would believe it. Sure enough, Hall nodded, not raising any questions. Even though he had clearly sensed Lex's gaze was focused, not scattered, and not at all like he described it as distracted, since Lex had said so, Hall assumed Lex had his reasons. Hall's personality was as honest and simple as his appearance, the kind of person you instantly trust. It was precisely because Hall was such a kind person that when he first encountered Maylaw on a small road late at night, he hadn't doubted her identity. He felt that a young woman alone on her own might be in danger, so he offered to give her a ride on his wooden cart. Even after learning that she wanted to go to a dark forest teeming with danger, Hall gritted his teeth and agreed. This time, with no sudden downpour or snow to hinder him, Hall arrived even earlier than Lex. He stood under a tree, a cart full of grain beside him. Seeing Lex, he smiled and greeted him. It's been a month since we last met, and you seem to have grown taller again. Hall remembered that when they met last month, Lex was only half a forehead taller than him. Now, Lex was already more than half a head taller. He was growing even faster than wheat after fertilizer. Yeah. Lex heard Hall's words, and remembered that Maylaw had said the same thing. Because they saw each other every day, Maylaw didn't initially notice Lex's growth. After all, Lex's height didn't suddenly increase. As Mara gradually raised her head, until she finally had to crane her neck to speak to Lex, she was shocked to realize how tall Lex had grown. He was almost as tall as Ducavato. I didn't secretly put growth potion in your water, so how could you have grown so tall? Mara lowered her head and muttered, thinking only one person could hear. Among the adult men Mara had met over the years, those as tall as Ducavato were rare. Most were only half a head taller than Mara, and because Mara was a rare tall woman, she had also met many men shorter than her. Mara had used this as an excuse to reject many shorter suitors, but then again, what woman would want a shorter husband? At least, Mara would never accept that. Lex, who had clearly heard Mara's mumbling, said, eh? So Mara had once considered secretly slipping some strange potion into his water? He had thought Mara wouldn't do such a childish thing. It seemed he had overestimated Mara's wickedness. Mara had an insatiable appetite for teasing people. By the way, Mara said she's doubling the price of the Transfiguration Potion starting next month. As he handed out the 3 bottles of Transfiguration Potion for this month, Lex relayed Mara's words to Hall. In truth, Mara had been thinking about raising prices for a while. Ever since she learned from Duke what that prices outside were skyrocketing, with 1 gold coin now worth 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin worth 480 copper coins, Mara couldn't hold back any longer. Raise the price. It must. Mara propped herself up with one hand, her voice utterly confident. Although the raw materials for the Transfiguration Potion were gathered from all over the dark forest, with virtually no investment, it could be said to be a highly profitable business. But now that prices have skyrocketed, selling to Hall at the old price feels like a loss. I can choose not to take advantage of others, but others must never take advantage of me. All these years have passed, and Mara remains this stingy. For some reason, Lex felt a sense of reassurance, as if no matter how the outside world changes, Mara will remain the same. However, when Lex broke the unfortunate news to Hall, Hall frowned, as Lex had expected, and fell into a brief silence. After all, a bottle of transfiguration potion is not cheap. 3 bottles combined could buy a full cart of food. Now that Mara is raising the price, he have to bring at least 2 carts of food next time. Even Hall, with his vast expanse of fertile land, whose annual grain production filled his warehouses, couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. Lex had expected Hall to try to bargain with him, or perhaps ask him to plead with Mara, but Hall's actions surprised him. Hall's frown relaxed, and he nodded in agreement. Miss Mara is right. She's already sold me so many bottles of transfiguration potions at this price. I'd taken advantage of her. Hall's expression was filled with deep regret. Mara, secluded in the dark forest, was unaware of the normal prices outside. But Hall, living in the village and constantly dealing with grain merchants, hadn't considered this sooner and had taken advantage of Mara for so long. This is truly outrageous. Lex's first reaction was that he had misheard. How else could someone like Hall be so empathetic and considerate of someone trying to make money from him? But then he realized it was Hall who did this, and he felt it was a fitting reaction from Hall. By the way, has anything happened in the kingdom lately? Lex casually inquired of Hall. Ever since he heard Duke Watto say that prices in the kingdom were skyrocketing, Lex had sensed something was amiss. Ever since Fernando became chancellor, he had been carefully stabilizing the exchange rate between gold, silver, and copper coins to prevent excessive fluctuations. An occasional rise in the price of gold is a good thing, meaning the same coin can be exchanged for more things. But a constant surge in the price of gold is a bad thing. Perhaps for wealthy nobles, this might be enough to cling to their noble dignity in the short term, but for commoners, who might barely save a few gold coins in a year, this was a sign of impending bankruptcy. Once commoners went bankrupt, they would become free slaves for the local nobles, a seemingly perfect opportunity in the eyes of the nobles. They could gain a large number of capable laborers without spending a single copper coin. However, as chancellor, Fernando could not allow this to happen. If the number of commoners decreased, the annual taxes paid to the king would also plummet. After all, slaves were not allowed to own property. Everything they owned, including their bodies, belonged to the nobles. And the nobles, burdened with the responsibility of defending the king's territory, were not required to pay taxes to His Majesty. Without the endless stream of gold coins flowing into the palace treasury, how could the king afford his army? The armor and horses his knights needed were all incredibly expensive. And without the knights who protected him, the throne he held would most likely be lost. Fernando was a man of clear thinking and decisive action. Under his watch, 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 60 silver coins, and 1 silver coin for 240 copper coins, a situation that had persisted for at least 5 or 6 years. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this stable situation could have lasted for many more years. At least, Lex had assumed, until Fernando's age and strength became too great. And when Lex left the palace, Fernando was only 40 years old. Considering the time, Fernando was only 45 now, still full of energy. How could he suddenly lose control of the situation? Recently? Not at all. Hearing Lex's question, Hall scratched his head, trying to think of anything notable that had happened recently. After a moment, he nodded firmly, no. It seemed this hadn't happened recently. Lex's heart sank. That was the downside of living in the dark forest. Isolation from the world, virtually no outside sources of information. So, Lex was completely unaware of such a major change in the kingdom. So when did the exchange rates for gold, silver, and copper coins begin to change? Lex asked in a different way. This time, Hall understood what Lex was asking, and he quickly gave the answer Lex wanted. Oh, you're talking about that. It probably started changing a year ago, when His Majesty the King appointed a new Prime Minister. Hall recalled, following Lex's words. At first, when 1 gold coin suddenly could be exchanged for 70 silver coins, everyone was delighted. After all, they had more money. But they didn't expect that with more money, food became less valuable. Even though 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins now, a bag of beans costs 20 copper coins. In other words, now you have to pay more to buy a bag of food. It would be better not to exchange so much money. Such thoughts kept crossing the minds of common people like Hall, who held land. After all, they might not even be able to get a bag of beans for 30 copper coins in the future. But if they kept the beans at home, they could actually fill their stomachs. At the same time, as food became more expensive, the prices of other things also rose. Supporting a large family was already a struggle, and now many commoners were driven bankrupt by this, forced to work as slaves on the estates of lords or other nobles. For example, Hall knew a man from another village, who once held more land than he did and raised 7 or 8 children. Suddenly, for unknown reasons, he ran out of money. Not only did all his land fall into the hands of the Lord, but he also owed him a huge debt. However, because his entire family had become slaves under the Lord's control, he didn't have to repay the debt. After all, slaves couldn't own their own property. Debt is also a form of property. Hearing this news, Hall's heart skipped a beat. He has been increasingly cautious, fearing he might end up like this man. Hall couldn't bear to see his fragile wife go into slavery with him. Furthermore, once enslaved, becoming a commoner was harder than ascending to heaven. Unless the Lord granted him mercy, or the slave made great contributions to the kingdom, he, his children, and their children's children would remain in humble slavery for the rest of his life. Later, Hall muttered something that Lex had forgotten, or perhaps he simply didn't have the heart to pay attention. All that lingered in his mind was the phrase, "A year ago, His Majesty appointed a new Prime Minister." Fernangi was replaced? Why? Even when he was still in the palace, Fernangi had pleaded for him so many times despite Nurungar Ix's wrath. Yet, no matter how much Nurungar IX hated Fernangi, he never found another obedient noble to replace Fernangi as Prime Minister. After all, there were many obedient nobles, but those as capable as Fernando, capable of managing a kingdom for him, were pitifully rare. It was more like searching the entire kingdom, and Nurungar IX wouldn't be able to find another Fernando. "What's the name of the new chancellor?" Lex heard himself ask calmly. "Antonio Jude." Hall pondered, searching the corners of his memory for the name of this important figure. Although he was a chancellor second only to the emperor, such a figure was, for Hall, someone he would never meet in his lifetime. His name was less worthy of attention than the neighbor's cow. So she was from the Jude family. A fire burned in Lex's eyes, and deep down, he felt as if it was only natural. For the queen, who had captivated Nurungar IX so much that he couldn't wait to marry her off shortly after the former queen's funeral, was named Elia Jude. Chapter 23. While Lex was meeting Howell, Mara was in the cabin looking through his recently copied notes. Among them were the lost notes of a witch, which Mara had paid a large sum for through Duke Watts from an unknown source. There were also family healer's notes, passed down through generations, which she had purchased through a merchant through legitimate means from the descendants of a healer. While witches often enjoyed recording their wildest fantasies, healers' notes were much more rigorous, often recording the name of a particular herb, its efficacy, origin, and corresponding prescription. Illustrations accompanied the handwriting, making it easier for future generations to memorize and identify it during their studies. However, with the passage of time, the once vibrant brushstrokes had faded, and the decisive lines had become blurred. Originally, Mara had only intended to have Lex transcribe the handwriting, but Lex meticulously recreated the illustrations as well. Furthermore, Lex's drawings were far superior to the original, crude illustrations. Even the deep and shallow lines on the petals were clearly visible. Mira felt that anyone who had seen Lex's illustrations, even without having seen the real thing, would be unable to mistake two similar-looking herbs. Apart from the vivid illustrations, Lex's handwriting was truly worth collecting. The gorgeous curves and smooth strokes made reading it a pleasure. Compared to Lex's handwriting, which clearly showed the quality of his aristocratic upbringing, Mira's handwriting possessed a distinctly personal style, its sloppiness imbued with a sense of freedom. Facing Lex's hesitant gaze, Mira remained confident and self-assured. "I don't care if my handwriting isn't pretty, and I'd be laughed at by my nobles. After all, I'm a commoner. Isn't it normal for me to have no formal calligraphy training? Forget about formal calligraphy training. Even in terms of basic literacy, the education most commoners received was different from Lex's. If Lex immersed himself in a vast library and received a comprehensive literacy education, Mara's literacy began with learning the names of herbs. She could write the names of even the most obscure herbs, but she couldn't necessarily spell the word taffeta. Aside from aristocrats and wealthy merchants, who would be willing to spend so much money on such expensive fabric for a dress, Mara had worn linen dresses her entire life, except for her nightgown, which was made of cotton, which Whipperdor had bought her. Therefore, even now, she could only spell the words linen and cotton. However, because they had only been together for so short a time, Melaw's demeanor was still quite intimidating. Until one day, Melaw suddenly pointed to a word in the book and asked Lex what it meant. Lex finally realized that, beyond Melaw's familiar territory, those long, boring words were completely unfamiliar to her. "This word means classicism. Haven't you noticed before that it's exactly the same as the first word on the book's cover?" Lex's expression was complicated. If Maylaw didn't recognize this word, then how had she managed to read this book with such relish for almost a month? Ah, they're exactly the same. At Lex's instruction, Maylaw closed the book and carefully looked at the first word on the cover. It turned out to be the same. So the book's name is Love in the Classical Period. I always called it Love. It's a story about a man and a woman who love each other but are forced to separate, and ultimately end up alone and dying young. Mara didn't feel the slightest bit of self-pity for exposing her intellectual shortcomings in front of Lex. It was perfectly normal for her to not know such a complex word. While Maylaw was right, the story was just that, and the theme was about love. Lex still found it difficult to accept that Maylaw had suddenly become semi-illiterate in his eyes. It was like a finely crafted jewel necklace suddenly discovering an imperfect crack. Lex, you look disappointed. Mara rested her hands on the dark green cover, gazing at Lex with a smile, like a portrait painted in vibrant strokes, worthy of hanging in the hallway for distinguished guests to admire. But didn't I tell you long ago? I'm just the daughter of a healer, a commoner whom you nobles despise, considering lacking manners and upbringing, unable to even spell your own name correctly, and who you would never marry. Mira said slowly. Yes, she wasn't some precious portrait, but a beautiful flower growing in the wilds. Although her unique beauty made those who passed by her, even the nobles, who always looked down on her, stop to admire this rare beauty, she was not born to grow in an expensive vase or in the sealed-off palace gardens, requiring the careful care of a flower. Being able to understand and write so many words is quite remarkable for a commoner like me. Even for a romance novel like this, which you consider meaningless, Mara's fingertips gently traced the rough cover of the book, a blush trickling down her pearly white nails. She gave Lex a delicate smile. Not many people in all of White Pine could understand what's written here. Mara was undoubtedly proud when she said this. After all, as she said, even in all of White Pine, there wouldn't be many who could understand such a thick romance novel. Mira was only able to understand this book because she later learned more words. Otherwise, the knowledge she had acquired from healers' notes and witches' journals would have been completely unrelated to romance novels. Anyone else might not have shared Mara's insatiable curiosity and willingness to learn other things. To put it bluntly, people are easily limited by their own perspective. When he's a butcher, all he thinks about every day is how best to gut a pig. When he's a tax collector, all he thinks about is how much tax he can collect this year. When he's a pastor, all he sees and thinks about is the scriptures handed down by the church. So isn't it natural that Mara doesn't know the word classicism, which relates to knowledge about herbs, astrology, and prophecy? But then again, if Mara's grandfather hadn't died early and Whipper hadn't been willing to raise Mara as his sole heir, she wouldn't have understood these herbs and healing knowledge. If Mara hadn't unexpectedly encountered that mysterious woman in the mountains and earned her approval with her intelligence, she wouldn't have understood the meaning behind the movement of the stars, nor would she have been able to decipher the profound meaning of the scenes shimmering from the mist within the crystal ball. Now, Lex was actually disappointed in Mara because she didn't understand a word that seemed so simple to him. Mara narrowed her eyes slightly and demanded bluntly, "Why are you disappointed in me? Because you know something I don't? Do you know how to spell star ring lily? Do you know that burying magic ball grass in snow for a month will produce naturally changing colors, like snow-colored magic ball grass?" Lex was speechless. "Look, you're not perfect, but in my eyes, the fact that you can clean this cabin, find the little things I need, and help me care for the plants in the pots is enough to satisfy me, Lex." Lex's lips moved as if he was about to say something, but when he met Mara's eyes, he stopped. The green that had once seemed to him like a deep, threatening pool of water now shone with a clear, intelligent light. "Okay, as revenge for making me angry, you come and read the rest of this book." Mira bit her index finger and tapped the book, signaling Lex to come and pick up the book and fulfill her command. Lex obediently came over. He was 15 now, and his stature was no longer the same as when he was 12. He stood tall like a thriving cedar, even his once immature features stretched to sharp angles. His features held a faint, undeniable aura of power. As a result, Silas, who once dared to bully him openly, gradually became only able to take advantage of him verbally, and he had to stand on the windowsill, where he could fly away at any moment, to prevent Lex from catching him and bullying him back. And yet, this young man, with his extraordinary temperament and handsome appearance, who looked like he had walked out of a story, was reading a romance novel with a halting look. Collison looked at his lover sadly, unable to believe how such cold and cruel words could flow from her soft lips. Glancing at the faint red on Lex's earlobe, Mayla raised an eyebrow in triumph. Look, she had successfully taken revenge on Lex, making him read these shameful words, causing a bead of sweat to break out on his forehead. And the story, which Mela had originally found somewhat boring, suddenly took on a new and applaudable interest. Lex returned with a cart full of food and Hall's reply. Upon hearing Lex say that Hall had agreed to her price increase, Mara nodded nonchalantly, not at all surprised. She was more interested in what kind of food Hall had delivered this time. Tomatoes, beans, bulbs. Mara rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the various colored and shaped ingredients in the open sack. I decided. I want to eat bean cakes tomorrow. The bean cakes Mara was talking about weren't difficult to make. They were simply ordinary bean cakes, with expensive ingredients like milk, sugar, butter, and cinnamon added during the process, and finally baked to create an irresistible aroma. Silas wants some too. Silas agreed enthusiastically, his mouth practically watering at the memory of the delicious bean cakes he once eaten. Okay, then I make bean cakes for dinner tomorrow. Lex nodded. But he quickly asked, how about pan-fried fruit balls for dinner tonight? Just then, he saw that Hall had delivered half a bag of raisins and other seasonal fruits. Mara and Silas agreed to Lex's suggestion without objection. The pan-fried fruit balls were a fusion of the aroma and sweetness of so many fruits, and the frying gave them an incomparable lingering fragrance. Even in deep sleep, they seemed to be coated in a layer of sweet fruit juice. However, Mara's sweet dream was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. She drowsily opened her eyes, and before she could fully recover, she instinctively called out to Lex, Lex, go open the door, and see who's here to see me so late at night. Lex had already shown signs of waking up at the first knock, and now, at Mara's voice, the last bit of haziness faded from his eyes. He walked to the door, cautiously opening it only slightly, to get a clear view of the figure standing outside. Who? It's me. The person outside the door asked anxiously. Hall? Didn't you go home? Why are you back so suddenly? No, how did you find the cabin? At the sound of the knock outside, Mara immediately threw off her blanket and stood up, her eyes filled with questions. Chapter 24. Hall later recalled the night he first met Mela countless times, feeling incredibly grateful that he had finally agreed to give her a ride. Although in the stillness of the night, on a road deserted except for Hall and his donkey, a young girl suddenly leaping out from the brush by the roadside seemed strange in every way. Anyone else would have immediately driven their donkey away, fearing any trouble. But Mela was so lucky to have met Hall. Hall's name was a hallmark of a kind-hearted man in the nearby villages. No matter who came to him with trivial matters, Hall would never show any impatience. He would enthusiastically help them resolve the problem. Thus, although Hall felt that Mela's origins might be a little strange, he couldn't bear to leave her alone. After all, Mela looked like she was in dire need of help. Her fiery red hair draped messily behind her. Her black linen apron was scratched by thorny branches and leaves, and even her shoes were stained with soft mud. Hall was certain that it hadn't rained in the area within dozens of kilometers today, which meant that Mara had walked all the way from somewhere dozens of kilometers away. Or perhaps she was running away, otherwise she wouldn't have gotten herself into such a mess. Suddenly, something seemed to stir in Mara's arms, startling Hall. Hall rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things, then peered carefully into Mara's arms several times before finally recognizing the dark mass as a crow. For some unknown reason, it curled up in Mara's arms, and its jet-black feathers almost blended into the darkness, which was why Hal initially ignored its presence. Did you pick this up on the road? Hall couldn't help but point at the crow. No, it's my pet. Mira shook her head, choosing not to lie to Hal. Besides the fact that Hal exuded such a kind aura that made her feel comfortable telling the truth, she also harbored a certain probing urge. She wanted to see Hal's reaction. Mira hadn't anticipated that after escaping by the most remote paths, finally escaping her pursuers, and planning to reach the main road in the dead of night, leaving the men sent by Bishop Jordo and Viscount Pfister to continue circling the forest like headless flies, she would be caught off guard by Hal returning home in his donkey cart. If Hal hadn't spoken first, sorry, I didn't scare you, Mara would have immediately cast a sleeping spell on him. Just in case, Mara didn't want to reveal her whereabouts until she was completely within the dark forest. It's okay, I accidentally scared your donkey, didn't I? Mara said, discreetly examining Hall several times. From his appearance alone, there wasn't anything particularly memorable about the man before her. Brown hair, brown eyes, an overly wide jaw, and thick eyebrows. 6 out of 10 men Mara had met looked like this. Looking at his clothes, he was most likely a villager from the neighborhood. It's okay. My Donick isn't such a timid person. Hall reached out and touched the donkey's neck, as if to comfort it. The donkey, named Donick, was also very considerate, gently exhaling warm breath, his watery eyes quietly gazing at Mara. He didn't show the panic he felt when Mara suddenly appeared. "What a good donkey," Mara praised him mentally. "But you just said the crow in your arms is your pet," Hall scratched his head. "It's not often that someone keeps a crow as a pet. Originally, people disliked crows because they liked to eat carrion. Later, it became known that crows were often seen flying around witches. They would laugh approvingly when their masters tortured ordinary people, and sometimes they would even act as accomplices to witches, gnawing on their captives, causing them to howl in pain to amuse their masters. Gradually, crows came to symbolize misfortune and bad luck. However, Hall didn't quite believe these rumors. It's said that witches capture and torture any ordinary person they encounter, and no one has ever escaped their clutches. If this is true, then how did these rumors spread? If the person who spread these rumors survived after encountering a witch, wouldn't that prove that witches aren't as cruel and brutal as the rumors portray them to be? Thus, even after hearing Mara herself admit that the crow in her arms was her pet, Hal didn't make the grim assumption that she was a witch. Not only that, Hal even offered her a ride. "Young lady, it's late, and it's difficult for you to travel alone. Why don't you take my car and go with me?" "You mean, you're willing to take me with you?" Hall's reaction was even more surprising than Mara had expected. She had been prepared for Hall to show his guard. "Of course. How could I let a young woman like you walk alone this late at night?" "It's too dangerous," Hall said. Mara could tell that Hall meant what he said. She really wanted to borrow his car. After all the running from White Pine Town, if Mara hadn't been accustomed to climbing mountains since childhood and possessed extraordinary physical strength, she would have fainted from exhaustion before she had even gotten very far. If Silas's wings hadn't been injured, Mara could have let him carry her directly to the dark forest. But that shameless informer, wary of Silas, her pet, alerting Mara, had captured him and imprisoned him. Silas exerted immense effort, gnawing the cage bars with his mouth and bending them. He then, despite the narrow gap, forced his way out, breaking his wings. Finally, he escaped to the mountains and found Mara. He told her not to return. Bishop Jordo and Viscount Pfister had sent hundreds of knights to capture her, the witch hiding in White Pine. Mira ignored all else and, while they remained in the town, waiting for her return and catching her in a trap, she carried the injured Silas and fled. It was thanks to the precious time Silas had bought Mara that she could have escaped the pursuers so easily. "Thank you." Thinking of the pursuers, who might have given up, Mara hesitated no longer. With one hand still holding Silas, she braced herself on the side of the wooden cart with the other. With a single leap, she sat on the back of the cart. Her legs dangled in midair, swaying slightly, as the wooden cart moved forward. "Haha, you're welcome." Hall chuckled twice, and urged Donick to pull the wooden cart forward in the intended direction. "I don't know where you're going, but it's so late now. Why don't you stay at my house for the night?" Hall extended an invitation to Mayla. He could take Mayla to wherever she wanted to go the next morning. However, considering his own situation, Hall felt it was necessary to explain to Mayla in advance. "Well, I'm alone at home right now. But don't worry, my parents' old room is empty and very clean. You can lock the door when you move in. That way, Mayla wouldn't have to worry about being unsafe living in a stranger's house." "No thanks." Unexpectedly, Mayla declined Hall's offer. She was also thinking about Hall. Assuming the pursuers hadn't given up on her pursuit, they'd likely follow the trail all the way to Hall's village, or even directly to his home. Mayla thought, better not to trouble Hall. Good deeds should always be rewarded, right? "So where are you going?" Hall hesitated for a moment, then decided he'd just be a good person tonight, and take Mayla to wherever she wanted to go before returning home. After all, there was plenty of food for the chickens, ducks, and geese at home. He wouldn't starve to death if he returned a day late. "What if I say I want to go to the dark forest?" Mayla's voice drifted slowly from behind Hall. Donick continued to move forward, his wheels rumbling through the mud, leaving 2 deep ruts. Hall, who was pulling on the rope around Donick, suddenly stiffened. Had he heard correctly? Where did she say she was going? The dark forest? That terrifying, perilous dark forest? Hall finally agreed. Even though he had already vaguely suspected that Mara's identity might not be as simple as he imagined. She must be a witch, Hall thought. But he didn't sense any danger from her, and she didn't look like she was going to capture and torture him, as the legend said. Wait, maybe she planned to wait until they reached the dark forest to strike? Hall swallowed fearfully, not daring to make any noise, fearing Mara would notice something was wrong. Hall could have easily found an excuse to refuse Mara. However, when he thought about how they were at least 5 kilometers from the dark forest, and that without his help, Mara would have to walk 5 kilometers on her own, Her shoes probably wearing through. Hall's heart softened uncontrollably. Maybe the situation wasn't so bad after all, and Mara wasn't a witch? Or maybe she was a rare, good witch. Hall tried to comfort himself. When they reached a fork in the road, Hall pulled on the rope, prompting Donick to turn and head towards the path leading to the dark forest. We should be near the dark forest before dawn, and then, Hall thought, let's go our separate ways then. He would never dare enter the dark forest. But before he could figure out how to tactfully discuss their separation with Mara, Mara took the initiative and said, let's go our separate ways then. Mara didn't necessarily mean to embarrass Hall. Meeting Hal, and his willingness to take her to the dark forest, was already a pleasant surprise. That's wonderful. Hall was so overjoyed that he blurted out his true feelings. Carefully turning his head to check Mara's expression, he found her preening the feathers of the crow in her arms, as if she hadn't heard what he had just said. Noticing Hal's gaze, Mara looked up and gave him a puzzled smile. Nothing, I just wanted to get Donick a carrot, Hall said, trying to cover up his mistake. Luckily, he still had half a carrot hidden in his pocket, which he could easily feed Donick. It had been hard work for it to carry him on the wooden cart for a whole day and night. When they were 5 or 6 meters from the dark forest, Donick's hooves stopped. Gazing at the gloomy and oppressive forest not far away, Hal murmured, we arrived at the dark forest. Thank you. Mira, holding Silas, jumped off the wooden cart and thanked Hal again. No, that's fine. Good luck. Hal was so nervous that he didn't even notice he was addressing Mira with honorifics. He hurriedly urged Donick to turn around and head back. Mira watched Hal's retreating figure and softly chanted a spell. If Hal ever encountered trouble and needed her help, the spell would bring him to her. Although Hal had never imagined at the time that he would ever seek the witch's help again, Hal, breathing heavily, briefly recounted his experiences since leaving the dark forest. He was pushing his wooden cart home when he met Minnie, a little girl from the village. Minnie, why are you going to such a dangerous place? Horse rarely frowned. Behind him lay the dark forest. Although he could enter and exit unscathed with the witch's permission, Minnie was different. If she had rashly ventured in out of curiosity, she might have run into danger. Uncle Hall, I know everything. You come here every month, Minnie said. Horse's expression changed, as if caught off guard by Minnie's words. But after years of facing pressure to trade with Maylaw, he had developed a lot of courage. For now, at least, he could keep his composure steady and deceive a child like Minnie. Hey, Uncle Hall, I won't hide it from you. There are many good things outside this dark forest. Firewood mushrooms, they're all treasures. But this is for adults only, you understand? If children venture too far, they'd be carried off and eaten by wild animals. That's all irrelevant, Uncle Hall. I came here specifically to see you. Minnie's face betrayed undisguised anxiety. What happened? Tell me, and Uncle Hall will definitely help you. Hall knelt down, trying to touch Minnie's braided head. But Minnie held his arm tightly. Uncle Hall, Aunt Joanne was taken away by Uncle Howard. I heard it. He wants to bring her to the Lord. He said, and Joanne's face was ruined a long time ago. To be so beautiful now, she must have made a deal with a witch. He's going to expose Aunt Joanne for the greater good. Hearing Minnie's words, Hall's hand slipped from her head. His eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe his own brother would do such a thing. What's this about exposing Aunt Joanne for the greater good? Howard must be after the Lord's bounty. If it can be confirmed that Joanne is connected to the witch, Howard could receive a full 20 gold coins for exposing her. No, I won't let him do that. Hall abandoned the cart and ran home. Minnie held his hand tightly, stopping him. Uncle Hall, if you go back like this, what will happen if Uncle Howard hands you over to the Lord? You're Aunt Joanne's husband, and you know about her dealings with the witch. If you don't report it, the Lord will have you beaten to death. Yes, Minnie was right. Hall's furious mind calmed a little, and he rushed into the dark forest without looking back. He wanted to find Mara. He thought Mara would have a solution. However, he didn't know the exact location of Mara's cabin, and Mara said that knowing too much wasn't good for a good man like him, so she kept him trading under the tree. So, only when the moon was high in the sky did a disheveled Hall finally knock on the cabin's door. Thankfully, thanks to Mara's spell, Hall hadn't been targeted by any beasts along the way. However, he was so anxious that he ran recklessly, stumbling several times. He was covered in mud and grass. So, is there any way you can help me? Hall looked at Mara expectantly. He knew how to make deals with Mara, and immediately added, whatever it takes, even if it's my entire fortune, I'm willing to pay. Hearing this, Mara's lips curled into a smile. Anything? Of course there is. It depends on how you want to do it. Since Hall was a regular customer, Mira thoughtfully offered several options for him to choose from. Chapter 25. This is an invisibility potion. Mira walked to the cupboard against the wall, reached out, and took down a round glass bottle. As she moved, the emerald green liquid rippled gently within the bottle. Just drink half of the potion, and for the next 3 hours, no one will be able to see you. This way, you can secretly find Joanne, and have her drink the remaining half, and leave with you. This is a potion of strength. Mira turned again, and took out a diamond-shaped glass bottle. It contained a deep blue liquid that reflected an eerie, beautiful glow under the kerosene lamp. With the strength you honed through years of hard work, after drinking this, I guarantee you'll be able to kill a bear with your bare hands. Then, not only will you be able to reclaim Joanne in a legitimate way, but you also be able to give your wicked brother a good beating. How about that? This? Hall hesitated. He couldn't decide which one to buy. The invisibility potion was certainly good. It would allow him to avoid a direct confrontation with Howard and quietly rescue Joanne. But Hall harbored a deep resentment towards Howard. It's impossible not to be angry at anyone who suddenly broke into his home and abducted his wife, even if they were his own brothers. Indeed, it was precisely because they were brothers that the usually good-tempered Hall became even more furious. Seeing this, Lex spoke up, I think these 2 potions aren't suitable for the current situation. Melania raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Lex to explain. If the culprit isn't completely dealt with, even if you temporarily rescue Joanne, there's no guarantee she won't be kidnapped again. Lex looked at Hall. Even if Hall gave Howard a good beating, temporarily making him beg for mercy, and spared Joanne, what good would that do? Howard might still hold a grudge, and go after Hall next time. As Hall's own brother, he should know best what kind of person he is. Lex is right. Howard might actually do that. Hall recalled the countless times Howard, relying on his status as the eldest brother, had bullied him. If Howard set his sights on something, even if he couldn't get it, he would go to great lengths to destroy it. Despite feeling wronged, Hall couldn't do anything about Howard. According to the kingdom's inheritance laws, Howard was the future heir to the family. As the youngest son, Hall would only receive a portion of his parents' fortune, which he would later have to take with him to establish his own family. As for the eldest son, who would inherit the family house and land, Hall and Howard's parents inevitably favored Howard. Under his parents' indulgence, Howard gradually grew from a little bad boy into a big bad boy. If Howard hadn't later married a merchant's daughter and moved to town, virtually severing ties with Hall, who knows how much trouble he would have caused over the years. Thinking of this, Hall grew increasingly worried about Joanne's situation. If that's the case, I still have a bottle of stun potion. Give Howard the whole thing, and he'd never wake up. Mira rummaged around for a while, finding a small vial of pink potion, about the length of a fingernail. Although this small vial contained less than 1/5 of the potion in the previous 2, it was far more potent. Is there a potion that would teach Howard a lesson, deter him from attacking Joanne again, but wouldn't injure him so severely? After a moment's silence, Hall spoke with difficulty. Although he was furious at Howard's actions, and wanted to beat him up, he couldn't help but feel the pain of watching Howard drink the potion and never wake up. It was almost the same as killing Howard outright. Regardless of whether it was his brother or not, even if it was a stranger who attacked Joanne today, Hall couldn't bring himself to do it. Mira didn't seem surprised at Hall's words. Alas, she had long known that Hall was a soft-hearted, kind-hearted man. The difference between a good person and a bad person is that getting a good person to do something bad is harder than killing them. Before he could even do anything, the flood of guilt overwhelmed him. But I don't have the potion you're talking about. Nothing a witch crafts is completely harmless. The potions I have are only mildly, severely, or extremely dangerous. Mira held her chin in her hand, speaking listlessly. Even the 2 potions Mira mentioned earlier have minor side effects. For example, after drinking the invisibility potion, Hall's presence would be reduced in the eyes of others for the next week. He might even be ignored if he walked right past them. For example, after Hall drank the potion of strength, once the effects wore off, he'd be completely exhausted, sprawled out in bed like a limp noodle until the side effects wore off. So serious? Hall's eyes widened. I'm not a god who can perform miracles without cost. To unleash these miraculous effects, there must be a price to pay, Mira replied confidently. Isn't that fair? After all, there's no such thing as something that comes for free. So, what are the side effects of the transformation potions you gave me? Hall asked eagerly. He'd been so focused on buying the potions from Mira that he hadn't considered the possibility of side effects. Besides, he's seen Joanne drink the transfiguration potion for so many years, seemingly without any problems. Mira tilted her head, a shimmering smile in her eyes. Don't worry, the side effects of the transfiguration potion are very minor. It's just that the longer you look at that unfamiliar face in the mirror, the less you can remember your true appearance. But since she already used the transfiguration potion, and had been drinking it for so long, she probably didn't want to return to her original appearance, right? I see. Not bad, not bad. Hall breathed a sigh of relief, clearly feeling that the side effects were within acceptable limits. But are you sure you still have time to dwell on this? Sunrise isn't long now. As soon as daybreak arrives, perhaps your brother will bring Joanne to meet the Lord. It'd be a lot more difficult to rescue her then. Mira brought the conversation back on track, urging Hall to make a quick decision. At this point, Lex spoke again, urging Hall to buy both the invisibility potion and the strength potion, since he wasn't willing to buy the stun potion. Then, he should go meet Howard and try to get some information out of him to find out why he suddenly wanted to rely on Joanne to collect the bounty from the Lord. After all, according to what Hall had said, Howard had married a merchant's daughter and moved to town, so he should be living a good life. If he wasn't facing serious financial problems, why would he suddenly return to the village to look for Hall, his long-lost brother? And buying the strength potion and the invisibility potion wouldn't be enough. The potion was also a precaution. If Hall and Howard's conversation broke down, Hall, after drinking it, could still knock the other man unconscious and then quietly escape with Joanne back to the cabin to find Melanie. Hall, convinced that Lex was right, signed an IOU with Melanie and hurried away, pocketing the 2 bottles of potion. He had to reach town and stop Howard before dawn. After Hall left, Melanie, who should have been asleep but had stayed up late, yawned lazily as sleepiness crept over her. A hint of moisture trickled down her eyes. She glanced at Lex, who was leaning his head, lost in thought. I have a feeling you had an ulterior motive for what you just said to Hall. It seemed like Lex was offering Hall advice, but then again, their relationship was barely more than a stranger's. It wasn't worth him being so attentive, even planning a way out for Hall. At least one thing is to sell those 2 bottles of potion. Wouldn't that reduce my debt? Lex raised his eyes, his lips curled slightly. He didn't deny Mira's accusation of ulterior motives, but he remained tight-lipped about what they were. Mira didn't really want to know his motives anyway. But Mira agreed with Lex's suggestion of using potion sales as a way to offset his debt. Then give me 1/10 of each of the 2 bottles, and you pay me back 6 silver coins. She hadn't grasped the situation at first, only thinking of asking Hall to choose between the 2. She hadn't expected him to buy both. She must have been feeling lethargic from lack of sleep. Mira couldn't help but yawn again. By the way, if every potion has its own side effects, what about the healing potion? Lex suddenly asked. Mira said, already reclining in the rocking chair, her blanket tucked in. Hearing Lex's question, she mumbled, as long as it's not taken long-term, there aren't really any significant side effects. It's a life-saving potion, after all. However, if someone drinks too much, they'd probably prematurely exhaust their remaining vitality and die young. Like a flower that blooms early, it will also wither early. Without waiting for Lex to ask more, Mira closed her eyes and fell asleep. Though, in her dreams, a vague thought arose. She looked forward to seeing Hall and Joanne arrive at the cabin tomorrow so they could discuss what had happened since they met Howard. She had a feeling that something that had Lex so deeply concerned must hold many secrets worth unearthing. Chapter 26. All day, Mira had been distracted by Hall's situation, nearly tripping over herself while walking. Luckily, Lex was nearby, quickly reaching out and grabbing her arm to support her. Are you okay? Lex asked with concern. I'm fine. Mira finally regained her balance. The next second, as if realizing something, she suddenly clenched her right fist and tapped it against the palm of her left. No, I need to divine for Hall to see if he can successfully rescue Joanne. Logically, since he's already taken your potion, he shouldn't be unable to deal with an ordinary person like Howard. Lex thought that was unacceptable. Even if something unexpected did happen, such as Howard gathering other helpers, making them too numerous for Hall to defeat, as long as he drank the invisibility potion, it shouldn't be difficult for him to easily take Joanne away. You don't understand. My day is so unlucky. It must be some kind of omen warning me. Mira said mysteriously. Witches are very sensitive to these things. Before the near accident in White Pine, Mira had experienced similar situations repeatedly, either accidentally knocking over bottles or jars, or breaking dishes in a moment of distraction. Even Silas, watching with rare steel, warned Mira to be careful and pay attention to the road, lest she make another loud noise if she wasn't paying attention. After leaving White Pine and settling down in the dark forest, Mira belatedly realized that those seemingly careless mistakes were actually a constant reminder. Be careful. Something bad is about to happen. Of course, not every witch has such a keen sense of perception. At least some less skilled young witches can't achieve Mira's level of perception. After all, Mira was exceptionally gifted. Mira stood on tiptoe and reached for her crystal ball from the top shelf of the cupboard. However, as she pulled the crystal ball down, she nearly brought the wooden base down with it. Frightened, Mira jerked her head away and quickly dodged. If this thing hit her face hard, it wouldn't only hurt, but it would definitely leave an unsightly red mark. Lex, who had been skeptical of Mira's story, said, Now, he was completely convinced that Mira's omen had some truth to it. He had never seen Mira so unlucky before. Fortunately, it seems the unlucky one is undoubtedly Hal. I was simply implicated by him. Seeing this, Mira's heart relaxed. If she were to suffer the same fate, she wouldn't be able to dodge this wooden base so easily. Even if it didn't hit her face, it would at least hit her feet, forcing her to brace herself and pay attention to the future. However, judging by this level of bad luck, even if Hall successfully took Joanne, they'd probably encounter many setbacks on their way out. Mira said thoughtfully. Wait a minute, why is there so much dust on my crystal ball? Mira suddenly felt something strange in her hand. She looked down and saw that the crystal ball was covered in a thick layer of dust. When the crystal ball was not activated, it looked like an ordinary glass ball entangled with dirty dust, so that the layer of dust on it was not noticeable. But now, realizing her hands were covered in dust, Mira couldn't help but frown in disgust. Lex, have you forgotten something recently? Given their years together, Mira's questioning became more tactful. In the past, she would have simply suspected Lex of being lazy. Although Mira admitted that she hadn't used her crystal ball in a while, Lex would wipe it with a towel every once in a while, so it shouldn't have been covered in such a thick layer of dust. However, Mira glanced at the dust on her hands again, and figured that Lex had forgotten to clean her crystal ball for at least 2 months. Unexpectedly, Lex's eyes were incredibly innocent. Perhaps Silas has been too busy lately and accidentally forgot to clean the crystal ball? He told me a few months ago that it's more convenient for him to fly up and clean the crystal ball, saving me from having to pick it up and down. And what if I drop it? I think he's right, so I'm giving him the job. Busy? What is he busy with? Mira then realized that her ears had been much quieter lately. She assumed Silas had finally learned to keep quiet, but she hadn't expected there to be something else. Well, it seemed Silas was out playing a while ago and ran into a beautiful young white dove. Lex recalled, pinching his chin. So Silas had met a bird he'd fallen in love with at first sight. For some reason, Mira suddenly felt a strange sense of relief, as if the child she raised for so long had finally returned home. But, can a crow and a white dove ever have a future? Mira hesitated for a moment. After all, at least racially, crows and doves aren't a good match, are they? Lex also began to ponder. According to his point of view, a relationship between a crow and a dove was certainly impossible, but Silas wasn't just an ordinary crow, he was a crow that could speak. In this respect, he was undoubtedly a wise crow. Perhaps this was why Silas, beyond the ordinary crow's vision, set his sights on a young, beautiful dove. Forget it. I ask Silas about it when he gets back. Mira glanced at the empty perch and decided. Silas's thoughts had distracted her earlier, but now Mira regained her focus. She fetched a clean towel and wiped the dust off the crystal ball. Then, gently wiping it with her hand, the dust inside the crystal ball transformed into a psychedelic mist before her eyes. Can Hallward successfully rescue his wife Joanne? Mira posed her first question to the crystal ball. The mist within the crystal ball began to change, revealing the answer. Yes. But there's great risk. This was similar to Mira's previous guess. Will Hallward fail in his attempt to escape with Joanne? Mira posed her second question to the crystal ball, this time narrowing the scope. The crystal ball quickly shifted again. There's a high chance of failure, but also a low chance of success. Does that mean it all depends on luck? Mira stared at the crystal ball, understanding. This meant that if Hall was lucky enough, he could escape his predicament entirely on his own. But Hall's luck always seemed to be neither good nor bad. This made Mira hesitate for a moment, wondering whether to help. She felt she had already done enough. Although Mira had spoken nonchalantly to Lex about changing his fate, as if a simple flick of her finger could steer Lex's destiny in a different direction, the truth was, Lex's determination was more important in changing his fate. It was Lex's disbelief in fate, his determination to change it on his own, that moved his star, deviating from its predetermined trajectory. Otherwise, for Mara, as a bystander, to interfere in Hall's fate, she would have to pay a price. Okay, third question. If Hall were caught, would it have a negative impact on me? Mara asked the crystal ball. The crystal ball's answer was remarkably certain. If Hall were captured, Mara would be implicated and embroiled in trouble. Looks like I have no choice but to get involved. Confirming her willingness to help, Mara actually breathed a sigh of relief. How do you plan to help? Lex watched the entire process, a little curious. Is Mara planning to leave the dark forest and take action herself? Of course. Mara smiled, deliberately drawing out the last part of her voice. No. While interfering in the fate of others carries a price, the magnitude of that price is entirely up to Mara to decide. For example, if she left the dark forest and went to help Hal herself, it would undoubtedly come at a great cost. She would likely encounter mad beasts along the way, or attract the presence of priests, knights under the Lord, and other people who shouldn't be there. But if Mara had taken a different approach, if she had simply placed a very light weight on the side of the scales that belonged to Hal, to help tip the scales in his favor, the cost would have been minimal. Probably the price of consuming a worm while eating an apple. Although it was a bit disgusting. But it didn't matter. Since she had decided to help, Mara could tolerate this little disgust. Speaking of which, it was thanks to Mara's collection of Cliff's fruits a few years ago that, after repeated experiments, she successfully concocted a small vial of luck potion, the size of a fingernail. A luck potion, as the name suggests, is a potion that makes one lucky. Although luck is always elusive, a little bit of it can often have a huge impact. Since Hal's failed escape was the starting point of my trouble, wouldn't it be better if he didn't fail? Mara uncorked the bottle and drank the deep pink potion in one gulp. If Mara became lucky, it would also affect Hall's luck, perhaps even helping him escape. But this potion is really hard to drink, Mara commented, smacking her lips. Perhaps because Mara had always sold her potions to others, she had never considered whether they tasted good or not. Now that she had tasted it herself, she found the taste to be simply indescribable. It wasn't completely bitter, nor was it completely sour. There was even a hint of spiciness, so complex that Mara didn't want to savor it at all. She just wanted a cup of herbal tea to drown the taste of the potion in her mouth. Lex, quick, pour me a cup of herbal tea. Remember to add 2 heaping tablespoons of honey. Here I am. Lex had a vague premonition the moment Mara took out the bottle of lucky potion she had treasured for years. But before he could act, Mara had already finished the potion with her eyes closed. Fortunately, he hadn't been too late in bringing the teacup. Mara took it and drank half the sweet tea in one gulp, finally feeling a sense of relief, akin to surviving a disaster. Next time, remember to remind me to consider the taste when refining the potion. I do my best to make it delicious. Mara put down the teacup and said solemnly. Chapter 27. Whoosh. Whoosh. The wind, wrapped in heavy breathing, blew through the branches and leaves, drifting off into the distance. In the pitch-black night, 2 figures, supporting each other, stumbled forward. The small cabin nestled deep in the forest still shone dimly. Inside, the 2 people and the bird were both awake, a rare sight. So, upon hearing the knock on the door, Lex, who was closest, reacted quickly and opened it. The man looked disheveled, his face smeared with mud, broken leaves, and even tiny black thorns. It looked as if he had rolled on the ground before arriving and then, unfortunately, gotten stuck in the bushes. Thankfully, he had great endurance, managing to make it all the way through with such a look on his face. In contrast, the woman he supported, though pale and mournful, had only a few wisps of hair scattered around her temples. Seeing the strange young man standing behind the door, she hurriedly pushed her hair behind her ears and tried to maintain a serious expression, as if she wasn't following her husband's frantic quest for help, but rather simply visiting. Hall's wife seemed to take her appearance with particular care. Lex took in the scene thoughtfully. Come in. Lex stepped aside, making way for the 2 of them. Hall gave Lex a grateful look and helped Joanne into the cabin. Mara had been leaning against the desk, teasing Silas with a piece of foxtail grass. Silas, feeling guilty, clutched his perch with his paws, not daring to dodge, only gritted his teeth and endured the furry touch tickling his beak again and again. Fortunately, with the entrance of Hall and the other man, Mira's attention shifted away from it, and her movements ceased. Silas breathed a sigh of relief and stealthily moved himself to a corner. Mira ignored it. Her gaze swept across Hall's utterly horrified face, and a look of deep surprise crossed her face. If she hadn't been absolutely certain that the potion she brewed was flawless, she would have doubted the effectiveness of the lucky potion she drunk earlier. How else could he have been so miserable? If this was the result of the lucky potion taking effect, Mira couldn't help but look with sympathy. How much more unfortunate Hall must have been. Mira's gaze made Hall uneasy. He instinctively tried to scratch his face with his free hand, but he accidentally brushed against the tiny thorn scattered across his face, causing him to grimace in pain for a long time. Be careful. Joanne noticed Hall's movements, and a look of distress welled up in her eyes. She briefly wanted to help him remove the thorn, but then she worried it was too small, and she might end up making things worse. If the thorn accidentally broke off and got stuck inside, that would be troublesome. If only she had a sewing needle. Joanne thought she could then help Hal remove all the thorns from his face. Can you lend me a sewing needle? Mira, as if she could read his mind, spoke for Joanne. If only. Joanne hesitated. Hall had been dealing with witches for years, so Joanne should have known Mira well, and shouldn't have been as afraid of her as the others. However, this was Joanne's first time meeting Mira. As the beautiful young witch smiled at her, Joanne instinctively felt a surge of timidity, like looking at a rose. Beneath the enchanting beauty lay the danger of a prick. Joanne wondered whether she should reach out and accept the witch's gift. Of course. Lex, Mira drawled, helped them find the sewing needle. Lex walked directly to the low cabinet by the door, leaned over, opened a drawer, and pulled out a gleaming needle. Thank you. Joanne thanked Lex with a humble gesture. Then, using the overhead light, she carefully cupped Hall's face, found the right spot, and lightly inserted the needle, picking out the tiny black thorns one by one. Speaking of which, how did you end up like this? Mira asked curiously. Hearing Melah's question, Hall opened his mouth to answer without a second thought. But just as he uttered a single syllable, Joanne glared at him, forcing him to quickly close his mouth, signaling he was done. Let me tell you, Joanne pursed her lips and took Plek over. Hall ended up like this because he was trying to save me. Joanne wanted to cut to the chase, but Melah stopped her. No, I have plenty of time for stories. Just take your time. Well, since Melah had asked, Joanne recounted the entire story. The whole story began before Howard had taken Joanne away. Yesterday, as usual, Hall had left the village before daybreak, pushing his wooden cart along without disturbing anyone. Joanne stayed home, first opening the fence to let the large white geese she had raised for years out to feed. Then she fetched her spindle, and sat in a chair, twisting the pre-processed nettles into thread, preparing for the weaving process. A whole morning passed quietly. Just as Joanne felt her back ache, and couldn't help but stand up to walk around the house, Howard suddenly burst in. Burning wasn't quite the right word, as Howard walked in with a swagger. Long time no see, Joanne, Howard said in a hypocritical greeting. His brown eyes, identical to Hall's, swaggered around, but the more he looked, the more disgusted he became. No, to Howard, accustomed to fine things, this home seemed too poor. There were no soft carpets, no colorful paintings, and very little furniture. A single spinning wheel occupied most of the corner. Howard's disdainful expression caught Joanne's eye. Having already been unwelcome to Howard's visit, Joanne pursed her lips and said coldly, "It's been a while. The last time I saw you was at a funeral." It was Hall's parents' funeral. Although Howard hadn't been home to see his parents and siblings for 8 or 9 years, and Hall and Howard weren't particularly close, it was unwise for Hall to not inform him of such a major event as his parents' funeral. So, after discussing it with Joanne, Hall sent a message to the town, informing Howard of the time and location of the funeral. However, Howard didn't return until just before the funeral began. After Hall's invited priest finished the ceremony, and the coffin was lowered into the burial, Howard couldn't wait to speak. He demanded that Hall divide the inheritance left by his parents equally with him. Equally divide the inheritance. The relatives and villagers who had come to the funeral couldn't help but murmur at Howard's words. Feeling the scrutiny of so many people, Howard showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he held his chin high, stroked his carefully grown mustache, and maintained a confident demeanor. According to the kingdom's inheritance laws, I should have taken 2/3 of the inheritance. Now, I'm only taking half, which is more than enough to show my brother the favor. Besides, I haven't even asked you to include the money for the land. Just be content, Hall. Howard addressed Hall, as if offering alms. Hall, with a scowl, loudly retorted, "It was you who, in the beginning, despised our family's meager wealth and refused to continue being an honest farmer like your father. You married a merchant's daughter and moved to town, never to return. My father had no choice but to leave the land to me to farm. And now Howard is saying these things were his all along? Hall must pay him for inheriting his parents' money and land." How ridiculous. Joanne stood beside Hall, equally indignant for her husband, but she could only clutch the hem of her rough linen skirt and remain silent. Because Howard was right, this was the law of the kingdom. Even though Howard's actions over the years had been shameful, as the eldest son, he naturally had an advantage in inheritance rights that Hall lacked. If Hall didn't agree to an equal division of the inheritance, Howard could bring him to justice before the Lord. The priest, who hadn't left yet, was Howard's best witness. Thinking of this, many relatives gathered around, urging Hall to agree to Howard's terms. At least that way, he could keep half. Otherwise, according to inheritance law, he would only receive 1/3. Have no choice but to nod and agree. Joanne will always remember Howard's back as he walked away with a large sum of money that day, and the smug look in his eyes. Thankfully, after taking the money, Howard, perhaps feeling that his brother had nothing else to covet, never came to Hall again. Now Howard, whom she hadn't seen for years, suddenly appeared, saying he wanted to discuss something with Hall. Joanne couldn't help but feel wary. Faced with Howard's inquiries, Joanne kept beating around the bush, refusing to tell him where Hall had been or when he would be back. Okay, I'm thirsty after all this talking. Go give me a bowl of water. Howard addressed Joanne in a commanding tone, as if he were addressing a maid. Joanne's face darkened, and she felt like raising a stick to chase him out. But in the end, she suppressed the anger within her, and scooped a large bowl of water for Howard with a ceramic bowl. If she kept trying to deal with him, Howard might grow impatient and leave. After Howard left, she would tell Hall about this, and try to find out the reason for his sudden visit. Joanne had made up her mind. Just then, she suddenly felt something strange behind her. She turned back to see what was going on, but it was too late. A dull pain shot through the back of her neck, and Joanne fainted. Before she fainted, she mustered a powerful willpower to turn her head, and saw clearly that the man standing behind her, holding a wooden stick, was undoubtedly Howard. I should have never let him in. A final thought flashed through Joanne's mind. When Joanne awoke from the darkness, she found herself trapped in a small room, surrounded by all sorts of debris. Her hands and ankles were tied with ropes, cutting off any chance of escape. It must have been Howard who did this, Joanne thought firmly. But she didn't understand why Howard did this. She was just an ordinary woman. Since the accident, Hall was the only person she could rely on. Could Howard be using her to threaten Hall? Joanne's heart sank, but she was helpless. After all, she was tied up here, and even if she guessed Howard's intentions, she couldn't tell Hall in time. Furthermore, Howard was incredibly cruel. After bringing Joanne back, he abandoned her, refusing even food or water. Joanne had only eaten breakfast that day, and the endless hunger tormented her, and she soon passed out again. Later, Joanne was jolted awake. She stared at the shifting ground, unable to discern the hand on her waist, carrying her along. It was as if she were floating in midair in some strange position. Hall, is that you? Even though she knew no one else would rescue her, Joanne couldn't help but ask. It's me. Hall's voice echoed through the air. It was as heavy and muffled as ever, like a hammer hitting an earthen wall, yet it gave Joanne a profound sense of relief. How did you become like this? I can't see you, Joanne said. This is the invisibility potion I bought from Miss Mela. After drinking it, no one can see me. I had originally left you half a bottle, intending you to drink it and escape with me, but since you fainted, I kept the remaining half. Hall explained. Hall was reluctant to give the potion to the unconscious Joanne. He simply changed his plan and, taking advantage of Howard's inability to see him, knocked him unconscious. Unconscious? That's good. Joanne was completely relieved. She had no sympathy for someone who had hurt her. After letting Hall carry her for a while, Joanne said, Are you tired? Otherwise, put me down and let me walk on my own. Don't worry, I bought another bottle of strength potion. I can carry you all the way back. Hall patted his chest and assured Joanne. However, he quickly realized that Joanne couldn't see his movements at that moment. Oh, I'm such a fool. I forgot you can't see me until the effect of the potion wears off. Hall was annoyed. Joanne's lips curled into a smile, and she offered a few words of comfort. It sounds like you guys are actually going pretty well. Mira suddenly interrupting Joanne's story. Joanne had not only cleared all the small thorns from Hall's face, but also helped him pick off any blades of grass he accidentally gotten stuck on. Hall was finally able to speak now, and he gave Mira a wry smile. But something unexpected happened soon after. Chapter 28. Accident? Mira raised an eyebrow slightly, a look of interest. Yes, we never imagined Howard would be hooking up with one of the Lord's knights. Hall gritted his teeth, his expression heavy. If it were simply a falling out with Howard, Hall could simply shut the door on him and refuse to interact with him, then find a way to prevent him from attacking Joanne. But Hall never expected that. Not long after he and Joanne fled, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard behind them. Thanks to her position, Joanne was the first to see the knight seated on the tall horse. He wore no full armor, only a breastplate that gleamed coldly in the moonlight. His short, thick eyebrows framed his slate-gray eyes, giving him a formidable demeanor. And indeed, he was. His eyes met Joanne's, and a gleam of light shone unabashedly. "I found you." Then he squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, urging it to speed up, charging towards Joanne and Hall. Joanne even saw him draw the sword from his waist. In the vast night, the silver tip of the sword carried a formidable sharpness, impossible for her to ignore. Although Hall didn't have time to turn and see what was happening behind him, he too heard the threatening words, and anxiously, he quickened his pace and broke into a run. But how could a human's 2 legs outrun a horse's 4? In the space of a few breaths, the knight's long sword, gleaming with a cold gleam, nearly pierced Hall's back. Hall was now nothing to the others, a mass of air, unseen. But with Joanne slung across his shoulders, he looked like a sitting duck. It was Joanne, seeing the sword coming, who desperately cried out, "Turn!" that allowed Hall to dodge just in time. At the same time, a small section of Joanne's hair was severed. At such close range, a missed strike wouldn't matter. The knight looked at Hall and Joanne as if they were fish on a chopping block, condescending, and then, without hesitation, thrust his second strike. He hadn't intended to kill them outright, he simply wanted to injure Hall, forcing him to stop. However, because he couldn't see clearly, the narrow blade was about to pierce Hall's heart. Luckily, once again, luck struck Hall. Caught off guard, he slipped, tumbling down the slope with Joanne, just in time to avoid the fatal blow. However, the slope was high and steep, and Hall only had time to adjust his stance and use his body to shield Joanne as best he could. Barbed wooden sticks pierced Hall's hands and face, but Joanne escaped unscathed thanks to Hall's protection, only her hair ruffled. Thankfully, the two of them rolled quickly out of the knight's sight, and the bushes effectively blocked the horse's advance. From above, a vicious curse and the neighing of a horse could be heard. Hall, ignoring the pain, quickly pulled out the half-filled bottle of invisibility potion he had previously stored and had Joanne drink it. The potion took effect incredibly quickly. Almost as soon as Joanne had finished the last drop, she suddenly caught sight of Hall's brown eyes, filled with anticipation. It worked. Hall was delighted. Seeing the other person in their invisible state meant Joanne was now like him. "Hurry up!" Joanne recovered her senses before Hall did, grabbing his arm and stumbling forward. They had to hurry and get out of here before they were caught. Joanne had originally planned to return to the village. Even if she wanted to escape, she had to pack up her belongings before running. But before she was halfway there, Hall realized they were heading back to the village. He immediately grabbed Joanne, led her around a corner, and took another route, intent on heading towards Melah's cabin. Although Hall wasn't usually known for his intelligence, he was surprisingly alert in moments like this. His intuition told him that going home might not be safe at this moment. It would be better to seek Melah's protection at the cabin. In the worst-case scenario, it would be helpful to listen to Lex's advice. It was only because he had listened to Lex's advice that he had successfully rescued Joanne. "You did the right thing." Lex was not shy about praising Hall's decision. He analyzed Hall's situation, saying, "First, the knight's rapid pursuit of you suggests he must have arrived at Howard's residence shortly after you left. In other words, upon seeing Howard unconscious, he immediately realized something was amiss and, following the footprints, rode in pursuit of Hall and Joanne. This wasn't good news, as it meant the knight was definitely involved in kidnapping Joanne and bringing her to the Lord for a reward. Otherwise, his first reaction would have been to call a healer to revive the woman. Perhaps this was the idea he had originally suggested to Howard, Lex added logically. Otherwise, given Howard's status, even if he took Joanne to the manor, how could he possibly see the Lord? He would likely be captured by patrolling guards and thrown into the dungeon before he could even reach the Lord's manor, awaiting the steward's disposal. But with the knight's guidance, Howard would have no trouble roaming the manor. Secondly, assuming the facts are as I suspect, the knight must be determined to obtain Joanne, meaning he must bring her before the Lord. As for why he did this, it was likely related to the Lord's attitude. But why did the Lord of this place suddenly seek someone related to the witch? During the pause, Lex naturally glanced at Mara, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. He wondered if Mara might know something about this matter. However, it was Melah who responded, tilting her head and blinking, her expression remarkably innocent. "Since he just let you escape, there's a good chance he'd turn and head towards your village, waiting for you." Regardless of whether Melah was feigning innocence or not, Lex had already withdrawn his gaze and continued. After all, the common belief is that after surviving a disaster, the first reaction is to return to a safe place, like home. Even if one has decided to leave and seek shelter elsewhere, they still have to pack up their valuables first. It had to be said that, to some extent, Lex's assumption coincided with Joanne's original idea. In other words, if Hall and Joanne had truly gone home, they would have been the real deal. Then, Hall and Joanne exchanged glances. According to you, does that mean we can't stay in the village and live a normal life from now on? Although it was a question, the answer was clearly already in their minds. The already heavy heart sank even lower. Look at it another way. If you leave now, this matter will be over. After all, neither the knight nor Howard has any idea where you've gone. You better hurry and move out, leave the village, or even leave Radcliffe County. Then, with just the two of them, they wouldn't be able to track you down. Lex raised an eyebrow. If Hall had looked up now, he would have seen Lex's expression mirroring Maylaw's. But he kept his head down, like a piece of dogtail grass wilted by the wind. This wasn't hard to understand. After all, suddenly leaving their hometown after over 30 years, and because of an unforeseen disaster, it would be difficult for anyone to accept it. But there was no other way. If they didn't move, would they really go back and be at the mercy of others? It's all my fault. Joanne, standing by, suddenly blamed herself. If I hadn't been so obsessed with this face, and so dependent on the transfiguration potion, Howard would have noticed something, and how could we have gotten into such trouble? Joanne looked at Hall, tears welling up in her eyes. Lex quietly gave Maylaw a puzzled look. He had a question that he couldn't quite figure out. How exactly did Howard notice that something was wrong with Joanne? Your face now must be what it looked like before the fire when you were 16. Mira caught Lex's eye and asked bluntly. Not at all worried about irritating anyone. You guessed right. Joanne's sorrow was interrupted by Maylaw. She wiped the tears from her eyes with her hand, and in the process, touched the smooth, firm skin of her face. The thought of the fire that had left her face so disfigured that she couldn't face anyone, even after more than a decade, frightened Joanne, and she immediately dropped her hand. It was as if her face was once again filled with the burning pain that had tormented her day and night. And the feeling of the bumps and dents on her face when she ran her hand across it in her dreams. Fire? With Maylaw's reminder, Lex finally noticed that Joanne's face was too smooth and tender, like the skin of a teenage girl. To be honest, he initially thought it was the result of Joanne's good skin care. But he didn't dwell on the fact that a peasant woman, toiling day and night, couldn't possibly spend the same amount of money and effort on maintaining her face as the noble ladies he's seen in the palace. Joanne's hands, in particular, were covered in calluses and traces of frostbite. So, when her hands and face were placed together, it was like putting two bodies of different ages together. Her sensitivity to appearance made her notice the fleeting, pensive expression on Lex's face, but for Joanne, who had experienced the disgust and resentment of others, this reaction was not enough to sting her heart. Back then, with that face, she was driven out by her own parents, pelted with stones by the brother she had saved, and forced to live in a shabby straw hut by the river. Yet, she gritted her teeth and persevered, not throwing herself into the river in despair. Later, she met Hall, who was willing to love her and marry her. Even now, even with her scars exposed to others, Joanne was surprised to find that they weren't as painful as she remembered. However, if she had known ahead of time that this would cause Hall trouble, Joanne thought, she would have preferred to live with that ugly face forever. I don't blame you, Hall said after a long silence. After drinking the transformation potion, you can live normally in the village and interact with the other villagers. Isn't that wonderful? Moreover, Hall felt very grateful to Maylaw for giving him the transformation potion. Otherwise, Joanne probably would never have agreed to be with him. Back then, no matter how Hall tried to prove that he didn't mind Joanne's disfigurement, that he loved her kindness and gentleness, Joanne, out of low self-esteem, repeatedly rejected his advances and even considered secretly moving away and never seeing him again. While trying to stop Joanne, Hal steeled himself and journeyed to the dark forest, hoping to find the witch he had once helped, hoping to obtain from her a method to restore Joanne's appearance. He had prepared sufficient money, and was also prepared to pay other costs. Then the witch, Mara, suddenly appeared before him, accompanied by Silas. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Mara rested her hand on her chin, looking eager to hear a story. As Hal stammered out his story with Joanne, Mara hummed, her tone tinged with a smile, a method to restore one's appearance. I do have one. Come to this tree in 3 days, and I have Silas bring you what you want. Okay, Miss Witch. So should I come during the day or at night? Hal asked, trying to overcome his fear of witches. He suddenly remembered the stories he heard as a child. Witches preferred to make deals at night, because the things they offered were often hidden from the public. Now is the time. Mira gave Hal a strange look, finding his question rather outrageous. Even Silas wouldn't want to go out at night. He's a crow, not an owl. Also, just call me Mira, Mira said. Okay, Miss Mira. Hal nodded heavily, indicating he understood. What did he understand? Mira couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But the deal was finally completed 3 days later. Silas held the basket in his mouth and gestured with his eyes for Hal to lift the cloth covering it and remove the 2 bottles of potion inside. These are 2 bottles of transfiguration potion. Just drink them and imagine what you want to become. As Hal held the bottles and examined them, Silas suddenly introduced them. This startled Hal. A crow can actually talk, but considering it's a witch's pet, it's not surprising that it can speak. Hal consoled himself mentally. Silas ignored Hal's fuss and continued to relay Mira's words to him. By the way, each potion takes 2 weeks to work, so come back to this tree after next month, and I bring you a new potion. So there's no way to fix it all at once. Hal looked a little disappointed. Come on, your face has been burned, such a serious injury, and you're still thinking a single potion can fix it? Aren't you a bit delusional? Silas couldn't help but roll his eyes at Hal's words. Of course, Mira said you can call it quits at any time. It's not you who needs to drink this stuff anyway. If you ever tire of the woman you love now, just ditch her now that she's become ugly and find a new wife. With that, Silas roared with laughter and took flight. He circled once in the sky above Hal's head, then flew away with the empty basket in his mouth. He didn't even stay to listen to Hal's rebuttal. Hal watched Silas's retreating figure, clutching the potion bottle tightly. He felt a pang of frustration. He wanted to say that he would never be unfaithful. After all, he had never loved Joanne just for her looks. After Hal handed the transfiguration potion to Joanne and explained its effects, Joanne eyed the potion suspiciously and asked where Hal had gotten it. I bought it from a witch. Hal figured he'd have to tell Joanne about this later anyway, so he might as well be honest right up front. A witch? You actually made a deal with a witch? Joanne subconsciously raised her voice, staring at Hal with a look of disapproval. She had never imagined that the seemingly honest Hal could be so bold as to make a deal with a witch. Actually, Miss Mira is a very good witch. She only charged me 12 silver coins for a bottle of transfiguration potion. Hal scratched his head and tried to speak in Melanie's favor in front of Joanne. The result only shocked Joanne even more. A potion of unknown efficacy costs 12 silver coins? Are you crazy? She seemed eager to shove the potion back into Hal's hands and tell him to go get the silver coins back from the witch. Why don't you try it and see if it works? Hal advised her sincerely. Although, secretly, Hal felt that Melanie, who could make crows speak, must be a very powerful witch and wouldn't try to trick him with a useless potion. Besides, Hal would have to buy a new potion from Melanie next month. If she lied, she would be exposed. Seeing that Hal refused to take the potion back, Joanne thought she might as well give it to him. 12 silver coins. At worst, she could save up enough money to pay him back later. Joanne uncorked the bottle and drank the potion in one gulp. Following Hal's instructions, she closed her eyes and imagined the image she most desired. Joanne didn't want to be incredibly beautiful, nor did she want to be some peerless beauty. She simply wanted to return to her face, before the fire had damaged it. That was the image she most deeply remembered, the one she couldn't help but recall every night. Joanne, it worked. You're back. Hal's delighted voice echoed in Joanne's ears. She snapped her eyes open. Back? Was that what she imagined? Full of unexplained anticipation, Joanne hurried to the nearby riverbank and observed her face in the water's reflection. It was a smooth new face. It was the face she always dreamed of, one undamaged by the burns. Joanne was so overwhelmed with joy that she burst into tears. Don't cry, Hal said anxiously, trying to comfort her. He reached out to put his arm around Joanne's shoulders, but quickly pulled back. Unexpectedly, Joanne, observing his movements from the surface, actually leaned into his arms. Thank you, she said, her voice choking with sobs. So, are you willing to marry me as I am? This time, it was Joanne's turn to take the initiative. Of course, I absolutely could not ask for it. Hal was so overjoyed that he could hardly speak. At that moment, Hal felt as if he were enveloped by an overwhelming sense of happiness. Even the air felt incredibly fresh. So even if I were given another chance, I wouldn't regret it, Hal said. Even now, because this incident forced him to leave the village where he had grown up for so many years, it was still the same. In the dim light, Hal's face, though not handsome, seemed filled with a strange charm. Joanne threw herself into his arms without hesitation, feeling her heart pounding once again. If I have to blame someone, blame Howard. If he hadn't harbored such sinister intentions, we wouldn't have been forced to leave. Hall caressed Joanne's shoulder and offered a heartfelt remark regarding her earlier self-blame. Of course, he meant it sincerely, and it wasn't just to comfort Joanne. Dear. Joanne's eyes sparkled with tears again, this time with joy and relief. She completely let go of the guilt and self-blame she felt. What a sweet thing to say. It's true that even the most honest man can easily coax a woman. Mara snorted, as if she couldn't bear to see them in such a passionate moment and wanted to pour cold water on them. If you truly harbor no resentment, why were you so silent just now? Well, I was actually thinking, since we're planning to move, why not just move to Bayard County next door? Although Lex said that unless something unexpected happened, they wouldn't have the misfortune of running into Howard again, Hall couldn't help but worry. What if that was the case? It would be better to simply move out of Radcliffe County to prevent future trouble. However, Hall felt that saying this would sound like he didn't trust Lex. He assured him that he really didn't mean that. He didn't know if Lex would believe him. Hall glanced at Lex furtively, but couldn't discern any clues from his expression. But now that he'd gotten the conversation out of the way, Hall simply spilled the beans on his thoughts. Besides, I'm also considering where in Bayard County to move to, so I can come back to you, Miss Maylaw, to buy potions. Donnick was getting old, and Hall rarely used him to pull the cart anymore. If the move was too far from the dark forest, he might not be able to make it alone. Well, you better ask Lex. No one in this little cabin knows this kingdom better than him. Mela threw Hall's question to Lex like a hot potato. In that case, there's no place better for you than Golden Wheat Town in Bayard County, Lex said. The tax collector there is notoriously slippery. Slippery means that as long as you offer him a benefit, you can achieve your desired goal. For example, they gave Hall and Joanne, who were brought from neighboring Radcliffe, the status of natives of Golden Wheat. And the Lord of Bayard is also notoriously lazy. That is, as long as it doesn't affect his enjoyment, he's indifferent to whatever happens in the territory. Not to mention proactively checking to see if there are 2 more people inexplicably in his territory. It seems likely that he hasn't paid much attention to the affairs of the territory since he took over the position of Lord. Plus, Golden Wheat isn't far from the Dark Forest. Even with rest stops along the way, it's only a day and a night's walk. So, no matter how you look at it, Golden Wheat perfectly meets all of Hall's requirements. Great, then let's move to the place Lex mentioned. Hall lowered his head and looked at Joanne. Under Hall's gaze, Joanne nodded, agreeing with his arrangements without objection. It's a shame we can't take the land with us. And all the miscellaneous belongings in the house, including the spinning wheel they bought at such a high price, had to be left behind. Your land probably wasn't something you could have kept anyway, Lex said. He wasn't completely off base. Don't you know a villager whose land was suddenly repossessed, and who's now in debt to the Lord? Seeing Hall's puzzled expression, Lex prompted. You're talking about him. Hall suddenly understood. He whispered a name in Joanne's ear, and Joanne immediately shared the same expression. But I heard he was brought before the Lord because he sold spoiled grain as good quality to a grain merchant. Hall hesitated. Why should the Lord seek justice for a mere grain merchant? This is undoubtedly a plot orchestrated by Earl Radcliffe. Lex emphasized, in other words, even without Howard's actions, your land would have been targeted sooner or later. So, moving out of this troubled area as soon as possible might actually be a good thing for Hall and Joanne. So that's how it is. Joanne understood, and a sense of urgency suddenly surged in her heart. She couldn't wait to move out with Hall. Coincidentally, Hall also had the same idea. They hurriedly said goodbye to Maylaw, and while the night was still dark, they quietly went to retrieve the coins they had hidden away over the years. With money, they could buy anything they wanted in Golden Wheat Town. After watching Hall and Joanne leave, Maylaw, who had been pondering Lex's words, suddenly asked, Why do I feel like you're very familiar with both the Lord and the tax collector of Bayard Territory? Oh, that's probably because the current Lord of Bayard Territory, Earl Bayard, is my aunt's husband, and the tax collector of Golden Wheat Town is the youngest son of the previous Earl Bayard. They both come to the palace and caused quite a few scandals before, Lex replied calmly. Chapter 29. When you wake up from a nap to find the weather is incredibly sunny, your mood brightens. At least, Maylaw was in a good mood today. Even during her daily checkup, when she discovered that the buds of the black crystal irises she had so hard to find had shriveled after planting them in pots, Maylaw didn't panic and called Lex over to investigate. In contrast, Silas seemed to be under a visible dark cloud, with a steady drizzle falling as it moved. Even Mayla couldn't help but step back, temporarily distancing herself from Silas to avoid adding to the poor crow's misery. "Do you know what's wrong with Silas?" Mayla asked, quietly approaching Lex. Her voice was deliberately lowered. As Silas and Lex spent more and more time together, there were things he, out of inexplicable pride, was reluctant to confide in his master, Mara, but he was quite willing to share with Lex. Although he always added, "Remember to keep it a secret for me," Lex remembered never agreeing. So whatever Mara asked, Lex readily revealed Silas's secrets without a second thought. This time was no different. "Miss Lily rejected you again, eh?" Lex said calmly. "Miss Lily? That's the name he gave the white dove. Miss Lily's feathers are pure white and charming, just like a beautiful lily, aren't they?" This is the story Silas and Lex shared about naming. White dove? Oh, Mara remembered. Lex had mentioned to her earlier that Silas had recently taken a liking to a white dove that had just moved into the dark forest. But did the dove agree to it naming someone without permission? Mara asked again. Lex pondered this question for a moment, then shook his head honestly. "I don't know. Silas didn't tell him everything. For example, when it came to things that embarrassed him, Silas rarely shut up his chatty mouth, harder to pry open than a clam shell. But if I were that dove, I probably wouldn't like a name given to me by an alien." Lex put himself in their shoes. Or rather, if one day an alien came running up to him and called him in a strange voice, as if he had chosen the name specifically, Lex would be unable to help but glare at him with disdain. Who needs someone else's random name? Lex clearly has a proper name of his own. That's true. Mira nodded in agreement. Although humans consider crows and doves to be nothing more than birds, hardly alien, to real crows and doves, the difference between them is probably greater than that between humans and dogs. So, when they first heard that Silas had fallen in love with a dove, even Lex showed a rare expression of surprise. Mira hummed. Of course, she was a little surprised at first, but then she realized it wasn't surprising. After all, that was Silas. From the moment he could speak, Silas was destined to be more than just an ordinary crow. To some degree, Mara even found it strangely understandable that Silas had chosen this. Silas had always been proud of his powerful wings and his gleaming black feathers, so it was perfectly natural for him to fall in love with Miss Lily. After all, he would never again possess a coat of flawless white feathers. Speaking of this, Lex turned his head and looked at Mara. "I remember Silas's ability to speak was due to him accidentally drinking a potion you brewed?" Mara fell into a reverie as Lex spoke. It was a truly ancient story. At the time, Mara was still living in White Pine Town, only 15 years old. Only 6 months earlier, Whipperdor had died unexpectedly of a high fever, and as the town's only healer, hundreds of people relied on him for their headaches and fevers. When he fell ill, those who had previously disdained Mira's treatment were now forced to acknowledge her as Wyctor's heir. Crucially, Mira's medical skills were no less impressive than her father's. So, as soon as Wyctor's funeral was over, Mira officially inherited his legacy and became the town's new healer. Besides treating patients, Mira still occasionally ventured into the mountains to gather herbs. And Silas was the poor little crow Mira stumbled upon during one of her hikes. At the time, Silas' feathers had barely grown, only a thin layer, and he was still a fledgling when he had the misfortune of falling from his nest in a tree. The pain from the broken bones kept Silas whimpering softly. However, at that moment, only little Silas's underage siblings remained in the nest. Even if they had heard Silas's cries of pain, they could only crane their necks and groan in response, unable to rescue him. Luckily, Silas's cries had attracted Mara, who was nearby, before attracting other wild animals. Otherwise, such a small bird would have been swallowed up like a snack. Mara, with her excellent hearing, didn't miss the faint chirping carried by the wind. Perhaps it was a small bird, she thought. But she honestly turned in the direction of the sound, not continuing up the mountain, but following the source. It was indeed a small bird chirping. Mara saw little Silas, lying motionless on the ground, a rather ugly little crow. It seemed he had accidentally fallen from his nest in the tree. Mara looked up and immediately spotted the round, bowl-shaped nest, gauging its height. It was a bit high, but for Mara, a skilled climber, it wasn't impossible. Anyone else would have been thinking about getting the little crow home. But Mara was different. Since she was saving the little crow, she figured, why would she return it? She'd definitely pick it up and make it her own. So Mara leaned over, picked up the still squawking little Silas, whose cries only intensified due to her actions. She held it in her palms, not even picking any herbs. She headed down the mountain to her house. Back home, Mara casually placed Silas on the table. After a long search, She finally found the healing potion she had hidden in the deepest part of the cabinet, and brought a spoon along with her. There was no way. Little Silas was still too small for Mara to force the potion down his throat. She could only drip a little into the spoon, a shallow lake reflecting Mara's watery green eyes. With a little effort, Mara forced the spoon open Little Silas's beak and poured the potion into it. As expected, Little Silas resisted what Mara was about to offer him. He flapped his wings, even clumsily maneuvering his injured body, and turned to try to escape. Alas, Mara saw through his intentions and reached out with her evil hand, restraining the palm-sized crow. So Little Silas was forced to drink the entire potion from the spoon. After ensuring there was not a drop left in the spoon, Mara finally moved it away and went about her business, leaving Little Silas coughing furiously behind her, as if he had choked on the wind. After a long while, Little Silas finally recovered. Already a little wilted, he curled up even more and cautiously surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. All around him were things he had never seen before, including the elevated platform beneath his butt, constructed from numerous pieces of wood. Thankfully, the age-old woody scent was familiar to Little Silas, the scent of the white pine trees most common around his nest, which reassured him slightly. After a while, Mara's figure disappeared down the stairs, and Little Silas bravely stood up and took 2 tentative steps forward. Strangely, Little Silas tilted his head and felt no pain at all, as if he hadn't fallen from the nest at all. Although he didn't know the specific reason, even with his tiny brain, Little Silas realized that his lack of pain was closely related to the food humans fed him. So when Mara reached out again and took him in her hand for a closer look, Little Silas stopped struggling and quietly let Mara examine him. He looked so ugly now. Maybe he looked better once his feathers grow in, right? Mara thought, staring at Little Silas in her hands. To help Little Silas grow beautiful feathers quickly, Mara added a lot of ingredients to the porridge he fed him, including herbs that are beneficial to human hair. Though Mara didn't know if these herbs would work for birds. Of course, even if they didn't, it didn't matter. After all, there's always a first try. At first, Little Silas resisted the strange-tasting food, shaking his head wildly, trying to prevent the spoon from touching his beak. Unfortunately, this struggle seemed like mere pampering to Mara. Mara even grabbed Little Silas's head and sternly admonished him, "Don't be picky about your food, or you definitely get sick if you're unhealthy." After saying this, Mara herself froze for a moment. Once upon a time, Wicker had dealt with little Mara in the same way when she didn't like carrots. But Mara quickly recovered and used a spoon to pry open Little Silas's beak, smoothly pouring the mushy food into his mouth. At this point, Little Silas had no choice but to swallow the food. Later, perhaps realizing the futility of resistance, Little Silas not only learned to accept his fate, but also buried his head in the small bowl Mara had prepared for him, devouring the food himself with relish. It turned out that those herbs weren't just useful for humans, they were also useful for birds. Soon, Little Silas truly grew beautiful feathers, successfully transforming from an ugly fledgling into a rather pleasant little crow. After growing his feathers, it was logically time for him to learn to fly. But Little Silas's parents weren't around, and Mara didn't have wings, let alone teach him how to use them to fly like a real bird. So Little Silas had to learn by trial and error. Thankfully, the instinct to fly seems to be hardwired into birds. Little Silas naturally knew that he had to jump from a high place to learn to fly. And the place he chose to practice was the table he had sat on when he first arrived in this family. The table was about 4 or 5 feet high, and at Mira's current height, it reached just above her waist, making it perfectly comfortable for placing something on or reaching for something. But for Little Silas, falling from this height would be painful. Perhaps he'd break a few more bones. Still, the desire to learn to fly kept spurring Little Silas to reach out his claws, step by step to the edge of the table, spread his wings, and leap down. The pain in his body was so intense that Little Silas didn't even have the strength to stand. "It hurts?" That was the only thought in his melon seed-sized head. Unfortunately, he actually broke a few more bones. Suddenly, Little Silas recalled the strange-tasting water Mara had forced him to drink a month ago. Little Silas also remembered that after drinking the water, his body pain subsided. Thinking of this, Little Silas began to move, enduring the excruciating pain, creeping forward bit by bit. He knew that Mara usually hid the bottle of this water in a cabinet, only taking it out late at night, pouring it into another bowl, and fiddling with it. The cabinet was unlocked. After all, Mara was absolutely certain no one would break in and steal. Unless he had given up living in White Pine, no one would dare offend the town's only healer. So Little Silas simply grabbed the handle and pulled it. The cabinet door swung open, revealing the dark interior. With his current size, he could easily slip inside. But there were so many bottles of all kinds, tall, short, with bulging bellies, and thin as necks, that little Silas was overwhelmed and couldn't pick out which contained the water he needed. Mira was on her way home. Yesterday Mrs. Charlotte had sent her maid to the house, saying she wasn't feeling well and asking Mira to come and see her the next morning. So, early this morning, Mira had left with her medicine box. When Mira saw Mrs. Charlotte leaning against the bed, her lips purple, her eyes grew serious. That wasn't to say she couldn't cure Mrs. Charlotte's ailment, but it would be a bit more complicated. And it was fortunate that she had sent someone in time, otherwise, the condition would have become even more serious if she had waited a few days. After successfully collecting the generous consultation fee, Mira hummed a song as she made her way home. When she pushed open the door, Silas wasn't on the table. She called out his name, Silas. "Where are you? Did you fall into the crack of the sofa while playing?" Mira put down her medicine box and walked over to the sofa. She pulled back the soft cushions, but found no sign of Silas. Well, it seemed Silas wasn't here. "Silas? Where are you?" Mira had no choice but to call out again. She carefully watched the carpet beneath her feet, careful not to accidentally step on Silas. I'm here." A whisper, as thin as a mosquito's hum, emanated from the cabinet against the wall. "Huh?" Mira quickly walked over to the cabinet and squatted down. She saw Silas, curled up in a ball, yet forcing himself to meet her gaze. He trembled violently, as if realizing he'd done something wrong. Beside him lay several empty bottles. Chapter 30. In short, the potion Silas had carelessly consumed had caused changes in his body that Mira hadn't anticipated. Thankfully, after observing him for a while, Mira discovered that, aside from becoming more intelligent and learning to speak like a human child, Silas hadn't shown any other abnormalities. Noticing Mira's observation, Silas, who had been playing with a small, colorful pom-pom, tilted his head and glanced over. "Mira?" There was a hint of confusion in his voice. "Are you looking at me?" Silas, still learning to speak, stumbled a bit. "Yes, looking at a lucky little crow." Mira smiled and stroked Silas's furry head. Silas truly had good luck. You have to know that before Victor's death, Mira hadn't dared to openly tinker with these potions under his nose. If Victor knew she was involved with a witch, given his temper, for her safety, he would have forced her to swear an oath in front of him, never again trying these herbal combinations unheard of by ordinary healers, lest anyone with ulterior motives discover them. Mira didn't want to be forced to choose between acceptance and resistance, so she simply suppressed her desire to experiment for the time being, thinking of finding a secluded cave in the mountains. Unexpectedly, Whipper's unexpected death left her suddenly alone in the room. As for the bottles of potion Silas had consumed, Mira hadn't even had time to test their specific effects. "Wait," Lex interrupted Mira's recollection. "Didn't you make those potions according to the recipes in the books?" "Are you kidding?" "Of course not." Mira calmly revealed something astonishing. "Those books you saw in the basement were collected later. Initially, I relied entirely on memory and experience to try to make potions. Of course, there were many failures, but the few that seemed successful were bottled and hidden deep in the closet." This was why Mira said Silas was lucky. Those potions, whose effects were unknown, combined and transformed in Silas's stomach, ultimately creating a miracle. The greatest characteristic of miracles is the unrepeatable element of chance. Even afterward, even though Mira made many similar attempts based on her memory, she never found another talking rabbit or cat. Mira couldn't help but feel a little regretful. In that case, Silas was incredibly lucky to have survived, Lex said after a moment's silence. Who wouldn't say otherwise? It seems his good fortune hasn't been very good when it comes to finding a mate. Mira looked towards the room, where Silas lay like a walking corpse. Lex nodded in agreement. Sometimes one can't help but wonder if the words spoken by a witch, skilled in prophecy, might actually be prophecies. A few days later, Silas's condition couldn't be described as anything more than a gloomy cloud. He lay on Mira's desk, practically dejected, even as she prodded his belly with her finger. He remained motionless, as if his soul had drifted off to an unknown distance. "What's going on? Perhaps if you tell me, Lex and I can help you find a solution?" Mira, willing to act like a considerate host, asked softly. Silas, moved by Mira's words, began hesitantly. Mira offered gently, as if setting the stage for what Silas was about to say next. Sure enough, with Mira's encouragement, Silas, already feeling pent up, seemed to have found an outlet, pouring out his frustrations in fragmented words. He recounted his first encounter with the white dove, It was a beautiful afternoon, and as usual, I flew to the lakeside to enjoy the scenery. Suddenly, a white figure flew overhead, capturing my attention. Wait a minute. Despite Silas's literary description, Mira felt a strong sense of familiarity permeating his words, as if she had seen such a flowery opening somewhere before. Where is it? Mira listened, distracted by her memories. Oh! Mira's mind suddenly lit up, and she remembered. Wasn't this the beginning of a novel she hidden away? So when had Silas taken out these books to read? Or had he done so deliberately, without her knowledge? Mira's gaze suddenly grew intense as she looked at Silas. However, so absorbed in his own story, Silas didn't notice the change in Mira's gaze. He continued to describe the bird's stunning appearance, that flawless white feathers, that graceful figure soaring through the sky. Every second makes my heart beat faster. Okay, I know it's a very beautiful white dove. Now you can get to the point. Mira tapped the table with her index finger, signaling Silas to quickly bring out the main text. If Silas were to write a novel, his readers would undoubtedly be annoyed by his long-winded style. Thankfully, Silas, having received Mira's warning, tactfully cleared his throat, swallowing the compliment he just about to utter. He then shifted focus to the point Mira was most concerned about. Although I passionately pursued this beautiful young lady, Miss Dove, she evaded me and repeatedly rejected my advances. For example, whenever I tried to approach her, she flew away as if startled. One day, I picked a bunch of beautiful wildflowers to show her, and I placed them near her nest, where she'd definitely see them if she flew back from outside. Unexpectedly, when I went to see her the next day, the flowers were still there, but the nest was empty. Recalling these heartbreaking experiences, Silas's spirits darkened again. He couldn't understand why he'd been rejected. Could there be a crow more intelligent and handsome than him? In terms of self-confidence, Silas shared the same unwavering confidence as his master. Perhaps it's because pigeons are also on the crow's diet, Lex muttered quietly. So, upon seeing you approach, the pigeon lady assumed you were planning to take her as her prey for the day, and of course she fled. Is that so? Mira's expression suddenly dawned on her, as if what Lex said made sense. Even if it was a pigeon, forcing it to fall in love with its natural enemy was truly too much of a burden. Is that so? Silas, too, looked deeply shocked. It wasn't surprising that it didn't know. After all, it had been with Mira since it was a chick, eating essentially everything Mira ate, never hunting for itself like the other crows. Things like pigeons being on the crow's diet, since Silas, who claimed to be different from other crows and couldn't communicate with them, naturally had no way of knowing. But I never showed any aggressive intent towards Miss Lily, and even held a flower in my mouth, intending to give it to her. Silas hesitated. That's exactly what's written in all those romance novels Mira's read. You admit you've been secretly reading those novels I kept hidden away. Mira's focus had somehow strayed. Lex got the conversation back on track. As I recall, normal crows don't court by giving flowers, do they? He finally understood why Silas's courtship had failed. It seemed he was forcing a man's courtship tactics on a woman. But no matter how he looked at it, the white dove didn't look like it would accept. After all, it was just an ordinary pigeon. Silas's behavior must have seemed both strange and terrifying to it. But I never seen a normal crow court. Silas's breath weakened. He had only seen how Mela's suitors in White Pine Town tried to fawn over her. Oh! Lex made an ambiguous sound, as if he were deeply interested. So what did Mira's suitors do? They gave her trinkets from the market, found her precious herbs, invited her to dances. Silas racked his brains to recall. Though Mira hadn't shown any interest in those trinkets, ultimately becoming her toys. Though Mira had said after the dance that dancing all night was exhausting and she wouldn't go again. Is that so? Lex raised the corner of his lip thoughtfully. But you see, none of those tactics moved Mira, did they? Otherwise, how could Mira have fled White Pine, isolated and helpless? So Silas had been wrong to imitate their methods from the beginning. You can't say it didn't work at all. Mira, the person being pursued, jumped in to retort. At least I remember the man who gave me the star-spotted vine was called Preeny, the son of a medicinal herb merchant from the neighboring Black River town. Wasn't the man who gave you the star-spotted vine called Nipley? And his father was clearly a grain merchant from Black River town? Silas asked doubtfully. Hearing this, Lex clenched his right fist and pressed it to his lips, trying not to laugh out loud and anger Mira. Mira fell silent, glaring at both Silas and Lex. Lex was fine, but why didn't Silas learn his lesson and insist on undermining her? Anyway, these are bad examples. You better not follow them in the future. Lex cleared his throat and said sternly. So what do you think I should do? Silas lowered his head, a rare gesture, and humbly sought Lex's advice. Lex didn't try to fool him, offering a seemingly reliable solution. That's easy. Just find a crow that successfully courted a mate, and use it as an example. Since it had succeeded, that meant its approach must have merit. Very well, for the sake of my love, I'm willing to make such a huge sacrifice. Silas was silent for a moment, then clenched his wings, as if making a firm decision. Go for it, Silas. As its owner, Maylaw offered her support without hesitation. Then she looked at Lex, who remained silent. Go for it, Lex said, having to bite the bullet. Chapter 31. Silas returned dejected. He first sidled up to the windowsill, poking out a small portion of his head and scanning the room. After confirming that Mara and Lex were not inside, he swaggered in confidently. But the next second, Silas was grabbed by the scruff of the neck and lifted up. What are you doing sneaking around like that? Mara's voice came from behind Silas. This provoked Silas to instinctively shrink his neck, not daring to say a word. Silas quickly realized that doing so would only make him look more suspicious, and he stammered, No, nothing. I just wanted to play hide-and-seek with you. Why play hide-and-seek when there's nothing else to do? Mara lifted Silas to her, turned him around, and looked him over closely. Come to think of it, why were you covering your belly with your wings? What belly? Oh! The wind was so strong just now, it seems my belly is a little cold. I'm afraid I catch a cold, haha. Silas, held by the scruff of the neck, refused to slouch. He mumbled something and strained his feet, trying to break free from Mara's grip. Unfortunately, whether Silas was a child or now, Mara had always found it easy to control him. Move your wings and let me see, Mara said, grabbing them. This frightened Silas, who struggled even harder. Its claws flapped wildly in midair, its body swaying back and forth like a swing, its wings tightly covering its belly as it dodged Melania's approaching hands. No, no! Let me go! Realizing his tone was too forceful, and meeting Mara's increasingly suspicious gaze, Silas gradually lost his composure. Ha, I was wrong. What I meant was, put me down first. You fly away as soon as I put you down, won't you? Mara wouldn't fall for such a foolish trap. It was obvious Silas was hiding something from her. On the count of 3, confess immediately, or else. Mara purposely left her words unfinished, only humming twice, leaving Silas to consider the consequences. She believed that, threatened like that, Silas wouldn't dare to keep it a secret any longer. Okay, since you insist on seeing it, then see it. As expected, Silas surrendered. With a fearless defiance, he spread his wings, revealing his soft underbelly and the visibly pecking away of his feathers, some lighter and some darker. It was like a person's hair suddenly transformed into a patch of bumpy grass, not only ugly, but also hilarious. Pfft. Mira fought back, but couldn't help but burst out laughing. What's wrong with you? It was rare to see Mira stutter, but Silas not only lost the mood to laugh at her, but became incredibly frustrated, realizing he was the joke. Precisely because he known Mira would react like this, he hadn't wanted her to see him, but Mira had caught him anyway. Silas wished he could turn back time, and not even return to the cabin, until he recovered from his injuries. All right, tell me who bullied you. I sent Lex to help you get back on your word. Maylaw suppressed the curl of her lips, and spoke with deliberate seriousness. It was a pity Silas wasn't blind. He could see the smile in her eyes, like the early spring, when the ice and snow melted and began to flow again in the river. She clearly just wanted to hear the story of how it had been bullied, Silas thought gloomily. But its mouth opened on its own, letting the answer trapped in its throat find an outlet and escape. It's all because of Lex's suggestion. To help Silas successfully pursue his beloved Lily, Lex suggested that Silas find a successful courtship role model and learn from them. Perhaps he'd finally get the hang of it. Silas thought it was a good idea and immediately took action. He flew through the woods near the cabin and found a pair of crows who were enjoying each other's company every day. It was almost midsummer, and the courtship season had long since ended. Silas had no choice but to make do and learn from this couple how male birds can please females. Silas quietly perched on a branch not far from the nest of the young crow couple, allowing him to observe their daily life through the foliage. Watching the male crow gently grooming the female with his beak, Silas thought of the gentle touch of Mara's hand over his body. Mara's nails, usually trimmed into round shapes, like white and pink shells, sank into Silas's feathers, smoothing out a feather that had accidentally flipped upside down. Silas felt so comfortable that he turned around and motioned for Mara to do the same on the other side. In his sight, the husband crow suddenly flew out of the nest. Silas quickly regained consciousness and wondered why it had done so. After a while, it returned, a shiny stone in its beak. It had gone out to find a beautiful little stone as a gift. Silas scrutinized the stone he handed the female bird. One sharp spot might have scratched his beak. The pattern wasn't vibrant enough, the area wasn't large enough, and the color wasn't clear enough. He felt it couldn't compare to any of the stones he collected over the years. Thinking back to the first stone Silas had given Mara, he carefully selected it for a long time, flying up and down the mountains hundreds of times before finally settling on the perfect one. Silas still remembered the surprise in Mara's eyes when he placed the stone in her hands. She was so overjoyed that she clasped her hands together and hugged Silas. "What a beautiful stone! I love it." "Thank you, Silas." Silas, still unable to conceal his pride, burst into laughter and excitedly promised to find Mara more beautiful stones in the future. Sadly, those beautiful stones, along with the white pine home, fell into the hands of unknown individuals. Perhaps it was the greedy, nasty tax collector who always came to Mara's house to extract small concessions, only to have her give him free herbs. Ugh, how shameless! Or perhaps it was the ever-sinister Mrs. Johnson next door, jealous that Mara, a young woman, lived alone in such a large house, while their family of more than a dozen had to squeeze into every room. But it wasn't Mara who had asked her to have 7 or 8 children in quick succession. She had even advised her that having too many children was bad for her health. I remember her face growing paler and paler, almost like a dead person about to be laid to rest in a coffin. I wish she had fallen into the hands of kind-hearted Susan. She would make delicious bread and sausages, and even knit Silas a soft, warm cushion out of wool. Besides Mela, Silas loved her the most in all of White Pine. It was a pity her parents always tried to force her to marry. If she could live in Mela's house, she would have her own place to stay, even without marrying. Silas was so engrossed in his thoughts that he forgot to hold his breath and pay attention, accidentally revealing his whereabouts. The male bird, sensing he was being spied on, noticed Silas nearby and immediately, with a proud flap of its wings, took flight, flying straight towards the enemy bird, Silas, and fiercely pecked out several feathers below Silas's neck with its beak. Silas, slow to react, watched helplessly as his cherished feathers were pecked. A surge of rage washed over him, and he abandoned any thought of escaping, remaining to engage in a fierce, back-and-forth battle with the male bird. Silas mercilessly bit the male bird's head, determined to make it pay for its actions. "So, did you win or lose?" Mira had already settled into the rocking chair, holding gauze and powder, and carefully poured them over Silas, who lay on her lap. "Hiss!" Silas gasped. The powder touched the wound, and he felt a stinging pain like salt water. "Don't move." Mira had no free hands to restrain Silas, so she used her eyes to signal him to stay put, carefully shaking off the powder. Silas held back obediently. Only after Mira had examined every wound on his body, ensuring they were tightly covered with medicine powder and then bandaged with gauze, was Silas finally able to move freely. However, the gauze on his body confined his wings, and Silas would likely be forced to walk like a free-range chicken for a while. "Dear Mara, could you use a pair of scissors to trim this gauze off my body? I don't want to be unable to fly." Silas tried to persuade Mara with a pitiful look to agree to his request. However, the hard-hearted Mara refused Silas. Her smiling eyes swept over Silas. "Isn't it wrapped nicely? It's round and plump, and it's filled with black sesame." "I think you're craving black sesame pie," Silas thought to himself, but he didn't dare to confront Mara. Forget it, forget it. It can't fly for now, but it won't be able to fly to Miss Lily for a long time. Silas couldn't help but feel depressed. And Lex, what useless advice did he offer? It was only in a moment of impatience that he believed it. He didn't even think about it. At Lex's age, he was always hanging around Mara, and he didn't even have anyone he liked. How could he possibly come up with any effective ideas for his love-seeking scheme? Really? Relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. Silas thought to himself, deciding to rely on his own methods from now on. "So, you finally managed to be tough and fight the other birds. Did you win or lose?" Mara was still brooding on this question and insisted that Silas answer her. "It was a draw barely." Silas, whether trying to save face or if it was truly true, gave a very reluctant answer. "Really?" As expected, Mara didn't believe it at all. "Of course it's true. I even pecked out a lot of its feathers. Look at how half-bald it is now. I guess everyone will dislike it." Silas let out a wicked chuckle. Even though it's been kept as a pet for so many years, and its wildness is almost gone, if you really mess with it, Silas won't stop until he gets his revenge. Well, in this respect, It's just like its owner, Mara. They're truly a loving pair who have been together for many years. Chapter 32. On the same afternoon, standing before the neatly arranged flower pots, Lex, holding a kettle, carefully controlled the amount of water he poured into them. Mayla followed him, bending over, picking up the pink buds in front of them, and examining them one by one. Through the still closed, thin petals, the shadowy stamens could be seen hidden within. It looked as if these pink tobacco flowers would soon bloom. Under normal circumstances, Mayla would have been overjoyed, but now, looking at the buds flourishing, Mayla sighed deeply. Seeing that Lex didn't respond as expected, Mayla sighed deeply once more. Lex, having guessed what Mayla was about to say, deliberately ignored her. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the flowers? It's not the flowers' fault. It's Silas's fault, Mayla emphasized. It hasn't returned to the cabin in 2 days, ever since its 67th attempt to approach Miss Lily failed. Mira thought poor Silas must have been completely devastated. As its owner, and as Lex, who had lived with Silas for many years, and had a close relationship with him, shouldn't he show some concern for it? If it came back on time for dinner these past 2 days, and then flew away again, that wouldn't count as not coming back, Lex added expressionlessly. This was also why he wasn't as worried about Silas as Mira was. Lex felt that Silas's reluctance to return these past 2 days was probably due to a sense of humiliation, and worried about being openly mocked by Mira. He might as well just hide outside and take advantage of the opportunity to play the victim. But he still had to eat. At his usual dinner time, Silas would fly back promptly, tucking into his bowl of freshly cooked food with relish. And after dinner, flying away in front of Mara and Lex was perhaps his last desperate attempt to maintain his dignity. Lex thought it wouldn't be long before Silas recovered and reappeared in high spirits. What's more, perhaps this blow is actually a good thing for Silas. At least it will help him face reality and stop pursuing someone who will never respond to him. Lex reasoned. Does it sound like you think Silas should give up on this relationship? Mara asked. Continuing to cling to your beloved after being rejected is unbecoming of a noble. Whenever Lex didn't want to answer a question, he would come up with a particularly high-sounding excuse. Lex couldn't quite articulate what he was thinking at the moment, but he subconsciously felt he couldn't confess to Mara just yet. A faint sixth sense reminded him to be cautious. Sometimes, when Mara was in a good mood, she let Lex off easy, but now, Mara was insistent. Who wants to hear this? Just tell me what you really think. Lex, Okay. That's what I think. Lex admitted. If it were me, I wouldn't, like Silas, persist in pursuing someone who repeatedly rejected me. In Lex's opinion, Silas should have given up long ago. People often like to call this unnecessary persistence romantic, and many poems passed down through the ages sing the praises of how persistence can lead to true love. But as proud as Lex was, he never disdained to offer his heart to a so-called beloved, only to be repeatedly abandoned. He would rather withdraw this love than resort to begging for mercy. I have a feeling that if your beloved ever rejects you, you do something even more unreasonable than Silas, Mara said quietly. But Mara added, before Lex could object, that's something that will happen after you leave this place. After all, besides Mara, there were no other women in this dark forest for the time being. Unlike in the palace, noble ladies, adorned with gorgeous dresses and exquisite makeup, would always appear before Lex's eyes, shyly calling him, Your Highness. Mara couldn't help but laugh as she spoke. Be careful. Lex quickly reached out and pulled Mara back, otherwise she would have fallen backwards in a squatting position. Mara did stand up, but she fell directly into Lex's arms, inhaling the clean, soapy scent of his body. At 17, adulthood was no longer a distant prospect, it was already imminent, so the body beneath his clothes was naturally mature, covered in flexible and elastic muscles. It even hurt Mara's nose a little. Likewise, Lex's nose was filled with Mara's scent, the herbal aroma mingling with the unique warmth and fragrance of a woman, so much so that he was momentarily distracted. Lex. Mira suddenly called his name. Should we ask Ducavato to buy soap again? Mira asked seriously. After all, with Mira's usual carelessness, her skirt inevitably got deep stains of varying sizes. Without soap, it would be impossible to clean them. The bar of soap I bought last month is almost gone. Lex came to his senses and let go of Mira. He had been planning to talk to Mira about this in a few days, but now that she brought it up, Lex didn't have to remind her. But after this little incident, even though Mira seemed unconcerned, Lex couldn't help but turn the conversation back to Silas, as if that would help him ignore the unpleasant emotions lingering within him. Speaking of which, even if Silas got what he wanted, this relationship wouldn't last, would it? Seeing Mira's gaze, Lex added. After all, it can't communicate with Silas, right? This was also why Lex had said earlier that Miss Lily wouldn't respond to Silas. Silas was a miracle, the only crow in the world that could speak. His ability to communicate with both Mara and Lex proved his intelligence rivaled that of ordinary humans. Miss Lily, however, was just an ordinary white dove. She couldn't understand Silas's words, and his cooing was incomprehensible to him. Thus, Lex believed Silas's relationship was entirely one-sided. This relationship shouldn't continue. Otherwise, when Silas finally realized he could never truly connect with his lover, the devastation he felt would be even greater than it was now. According to you, if Silas needs a lover with whom he can communicate, then he probably can only love humans. But Mara gently smoothed the wrinkles on her skirt caused by her previous actions. Would anyone be willing to accept falling in love with a crow? Hearing this, Lex fell silent. He suddenly realized that Silas was truly alone in this world. To other birds, Silas spoke a language as strange as humans. But to humans, Silas was just an overly intelligent bird. So what about Mara? She was also lonely. Unlike other witches whose identities were predetermined from birth, Mara had lived among humans for over a decade and had become accustomed to this kind of life. However, after becoming a witch and her identity being exposed, she was forced to live in seclusion with Silas. If Lex hadn't chosen to enter the dark forest, would Mara still have to live like this with Silas? Like this, with no one to talk to except for the occasional visit from Duke? What? Thinking of this, Lex couldn't help but look into Mara's eyes, trying to glimpse her true heart hidden beneath a green lake. What was Mara thinking? Did she sometimes feel lonely in the dead of night? What are you looking at? Noticing Lex's gaze, Mara curiously leaned forward, locking eyes with Lex. Lex, however, took several steps back in shock. What's wrong? Didn't you want to see my eyes? I came closer, and why are you backing away? Mara asked back with a smile, her eyes gleaming with amusement. She was just teasing Lex. Seeing this, even though he knew what was going on, Lex couldn't help but let out a slightly odd expression. I'm 17 now, he emphasized. Do you still think of me as the same child I was back then? Otherwise, why would he feel the need to maintain the proper distance between a man and a woman? I know, Mara said lightly, her gaze darting from Lex's Adam's apple down. If you weren't 17, you wouldn't have such a beautiful figure, would you? I felt it just now. Very solid muscles. It seems all those years of training have paid off. Mara emphasized with a teasing tone. Then Lex's ears turned red at a visible speed. Mara! Lex called out Mara's name with a rare hint of anger. Mara tilted her head, looking completely unconcerned about what Lex would do to her. Seeing her like this, Lex's anger truly overwhelmed his shame. Mira! This time, it was Silas, who had hurriedly returned, who called out. His presence interrupted the faint pink scent in the air. Silas ignored Lex's presence and threw himself into Mira's arms. Silas, what's wrong with you? Why are there so many feathers missing from your wings again? Did you get into a fight with another bird? Mira looked at Silas in surprise. Although he was injured, he held his head high, looking incredibly proud. Hee. Silas hummed happily. You guessed right. I got into a fight with another bird, but this time I have a reason. This was different from the last time he got beaten for spying on another crow couple. This time, I stepped forward to save Miss Lily. Silas happily announced this bombshell. Huh? Silas' words caused Mira and Lex to exchange glances, their heads etched with question marks. Chapter 33. After his 67th near failure, Silas did consider giving up. But there was nothing he could do. Seeing the white figure startled from the branches in the distance, looking back in panic as if pursued by a villain, Silas felt his heart shatter. It was like the glass that Mara had accidentally broken, shattering onto the ground into countless fragments of varying sizes, their sharp edges gleaming with a cold light that stung his eyes. Silas rubbed his sore eyes and, with a drooping figure, left the place dejectedly. However, for the sake of his unspoken pride, Silas chose to stay out for a few days, never returning to the cabin except at mealtimes. As expected, under Silas's deliberate pity, Mara began to feel sorry for him. To persuade Silas to stay a little longer in the cabin after dinner, Mara even took the initiative, bringing over a plate of sweet apricots Lex had just cut, and warmly greeted him. Silas, come and try these apricots, they're so sweet. Really? Let me try. Silas's eyes lit up subconsciously, and he took 2 steps forward. Fortunately, the next second, he realized his attitude was wrong and shouldn't be so impatient and heartless. So Silas paused, coughed twice in a mock manner, and waved his wings, declining Mara's offer. Never mind, I'm not in the mood for this right now. Sigh. The color of these apricots is so beautiful, just like the bunch of wildflowers I once picked for Miss Lily. Come on, open your mouth. Mara personally forked a piece of apricot and held it to Silas's lips. Silas swallowed without hesitation, fearing that if he was a second late, Mara would withdraw her hand. He chewed. Mara was right. These apricots are really sweet. Silas' mouth watered as he gazed at the golden apricots on the plate, eagerly wanting another. Mara suppressed a smile and granted his wish. Lex, who was hanging up dishcloths nearby, glanced over. He was done pretending, his act falling apart so quickly. It was probably because Mara didn't want to expose him, otherwise Silas's acting skills wouldn't have been worth it. After finishing half the plate of apricots, Silas felt his stomach bulge, the fullness almost reaching his throat. He reluctantly declined the dried fruit that Mara offered him. I should go, he said. Then he flapped his wings and flew out the window. It looked like he left without a trace of regret. Late at night, when the cabin lights dimmed and Silas, assuming Mara and Lex were already asleep, stealthily flew back and landed on the cabin's roof. There was a nest there specifically for storing his favorite shiny little things. But Silas had previously preferred staying with Mara, preferring to sleep on the perch inside, so the nest had naturally remained empty. But now, even though Silas had to feign sadness, he couldn't really let him sleep alone outside, constantly on guard against possible enemies and flying insects, and awakened in the middle of the night by the noises of unknown beasts. So, Silas picked up the nest and used it again, nestling comfortably inside and closing his eyes. He waited until the morning sun broke above the horizon, then slowly departed, avoiding detection by Mara or Lex. However, today, just as the sun was almost completely overhead, Silas finally awoke. He fluttered his wings twice in fear, peered under the cabin, and thankfully found Lex, always an early riser, absent. Then, hastily, he took flight. Inside the cabin, Lex, standing at the window, witnessed the scene. He turned to look at Mara, who had also slept in, and was still reclining in her rocking chair, her eyes hazy. He marveled once again at how much the master and pet looked alike. Midway through his flight, Silas's attention was suddenly caught by a small, shiny object on the ground. He lowered his body and landed on the ground, revealing a small button. Silas couldn't identify the material of the button, only that it resembled a shell, milky white with wavy curves. Occasionally, a ray of sunlight would find its way through the lush branches, illuminating the button, giving it a cold white gleam. No wonder it caught Silas's eye. Crows are naturally drawn to shiny things. Strange, the dark forest is rarely visited. Who would have left a button here? Silas tilted his head, unable to figure it out. If Lex were here, he would surely recognize the button as a style that had been very popular in the royal city 8 years ago. Unfortunately, Silas was the only one here, completely clueless. His mind was filled with the smug joy of having gained something for nothing. Since it had fallen to the ground and happened to be found by him, the button was naturally his. Silas happily picked it up. Originally, he had planned to take the button home and keep it for later, but then it occurred to him that, although he had already decided to give up pursuing Miss Lily, he still needed a proper farewell gift. The novels Mela had bought described how men whose confessions failed would, as a gesture of respect, invariably give the woman a keepsake. It might be a brooch, a necklace, or even the most destitute of men would pick a bouquet of beautiful wildflowers. Silas, believing himself to possess wisdom comparable to that of a human, naturally wanted to do the same, as a human, with perfection in his farewell. This one was just the right thing. From now on, whenever Miss Lily sees this button, she'd definitely think of Silas. Silas thought gleefully. The flapping of his wings quickened even further, and the bird shot off in one direction like an arrow. Then, Silas witnessed something that made his dark eyes widen. There's a damned crow chasing Miss Lily, its beak open. It was just a hair's breadth away from its wrath. Syriza's tone remained indignant as he spoke of this, his wings clenching subconsciously. Mira hadn't had time to warn him. Then, hiss, hiss, it hurts, it hurts. Silas's expression immediately changed. He gasped wildly, and nearly jumped up on Mara's knee in pain. Luckily, Mara quickly restrained him. If Silas had jumped, it would have been Mara who would have been gasping wildly. So you rushed in and saved the girl. Mara used the affirmative. Otherwise, Silas wouldn't have had so many wounds. They were so horrific that in some places, pink flesh could be seen faintly. Mara was truly distressed. Hearing Silas cry out, "It hurts," she immediately relaxed her grip on him, coaxing him, all right, don't move. Let me bandage you quickly. I promise, it won't hurt once it's done." Silas stopped fussing and calmed down, gritting his teeth. Mara kept her word. In a short while, she had bandaged Silas and placed him on the table. With his claws firmly planted, Silas stomped back and forth across the table, finding the wound indeed less painful. Because practice is second nature, Silas had adapted well to the feeling of being wrapped up, no longer finding the gauze a nuisance. However, he didn't forget to answer Mira's question. To be more precise, Silas had already decided to trumpet his glorious deeds, letting Mira know just how formidable a foe he faced. That's right. Brave Silas, looking at that stinking crow, even larger than himself, still chose to charge forward and knock it away. Then, Silas engaged in a fierce battle with the nasty crow. If Silas had never fought a fellow crow before, he would have likely been defeated. But, with the experience from the previous encounter, Silas had successfully learned from the young crow husband how to avoid vital points while still delivering a head-on blow. He then applied this technique to perfection in this brawl. Despite all the wounds I bear, I was able to scare that stinking crow away in the end. Silas was incredibly proud. For a moment, it felt as if none of his wounds hurt at all. It was a badge of honor. By the way, what about Miss Lily? Mira suddenly remembered that Silas hadn't mentioned the heroine in the story of the hero saving the beauty. What happened next? Of course, she managed to escape, Silas said. With Silas finally distracting its enemy, it took the opportunity to fly into another forest and hide. As for where it had hidden, Silas had no idea. After all, he was preoccupied with his injuries and, of course, had to hurry back to the cabin to find Mara. But I left the button behind. Although we didn't say goodbye properly in person, as a knight at the manor says, leaving a gift and then quietly leaving is a thoughtful and chic act. Silas puffed out his chest and ruffled the feathers that weren't covered by the gauze, feeling like the most elegant crow in the world. Hearing the seemingly familiar title, Mara paused for a moment before finally remembering. Wasn't this the same flowery novel she skimmed through and stashed away? She hadn't expected Silas to have such a taste. It was a far cry from her master's taste. However, Mara calmly took a few steps back and approached Lex. It seems the thing you're worried about won't happen for now. Lex knew exactly what it was. It was simply the discussion they had backstage that afternoon. Lex believed that if Silas continued to persist, he would only suffer more serious harm. Mira's stance, which she hadn't had time to express at the time, was now clear. She disagreed with Lex's idea. Look, many things don't necessarily have a long-term outcome. There's no need to worry about the future. Mira patted Lex's shoulder gently, chuckled, and turned away. There's no need to worry about the future? Lex pondered this sentence over and over in his mind, his eyes gradually deepening. Chapter 34. Mira had a feeling the weather was getting hotter lately. Logically, the dark forest was permeated with a chilling atmosphere year-round. Even in the hottest of summer days, being there would send a chill down one's spine. Even if she had carefully chosen a spot with ample sunlight when she built the cabin, it shouldn't have been this hot. It felt as if one was about to melt into the chair. The heat within her body prompted Mira to pick up the cup beside her. The mint leaves, wilted like her, floated in the water. They bore no resemblance to the vibrant green they had when fresh from the box. It was as if their vitality had been frozen in place since they were picked. Mira took a sip, but the mint's refreshing, invigorating flavor was almost gone, let alone any relief from the heat within her body. Mira instinctively tried to call Lex, but he wasn't in the room. Strange, where had Lex gone? Meanwhile, Mara noticed Silas, sprawled motionless on a corner cabinet. This corner was probably the coolest spot in the entire cabin. It saw no sunlight year-round, but during the rainy season, it became damp from the moisture. Occasionally, 2 tiny mushrooms would sprout from the bottom of the cabinet. Thus, Silas, hiding there, felt like he had finally found a refuge. His feathers were even more vulnerable to the heat than Mara's. Even so, if Silas moved, even slightly, a surge of heat instantly rose from his body, making him wish he could pour a basin of cold water over himself. Suddenly, Lex appeared at the door, holding several handkerchiefs. He walked over and handed one to Mara. The handkerchief was damp, likely freshly soaked in water, and Lex had wrung it out until it wasn't dripping. Anyway, Mara covered her face with it, unable to resist a sigh of comfort. The cool, refreshing, silky touch gently enveloped every inch of her skin. What good stuff. Hearing the noise, Silas looked up and saw that Lex had secretly given Mara special treatment again. He immediately shouted, "I want one too, I want one too." Lex still had 2 handkerchiefs left, so naturally everyone got one, including Silas. But with Silas, Lex wasn't so gentle. As Lex approached, Silas's vision suddenly went dark. The handkerchief had fallen over him like a cool blanket. Silas didn't bother to complain about Lex's rudeness. He leaned forward, moving most of his head out from under the handkerchief. Then he paused and let out a comfortable sigh, just like Mara. At this moment, Lex simply wiped the sweat from his face with a handkerchief, arguably the most respectable person in the room. By the way, did you cut this handkerchief from an old dress? Mira felt the softer, thinner texture than ordinary linen, clearly the silk fabric favored by the nobility. Well, Lex replied, explaining, it's an old dress from when I was 12. There was no point in keeping it, but the fabric was still usable, so I cut several handkerchiefs from it. In reality, Lex had found this outfit specifically because he saw how sweltering Mara was. If Lex hadn't mentioned it, Mara would have forgotten he even had such an outfit. After all, ever since she asked Duke what to buy Lex new clothes, Lex had put away the suit he brought from the palace and never worn it again. He usually wore the most ordinary civilian attire. From Lex's perspective, it was easy to understand. Of course, the clothes provided for the crown prince had to be made of the finest fabric, meticulously crafted by the city's renowned tailors. Even the gold thread on the top was delicately embroidered with laurel leaves and wrapped around the cuffs, creating a refined and luxurious look. However, working in such clothes was inevitably a bit cumbersome, easily snagging and tearing. It would have been better to change into something more durable and sturdy like linen. By the way, Lex, aren't you a bit warm? Mara pulled off the no longer cold handkerchief and glanced at Lex, her tone slightly puzzled. Lex was still dressed in his usual attire, buttoned meticulously, his collar covering half his neck, his sleeves unrolled. It seemed as if the heat, which threatened to melt Mara, didn't bother him at all. To this, Lex replied, it's a bit hot. However, compared to riding through the royal hunting grounds in his hunting uniform under the scorching sun, Lex truly felt it was bearable for now. Even after all these years, Lex could still recall the scorching sun pounding down on his body, the sweat dripping down his forehead into his eyes, the salty, sour feeling. Even so, Lex had to patiently monitor the slightest movement around him and draw his bow and arrow in time. If his prey was too small, or if Nurungar 9 was dissatisfied with his performance, he would face his unbridled wrath. Even the sight of 6-year-old Lex messing with his prey was enough to provoke the man's fury. He savagely criticized him. With so many knights by your side, you managed to behave like this. You're such a loser. He then hurled the handkerchief he just wiped off the wine into Lex's face. Feeling the gazes of the ministers around him, both overt and covert, Lex felt a surge of humiliation. Even now, Lex could still recall the humiliation. However, maintaining proper appearance was also part of aristocratic education. When someone like Mara pulled her sleeves to her elbows due to the heat, her long hair tucked back in a messy pile, the etiquette officer would probably scream at her. It can't be helped. This summer is abnormally hot. It's almost like the beginning of a drought. Mara slumped in her chair, her voice weak. Mara's words moved Lex's mind, and he too had a vague sense of foreboding. Such heat wouldn't be unbearable for humans, nor for the crops in the fields, who would most likely be sunburned to death. If batch after batch of wheat and corn seedlings were sunburned to death in the fields, would there be enough food to sustain most of the kingdom through the harsh winter by autumn? Of course, villages near rivers were better off, with water wheels constantly diverting river water to irrigate the fields. But such villages were few and far between in the kingdom, and most of them were located in territories near the royal city. If Fernando remained prime minister, Lex wouldn't be so worried. But he feared that his successor, Antonio Jude, might not show sympathy for the common people, and would simply move the meager grain reserves to the nobles' warehouses. It goes without saying what kind of unrest the civilians would unleash to prevent themselves and their families from starving to death. However, things haven't reached their worst point yet. August has just begun, and the remaining half-month might bring new changes. For example, a sudden downpour could bring a chill. After all, the last widespread drought in the kingdom was 30 years ago, before Mara was even born. Lex only learned of this incident by browsing through the archives stored in the palace. 30 years ago was truly a delicate time. Lex's grandfather, Nurungar 8, was nearing the end of his life, and suddenly faced such a devastating disaster. He was nearly devastated and died in his bed. Thankfully, the palace healer had been at Nurungar 8's bedside, saving him in time. Upon regaining consciousness, Nurungar 8 immediately set about addressing the drought. However, his solution wasn't to distribute the excess grain in the warehouses, nor did he send his ministers to his bedside for consultation. Instead, he hastily summoned the then old pope to the palace. It is said that the old pope soon announced to his followers that the drought was caused by a witch, and that unless the witch was apprehended, the disaster would never be quelled. So, was the drought truly caused by a witch? If it weren't for all those years spent with Mara, Lex might not have harbored any doubts. Now, he gave Mara a deep look, silent. Drought? What is a drought? Silas murmured in confusion. He had never seen a drought before, but just hearing the name filled him with fear. A drought is when rivers dry up, exposing cracked riverbeds. Crops in the fields wither and die for lack of water, resulting in a poor harvest. People, starving to the point of skin and bones, thirsty until their lips crack, yet they can't even lick blood. Mira's tone was slow, but her expression was far from relaxed, becoming more solemn. No one wanted to encounter such a disaster, not even Mira. Lex was somewhat surprised by the clarity of her description, as if she had witnessed it herself. But the drought of 30 years ago was a full 4 years before Mira was born. Mira, how come you seem to know exactly what a drought looks like? Have you ever seen one? Silas asked Lex's question. Mira shook her head. Of course I haven't. But if it weren't for that drought, my father probably wouldn't have met my mother, who had fled here. Mira's mother, Elvie, wasn't a native of White Pine. She was born in a viscount's estate in the southwest. Her family wasn't wealthy, but with only her and her brother, they at least had enough to eat twice a day. However, the sudden drought disrupted Elvie's once peaceful life. Elvie had a deep memory of the disaster that forced her to leave her home and risk enslavement if discovered to escape to White Pine. She often held little Mara in her arms and recounted fragments of her experiences. Every scene was vivid in her mind, as if it had happened yesterday. At that time, your grandfather, your mother's father, planned to sell your mother to a passing grain merchant in exchange for food to keep him and his son alive. Elvie gazed tenderly at little Mela in her arms, patting her back intermittently. And then your mother ran away? Little Mela asked, naively. Yes, otherwise your mother would have been taken away to an unknown place, just like your grandmother. Even when she spoke of such a nightmarish event, Elvie's tone remained gentle, as if she were simply telling her daughter a bedtime story. Chapter 35. Elvie's story wasn't particularly thrilling. It was merely a microcosm of the drought. In this precarious disaster, no one knew when they would become a dried-up corpse lying on a dry riverbed. There was nothing wrong with wanting to survive. But what Elvie hated was that her father, in order to survive, had sold her mother, who had toiled for most of her life, to a passing merchant. To have given birth to a renowned beauty like Elvie, her mother must have been exceptionally beautiful. Even after a lifetime of hard and tiring farm work, her hands covered in frostbite and healed cuts, her wrinkled face still smiled captivatingly. She also helped Elvie's father negotiate the price from the merchant, securing 2 extra bags of potatoes. Watching her so-called father and brother devour the roasted potatoes with relish, Elvie felt a nauseous urge to vomit. She couldn't eat a single bite of the food she earned from selling her mother. Can't eat? Then starve. Elvie's father sneered, then snatched the potato from her hand, peeled it, and popped it into his own mouth. Elvie lowered her eyes, hiding the disgust in her eyes, and began to consider the possibility of escaping this home. There was no telling when the drought would end. If her father had sold her mother today, he could sell her tomorrow. Elvie couldn't just sit there and wait for that day to come. But where could she escape to? Elvie quietly observed the refugees who occasionally passed by the village entrance. The situation in their hometowns was far worse than Elvie's, forcing them to leave with their families. Elvie learned from them that most of them were coming from further west, which meant they absolutely couldn't go west. As for the south, the situation wasn't much better. She heard that several southern territories were experiencing unrest. Since they were either starving or dying of thirst, they might as well risk their lives robbing a noble's estate. If they could snatch a loaf of bread or a bottle of wine, they could see the sun rise tomorrow, the day after, or even the day after. Hearing this news, Elvie clutched her empty stomach, rolled over on the straw, and gritted her teeth, determined to head north. 2 days later, watching the last 2 potatoes go into the mouths of her father and brother, Elvie knew it was time to escape. So, while her father secretly went to contact a grain merchant, Elvie knocked her brother, who was guarding the door, unconscious with a stick, snatched up her few remaining clothes, and strode out of the village. The wind whipped her hair and sleeves, carrying her forward as if on wings. She crossed dried-up streams, and climbed over jagged mountains, drifting ever further from her birthplace. Even under cover of night, she crossed the edge of the Viscount's territory, and reached the domain of another lord. Along the way, when Elvie felt hungry, she picked leaves, washed insects and other items in mud, and stuck them into her mouth. The roots and stems of plants held a small amount of sap that quenched her thirst. In short, perhaps through good luck, and the fact that she had chosen the most isolated mountain paths, she managed to reach the mountains near White Pine Town without being spotted. By this time, Elvie's shoes were worn, her hair was a mess, and she reeked of long unwashed stench. So when she first saw a clean stream, even though the water barely covered her ankles, her eyes lit up. But after carefully observing her surroundings to confirm that no dangerous animals were around, and that she hadn't heard any human footsteps, she confidently removed her skirt and laid down on her side by the stream. She scooped up some water and poured it over her, wiping away the accumulated dirt. Since she had finally found a source of water, Elvie decided to stay. After all, she was practically homeless now, and she also had to be careful not to let anyone discover she was a refugee from another territory. Otherwise, they would kidnap her and hand her over to the Lord, leaving her as a slave. Rather than that, Elvie preferred to starve to death on this mountain, unable to find food. Fortunately, things weren't as bad as Elvie had imagined. Not only did she find a secluded cave, she also gathered bunches of bright yellow fruit. Although Elvie's face was contorted with sourness, at least she had finally filled her stomach. That evening, Elvie painstakingly placed a large, leaf-covered branch across the cave entrance. This branch, which she had carefully searched for, blocked 2/3 of the entrance and provided protection from any unforeseen wild animals. Finally, Elvie had the best sleep she had ever had in over a month of travel. Several days went by like this, and Elvie had almost completely adapted to life in the mountains. In the mornings, she would remove the branch and forage for edible wild fruits and grasses, then bring a bag of stream water wrapped in leaves back to the cave. In the afternoons, Elvie would search for wild rainy, seeing if she could make a new dress out of it. Otherwise, there was no telling how long the few old clothes she'd taken with her would last. However, even if she found wild rainy, she still had to go through a series of laborious tasks, such as soaking it in water to soften it and peeling the skin. Fortunately, these were all tasks Elvie was used to doing at home. At least now, she only had to work for her own survival, not be ordered around by others. Elvie felt a long-lost sense of contentment. If only life could continue this peacefully, she thought. For this reason, before falling asleep again, Elvie chose to pray to the gods. Although Elvie didn't believe the gods the church spoke of actually existed, otherwise how could there be so much suffering in the world, she didn't know who else to pray to besides the gods. A king? That seemed too far away, like the kind of dignitaries you find in old bedtime stories. A lord? Forget it. It was precisely because of his high annual taxes that Elvie's family could never save enough to start a small business. Father? The one who should have been considered the authority figure in the family, yet even the thought of his face still made Elvie nauseous. In short, it was better to choose the god, who was supreme, and had never actually harmed her. If Elvie could have foreseen what would happen 3 days later, she would probably tell her current self, "See, gods don't exist. Your prayers were ineffective. 3 days later, you will accidentally catch a cold. Fortunately, it's just chills and weakness, not a high fever. To prevent further worsening of your illness, while you can still walk, you try to search for herbs that can cure the cold. Unable to evade your opponent, you bump into a stranger. His name is Wicker Gorak, the son of a healer in White Pine Town. The weather was so hot that Maylaw lost her usual appetite. She only had a large bowl of tomato soup and a few meatballs that evening. Late at night, when the moon was high in the sky and the cabin was so quiet you could almost hear a pin drop, a soft scraping sound came from the rocking chair. It was Maylaw, who carefully turned over. She clutched her somewhat empty stomach, regretting having eaten so little at dinner. The emptiness in her stomach was now unbearable. Thinking of this, Maylaw quietly got up and followed the moonlight to where she usually kept her food. She casually fumbled around and pulled out a muddy potato. Never mind, let's switch. Maylaw tossed the potato back and fished out another eggplant. Mela had no choice but to put the eggplant back where it belonged. She fished around again and, to her surprise, pulled out a handful of chili peppers. Even though Mara quickly let go, the lingering chili smell still made her choke several times, and tears threatened to well up in her eyes. After finally stopping her cough, Mara quickly glanced in Silas's direction. Good, Silas seemed soundly asleep. She then looked at Lex, sleeping in the other corner. His face was equally serene, as if lost in a deep dream. Mara then turned back and searched in a different bag, hoping this time she'd find what she wanted, something she could eat raw. Behind her, Lex, noticing Mara's gaze shifting from him, quietly opened his eyes a fraction. Seeing Mara search for a long time with no results, Lex closed his eyes again and considered giving her a hint. Perhaps, to her right, if she could move the top sack, she'd find several apples in a wooden box underneath. Before Lex could figure out how to alert Mara without letting her know he woken up, his nose was suddenly pinched. Lex's eyes snapped open. He met Mara's smiling face. "You just noticed I was awake," Lex said confidently, but because Mara didn't remove her hand, his once deep, rich voice became muffled. This made Mara's smile deepen. Mara chuckled softly and explained her reasoning. "With your hearing, it's strange you didn't wake me with such a loud noise, isn't it?" Mara had seen Lex, 13, hear a deer leaping through the grass 50 meters away. So the moment she saw Lex's peaceful face, she knew something was wrong. She pretended not to notice Lex was feigning sleep and turned away. In reality, she waited until Lex closed his eyes again before tiptoeing silently to his side. Seeing Lex give up the pretense, Mara released her hand and passed him the apple she had hidden behind her. She herself was chewing an apple. Lex sat up and took the apple, but simply stroked the skin, showing no sign of eating. Mara ignored him. If Silas were awake, she would have prepared an apple for him, too. Listening to the sound of Mara crunching the apple beside him, Lex felt strangely relieved. "Are you worried about the drought?" Mara suddenly asked. She was always so perceptive, as if reading people's minds was her instinct. So much so that Lex sometimes wondered if Mara hadn't said anything, whether he had been hiding it well, or if she was feigning ignorance. "Yeah," Lex nodded gently. "Don't worry, your worries are pointless. After all, even I can't stop what's already happening." Mira finished chewing the apple, holding the thin stem, letting the remaining core spin slowly before her eyes. It was just a matter of facing it head-on. Lex fell silent. Mira curled her lips. "Of course, I know you're not worried about the drought affecting our lives in the cabin. If a drought were to strike, where would anyone be able to escape it? Probably this vast dark forest. With its abundant food and abundant water sources, it would be impossible to survive. In other parts of the kingdom, on the other hand, families were already struggling to survive under the rule of their lords. If anything were to happen, there seemed to be no other recourse but to pray for mercy from the powerful figures above. But do the nobles, who always treated the common people with indifference, really care about their lives? Hundreds and thousands of deaths might not be a big deal to the nobles. After all, once these lower-class people recovered, they would begin to give birth to children endlessly, and their children would continue to provide a comfortable life for the nobles at the top. That's why Mara said that Lex's worry was pointless, because, rather than natural disasters, the real cause of the corpses everywhere was actually man-made disasters. If the nobles were willing to save the wine that would be poured out during nights of dancing, and the food that would fill entire long tables, it wouldn't be difficult to help the people of the territory survive a drought. You're right. Lex had to admit that unless he became king, he could enforce his orders without question. Otherwise, even if he remained in the palace as the venerable crown prince, he would only watch helplessly as tragedy unfolded, powerless to do anything. Perhaps, to prevent him from appearing before the ministers, Ilya and Antonio would desperately oppose his idea. Now that he was no longer an obstacle, perhaps Ilya would actually do something good for the common people to build momentum for her son. "Thank you, Mara." Lex gathered his thoughts and turned to thank Mara. But while he was lost in thought, Mara had already fallen asleep on his blanket. Her face was calm, and moonlight passed over her high nose, climbing to the side of her face facing away from Lex, illuminating her slightly trembling eyelashes. Like a butterfly breathing. Lex couldn't help but hold his breath. Chapter 36. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a month passed, and the heat intensified. Mira stood before a spring, silently gazing at the moss curled at the edges from the sun. This spring, located closer to the heart of the forest, had always flowed clear water, nourishing the surrounding expanses of vibrant green. Low-lying clumps of wildflowers. Moss that dominated the ground, stretching out like a furry carpet. Shrubs covered with thorns and barbs, and towering, imposing trees. Now the wildflowers had all withered, and the moss had turned a withered yellow. With a gentle scrape of her toes, Mira detached a small piece of moss from the soil. The drought was getting worse. Mira lowered her eyes. Just then, a flock of sparrows swarmed over, surrounding the spring, nodding their heads repeatedly to drink. Seeing this, Mara silently stepped back 2 steps, making room for them. Forget it, Mara thought. Better save this water source for animals in greater need. So she returned to the cabin, carrying the empty can. Inside, Lex was simmering a pot of milky white soup, sprinkled with chopped celery leaves and the occasional chunk of meat bobbing with the bubbles. It was fragrant. Seeing Mara return, Lex thought she fetched some water. But when she got closer, the can was empty. Has the drought really gotten this bad? Lex's eyes flashed with surprise. Besides the fact that all the nearby water sources had dried up, Lex couldn't think of any reason why Mira's trip to fetch water would be in vain. Stop, stop, stop. It's not as bad as you think. I just suddenly decided to use this jar to get some honey. Mira stopped Lex from further misunderstanding. She patted the jar, making 2 bang-bang sounds, and proudly invited Lex, how about it? Want to go with me to collect a honeycomb this afternoon? Normally, beekeepers would need to tie a sturdy rope around their waists before clambering up tall trees or steep cliffs to retrieve an entire honeycomb. But with Silas around, Mira not only didn't have to go through the hassle of climbing a tree, but she also didn't have to worry about being chased and stung by the drawn bees. She could just wait at the foot of the tree to receive them. However, when Silas heard that Mira was going to take him out that afternoon, his first reaction was to protest grumpily. It's so hot, Silas doesn't want to go out. Let Silas stay indoors. He felt he'd definitely get heat stroke if he flew around any longer. Oh! Doesn't Silas want honey pudding, honey tart, or honey lemon pie? Mira counted on her fingers. They were all delicious treats, sure enough to tempt Silas's appetite. As expected, Silas' tone grew hesitant after hearing her words. I do. I want to eat. Do you want to go out? Mira coaxed. Out. Silas closed his eyes and agreed immediately, as if he regretted any later. After dealing with Silas, Mira looked at Lex. She didn't need to elaborate on that. Seeing him nod with satisfaction, Mira put the jar down. Then I go change into my dress. Only then did Lex notice that Mira's dark green skirt had been stained with fresh, dark spots. Perhaps because Mira was prone to minor accidents, occasionally spilling her ink bottle, Lex, who once couldn't help but ask a maid to change even if she saw a tiny black spot on her skirt, had now become oblivious to the stains on Mira's dress. Mira had been unlucky, having just stepped on a mud fruit on her shoe on her way home. The brown fruits, barely the size of a fingernail, tumbled from the branches, blending with the mud and making them vulnerable to passing animals. When a hoof stepped on them, the fragile skin of the fruit cracked, spraying a half-meter-high stream of juice that clung to the skin, emitting a foul, earthy smell that could only be washed off with water. The soft feel of the fruit immediately alerted Mira to the fact that something was wrong. Even if she dodged in time, her skirt still inevitably got stained. After changing into clean dresses and enjoying their meal, Mira set off with Lex and Silas. If they wanted to collect honey, they first had to find a beehive. However, Mira raised her head and circled tree after tree, but couldn't find anything suspicious. Strange. I clearly remember there being at least 2 or 3 beehives here before. The area was open, with tall trees and numerous clumps of wildflowers, some named and some not. Red, pink, and yellow, red azaleas, pink roses, daisies, large and small, clung to the branches, always attracting bees. But now, Mira circled again and again, not a single bee in sight. Perhaps they were all scared away by you, Mira. Silas weakly pointed out the truth. Who could stand having their home constantly coveted? In the past, whenever Mira was craving honey, she'd come here. She and Silas's teamwork was flawless. One knocked down the hive to attract the pursuing bees, while the other seized the opportunity to scoop up the empty, honey-drenched hive and scurried away. Finally, back at the cabin, drinking honey diluted with water, both man and bird were delighted. Perhaps at first, the bees simply considered themselves unlucky and diligently rebuilt their nests, but after repeated misfortunes, anyone would come to their senses and pack up and find a suitable home. Well, perhaps you're right. Mira withdrew her gaze in frustration and turned away into another patch of woods. Mira began to miss the giant black bear Dequado had taken away a few years ago. It was with him that she had found the hidden beehive. Now, being left on her own, she was running around like a headless chicken. Wait a minute, is that a beehive? Lex suddenly called out. At that, both Mira, standing not far in front of him, and Silas, perched on his shoulder, immediately followed his gaze. A faint shadowy shape appeared on a tree diagonally in front of them, remarkably resembling a beehive. Mira approached and observed it from several angles. She was surprised to find it was indeed a beehive, though it was well hidden, with most of its nest hidden in a tree hollow. Furthermore, the absence of bees in and out made it look like an abandoned, empty nest. Silas, Mira called out. Silas immediately understood and flew up, kicking the hive with his claws. He didn't care if he could knock it away, then turned and fled. The swarm of bees formed a black ribbon behind him, buzzing as he went off. Mira wasn't worried the swarm could catch up to Silas, but the hive was still in the tree hollow, and someone needed to climb up and retrieve it. To be on the safe side, Lex stopped Mira, who was eager to try, and let him climb up to the tree hollow. Sure enough, the swarm had left a few bees stalking, flying up and down around the hive. Mira stood at the foot of the tree and watched Lex break off a branch and insert it into the hollow. The next moment, a black, round object fell from the sky. Mira quickly caught it and, without a second thought, turned and ran. The wind swirled around her hair as she ran, brushing against her neck and the fluttering hem of her skirt, only to be swept away in the blink of an eye. The movement of her run had left a thick layer of sweat on her flushed cheeks, soaking the fabric. But Mara couldn't help but smile as she panted. When she reunited with Silas and Lex, Mara proudly raised the honeycomb in her hand. "Come on, let's go back and make a pot of honey lemonade to quench our thirst." Silas cheered. He'd been thirsty from flying so hard to avoid the swarm of bees. Lex adjusted his crooked collar, regaining his composure. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they returned to the cabin. From a distance, Mara spotted a familiar figure standing in front of the closed door. "Hey, isn't that Hal?" "Miss Mara." Hal, who had been guarding the door, heard the footsteps and turned in surprise to find it was indeed Mara and her group. "Hal, why are you here?" Mara walked up to Hal, and almost thought she misremembered the time. Today wasn't the day Hal was supposed to deliver the food, was it? If she'd known Hal was coming, she definitely wouldn't have brought Lex and Silas with her. Hal scratched his head, his expression slightly grim. "I heard something, so I sent next month's food early." "Oh, did something happen?" Mara sensed something unusual in Hal's tone. "Not really, it's just that there are suddenly more merchants buying food in town. I heard it was all Count Bayard's orders. Plus, the weather is uncomfortably hot, so I figured sending the food early would be a good idea," Hal said. Since this matter involved Count Bayard, Mara looked at Lex, asking for his opinion. Lex pondered for a moment, then analyzed. "While as a lord, you should be the first to know about events within the territory. Perhaps something significant is happening elsewhere in Bayard territory that you're unaware of. However, if the target is Bayard, I'm more inclined to believe he heard something from the royal city." Lex couldn't help but wonder if Bayard had heard about other developments within the palace through his Aunt Naif, prompting him to take precautionary action. Unlike Lex and the others, both Nurungar 9 and Alea had witnessed the drought 30 years prior. Perhaps the increasingly unbearable heat since the beginning of summer had aroused someone's vigilance. "Anyway, you're right. After August, something might happen. It's best if you also make some preparations, like hiding any extra food," Lex reminded him. "I understand." Hal nodded, intending to do as Lex instructed upon his return. Ever since Lex had helped him and Joanne escape danger and moved to Bayard County to start a new life, Hal had been completely convinced by Lex's words. But Hal was no fool. From Lex's attitude and his vague words, he had vaguely guessed a grim truth. Hal asked Mela anxiously, "Is a disaster about to happen?" He hoped to hear a negative answer from the witch, skilled in prophecy, that things were not as bad as he imagined. But Mela's smile had already faded, and she replied vaguely, "Perhaps. Whether a disaster is about to strike or not, it's always good to be prepared." What Mela didn't say was that she, too, felt a growing unease, as if something bad was getting closer. Will the drought really come? Chapter 37. Beneath the tall, white columns, meticulously tended rose bushes swayed gently, wafting a fragrance. Exquisitely shaped pastries and freshly brewed tea lay on the marble table, awaiting their arrival. Several maids stood guard nearby, dressed in uniform court dresses. Even with their deliberately solemn expressions, their youthful faces imbued this small garden in a corner of the palace with a touch of springtime brightness. Suddenly, one of them glimpsed to be lingering around the corner, trying to approach the stone table. She quickly winked at her companion. The companion, receiving her glance, quickly looked at another person. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, but no one mustered the courage to step forward and shoo the bee away. This wouldn't do, the maid who had first winked thought to herself. Queen Ilia and His Highness Severi might arrive at any moment. If they happened to see this, regardless of whether the bees had touched the snacks and tea, they would be in for it. "Sana, go and chase the bees away." She spoke, directly addressing Sana Ellery, the lowest ranking of the maids. As the daughter of a viscount, Sana was always a bit insecure when facing others. So, upon hearing this sudden order, even though she was equally afraid of being stung, Sana had to suppress her fear and step forward, waving her sleeve to ward off the bee that dared to approach the stone table. Thankfully, despite being driven away, the bee didn't become angry, as Sana had feared, but instead flew off on its own in a different direction. "Huh?" Sana breathed a sigh of relief and quietly retreated to her seat. Instead, the maid who had given Sana her orders looked a little displeased, as if disappointed that she hadn't seen Sana embarrass herself. Shauna lowered her head slightly, pretending she hadn't seen anything. At the same time, she couldn't help but secretly yearn for the days when Finanji was still around. As the universally recognized and wise chancellor, whether to curry his favor or for some other purpose, under the Lord Chamberlain's watchful eye, the palace at least maintained a semblance of order, with few instances of oppression. But ever since Finanji left the palace and returned to his own domain, everything had changed. Indoru, the chamberlain who had served Queen Lilaris and His Highness Lex, was replaced by Kavesh Bena, a sycophantic figure whom Sana considered a sycophant. He had risen through the ranks by gaining Queen Ilia's trust, rising from a mere page to the position of chamberlain. Consequently, only those who could curry his favor could secure a good position. Those with overly upright personalities, like Sana, became the targets of marginalization. Thinking of His Highness Lex's unexplained disappearance on the day of His Highness Sivri's baptism, Sana's eyes darkened. It's not easy for someone to go missing in such a vast palace, especially when it comes to the distinguished crown prince, the future heir to the throne. Even a fool could smell the scent of conspiracy. Unfortunately, upon hearing such tragic news, Nurungar 9 showed no interest in pursuing the matter, merely dispatching a team of servants to conduct a casual search around the royal city. Even when the people below reported that there was no trace of His Highness Lex, he did not look sad at all. Instead, he repeatedly mentioned interesting stories about his youngest son to the ministers, telling everyone clearly that he just didn't like Lex and liked Sivri more. But for some unknown reason, despite Nurungar IX's fondness for Sivri, he had never appointed him the new crown prince. Sana's wandering thoughts were brought back by the sudden sound of footsteps. It was Alaya, bringing Sivri with him. They were followed by a dozen maids, most of whom were responsible for Sivri's service. Alaya treated her son with such care that she was willing to take a piece of pastry from the plate and offer it to Sivri's mouth, pretending to serve him. Sivri finished the pastry Alaya offered him, then eagerly told her what he had learned from his teacher that day. Sivri's teacher wasn't Financi, but he was also the finance minister, Forsen Gardner, carefully selected by Alaya. While he wasn't as highly regarded as Financi, the fact that he had quietly managed the kingdom's purse strings for over a decade, reaping the rewards, spoke volumes about his abilities. Ilya was pleased with this choice. As he heard Sivri's childish voice whisper about how Fusen had taught him arithmetic, how he spent thousands of gold coins on his clothes last year and hundreds more on raising his foal, Ilya's sharp eyes, once outlined with lead powder, couldn't help but curl into a gentle arc. In that case, I also give my little Lil a math problem. Sivri's eyes widened, his ears perked up, listening intently to what Ilya was about to say. If a commoner can grow 10 bags of grain per year, does my little Lil know how many bags of grain the palace's warehouses will eventually receive? Ilya waved her silk fan and asked a simple question. I know. Sivri answered excitedly. According to the kingdom's laws, if there are 10 bags of grain, 6 must be paid to the lord as tax, and the lord, in turn, pays 4 of these 6 bags as tax to the king. In other words, a commoner could only contribute 4 bags of grain to the palace's warehouse. Thinking of this, Sivri frowned, a little disdainful. How can it be so little? Why can't these commoners produce more grain? Yes, why can't they produce more? We already given them so much land. Ilya agreed gently, clearly agreeing with Sivri's point. So, if a commoner becomes a slave, and their land returns to the lord, and the lord receives 9 bags of grain each year, can he then pay us 6? That's right. Mother, then let's make more commoners slaves. That way, won't we get more food? Sivri said naively. Ilya smiled, patted his head, and praised, my little Lil is so clever. Mother thinks so too. Of course, allowing lords to acquire more slaves has more benefits than Sivri suggests. For example, a commoner might have to spend 40 copper coins to buy a whole chicken to fill their stomach. However, once he became a slave under a lord, the whole chicken he bought could be shared among 7 or 8 slaves of similar size. More importantly, this way, no one would be dissatisfied with Antonio for spending 40 copper coins on a chicken, and thus encourage Nurungar 9 to bring Fernando back. You have to remember how much Ilya had put in to get Finanji out of the palace. She would never allow the position of prime minister, which she had fought so hard to secure for her brother, to be returned. Thinking of this, Ilya paused, fanning herself with her silk fan, her eyes sharpening again. What are you drawing? Mira remembered that since morning, Lex had been scribbling non-stop with a piece of paper and a pen. Curious, she couldn't help but pop up from behind Lex and peer at the paper he held. The paper was mostly covered with lines that Mira couldn't understand, but the center area, with several trees, gave Mira a rough idea of where it lay. This is the dark forest, right? Yes. The center area is the dark forest, the area in the lower right corner is Radcliffe County, and the area next to it is Bexar County. Lex explained, pointing to the map he had drawn. Are these rivers? Mira pointed to some other, shorter lines. Yes. Lex nodded. Mira gradually understood the map Lex had drawn. From this perspective, the water resources in this area of the dark forest were indeed more abundant than she had imagined. First, there was a large river directly above the dark forest. Then, it branched into several smaller rivers that flowed through the heart of the dark forest, each eventually flowing to Radcliffe County and Bexar County. This meant that even in the face of drought, the area in the lower right corner of the dark forest would be much better off than other areas. Mira's gaze shifted to the upper left corner of the dark forest. Lex had just mentioned that this area was mostly mountainous, so there wasn't much arable land. In previous years, abundant rainfall alone could meet the daily needs of the people here. But if a dry summer like this one hits, the situation becomes extremely difficult. However, that's not what worries Lex. When the territories were divided, perhaps out of concern that these small nobles would control too many resources within their fiefdoms, this large territory was cut into several pieces. Lex said, marking on the paper, letting Mira watch as the already rugged edges of the territory became even more shapeless. Will this work? Mira expressed doubt. Well, it does work. These territories are notoriously poor in the kingdom, and their lords naturally don't have the financial resources to resort to veiled obedience. In other words, they had to do whatever the king had commanded them to do. Even if taxes in these territories were severely increased, these lords would only reluctantly comply, rather than lead their armies directly to the royal city to force the king to reverse his unreasonable decision. However, it was still somewhat unflattering to publicly disclose the royal conspiracy. It was like stripping off a glamorous outer garment. Lex paused, dismissing his strange thoughts, and continued, "It's just that the more scarce the resources in the territory, the more stingy these petty nobles are. They won't even allow commoners to pick up fallen branches. If anyone broke the rules, a beating would be the least of their trouble. They could very well lose everything they had to pay the exorbitant fine, forcing their entire family to work as laborers to redeem themselves. Of course, the kingdom's laws did stipulate that everything within the territory belonged to the lord, including branches. But for other wealthy lords, who would care about a few tiny branches? They were so poor they were a joke. She was so devastated that she even used them to tease her followers. If they can't even pick up branches, then won't people be able to hunt or gather in the forest? Mira pointed out the key point. This was exactly what Lex was worried about. That's right. But if people can't get enough food and water to survive within the territory, they might take the risk and head for the dark forest. Don't forget, Mira's identity is something she can't show to others. After so many years of subtle influence from the church, many fanatics still harbor a deep hatred for the evil witch. And everyone knew that a witch did indeed live in the dark forest. If Mira accidentally appeared before them, she would only become a target of public criticism. But I don't think they could make it this far in such a vast forest. Mira, by contrast, was much calmer. She reasoned that even if those desperate civilians bravely entered, they would likely only venture around the forest's periphery, never reaching the cabin. If such a person truly broke in, outnumbered and vulnerable, wouldn't it be obvious who was afraid of whom? Chapter 38. Every autumn, the sun shines on the wheat fields dozens of miles from the town, its golden hue bringing a smile to the faces of everyone passing by. This is the origin of the name Golden Wheat Town. However, this year in Golden Wheat Town, even the miller's face has lost its cheerful expression. Late at night, in the dimly lit house, Joanne stood guard behind the door, daring not to light a candle. Until 3 gentle knocks sounded outside, Joanne immediately removed the wooden bolt, opened the door, and let Hall in. Alas, Hall sighed, unable to help but complain, "We're in our own home, yet we're being treated like thieves. There's nothing we can do." Joanne sighed along with Hall. In August, after receiving a heads-up from Maylaw and Lex, Hall and Joanne discussed the matter, and decided that storing the grain in their cellar wasn't safe. They began deliberately moving much of the grain elsewhere, without telling anyone in town, just in case. Meanwhile, Hall arrived in Golden Wheat Town and, in addition to purchasing a small 2-story house, also bought more than 10 acres of land outside the town. Using this identity, he frequently associated with a grain merchant, seemingly unnoticed. The two sat in a tavern, drinking heavily from a large glass of cheap ale, and sharing their unhappiness. Of course, Hall's personality meant he mostly listened. But this approach quickly strengthened his relationship with the grain merchant. So, When he pretended to casually inquire about grain prices elsewhere, the merchant immediately revealed everything. The more Hall listened, the more alarmed he became. It turned out that even when he only vaguely sensed something was amiss, unusual activity had already begun elsewhere. Take soybeans, for example. Currently, half a bag costs 80 copper coins in Golden Wheat Town, but farther afield, it's a whopping 100. And that's still within the price of Baird territory. Hall couldn't imagine what the situation was like in other territories. However, apart from the merchants, who traveled extensively, who had the means or the inclination to inquire about this news, most people in Golden Wheat Town, like most people, were focused on their immediate lives and rarely showed any interest in what was happening elsewhere. Even if one mentioned the nearby Redcliffe territory, they often receive a blank stare. Oh, I don't have any relatives that far away, and I never thought to pay attention to news from there. However, if a stranger like Hall came to Golden Wheat Town with his wife, he would be the talk of the town for half a month. Of course, for the tax collector's sake, no one suspected they weren't actually from Baird County. They simply assumed Hall had saved money in the village and moved to town. Though, after getting to know them, everyone realized Hall and Joanne weren't vain. In short, because they misunderstood them before, even if someone noticed something a little unusual about the couple's behavior, they kept it to themselves, dismissing it as just speculation. This actually helped Hall successfully complete the grain transfer. And the subsequent rise in grain prices made Hall and Joanne countless times marvel at the foresight of Maylaw and Lex. Otherwise, with the little they had left after bribing the tax collector and buying a house and land, they probably wouldn't even be able to afford half a bag of wheat flour, which now costs only 200 copper coins. Hall and Joanne weren't alone in this predicament. Their neighbors, and even most of Golden Wheat Town, saw less and less food on their tables, and more occasions of hunger. To prevent others from noticing their surplus food, Hall would sneak out of the house at night, while Joanne would wait behind the door until the agreed-upon knock before quickly letting him in. By the way, is there enough water in the water tank at home? Hall asked, handing Joanne the bag tied around his waist, which was filled with beans. It was impossible to eat all the beans, but at least adding a few beans to each meal would help prevent the burning sensation in the stomach. Besides, Hall and Joanne didn't dare look different from the others. Having overly plump cheeks and a rosy complexion would clearly tell everyone that something was up. Joanne shook her head with hesitation and estimated, probably 4 or 5 more days. This is a tough situation. Hall sighed for the second time that night. Ever since the weather started getting hotter, the only well in Gmi Town has been strictly guarded. Anyone seeking water must follow the rules and bring the designated utensils, otherwise, they'd be pushed away by the guards before they even approached the well. For Hall and Joanne, with only 2 of them, it would take them 3 days to collect a single earthenware jar of water. How could such a small amount of water be enough for 2 people? But neither Hall nor Joanne felt it was worth paying the guards for such a small matter. After all, no one knew when the weather would cool enough for another good rain, so they had to spend their money at the most crucial moment. Miss Mara's situation should be much better than ours. After all, there's no shortage of water in the dark forest. Joanne muttered to herself. Mira, whom Joanne had been thinking about, felt a headache as she stared at the girl's stubborn eyes. Originally, Mara had simply felt full, and was taking a casual walk around the cabin. Before leaving, she had actually invited Silas and Lex, but one was too lazy to move, and the other was busy washing dishes, so they both declined her offer. Well, Mara shrugged and casually left alone. After a month of continuous scorching heat, many plants in the forest were facing withering. Even those that managed to survive were drooping and drooping. Mira touched a once beautiful purple coral fern, its head drooping. Due to excessive water shortage, its deep purple leaves had faded to a lighter purple, and the invisible velvety coating had become hard and dry, losing its once fluffy texture. Even so, it was in much better condition than the surrounding plants. There was no telling when a hearty rain would fall, bringing these silent creatures back to life. Mira let go of her hand, and continued her leisurely walk. Regarding this matter, Lex had also asked her why she couldn't divine. With Mira's abilities, Lex believed she could do it. Mira, however, rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. Even the glaring sunlight didn't seem to fully penetrate the deep green pools of her eyes. She said, divination and prophecy are different. Divination is about deriving a predetermined future from known information. In other words, the results of a divination are about things that are bound to happen or have already happened. Prophecy, on the other hand, is about peering into the possible future from an unknown fate. Few witches could even peer into fate, but for a witch as gifted as Mara, it wasn't particularly difficult. However, even if Mara saw fate, the future wasn't guaranteed to happen. For example, Mira saw that it would rain in 10 days, but would it actually rain? Not necessarily. The reason was simple. Mira had long since told Lex that fate was something that could change, not something static. So, Mira never considered using the crystal ball to divine the future. Ultimately, all she could do was wait. Waiting for the rain that was destined to fall. Unconsciously, Mira reached the riverbank. On a moonless night, when tiny glimmers of light suddenly drifted from the reeds by the river, they naturally caught Mira's eye. They were fireflies. Mira watched them slowly disperse, and she couldn't help but reach out and catch one of the tiny yellow dots. Perhaps sensing Mira's kindness, or perhaps because she felt the familiar and comforting scent of her plants, the firefly trembled and landed on Mira's fingertips, allowing her to examine it closely. As its tail flickered, Mira felt as if she were breathing life. Her heart unconsciously calmed. The firefly didn't linger on Mira's fingertip for long. In the blink of an eye, it took off again, chasing after one of its companions. Mira let it go, not stopping at the riverbank. Instead, she continued upstream. Then, the scene Mira least wanted to see happened. A girl of 15 or 16 suddenly barged in front of her, startling each other. "Who are you?" The girl, recovering her composure first, asked, seemingly trying to gain the upper hand in the conversation. "Who are you?" Compared to her aggressive tone, Mira seemed much calmer and composed. Hearing Mira's question, the girl seemed to choke, but then answered obediently, "My name is Gwenner." She didn't say where she was from, but Mira calmly examined her clothes and the thick layer of mud around her shoes, concluding that she must have escaped from the Northern Territory. This was earlier than she and Lex had expected. They had both assumed that it would take at least half of autumn to cause any major disturbances. But autumn had only just begun. It seemed the situation in the Northern Territory was even more serious than Mira and Lex had imagined. "What about you? You haven't answered my question yet." Gwenner had a quick temper, as did the girl, and she felt that questions and answers between them should be back and forth. But after hearing her words, Mira spread her hands and asked curiously, "Did I promise to answer your question?" It was she who had eagerly told Mira her name. "Okay, that seems to be the case." Gwentel's eyes widened, half in anger and half in regret. She hadn't expected Mira, who looked so beautiful, like a fairy from a painting, to act like a scoundrel like a man. "Gwentel, who is that person standing in front of you?" Suddenly, another figure emerged from the woods. He was a middle-aged man, his face covered in a thick beard, obscuring his features. Only his gleaming gray eyes could be seen. But his physique was visibly strong, and his arms were so thick they looked like they could punch a deep dent in the ground. With such a person behind her, Gwentel felt like she had a solid backer. She raised her chin slightly and replied with a deliberately sarcastic tone, "I don't know. She just suddenly appeared and gave me a good start." "Hey, who suddenly appeared and scared who?" Mira looked at the girl, who was several years younger than her, with amusement. She wasn't angry or offended by her words. This kind of person, who flaunts his power when he has someone to support him, would probably get along well with Silas. The man wasn't swayed by Gwenner's attitude. Instead, he looked at Mira cautiously, his eyes apologetic. "Excuse me, Gwenner is still young and tends to be sharp, but I think she's just trying to understand your identity and background, not harboring any real hostility. It's understandable for strangers to want to know these things. After all, there's no such thing as unwarranted intimacy." Besides, Mira knew she didn't have a particularly friendly face that would automatically put anyone's guard down. "That's what I said. Before I tell you all this, why don't you tell me about your identity and background?" Mira said casually. Although she was alone, she carried herself with a self-assured air, showing no fear or apprehension of the stranger, as if she had no concern about what he and Gwenner might do to her. The man was taken aback for a moment, then, belatedly, offered a smile that could have been considered kind. His mouth was obscured by his beard, so Mira could only judge by the wrinkles that formed ravines at the corners of his eyes. "My name is Nink. Like Gwenner, I come from the Northern Territory. As for the specific Lord's territory, please keep it a secret. After all, Gwenner and I don't want to be caught and forced to live as slaves if we return." Despite such a serious topic, Nink addressed it jokingly, which seemed to ease the already tense atmosphere. It was clear that Grinnick was a skilled talker. "My name is Mira, similar to you, but I'm not from the Northern Territory." Mira remained indifferent. She continued along with Grinnick's words, her words flawlessly. She didn't reveal anything that would arouse Grinnick and Gwenner's suspicions. After all, she didn't know the exact situation outside yet, and making up stories would easily lead to overdoing it, so it was better to keep quiet. But Mira didn't completely withhold information worth sharing. At least she told them her real name, didn't she? It wasn't certain that one of them was really Grinnik and the other was really Gwynner. Of course, similar suspicions likely lingered in Grinnik and Gwynner. However, Grinnik couldn't say anything to Mira. After all, in their brief exchange, he hadn't offered any useful information beyond her name. So, he simply smiled and continued, I believe you, like us, are desperate. Otherwise, who would be willing to venture into this eerie, dark forest? Grinnik's words were clearly testing, deliberately vague, attempting to elicit Mira's true intentions. Unfortunately, it wasn't Mira who answered, but Gwynner. That's right. If it weren't for Nink along the way, I have been devoured by some sudden beast. And then, there are those impenetrable vines and thorns, the prickly thorny fruit, and I wonder how that notorious witch manages to survive in this damn place. Gwynner had accumulated a great deal of resentment towards the dark forest along the way, and now Nink's words were like a ladder for her to unleash. Hearing her words, Mira raised an eyebrow playfully, and her smile deepened. She hadn't known when the rumors outside had changed again, and she had become a notorious witch, even though these people didn't even know her name. Gwynner, can you tell me what that notorious witch did? I'm sorry, I only heard she lived here. More than that, people are very secretive about witches, and rarely share what they know. Mira looked very interested. You don't know that? Gwynner looked surprised. She had only recently heard all this from Nink, but now she couldn't help but brag about it in front of Mira. Gwynner, this isn't the place for casual conversation. Nink suddenly interrupted Gwynner. Gwynner didn't see anything wrong with this. Nink had always been cautious since they met. She even covered her mouth, as if suddenly realizing something, lowering her voice. I almost forgot, this is the witch's territory. What if her captive crow is secretly watching us, and repeats these words to the witch? Gwynner glanced warily at the surrounding trees, hoping to see if there was a crow hiding and spying. Although this was Nink's intended effect, he looked as if he wanted to hold his throbbing temple. Let's talk about something else. Finally, Grinnik quickly changed the dangerous topic. Forget it, let's stop here for tonight. Mira shook her head, refusing to continue the conversation. I should go back. I have companions waiting for me. If she didn't go back, Silas and Lex might get worried again. No wonder you're not afraid of what we might do to you. So you have companions. Since we met, why not call your companions along? More of us will give us more safety in this forest. Gwynner enthusiastically invited Mira. No need. They don't like to be around strangers. Mira declined without a second thought. What's the big deal? If we all gather around a fire and chat, won't we all get to know each other? Gwendol used her and Nink as an example. Nink and I met on the way, but that didn't stop us from teaming up and heading to the dark forest together. No, that's really not necessary. Mira felt her temples throbbing at Gwendol's passionate yet stubborn gaze. Chapter 39. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Mira put down her knife and fork and announced she was going out again. Silas didn't even look up, still burying his head in his half-eaten mushroom pie. Lex, on the other hand, had a pensive look on his face after Mira left with her basket. He asked Silas, have you noticed something's off about Mira these past couple of days? Silas replied, chewing his pie. After spending so much time together, Lex could probably understand what was wrong with Mira. She's been going out more often. Lex rested his chin on one hand, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the side of his face, a thoughtful expression on his face. Mira, like Silas, mostly preferred staying indoors, too lazy to move. The only time she overcome her laziness and go out was when something caught her attention, like a herb reaching its peak of ripeness that she missed if she didn't pick. Even though Mira did bring back a basket of flowers and plants every time she went out these past few days, Lex still felt something was amiss. What's wrong with that? Silas asked, finally swallowing his food. He thought Mira was perfectly normal. Don't make such a fuss. Maybe Mira's preparing a surprise for us? Silas tried to comfort Lex. Surprise? Lex chewed on the word with an odd expression. How could he have forgotten that Mira was also incredibly enthusiastic when it came to doing bad things? If she really had something in store for them, it probably wouldn't be a surprise, but a shock. Mira, unaware that Silas and Lex were secretly gossiping about her, was on her way to meet Grinnik and Gwynner. Although she had declined their offer to join them the night before, that hadn't stopped Mira from sneaking over to chat with Gwynner over the past couple of days, and listening to her talk about what was happening outside. Gwynner and Nink's camp was near the forest where Mira had met her. Mira had kindly reminded them that climbing a tree to rest was much safer than keeping a fire burning to protect them from wild animals. At least there were only snakes in the tree, but Nink was clearly no match for them, let alone protecting a seemingly insignificant Gwynner. Gwynter seemed surprisingly calm when she heard about the snakes. Perhaps she had already encountered a similar incident during her long escape from the Northern Territory to the Dark Forest. Mira had also said that as long as one of them stayed alert to keep watch, the snakes wouldn't be much of a threat to them. Gwynter and Nink exchanged a glance and accepted Mara's offer. And today, when Mara came to see Gwynter, she was surprised to find Nink absent. He left Gwynter here alone. Wasn't he worried about her getting hurt? Gwynter explained. Gwynter said you should be here by now, so I should wait here while he went to a farther place to find more food. After all, between the two of them, Gwynter was almost completely useless in finding food, relying entirely on Gwynter. Even if the Dark Forest was richer than they had imagined, it would still take time and effort to carefully search for edible food. Despite this, Gwynter had no idea she was a burden. After all, if it weren't for me, Gwinky would have been captured by the Lord's men long ago. Gwynter snorted proudly. Captured? Isn't he a commoner? How could he be captured? Mira lifted the handkerchief covering the basket, revealing 2 apples hidden underneath. She gave one to Gwynter. Gwynter took the apple and took a big bite, feeling the rich juice filling her mouth. For a moment, she felt a long-lost sense of happiness. She hadn't tasted such sweet fruit in nearly 2 months. The situation in the Northern Territory is far more serious than you Southerners think, Gwynter said. Since Mira said she wasn't from the Northern Territory, Gwynter naturally assumed she was from the Southern Territory. Mira didn't object, allowing Gwynter's misunderstanding to continue. In our area, slave escapes have been happening one after another since around July, Gwynter recalled. Generally speaking, slaves were confined to the Lord's estate. Those who could roam freely outside were commoners. But after these slave escapes, the Lords, for some unknown reason, openly began sending people to arrest commoners on the streets, claiming they were escaped slaves from the estate. Among the Lord's dispatches was the estate steward, who identified them, claiming there was no way he could mistake this face. It was undoubtedly one of his slaves. I wonder if this isn't the whole story, Mira pondered. Not to mention how the captured commoners would escape, neighbors, relatives, and friends should be able to easily prove their identities. Let's just say the kingdom's laws stipulate that the number of slaves in a territory can only be 1/5 the number of civilians. Would your lord be crazy to arbitrarily increase the number of slaves? Regardless of the king's motives, the kingdom did rely on this decree to protect many civilians. Otherwise, given the ruthless tactics of these lords, there would likely be very few civilians left in the entire territory. The second half of the decree also stated that if the number of slaves exceeded the number of civilians, even by just one more, the king could immediately order the lord to replace him. Come and sit down. The difference between being a lord and being a lord like yourself and your brother or nephew is enormous. Thus, most lords who want more slaves can only diligently govern their territories and increase the number of civilians, rather than simply arresting people and accusing them of being slaves. Did these lords of the Northern Territories ever gain the confidence to challenge the king? So, Gwynter spread his hands. The lord said that human evidence is unreliable. If you want to prove you're not a slave, you must provide evidence. Oh! What evidence? Donate 1/5 of your property to the lord. Oh, now Mela understood. This was just a trick the lords used to get the commoners to pay taxes. But I have to say, this evidence is truly irrefutable. Witnesses may lie, but in the kingdom, only commoners and nobles above commoners can own property. If you can't produce your property, and the lord claims you're a slave, even if the matter is brought before the king, he won't be able to find fault. As for your unexpected mishap that wiped out years of savings, the high and mighty lords wouldn't care. They never extend their meager sympathy to a commoner. Thinking deeper, Mira began to suspect that the so-called slave escape was perhaps a deliberate excuse concocted by these lords. Otherwise, how could those starving slaves have escaped the clutches of towering guards and made their way through the heavily guarded manor? What about Grinnick? What's wrong with him? Can't he come up with the money? Mira returned to the original topic, concerning Grinnick. Yes, he had no money when he met me. I traded 2 gold rings for him from those people. I didn't realize you're quite so generous, huh? Mira gave Gwynter a meaningful look. The fact that she readily offered 2 gold rings to save someone suggests Gwynter came from a relatively wealthy family, making it no wonder she developed such a naive personality. Only the poor could be so frugal and thoughtful. However, Mira suspected that something major had happened to Gwynter's family, otherwise, she wouldn't have been reduced to fleeing alone like she was now. When my father was still alive, 2 gold rings meant nothing. Such plain, unadorned jewelry sat in a jewelry box, and I didn't even bother to wear them. As expected, Gwynter couldn't hold back and unloaded on all the recent misfortunes she experienced. Gwynter had been born into a very wealthy family. Her father was a wool merchant, and her mother was the tax collector's sister. They had saved an unimaginably generous dowry for their only daughter, Gwynter. 2 months ago, Gwyntal's mother was startled while descending the stairs and slipped and fell. Before the healer could arrive, she passed away, still pregnant with Gwyntal's unborn brother. Suddenly losing his beloved wife and young son, Gwyntal's father was overwhelmed with grief. While traveling to a friend's house with a coachman, he and his coach tragically flipped off a cliff. Gwyntal was now both bereaved and an orphan, vulnerable to bullying. Her uncle and his family took advantage of this opportunity to move in legitimately and commandeer Gwyntal's servants. Because she hadn't married, Gwyntal couldn't receive a penny from her father's inheritance, aside from the jewelry she already owned. She could only watch helplessly as her uncle and his family squandered her father's inheritance. Fortunately, evil always finds its way back. As luck would have it, because he inherited her father's estate, Gwynter's uncle was targeted by the Lord and imprisoned, leaving him with the help of his eldest son, who had to use the money to rescue him. Unexpectedly, the Lord's appetite was far from satisfied with such a small sum of money, and in the blink of an eye, Gwynter's cousin was also captured. Taking advantage of the family's turmoil and disarray caused by 2 consecutive events, Gwynter secretly escaped with a box full of jewelry. She had a feeling that the Lord would not let her uncle's family go unless he took all the money. Even if she rescued her cousin, she still had 2 cousins to worry about. Of course, the money would never reach Gwynter's hands anyway, so she felt that if it could bring her uncle's family some suffering, it would be a good thing. Think of it as paying the Lord's men to teach her uncle's family a lesson. However, Gwynter's escape was based solely on sheer bravery. Once she actually set out on her own, she was completely clueless and nearly got tricked. Thankfully, she rescued Nink along the way. As a token of gratitude, and with reports of a drought spreading across the territory, Nink suggested she grit her teeth, retreat south, and wait until the drought was over. Seeing Gwynter's hesitation, Nink doubled down on his advice. As long as she wasn't caught along the way, even if she returned and was questioned, she could simply claim she hidden somewhere else. Who would be able to expose her? Not to mention her uncle's family, who were already struggling to protect themselves. Gwynter thought about it, and felt that Nink was right. She followed him through various uninhabited areas, and made a relatively smooth journey south. However, Gwynter and Nink had no idea that the situation in the south was no better than in the north. Food and alcohol prices were exorbitant, and the wells were guarded by special personnel. Not only that, strangers like them would be targeted if they simply entered a town. Gwynter, who had been soundly asleep, suddenly felt a pair of hands tightly covering her mouth and nose in the middle of the night. If she hadn't struggled fiercely, she might not have seen the next day by the time Nink, who had also been attacked, arrived from the next room. After this incident, Gwynter and Nink didn't dare stay in the town any longer, so they decided to hide in the dark forest. No wonder Nink had said they were desperate. This was what he meant. A flicker of understanding flashed in Mira's eyes. But why go so deep into the forest when you can just hide on the outskirts? The deeper into the forest, the greater the danger. With Gwyntal, carefully hiding on the outskirts was the best option. That's what I was thinking. Gwyntal felt a little tearful at the mention of this. I got startled by a rabbit, and accidentally got separated from Gwyntal. Once I calmed down, I wanted to go back and find Gwyntal, but it was already dark. As darkness fell, the dark forest was completely shrouded in darkness. Gwyntal cautiously looked around with every step, fearing another mishap. At this point, she could only continue forward, following her memory. Perhaps she could finally make it out. As for the outcome, the fact that Gwyntal was still there indicated that she had definitely failed to leave the dark forest. The only thing to be thankful for was that Gwynter reunited with Nink. Together, they changed direction, heading towards the moonlight. Where there's light, in the darkness, always feels a little safer. As they spoke, Gwynter only had one fruit core left in her hand. Reluctantly, she dug a small hole in the earth with her hands, placed the core inside, and then filled it back with soil, hoping that this core might one day grow into a tall apple tree. By the way, where did you pick these 2 apples? After finishing her apples, Gwynter, remembering to ask Mira about this, looked at her. Only a single apple core remained in Mira's hand. Hearing this, she said without hesitation, I forgot. Forgot? Gwynter looked at Mira suspiciously. Why did she think that was an excuse? Seeing this, Mira raised her eyes with a half-smile. You've forgotten how to get back the way you came, and you won't allow me to forget where I met the wild apple tree? Gwynter averted her gaze awkwardly. Of course, the dark forest is so vast, it's normal to forget. Chapter 40. What a nice smell. Mira said goodbye to Gwynter and lingered outside, filling her basket with herbs. After ensuring Silas and Lex wouldn't notice anything unusual, she returned to the cabin with peace of mind. It wasn't that she intentionally concealed the existence of Gwynter and Nink, but they were leaving the dark forest soon. If they saw Lex's signature blonde hair and golden eyes, guessed his identity, and then spread the news, it would probably be a bad thing for Lex. After all, in everyone's eyes, Lex was just a poor, unfortunate missing person, most likely dead. Although Lex had never revealed his plans after leaving the dark forest to Mira, it was clear that this identity had made it easier for him to plan things in secret. At least, it was better than being a target in public. As for the so-called poor little thing, Lex was busy at the moment, bringing out a plate of steaming apple pie. The rich, sweet aroma whetted Melanie's appetite, and she eagerly sat down at the table, knife and fork raised. After Lex divided the apple pie into 3 pieces and placed them on their respective plates, Melanie immediately cut a small piece and popped it into her mouth. The edges of the apple pie were a little burnt, but still perfectly crispy. Melanie even thought of asking Lex to burn it a little more next time. She loved that part of the crust. Thinly sliced apple slices nestled in the soft pie crust, emitting a faint, delicate apple fragrance as the heat simmered. While Melanie was enjoying her meal, Lex suddenly said, "Mira, I noticed there seemed to be 2 apples missing from the box. Did you take them? Is it missing? Maybe you misremembered it?" Mira replied calmly. "Did I misremember it?" Lex seemed to be asking casually, and he began to question himself, following Mira's words. "Probably." Mira's tone grew increasingly innocent, and she didn't say anything definitive. Such a decisive attitude would only make Lex suspicious. As expected, Lex didn't press the issue, as if he truly believed he misremembered it. The next day, Mira lingered for a long time, rummaging through the cabinets, making so much noise that even Silas, who had been yawning lazily, was startled. Silas landed on the top cabinet and, looking down, could only see a fiery red head. Scratching his head with his wing, he asked, "Mira, what are you looking for?" "Nothing much. Just a small jar of berry fruit I put away earlier." "Do you remember where I put it?" Mira said nonchalantly. Silas found it odd. "Are you asking me? But isn't it always Lex who sorts your things? I figured you'd be in the cabin all day, so maybe you've seen where he put them?" Mira calmly found an excuse to fool Silas. Silas thought so, but he honestly couldn't remember ever having seen the berry fruit. "Why don't I ask Lex for you?" Silas volunteered. "Forget it." Mira quickly stopped Silas, who was rushing out, kindly trying to pass on a message. "I better go out for a bit. What if I'm mistaken? I already used up the jar of fruit." As she spoke, Mira, seemingly taking the basket hanging from the wall as she passed the doorway, trotted out, and quickly disappeared from Silas's sight. After all this delay, Mira naturally saw Gwynter much later than usual today. Unexpectedly, she even happened to see Nink returning with a few freshly caught fish. Glank's trouser legs rolled up to his knees, and the mud that had accidentally stained his calves made Nink ask in surprise, "Nink, are you going fishing yourself?" Even in the sparsely lit forest, the air, like a heat wave, dried the damp mud on Nink's legs. "Yes, the water in that creek only reaches my calves because of the dry weather. It's much easier to go fishing than usual, so I thought I'd just catch a few to grill for lunch. It's just that the water's shallow, so the fish aren't very big." Jurink smiled, held a fish in front of him, and showed them to Gwynter. They were indeed a few small black fish, barely the size of a palm. This amount, even for just Gwynter and Jurink, would only barely fill half a stomach. Gwynter felt a little distressed. She couldn't bear to let Mela watch them eat grilled fish. "No problem, grill these fish first, and I go catch a rabbit." Jurink had obviously considered this, and offered to leave for a while. "Okay." Gwynter took the fish, figuring Jurink would probably just wander around and not go far, so she didn't worry too much. After living outside for so long, Gwynter was already very skilled at gathering branches and making fire, and did not need Mela's help. As smoke began to rise from the leaves, Gwynter placed the branch holding the fish. After a while, a fragrant aroma gradually wafted into the air, and Gwynter hurriedly turned the fish, which was roasting to a golden brown, on the side closest to the fire. "Although I can't cook much else, my grilled fish is delicious. Even Nink raves about it," Gwynter said proudly. "Really? My friends have caught this kind of small black fish before, and they need to add a few drops of lemon juice to remove the fishy smell before grilling it." But Mela watched for a long time and realized that Gwynter was just grilling it in a dull manner. While the grilled fish looked good, the taste wasn't necessarily what she had hoped for. "Really?" Gwynter was handling this kind of fish for the first time, and after hearing Mela's words, she felt a little overwhelmed. It's okay. Without lemon, I can just add some basil leaves and it'd be just as good, Gwynter said stubbornly. She happened to remember a small cluster of purple leaves growing nearby, so she quickly plucked them, tore them into fine pieces, and sprinkled them on the fish. Mira didn't even have time to call out to her. But these aren't perilla leaves, they're jaundice leaves. What's the difference? Gwynter was stunned. She knew nothing about herbs. Jaundice leaves are called jaundice leaves because they're dark purple, thick, and shaped like a tongue. Not only do they fail to remove the fishy smell, they actually give it a strange, foul odor. As Mira spoke, she could already smell an indescribable scent drifting toward her through the smoke. Ah, what should I do? Gwynter also smelled the odor, her face turning pale. Even for the sake of her own tongue and nose, Mira couldn't bear to watch the fish grow increasingly smelly. She quickly broke off a small piece of withered, yellow vine near where Gwynter had picked the crow's tongue leaf, placed the fresh cut end against the fish, and squeezed out the few drops of juice. What is this? Seeing Mira had a solution, Gwynter approached curiously. This is the vine of the false death plant. It can neutralize the odor of the crow's tongue leaf. Gwynter sniffed twice. Really? It's not smelly anymore. But what kind of flower is the false death plant? Why have I never seen one before? It's because it deliberately looks withered to disguise itself, to prevent humans from picking it, Mira explained. Oh, I see, Gwynter understood. No wonder it's called the false death plant. A flower pretending to be dead is really interesting. By the way, how do you know so much about herbs? Gwynter finally realized what was happening. Anyone else standing here would have likely become suspicious of Mira's identity. But Mira simply replied, my father is a famous healer, and Gwynter stopped asking. Speaking of which, hasn't Nink been gone too long? Gwynter, bewildered, finally realized, yes, where's Nink? Logically, after so much time, Nink should have returned. But Gwynter hadn't even seen a trace of him yet. Should we go look for him? Mira suggested. Of course, Gwynter said without hesitation. If something happened to Nink, and he couldn't return, the two of them could help him. Without further delay, Gwynter extinguished the fire and, huddled close to Mira, walked in the direction Nink had left. Is this the direction? Am I remembering correctly? After walking for a while, with still no sign of Nink, Gwynter felt uneasy, and couldn't help but glance over at Mira beside her. Mira still looked relaxed, as if strolling in her own backyard. Noticing Gwynter's gaze, she curled her lips into a smile. That seems to be the case. What? You're acting so confident. What if we're the wrong way? Gwynter couldn't bear to see Mira's relaxed demeanor, and couldn't help but mutter. Let's just go back the way we came. Don't worry, I'm here. I guarantee we make it back, Mira teased. Me, la. I told you, this is my first time in the dark forest. Getting lost is normal, isn't it? Gwyntel's cheeks puffed up at Mela's teasing. If Mela had a mirror, she'd have loved to show it to Gwyntel, to let her see if her puffed-up appearance resembled a fluffy dandelion. Mira laughed. Wait, is that Gwyntel and Mela? Suddenly, a slightly hoarse male voice rang out from nearby. It was Nink's voice. It's us. Gwyntel's face lit up with joy, and she didn't bother arguing with Mela anymore. She ran impatiently towards the sound. When Mira followed Gwyntel and saw Nink, she saw him sitting on the ground, clutching his right leg. The only eyes visible from beneath his beard were twisted together in pain. Mira glanced at the nearby grass and spotted a trickle of crimson liquid dripping from it. As expected, it must have been Nink's blood. What's wrong with you? Gwyntel rushed to Nink's leg, wanting to examine the wound, but Nink shook his head and refused. The wound is too large. I had to hold it with my hand to control the bleeding. Gwyntel, go find me some long, thin leaves. Remember, they need to be tough and won't break easily. Okay, I go right away. Gwyntel agreed. Gwyntel quickly found the leaves Nink wanted. Grinnik loosened his grip, revealing a horrific, bloody wound on his leg. It looked like a bite from a wild animal. Mira watched with a moment's concentration as Grinnik kneaded the leaves together and wrapped them around his leg again and again. Unfortunately, his wound was too severe, and blood continued to seep out, making it completely ineffective in stopping the bleeding. Gwynter felt as if her own leg was aching as she watched. She looked at Mira for help. Mira, don't you know a lot about herbs? Is there any way you can help Grinnik? I have a way to temporarily stop the bleeding, but without the hemostatic powder, it will soon return to its original state, Mira said. It's okay. It's good to stop the bleeding for a while. That way, I can walk again. It was Grinnik who spoke. Even though he was sweating profusely, his eyes still shone with a startling brilliance. This was also what Mira had always suspected. From the moment she saw Grinnick, Mira's intuition told her that this man was no ordinary person. Although she didn't know his specific past, even after hearing Gwynter's explanation, mentioning that she had saved Grinnick's life, Mira still hadn't dispelled her suspicions. Grinnick's escort could also be interpreted as taking advantage of Gwynter's unimpeded journey out of the north. Gwynter said that their journey wasn't always smooth. Occasionally, they encountered unexpected situations, and it was Grinnick who, using the jewelry she had brought with her, intervened and averted disaster. Grinnick's familiarity with the situation made Mira believe that Grinnick must have done similar things many times before, but he didn't look like a shrewd businessman at all. At least, a businessman wouldn't possess such skills or the knowledge to survive safely in the wild. However, after several days, Mira still couldn't figure out Nink's motive. Could it be true, as Gwynter had said, that they had only intended to hold out for a while on the outskirts, but had mistakenly strayed into the depths of the dark forest? Regardless, Mira temporarily stopped Nink's bleeding, while Gwynter helped him to his feet, intending to return home first. But halfway through, Nink's wound began bleeding again, much faster than Mira had anticipated. What should we do? Gwynter was anxious. Mira, can you wrap him up with those herbs again to stop the bleeding? I'm afraid not. Mira shook her head. Even if she used the same method on Grinnick again, he probably wouldn't last much longer. Does hemostatic powder really need it? But I can't even leave the dark forest, so where can I get it? Grinnick was so anxious she almost cried. Meanwhile, Grinnick's face was almost pale from the blood loss. Even so, he tried to comfort Grinnick, saying, "Don't panic. Perhaps this is just my fate." Grinnick looked at Mira again. "I'm sorry, you see how miserable I am. I don't know if I can make it through the night. If possible, I'd like to ask you to take Grinnick to your companions and convince them to take her in. Otherwise, she won't be able to survive here alone." Mira pursed her lips. Gwynter's eyes lit up. "Mira, do your companions have any hemostatic powder? You've been traveling the dark forest so often, so you're definitely prepared, right?" At the end, Gwynter's words were almost pleading, placing all her hopes of saving Nink on Mira's companions. If Mira refused, she could well imagine Gwynter's despair. "Never mind." Mira nodded softly. "I do have hemostatic powder. You two should come with me later. Before that, let me help Nink change the herbs." "Great. Nink, you're saved." Hearing this, Gwynter practically leaped for joy, completely ignoring the oddity in Mira's words. Nink couldn't help but smile, his eyes also curved into smile lines. At this moment, far away in the cabin, Lex watched Mira disappear again, a thoughtful expression on his face. Did Mira really think she fooled him? Lex never doubted his memory. There were just 2 apples missing from the box. So there were 2 mysterious people Mira secretly met? Chapter 41. After the initial joy wore off, Gwynter, looking at Mira's back, finally sensed something was amiss. When she spotted an old cabin in the distance, this feeling of unease reached its peak. "Gwynter, do you find anything strange?" To prevent Mira from overhearing their whisper, Gwynter leaned in close to Mira's ear and whispered. "How could she have such a house in the dark forest?" Gwynter glanced at Gwynter with a look of pity, thinking, "You finally figured it out. The dark forest is so notorious that few dare to venture there, except for the rumor that a witch lives there." Mira had been coming to see Gwynter alone these days, walking through the forest as freely as if it were her own backyard. Anyone with a discerning eye could see something strange about her. Gwynter, however, was a simpleton, believing everything Mira said, never once suspecting she was lying. Although Grinnick had a vague idea of the truth, he couldn't fathom Mira's intentions. If she truly intended to conceal her identity, why didn't she carefully fabricate more realistic details? Seeing that Gwynter and Mira were getting along well, Grinnick simply withdrew himself, lest he reveal any flaws that Mira might notice and ruin her relationship with Gwynter. Sometimes, being honest is indeed more effective in getting along with others. In fact, if it weren't for his outburst today, Mira probably wouldn't have wanted to reveal her identity to Gwynter at all. Grinnick shook his head slightly, and replied to Gwynter in the same whisper, "Perhaps, something even more shocking will happen to you later." "Something even more shocking? What?" Gwynter was puzzled. But as they drew closer to the cabin, Gwynter swallowed the doubt that was lingering in her throat. Mira flew up the steps as lightly as a bird and called inside, "Silas, Lex, we have guests." "Guests? What guests?" Silas, with nothing else to do, was the first to arrive at the door to greet Mira. He peered behind Mira and came face to face with Gwynter and Nink. It was a stranger. "Guests indeed," Silas muttered. Then, like a human gentleman, he placed his wings over his chest, bowed slightly, and said, "Welcome to the cabin. I'm Silas, Mira's only pet." He emphasized the word only. Unfortunately, Gwynter didn't grasp its intention and instead screamed at Silas, shaking Nink's arm frantically. "Nink, did you see that? It's a talking crow." She deliberately emphasized the word talking. Nink felt like his ears were about to burst from Gwynter's screaming. He had no choice but to gesture for Gwynter to calm down. "It's no big deal. After all, it's a witch's pet." "What? A witch? Who is the witch?" Gwynter's voice rose even louder, seemingly reaching the sky. "Of course it's me. Besides you and me, is there a third woman here?" Mira's voice drifted faintly from the room. It would have been fine if Gwynter and Nink had whispered before, but now she was so loud that it was difficult for Mira to pretend not to hear. The shock was so overwhelming that Gwynter's mind froze, like a clock in need of repair. She even lost the ability to speak when she saw the golden-haired, golden-eyed Lex. By the time Gwynter finally calmed down, Mira had already asked Lex to bring her some hemostatic powder and clean gauze. Elsewhere, Nink, sitting in a chair, watched Lex squat before him and quickly stopped him from moving. "How dare I let your highness apply the medicine to me? I can do it myself." Lex said nothing, handing the powder to Nink. He then deftly untied the grasp from his leg, applied a thick layer of hemostatic powder, and then wrapped the gauze around the wound again and again. "How are you? Are you feeling better?" Gwynter asked with concern, seeing this. "It's only been a short while. You should have given the medicine time to take effect," Mira interrupted lazily. Gwynter gave a wry laugh. She didn't know what to say, so she might as well find a less dangerous topic. This would prevent her from accidentally asking about potentially fatal issues, like why Mira had concealed her identity, and why a prince was hiding in her cabin. It was unbelievable. The crown prince, who had disappeared years ago, and the entire kingdom had searched for months without a trace, was standing right before her alive. Gwynter couldn't help but suspect Mira's hand in this. The incompatible relationship between witches and the royal family was well known, and the disputes between the two sides probably dated back hundreds of years. But seeing how Lex obeyed Mira's every word, perhaps he hadn't been living in dire straits these past few years? Gwynter couldn't help but secretly glance at Lex's calm expression. "But the powder I made is more effective than anyone else's. Is your bleeding supposed to have stopped?" Mira glanced at Nink's leg. Indeed, Nink also looked at his wound and saw that the fresh red color no longer shone through the gauze. "My goodness! If you could sell such a potent powder, you have a lifetime of gold flowing into your pocket." Gwynter sighed. As the daughter of a merchant, she had some foresight. "Good idea. Then, how about we talk about how to get past the church?" Mira had certainly entertained similar ideas. But if something so potent wasn't made by the church, it would easily lead to suspicion of witches. Not wanting to drag anyone into this mess for no reason, Mira simply gave up the idea of asking Duquado to take her hemostatic powder privately to trade. That's right. Had almost forgotten to teach her that lesson. Gwynter felt she had said something truly foolish. Seeing Gwynter carefully keep her mouth shut, afraid to say another word, Maylod decided not to embarrass her and began eating. Finally able to enjoy a normal dinner, and with Lex's cooking skills as good as ever, Gwynter scraped the mashed potatoes off her plate with a spoon, completely silent the entire time. Similarly, Nink had an empty plate in front of him, having even eaten the last bit of mushroom soup in his bowl with bread. When it came time to assign sleeping quarters for the night, Nink, despite his injuries, volunteered to sleep outside, leaving the remaining space in the room for Gwynter. Fortunately, Mira had said that no wild animals dared approach the cabin, and that Gwynter would be fine even if he slept outside. Gwynter finally gave up his pushover. Finally able to lie flat on his back, Gwynter fell unconscious and completely slumbered. Mira said goodnight to Silas and Lex, and her breathing soon calmed down. The room suddenly became silent, with only the moon outside gradually shifting its position as the night progressed. After an unknown amount of time, Gwynter, who should have been asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He estimated the time for a long time, and after confirming that the breathing in the room was steady, he tiptoed around to the back and climbed in through the window. He could have just pushed the door open, but Gwynter had observed at night that the cabin door would creak even with the slightest wind. To avoid disturbing the slumberers, he ultimately opted for climbing through the window. In the moonlight, Nink saw where Lex lay. He quietly stepped past Mira and Gwynter, one hand behind his back, and gradually approached the unaware Lex. Thump! There was a dull thud, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. The next moment, Silas's voice rang out in everyone's ears. Murder! Murder! Silas had been sleeping soundly, when a flash of light suddenly appeared before his eyes. He instinctively opened his eyes, and saw that it was the dagger Nink had strapped to his back. The moonlight shone silver, and he was so frightened that he fell from his perch. Even so, he didn't forget to make a sound to warn the others. Lex, who had been pretending to sleep, said, "Eh." Mira, also pretending to sleep, said, "Eh." Now they had no choice but to open their eyes. Seeing his true identity exposed, Grinning knew his chance was fleeting. Without hesitation, he lunged at Lex, the gleaming dagger still tightly grasped. Mira had no intention of rising to help Lex. She watched with fascination as Lex quickly turned the tables, pinning Grinning to the ground and holding the dagger, which he then seized, holding it across Grinning's neck. At this level, he could only bully 12-year-old Lex. Mira couldn't help but shake her head at the thought of 12-year-old Lex being driven into the dark forest like a lost dog by a man like this, and several of his men. What's wrong? What's wrong? Gwynter, who had been completely unconscious, finally woke up. She sat up dazedly and rubbed her sleepy eyes, so much so that for a moment she didn't notice Nink pinned to the ground by Lex. When she finally took in the situation inside the room, she felt completely uneasy. What the hell is going on? Gwynter vaguely recalled the voice that had woken her. It seemed to be talking about murder. Then why don't you ask Nink to explain to us why he suddenly returned to the dark forest after 5 years and intended to kill Lex? Mira raised her chin and spoke slowly in response to Gwynter's question. When did you know this? Nink raised his eyes and stared at Mira coldly. Hearing Mira's words, Nink felt his plan had been exposed, but he couldn't figure out where he had let the flaw go. He had been trying to avoid contact with Mira, and Mira had long since let down her guard against Gwynter. As Gwynter's companion, Grinning had assumed he at least earned some of Mira's trust. Well, it seems I have to clear up some of your doubts first. Grinning, is that your real name? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. I just want to tell you that you had plenty of flaws from the start. Mira slowly straightened her wrinkled sleeves, rested her elbows on the armrests of the rocking chair, and, with her head tilted slightly, smiled at Grinning. Chapter 42. Nink did have many flaws, but what really convinced Mira was something with Silas's casual remark. That button on his shirt looked so familiar. Silas stood on the windowsill, staring at Nink, who sat in a chair peeling potatoes, for a long moment. Silas, what were you talking about? Mira appeared from behind him. Frightened, Silas's feathers stood on end. However, Mira had the foresight to cover Silas's mouth with one hand and, with the other, carry him off the windowsill and under a tree. Unless someone personally approached the window, sitting in the room, it would be impossible to see what Mira and Silas were doing. This made it easier for Mira to ask Silas again, what were you talking about? Buttons? What's wrong with Nink's button? That button on his shirt looks familiar to me. It looks like the one I gave Miss Lily. Silas answered honestly. Mira pondered for a moment, finally remembering that this was Silas's parting gift to Miss Lily. However, since they hadn't seen the real thing, she and Lex hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. But now, Mira demanded that Silas describe exactly where he had found the button and what it looked like. In the woods. Silas was forced to recall. The more he recalled, the more certain he was that the button he had found was exactly the same as the one on Nink's body. The unique luster, the shell-like shape, and the wavy pattern were all new to Silas, and they left a lasting impression. Mira's expression was thoughtful. Could this button have been dropped by Grink? No, the timing doesn't match. He should still be in the Northern Territory right now. But to say it has nothing to do with Grink isn't entirely true. It would probably be more reliable to ask Lex about these things. Thinking of this, Mira asked Silas to find a pretext to summon Lex that wouldn't arouse suspicion. No problem, Silas promised, patting his chest. Lex quickly arrived at the tree. Silas just told me mysteriously that you had something to ask me. Yes, there is something. Do you think there's something fishy about that man named Grink? Mira asked, sizing up Lex's calm expression. Lex's eyebrows twitched at Mira's words, as if he hadn't expected her to harbor suspicions about Grink. Then Lex thought again. Bringing someone back to the cabin even when she knew he was suspicious was typical of Mira. Moreover, people often fear potential dangers because they doubt their ability to resolve them. Mira has always been exceptionally confident in herself. There's something wrong. Even though Lex hadn't said anything yet, Mira had already gotten the answer from his reaction. Tell me about it. What do you think is wrong with him? Mira was curious. The row of buttons on his clothes was a popular style in the royal city 5 years ago, which means he either has lived there all his life or spent some time there 5 years ago, Lex said. Wait, something seems off. You even pay attention to such details? Mira was puzzled. Lex, How should I explain this to Mira? This is a long story. Originally, This style of button appeared on a maid in the palace. Palace maids were generally divided into two categories: those of commoner origin, often chosen for their skills, and those of noble birth, whose reasons for entering the palace varied. This maid was the second daughter of a count. It was said that she had chosen to enter the palace to escape her unloved fiancé, hoping that when she got older, he would ask her father to break off the engagement. However, after being away from home for so long, she inevitably missed her hometown. So, she paid a large sum of money to have a tailor carefully polish small shells, a specialty of her hometown, and make buttons to sew onto her clothes. This unique and beautiful button naturally caught the attention of her personal attendant, Ilya. Ilya loved it, and immediately had a tailor make her a gorgeous dress based on the design. She wore it to the next palace ball, making a stunning appearance. After the ball, similar buttons quickly became a trend among the lower classes. When they couldn't find shells, they substituted them with other materials, which was much cheaper. When Lex saw that Fanang's collar was showing the same buttons as his own, he teased him, and the impression was even more profound. So that's how it is. Mira understood. Just like the tax collector's wife's appearance at the dinner party always sparked imitation, it was all a ploy to court more powerful men, to make her the center of attention. Although Mira had always thought that wearing colorful feathers in one's hair was ridiculous, but Gwendol told me she met Grink in the Northern Territory, where he was nearly forcibly captured and enslaved on the estate. If Grink had lived in the royal city, why did he leave? Mira brought the conversation back to Grink. There are generally two possibilities. 1. He had to leave. 2. He chose to leave on his own accord, Lex analyzed. Whether Grink fell into the first or second scenario made a huge difference in his situation. There could be many reasons for leaving voluntarily, such as seeking a better life or opportunities for advancement. But if Grink was forced to leave the royal city, then he probably had offended someone, and was doing so to save his life. Mara was still pondering which possibility was more likely when Lex suddenly said, "Come to think of it, he looks familiar to me." "Are you referring to that face of his, obscured by his beard, that obscures his features?" Mara hesitated. "No, of course not," Lex denied. "If anything, it was probably a feeling. A feeling they had definitely met before. Your words gave me some inspiration. Is it possible he deliberately grew such a thick, dense beard to prevent you from recognizing him?" If that was the case, Mara couldn't help but urge Lex to think more deeply about the circumstances under which he had met Nink. Then, Lex thought of someone who forced him to flee into the dark forest. "You were the leader of the pursuing group, weren't you?" Mara stared at Nink, her tone firm and unwavering. In the darkness, the cabin, lit by a kerosene lamp, was the only source of light for miles around. The dim light shone on the aged wood, imbuing its deep brown with a warm aroma. Unfortunately, for the bound Nink, this was hardly a pleasant sight. His mood was perhaps a far cry from the smug feeling he felt when he led a group chasing after young Lex, watching the haughty crown prince flee in panic. "So how did you end up like this? Didn't Ilya give you any favors? After all, you eliminated a major problem for her." Mara was puzzled. Although Lex was alive and well in the dark forest, Ilya and the others didn't know. In their eyes, Lex was already a corpse. Queen Ilya doesn't believe Prince Lex is dead. At this point, Grinker couldn't bear to conceal the truth any longer. Even if he revealed everything, it wouldn't affect the woman who wielded such power within the palace. Regardless of Grinker's unexpected incident, Lex and Ilya were bound to clash sooner or later. A fight to the death. She doesn't believe it? Why? Mara and Lex exchanged a glance. "Because we haven't retrieved Prince Lex's head," Grinker replied. His gaze wandered, darting into the air, yet it seemed as if he wasn't looking at anything. He seemed to be transported back to the day he met Ilya. That night, Grinker led his men out of the dark forest. Without a moment's rest, they raced back to the agreed location to reunite with the main force. Seeing them return empty-handed, the leading man frowned. From his horse, his gaze, with an unmistakable sense of oppression, slowly swept over the faces of Grinnik and the others behind him. "Grinnik, please don't tell me you, with so many of us, let a 12-year-old escape." "We didn't. We chased him into the dark forest, and saw a shadow bigger than a hill sweep overhead. It was the witch's pet. He wouldn't survive," Grinnik explained. "If it were anyone else, they might have managed to survive the witch's clutches. Perhaps the witch was in a good mood at the time. But as a member of the royal family, Lex would never get away with it." "Humph." The man snorted arrogantly. "Say that for Her Majesty the Queen. Perhaps, for Her Majesty Severi's sake, she'd give you a chance to redeem yourself." Jernink entered the palace with trepidation. Queen Ilya might not be as displeased with them as the man claimed. However, hearing Jennings' words, Ilya's smile began to falter. You're telling me you could have continued pursuing him, brought me his head, and secured my child's throne. Instead, out of fear of death, you left his life to the judgment of an unknown witch. Your Majesty, Jennings said with difficulty. I believe, given the chance, no witch would spare the descendants of Nurungar. I believe that no witch in the entire kingdom wishes the death of all Nurungars more than the witches themselves. Then you are even more unforgivable. Ilya's smile faded, her gaze stern, as it fell on Grink like a knife. Everyone knows how endless witches' methods are. What if that witch uses Lex to harm my Sivri? Although Ilya utterly loathed Lex, who occupied the throne that rightfully belonged to her son, it was undeniable that Lex and her beloved Sivri were close brothers, sharing half the same blood. If the witch used this half of her blood to threaten her little Lil, we are willing to atone for our sins and return to the dark forest. This time, we will return to you with proof that His Highness Lex can no longer threaten His Highness Sivri. Sensing a dangerous, murderous glint in Ilya's beautiful golden eyes, Grink was startled and quickly retorted, attempting a final struggle. He lowered his head and knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his back. If Ilya refused to give them this opportunity, at least, the people he ordered to flee the city with the others could still save their lives. All right. I give you a month. If you can't do it, bring your heads back to me. The woman at the head suddenly changed her mind, unsure what was going on. She casually said this. Jernink looked up excitedly. Chapter 43. After Nink's figure completely disappeared outside the door, the man standing on the other side looked at Ilya, a puzzled look on his face. Why give them a second chance? Ilya had no shortage of men at the moment. If she wanted to deal with Lex, she could have sent someone else instead of trusting a group of cowards, who had already retreated once. Keldor, if your brother Antonio were here, he wouldn't ask me such a foolish question. Ilya glanced at him casually. There weren't many reliable people in the Jude family, most were pampered fools. Antonio and Keldor were among Ilya's carefully selected helpers. However, compared to Antonio, Keldor was a simpleton. This personality had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that Keldor would do whatever Ilya told him to do without question. The downside was obvious. Whenever such a situation arose, Ilya always had to explain things to him in detail. I didn't intend to let them go. It was just to ensure that no one else would dare to fool me with such a result again. By leaving them behind, I could show others what happened to them. Only then would they truly fear and devote themselves to completing my orders. Wouldn't that be right? A horse that hasn't seen a whip doesn't feel pain, and the same goes for people. Ilya fiddled with her brightly colored nails, her expression cold. No matter how Nink tried to justify himself, how Lex would surely die if he fell into the hands of the witches, or how even if he hadn't encountered the witches, he wouldn't have survived the wounds they had shot. None of that mattered to Ilya. She just wanted to see Lex's head severed by the sword, to ensure that everything was perfectly safe. As long as there was a 1 in a million chance that Lex had survived, Ilya would never fully relax. She had already suffered the same fate with Lex's mother, Lililith, and she would never allow herself to fail him a second time. If Lex ever returned, Ilya narrowed her eyes slightly at the thought. Even if Sivri had already become the new crown prince, he might not be able to compete with him. You must know that Lex's greatest advantage wasn't having a renowned chancellor as his mentor or a loyal knight commander by his side, but rather that he was the eldest son of Nurungar IX, holding the most legitimate right of succession. Therefore, if Sivri wanted to secure his throne, Lex absolutely had to die. Tomorrow morning, lead your men to ambush on the path outside the royal city. First, eliminate Grink and the others, then go to the dark forest and deal with Lex if he's still alive. Ilya said coldly. No problem. Keldor nodded. But what if we encounter a witch? Keldor hesitated for a moment, then asked. It's just a witch. You just need to bring a few more people. She's just a body of flesh and blood, capable of being slain by swords or arrows. Ilya wasn't like the average person, fearing the legendary witches who wielded various magical powers. After all, she had seen real witches in the church's dungeons. The dungeon, long untouched, was filled with a foul odor. The satin soles of her shoes felt sticky. In the center of the dungeon, a woman with disheveled hair sat on the ground, her hands and feet chained to the wall. She didn't stir at the sound of footsteps, not even looking up. I don't know if I didn't have the energy to read, or if I simply didn't want to. Ilya can still recall the helpless screams of a woman being tortured to the point of exhaustion. She closed her eyes, her conviction growing stronger. Whether a witch or anything else, anyone with a weakness isn't anything to be feared. Okay, get ready. I need to go see my little too. Ilya descended the steps, her sweeping skirt passing before Keldor, then vanishing completely through the doorway in a stream of red. My men and I were ambushed by Kelder and his men on a path outside the royal city. We were all desperately trying to break free, fleeing in all directions. In the end, after much effort, I only managed to find one other person, and we went with him to the Yalan territory. What is the Yalan territory? Mara looked at Lex. It's a small territory in the north, famous for its poor soil. I heard that if you plant 1 acre of potatoes in Yorante, the harvest won't even double the amount the following year. Lex briefly explained Yorante to Mayla. Even a high-yielding, easy-to-grow crop like potatoes couldn't feed a family of 5 in Yorante, clearly demonstrating that the land is unsuitable for farming. If it weren't for the kingdom's laws prohibiting civilians from freely changing their land, the people of Yorante would have fled long ago. So, Jenink and his men settled in Yorante, hiding out peacefully for several years. Perhaps no one could have imagined that anyone would voluntarily venture to such a desolate place. Then why did you leave Yaran territory? Wouldn't it be nice to just live an ordinary life? Myra's gaze shifted back to Grinink's face. Surely, that thick, dense beard was meant to conceal his identity. Because Haij, the man who followed me to Yaran territory, was taken away by the Lord's men 3.5 months ago. Grinink closed his eyes, his voice muffled as if covered by a glass case, nearly suffocating. 3.5 months ago, in Yaran territory, bare branches pressed overhead, offering no shield from the scorching sun. Grinink walked through the mountains, feeling as if he were in a smoking pot, roasting himself dry. It was only mid-May, and he didn't know why it was so hot this year. Grinink wiped the sweat from his forehead. Because the land of Yaran territory was exceptionally barren, the trees that grew there were thin and small, their few remaining leaves having already shed their leaves before autumn even arrived. As a result, he couldn't find even a sliver of shade, and had to hasten his descent. Unexpectedly, when Nink returned to his nearly bare house, he was met with devastating news. Havich had been taken away by the Lord's men. "Feeny, what's going on?" Nink hurriedly asked the woman standing beside him, her expression mournful. The woman met Nink's anxious gaze, and flinched as if burned. "Brother Nink, cousin Havich volunteered to be taken away for my sake." Behind the woman, a young man, barely a man, but so skinny he looked like he hadn't grown up at all, spoke. Just now, a group of people suddenly burst into the village, saying that the Lord was looking for men for an important task. Without giving us time to plead, they had the village chief summon all the adult men from each household, line them up, and prepared to take them away. They said that at least one man must be sent from each household, so my cousin Haji took my place and went with them. Nink was speechless after hearing this, but Finny stepped in front of the young man, separating them. "Don't blame Haru for this. I'm sorry to leave Haji, but if Haru had been taken away, he would definitely not have survived." Haji, on the other hand, had once been chosen to serve as a palace attendant. His skills and physique were far superior to the frail Haru. If he had gone, he might have had a chance of returning alive. Nink was speechless, unable to utter a single word to blame Finny. After all, Finny had taken Grinak and Hawage in. After their narrow escape, Grinak and Hawage discussed where they could hide for a few years to avoid the turmoil. "Why not go to my aunt's?" Hawage offered. He said his mother had a distant cousin who had married into the Yalan territory. It was far from the capital, poor, and rarely seen. But with his aunt as a shield, the risk of being recognized was much lower than elsewhere. After witnessing Ilya's ruthless pursuit, Grinak also felt that the Yalan territory was a good place, so, with Hawage's guidance, he knocked on Finny's door. The house looked quite dilapidated from the outside, its door incredibly old. It probably survived thanks to the rare wind and rain in Yolante. Jernink could even see a figure approaching through the crack in the door. It creaked open. Finny, though embarrassed by her sudden arrival, didn't refuse her nephew and his companions. But behind her stood 2 boys, one large and one small, both emaciated from hunger. Thinking of this, Jennink was speechless. What was wrong with Finny wanting her children to survive? But Jennink couldn't do nothing. So he decided to find out what the Yolante Lord was recruiting these men for. After spending half a month, Grink finally hooked up with a knight under Viscount Arendt. He learned from him that they had captured the civilians to send them to the Dark Forest in search of the long-lost Prince Lex. Prince Lex actually appeared in the Dark Forest? Grink asked carefully. He hadn't expected Ilya's fears to come true. Lex was incredibly lucky, surviving despite his injuries. Hey, does anyone know where the Viscount got the news? I heard that 5 years ago, someone saw a boy with blonde hair and golden eyes near the Dark Forest. As for whether it was Prince Lex, no one could possibly impersonate his royal appearance. 5 years ago? After all these years, could the prince really have survived in such a haunted place? I wonder if the Viscount was being tricked. If you ask me, I agree with you. But what can we possibly resist, His Excellency the Viscount? He's absolutely determined to get us to find Prince Lex. Don't think I'm still chatting with you now. In 2 days, I be leading my men to the Dark Forest. Alas, the journey from here to the Dark Forest will take at least 2 weeks. I wonder if those lowly men, whose arms aren't even as thick as your wrists, can hold out until then, the knight complained. After taking a swig of wine, he patted Grinding's shoulder, his tone tinged with inquiry. Come to think of it, your sturdy physique is rare in our Yolante territory, isn't it? Most people here struggle to even get enough to eat, so how could they possibly have developed a muscular physique like Grinding? Well, to be honest, my heartless father wasn't some impoverished errant leader. Before he abandoned my mother, I had enough to eat for a few years. Jerning's body stiffened slightly, but fortunately, he was quick to react and quickly fabricated a story. He was an abandoned illegitimate child. The knight laughed knowingly, but didn't suspect that Jernink was lying. As usual, only a fool would want to come to this shabby place. After learning the details, Jernink returned to Finny's residence. Meeting her anxious eyes, Jernink swallowed his words, and offered a few words of comfort. So can Hawage come back? Finny asked. I'm not sure. Jernink shook his head and sighed. We probably know in a month. Until then, there's nothing we can do except pray for him. It was obvious that Harwager hadn't returned. Otherwise, Grink wouldn't have had to make this trip again. He believed Lex had killed Harwager. He also heard that Viscount Errant, discontent with his fruitless return, was planning a second round of recruits for another trip to the Dark Forest. Finny and Haru fell into renewed anxiety. Seeing this, Grinker resolved to set out alone, intent on resolving this matter at its source. However, he hadn't expected the chaos outside to become so rampant, where he could be captured even while walking down the street. If it hadn't been for his lucky encounter with Gwinter, he'd probably be a slave working in some manner. Perhaps, he even received a few lashes for his lack of nimbleness. But Grinker was lucky enough to be rescued by Gwinter, and after guiding her, both overtly and covertly, all the way to the Dark Forest, he even encountered the witch thanks to her. That night, upon seeing a beautiful woman before him, Grinker held his breath. It wasn't that he was attracted by her beauty, he saw through her immediately. After all, what other woman, besides a witch, would dare to walk alone in the Dark Forest? But foolishly, Gwinter believed the witch's words. Never mind, Grinker thought, it's good to be so foolish. Didn't she see that even the witch had let down her guard against her? So Grinker would find excuses to leave whenever he had time, giving the two of them ample space. He could sense that Mara seemed wary of him. At the same time, Grinker was trying to find Mara's residence. He was certain Lex was there. Jernink had tried to follow Mara before. However, Mara's perceptiveness was beyond his imagination. Jernink had no choice but to try a different approach. He deliberately injured himself, hoping Mara would offer to take him back to her house. Alas, Mara didn't take the bait. She seemed to simply stop the bleeding for Gwinter's sake. No, I can't let this opportunity slip away, thought Jernink. So, while Mara and Gwinter weren't paying attention, he reopened the wound and pretended to be worried about Gwinter, making Mara realize that saving him was also saving Gwinter. As expected, Mara was moved and led them back to the cabin. When the blonde, golden-eyed boy suddenly appeared before him, Jennings suppressed the excitement in his chest with a supreme effort, but his body couldn't help but tremble. To prevent Lex from noticing his unusual behavior, Grink feigned trepidation and refused to apply the medicine. Grink continued to secretly observe Lex. It was unbelievable. The crown prince, once so high and mighty, surrounded by attendants, was now a mere cook in a witch's cabin, letting the witch boss him around. Before dinner, Mara called Lex out. They took a long time to return, and it was unclear what they were doing. Grink was curious, but he was constantly being entangled by Silas. Silas explained that he had never left the Dark Forest since he had settled with Mara, and was deeply curious about the outside world. His barrage of questions trapped Grink inside, forcing him to join in his conversation with Gwinter. At this moment, Grinnik began to find Gwinter's naivete truly irritating. He wondered if she was so full of water that she could engage in such a pleasant conversation with a crow. Thankfully, Grinnik finally got the opportunity he'd been looking for. He lay on the cool wooden floor, hearing the steady sound of breathing from within the room. He suddenly opened his eyes, and stared at the silver moon high in the sky for a long moment. Grinnik remembered that night 5 years ago, when he and his men had chased after a desperate Lex, the moonlight that day just as bright. Everything seemed like a replay of that night. And he had come to the Dark Forest, met Lex again, and put an end to their relationship, as if it were destined. If he could kill Lex, everything would be over. Grinnick stood up and unsheathed the dagger hidden at his waist. But Grinnick failed. Lex hadn't fallen asleep at all, and his skills were far more formidable than they had been 5 years ago. Before Grinnick could react, Lex easily subdued him. The dagger he'd been holding fell into Lex's grasp and placed against his neck. Never mind, this was an end after all. The moment he was bound with a hemp rope, a strange sense of relief welled up in Grinnick's heart. But Mara listened for a moment, then cruelly stated the truth. We haven't seen the Harvey you're talking about. In other words, we haven't seen any of the people said by Viscount Errant. That's right. Silas agreed. Impossible. Grinnick refused to believe it. He had watched the group leave Errant territory with his own eyes. You seem to have misunderstood. I'm not saying they didn't make it to the dark forest, but that they tragically perished before they could even see us. Mira leaned back, her rocking chair creaking. The dark forest is so vast, there's no telling what dangers might lie ahead. Poisonous snakes, wolves, swamps, miasma, and similar dangers abound. Anyone entering without skill would only risk their lives. Speaking of which, my pet once found a button that matched the pattern on your shirt. I think it must have fallen from Harwich, Mara continued. After 5 years in Yarante, fine clothing like this, crafted by the tailors of the royal city, would surely have been worn over and over again by Nink and Harwich, lovingly caring for it. When Hawage arrived in the dark forest wearing this attire, did he imagine that his life would tumble into the mud like this fallen button? Has your pet seen Hawage's body? If possible, I'd like to see him again. Jernink asked eagerly, his eyes filled with hope, bubbling with hope. As a loser, he subconsciously placed Mara on a higher pedestal, unconsciously using the honorific. Regrettably, Mara shook her head and gave a disappointing answer. Okay, I asked all the questions I wanted to ask. Since he's coming for you, I leave it to you, Lex, Mara said. Okay. Lex tightened his grip on the rope and led Jennink out. Their footsteps gradually faded away from the cabin. And you, Gwynner? What are your plans next? Mira looked at Gwynner, who had been lost in thought the entire time, stunned by the shock of what Nink had revealed. A hint of pity lingered in her eyes. Me? As someone who had been thoroughly exploited by Nink from beginning to end, Gwynner found it difficult to articulate her feelings at the moment. If her initial outburst of anger had been overwhelming, as she listened to the entire story, she felt only a mixture of emotions. In this story, she was a completely innocent, unlucky person, inexplicably drawn into it simply by the bad luck of running into Nink. If she had known that kindness would bring her trouble, she would still have chosen to save Nink. You can't criticize kindness as wrong just because you saved a bad person. The bad person is the one at fault. Mara's question, in particular, made Gwynner begin to contemplate what she would do on her own. She realized that without Nink, she might not have made it this far safely. Stop. She couldn't think about Nink anymore. Gwynner shook her head vigorously, trying to completely banish him from her mind. I planned to leave the dark forest first. However, she couldn't do it alone, so... Gwynner bravely asked, Can you help me? Of course, Mara agreed readily. If you need me, I have Lex take you to the edge of the forest. From then on, you can go wherever you want. As for the escort fee, just a gold ring will do. A gold ring. Gwynner's eyes widened, a pang of pain in her flesh. She didn't have many jewelry left. Seeing her hesitation, Mira slowly added, This is much cheaper than saving Nink. Gwenny felt as if her already broken heart had been stabbed with a sharp blow. Witches are truly evil and cruel. Doesn't her conscience hurt at all? Gwenny thought, gritting her teeth. Chapter 44. To safely escape the dark forest, Gwynner reluctantly retrieved a gold ring from her possession and gave it to Mara. This method had been taught to her by Nink. Nink suggested that the jewelry box was large and conspicuous, making it easy for someone to spot it. It would be better to discard the box and spread the remaining jewelry around her body. That way, even if something unexpected happened, she wouldn't be left with nothing to survive. After Gwynner left, Mara placed the gold ring in the sunlight, where it shone brightly. Silas stood by, his eyes fixed on it. What a beautiful ring! To Silas, anything bright and large was the most beautiful treasure in the world. Unfortunately, this ring was given to Mara by Gwynner, so he could only gaze at it with envy. Silas stopped drooling. Mara glanced at it casually. Silas instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth as she had instructed, only to discover he had been deceived. There was clearly nothing there. Mira chuckled softly, and put the ring and headband together. Mira had no habit of wearing jewelry. For years, she had only a headband, which she used to simply tie up her hair when it hung messily down her back. Mira's hair-tying skills were equally terrible, But fortunately, she just needed to prevent any hair from accidentally falling into the bottles filled with potions. Mira, meanwhile, had a box specifically for storing money. It was so overflowing that the silver coins on the top couldn't even hide the faint golden light beneath. Unfortunately, based on the prices she had recently learned from Gwynner, the value of the coins in this box had dwindled significantly. I wonder if Lex can restore currency value if he successfully reclaims the throne. Hearing footsteps behind him, Mara asked without turning. Sent them off? Yes, Lex replied. After breakfast, Lex followed Mara's instructions and led Gwynner to the edge of the forest. Through the shadows of the trees, a hint of muddy yellow could be seen on the path outside. Gwynner and Lex weren't close friends, so there was no need to say goodbye like she and Mara had. She could almost be seen rushing out. Lex didn't leave immediately. Instead, he watched Gwynner disappear completely, his gaze fixed on the muddy yellow spot in his sight. Over the years, even though he knew the route out of the dark forest from the cabin well, Lex had never once made his own way to the edge of the forest. This time, he had stumbled upon it by accident. The exit was within reach, but Lex moved, but in the opposite direction, heading back to the cabin. The moment he saw Mara's familiar back, Lex's trance suddenly sank, as if a heavy rock had been tied to him, a force that could not be resisted. By the way, you haven't told me how you dealt with Grink last night, Mara asked curiously. Although Lex had walked back alone with the rope last night, Mara, unlike Gwynner, quickly imagined a horrific scene. She was certain that Lex had done nothing to Grink. I didn't do anything to him, Lex said. Beyond simply eliminating someone who had attempted to kill him, Lex actually had other plans for Grink. He told Grinnik that if he was willing to return to the Yolland territory and find a way to infiltrate Viscount Yolland, he would let him go this time. I believe Viscount Yolland wouldn't refuse such a rare and useful helper. Being a noble's retainer is familiar to you, isn't it? Lex stared intently into Grinnik's eyes. It was only then that Grinnik realized that Lex's aura had suddenly changed from what it had been in the cabin. Being stared at like that by Lex made him unconsciously want to submit. Had he been used to being in a lower position, he naturally had an uncontrollable fear of those in higher positions. So, was this former crown prince's previous appearance of coolness and obedience a deliberate act for the witch's benefit? Grinnik couldn't help but wonder. Lex didn't bother to care what he was thinking. His patience with anyone other than Mara was limited. Seeing Grinnik didn't respond, he moved his dagger forward a fraction, slicing a bloody line across Grinnik's neck. I'm willing to work for you. Durin could sense that Lex really wanted to kill him if he didn't agree, and he exclaimed in alarm. And indeed, if he wasn't willing to help Lex, then he was no different from a roadside stone or a twig, useless to Lex. But I don't have a legitimate identity in Yolante that I could use to approach Viscount Yolante. Seeing Lex pause, Jennings continued. Couldn't you follow your companion, Hawage, and assume someone else's name? Lex offered a cold solution. In fact, it was Hawage's approach that inspired Lex. In other territories, such impersonation would likely be impossible. But Hawage's success proved that Yolante, from top to bottom, was far more manageable than he had imagined. Couldn't the people who had taken Hawija away have noticed something was wrong with him? In both stature and age, Hawija was a far cry from the real Haru. But he was taken away anyway, which meant that for those people, whether he was truly a person wasn't important. Completing the mission assigned by his superiors was what mattered. A lord with ambition, but no ability, naturally couldn't control his subordinates. Lex's eyes darkened, remembering what Venancy had taught him many years ago. Your Highness, with your status and power, you naturally have many people around you working for you. But you must understand that we obey authority, not you as a person. As for Finance's unspoken words, Lex had also thought clearly. If he couldn't earn the true obedience of his subordinates, he would be left alone and helpless if he lost power. This would be a fatal blow to a crown prince, or even a future king. What you do is up to you. I hope you won't waste this life I've given you. Lex untied the knot, and the rope that had been tied to Grink fell to the ground. Once I successfully infiltrated Viscount Yerant's entourage, what else will you need from me, Your Highness? Before leaving, Grink hesitantly called out to Lex. Hearing the long-lost Your Highness, Lex didn't turn back, leaving Grink with only his back. The moonlight shone on Lex's back, cold and aloof. If necessary, I contact you again. In the meantime, you just need to be my eyes, observing everything that happens in the Yerant territory. With that, Lex ignored the troubled Nink behind him, and returned to the cabin with the rope. Gwynner glanced behind him, but didn't see Nink. Something in her mind suddenly shifted, and her face quickly turned pale. Mira, as usual, yawned, saying she could finally sleep, and then fell back into the recliner. This time, she truly fell asleep. So it wasn't until the next day that she remembered to ask Lex about Nink's whereabouts. When Lex said Nink had been released, Mira nodded in understanding and didn't ask any further questions. You have to remember that even at the age of 12, Lex had already revealed his broad mind. If he could use her, he would even invite a witch of unknown affiliation to join his ranks, without fear of her secretly plotting against him. So why was it so strange that he let go of someone who had nearly killed him? Instead, Lex had a thought. Why don't you ask me why I let him go? Mara gave Lex a curious look. Why would I know this? Mara knew Lex's reason for doing this without having to guess. It was simply to prepare for his departure from the dark forest in 6 months. But what did this have to do with Mara? She wasn't leaving with Lex. But considering their long-standing friendship, Mara winked at Lex. If you need to share anything, I don't mind you coming to me. After all, I don't plan on leaving the dark forest for the rest of my life, so you don't have to worry about me leaking secrets. Lex suddenly fell silent. He lowered his eyes, the light tracing his delicate features through deep contours, but it couldn't capture his current thoughts. Mira chuckled, walked over, and patted Lex's shoulder. But just as she needed to stand slightly on tiptoe, she suddenly realized Lex had grown taller. The boy's height grew like a cedar tree rising from the ground, inch by inch, and even the edges of his jaw gradually sharpened, like a long sword being forged and ready to be unsheathed. Are you upset about what I said? But hasn't it always been your wish to reclaim your throne and avenge those who framed you? Since we have to part ways sooner or later, it's okay for me to tell you in advance. Don't be so petty, Mira said, picking up a plate of clean thornberries from the table. The bright red berries rolled and slid in the snow-white dish, looking particularly pleasing. Open your mouth. She picked up the largest one and popped it into Lex's mouth. Is it delicious? Mira asked with a smile. Lex instinctively bit through the peel and immediately tasted the sweet and sour juice. He had hand-picked each fruit, convinced it wouldn't be so sour and unpalatable to Mira's brow. But now, a wave of sourness washed over his tongue. Lex felt that Mira was right, they would eventually part ways. But Mira didn't seem the least bit sad about this inevitable separation. After all, in her eyes, she and Lex had no long-term future, they were destined to be together only for this one time. It's delicious, Lex commented. I think you have a pretty good eye for fruit too. Mira happily picked out one thornberry after another for herself. Each bite was filled with rich juice, leaving a refreshing taste. Want another? Mira asked. Was she trying to coax him? Lex didn't know. Perhaps. Even if Mira's coaxing methods weren't particularly sophisticated. Lex lowered his head slightly, and took a bite of the fruit Mira offered him. Even though he once again tasted the sourness, he relished it. Chapter 45. Mira arrived at the cabin's basement after a long absence. Aside from Lex coming down with a duster regularly to clean the dust between the books, Mira rarely visited the basement. She had already memorized most of the content in the books, so there was no need to verify it again. Today was an exception. Mira bit her pen and pondered for a long time, unable to recall a certain obscure spell she had seen years ago. So, she took the key from the wall and found a secret wooden door beneath the carpet. The gray key slipped into the keyhole and twisted gently. A click sounded in Mira's ears. All right. Mira pulled the ring and, with some effort, finally pulled the heavy wooden door open, revealing a staircase leading down to a secluded cavern. Letting the light filter in from the window, Mira descended the steps. In the basement, stacks of crooked books cast a heavy shadow, forcing Mira to occasionally stand on tiptoe and bend down to check the titles one by one. Finally, Mira squeezed through the narrow gap and found a thin booklet hidden in a corner. Carrying it out of the basement, Mira pushed the wooden door back, locked it again, and straightened the carpet before sitting down in a chair. Spreading the booklet flat on the table, Mira saw the still childish handwriting on the title page. Each stroke showed the care with which the author wrote. Huh? Why does this handwriting look like you wrote it as a child? Silas strolled over curiously, not forgetting a small dish of freshly peeled peanuts. This is the book I wrote when I was 9, Mira replied. Oh! Let me see what's written here. Silas, upon hearing this, was instantly excited, as if his blood had been injected into a chicken. He pressed his furry head closer to examine the booklet carefully. Sneezing curse, hiccup curse? Tickle curse, laughing curse? Wait, what kind of nonsense is this? Silas' eyes widened, thinking these spells were simply designed for pranks. Mira chuckled softly, looking quite pleased with herself. Even though they seem only for pranks, they helped me teach a lot of annoying people a lesson back then. The annoying people Mira mentioned were, of course, the people of White Pine. The adults might even have to find a reasonable excuse for their actions. For example, they wouldn't directly criticize Mira, but would only subtly remind Whippler, in Mira's name, to avoid interacting with herbs and dirty wounds. Look at how Mira paraded through the streets yesterday, her fur matted with blood, looking unfazed. Her cold demeanor was truly startling. In contrast, the children's malice was unabashed. They would gather in groups of 3 or 4, waiting for Mira to pass, then let out a series of chuckles, sometimes loud and sometimes soft. Some malicious little rascals would playfully call Mira random nicknames, and then scatter before she could even glance at them. Mira averted her gaze with indifference, continuing her usual self-absorbed world of herbs, not even bothering to exchange a glance. She didn't want to bother with a fool who couldn't even spell his own name. As for the former sour remarks, Whipper wouldn't have taken them seriously. But when it came to the latter, while he had no idea what kind of taunts Mira was secretly enduring, seeing Mira always alone made him worried as a father. "Mira, would you like to go to the mountains to pick pine cones with the Johnson kids next door?" Whipper asked gently. He hoped Mira could make some friends, so she wouldn't feel lonely. After all, he was responsible for the entire town's patients, and he couldn't devote all his attention to Mira. "Forget it. I don't want to get caught up in their war over a headband." Mira saw through Whipper's thoughts, but deep down, she felt more comfortable alone. Besides, she would rather play with Susan's newborn lamb than deal with the Johnson kids next door. Because there were so many children in the family, Mrs. Johnson was a playful mother. She only bought gifts for her favorite child, ignoring the eager looks of the others. This often led to fights between the children over a headband or a piece of candy. Meanwhile, next door, Mayla would change her headband to a different color every day and occasionally give candy to old Buggy's horse, which made the Johnson children's eyes ache. They also disliked Mayla the most. When they grew older, the mischievous boys would deliberately pull Mayla's braids. Although they only succeeded once in 10 times, their frequent troublemaking still annoyed Mayla. Later, Mara met Erica in the mountains and asked if the witch had any special prank spells. "There are so many." Sneeze, tickle, laugh. Erica counted off a dozen spells and asked Mara which one she wanted to learn. Mara thought for a moment and decided to learn 3 spells at once. "Okay, girl with a big appetite, listen up." Erica recited 3 spells in a row without stopping. Then, without caring if Mara had memorized them, she closed her eyes and took a nap, looking as if she wouldn't answer anything else she said. Mara memorized the spells and happily descended the mountain. Then, everyone who tried to mock her suddenly felt itchy all over and had to scratch, their movements comical. Some began to laugh uncontrollably. Finally, someone hiccuped violently, even pinching their throat. A faint smile curled the corners of Mara's mouth as she happily entered her home. "Mira, Susan's lamb seemed sick. She wanted you to help her, but you weren't home, so I sent her home." Whipper emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot of freshly cooked potatoes. "Then I take 2 potatoes to see her." Mira thought for a moment, wrapped the 2 warm potatoes in a clean cloth, slung her small basket over her shoulder, and headed for Susan's house. "By the way, Lex, did you have any playmates when you were in the palace?" Mira's pamphlet had brought back some childhood memories, and she couldn't help but wonder about Lex's past. Lex paused, tapping on the wood. "I didn't have any playmates. If anything, the only people who accompanied Lex daily were Financy and Church, each occupying Lex's morning and afternoon time, respectively. Compared to Finance's instruction on how to be a good crown prince, Church's lessons were much simpler. The two would usually gather in the martial arts arena. Church would toss Lex a wooden sword, and let him attack freely. When Lex was exhausted, Church would point out the useless moves he had made, and where he had wasted his energy. If Lex made similar mistakes the next time after this instruction, Church would replicate Lex's attacks 1-to-1, re-inflicting them on him, letting him experience firsthand which strikes were most painful, and which were more bearable. By then, Lex would naturally understand how to strike accurately and fiercely, striking the enemy's vital points. "It sounds like your knight commander strikes hard." Mara rubbed her shoulder, a sudden shudder running down her spine. No, that wasn't what she was asking. Financi and Church were, at best, Lex's ministers, far from true playmates. "Don't you have any brothers or sisters?" "Not many children of my father's generation survived. Besides my 2 aunts, there's only one chronically ill uncle," Lex said. Lex's 2 aunts were Princess Naif and Princess Benny's. One married Count Bayard, while the other fell seriously ill before she could find a fiancé of her dreams. Even the palace doctors were helpless, and they could only watch as Princess Benny's lay weakly on her bed, drawing her last breath. As for Lex's uncle, Duke Duther, he had been recuperating in the domain. It was said that every winter he was so weak he could barely get out of bed. Princess Naif, the only two surviving siblings of Nurangel 9, had naturally been in love with Count Bayard and had many children. But every time Lex saw them, he felt they had inherited the foolish arrogance that ran through the Bayard family line, and he was too lazy to deal with them. As for Duke Duther, his health was so frail that he naturally had no heirs. Lex barely remembered seeing this uncle. He only remembered him in family portraits, with delicate features and a delicate demeanor that was completely different from the Nurangel name. The stool is done. Lex inserted the last piece of wood he had cut into the hole created by his knife. He applied a little pressure to ensure the stool was sturdy before handing it to Mayla. Mara sat up without a trace of worry and commented, "It seems a bit high." "Then I shortened the legs a bit." Lex nodded and finished the small stool to Mara's satisfaction, as she requested. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Silas smacked his lips as he passed by. He felt that, under Mara's unreasonable demands, Lex had gradually learned how to become a cook, a carpenter, a tailor, and so on. If he didn't become king in the future, the skills he had honed over the years should have kept him from starving. "What are you doing?" Mara grabbed Silas by the scruff of the neck and lifted him up. Suddenly Mara noticed something strange. Her gaze swept over Silas's body, finally stopping at the corner of his mouth. Silas's mouth was clean, but Mara could detect a faint fragrance. "I didn't do anything." Silas instinctively panicked under Mara's gaze, and the moment he opened his mouth, he started to make a false claim. It would have been fine if he hadn't opened his mouth, but as soon as he did, the aroma wafted out. "Silas, did you just hide in the house and secretly eat the jam?" Mara was absolutely certain. She left no room for Silas to lie. Silas closed his eyes, unaware that Mara could even notice this, even though he had restrained himself and only eaten 2 spoonfuls of jam, and even washed his face with a clean cloth to ensure no traces were left. If he had known, he wouldn't have said so much. Ugh. Chapter 46. "Ha, I captured this piece," Mira said excitedly. On the ground, several vertical and horizontal lines formed a simple chessboard. Within the square-sized grids, a dozen or so wooden pieces of various shapes were placed. Mira sat on a low stool, a number of similar pieces scattered around her feet. They were all the pieces Lex had deliberately asked her to capture when he had just taught her how to play chess. Wrong. That's not how you play chess. Lex, sitting across from Mira, shook his head and returned the piece Mira had dropped to its original spot, but he didn't directly explain the correct move. He had already explained the rules to Mira, but she was so eager to start the game that she seemed to have forgotten everything he had said. Seeing Lex remain silent, seemingly determined to let her do it herself, Mira pondered for a moment, then picked up the chess piece again, touched Lex's piece diagonally above her, and tentatively asked, "How about this?" "Then this piece is yours," Lex said. This was undoubtedly a gesture of affirmation for Mira's approach. Mira immediately and happily took Lex's piece back and placed it on the pile at her feet. Stuck in the room all day, even Mira occasionally felt bored. So Mira removed the book covering her face, reached out to stop Lex, who happened to be passing by, and asked him if he had any fun. This question really stumped Lex, and he remained silent for a long, unusual moment. "Don't you think there's anything else you can do in the palace besides throwing balls all day?" Maylaw was a little surprised. Then staying in the palace would be truly boring. The palace is indeed a dull place, not as comfortable as being in the dark forest. But Lex finally remembered a pastime he and Fernando occasionally used to pass the time. That was playing chess. To play chess, one first needed a chessboard and chess pieces. A chessboard was fine, a stick could be used to draw something on the ground. But chess pieces were essential. So, Lex took out his knife and began practicing with wood day after day, trying to carve realistic chess pieces from memory. Mara stared at Lex's carving with a curious look on her face. "What's that raised piece on top?" "Lex, it's a knight." He looked at the chess piece in his hand, perplexed. "Didn't it look like one? So this is a knight?" Mara's gaze shifted to another finished chess piece. While Lex's craftsmanship was certainly not as good as a true carpenter's, the knight with the sword raised was the most lifelike of all the cruder shapes. "Will there be a king and queen next?" Mara guessed casually. Lex glanced at Mara in surprise. "You're right. But how did you guess that? Is that so hard? Above the soldier is the knight, above the knight is the noble, and above the noble is, of course, the king and queen." Lex nodded approvingly. "No noble pieces." "Huh? Why?" Mara was puzzled. "If I had to give a reason, it's probably because the original creators of the chess pieces deliberately left out the role of nobles. Otherwise, How could so many people fit on such a small chessboard? Lex pondered. We can't fill every square with chess pieces. How would we proceed then? Okay, Mela nodded thoughtfully. It was a reason that was neither faulty nor surprising. Next, Lex spent considerable effort to finally assemble a complete set of chess pieces. He laid them out, and finally began to explain the rules to Mela. After listening for a while, Mela reached out to Lex. What's wrong? Lex asked curiously. My legs are numb from squatting. Give me a hand, Mara said quietly. Lex, He had to act as a human crutch, letting Mara support him. After a while, he finally regained his mobility. However, to prevent something like this from happening again, Lex made 2 more short stools. It wasn't a job that required meticulous craftsmanship. Basically, it was just a matter of carving a piece of wood, cleaning out the splinters, and attaching 4 legs. So Lex worked quickly. But Silas kept jumping around, trying to interrupt Lex's work. Lex, can you help me make a new perch? I'm going to use spruce this time, and I'm going to tie a few flowers to the rope. Isn't your original one still good? I don't see what's wrong with it. Why do you suddenly want Lex to make you a new one? Mara restrained Silas to prevent him from accidentally bumping into the knife. But I used that perch for so many years, and I'd like to get a new one. Silas said this, glancing at Mira's face. The old perch itself was actually a branch it had picked up and begged Mela to help it trim off any unwanted branches. It then carefully cleaned the wood and waxed it, then wrapped it with a rope and hung it up. Now it was beginning to get bored with the old and love the new, which couldn't have helped Mela's mood. You knew I'd be upset, yet you still had to bring it up? You were doing this on purpose, weren't you? Mara raised an eyebrow, staring at Silas with a half-smile. She hadn't expected Silas to learn his ways, deliberately testing her with his words. Although Silas had been openly harassing Lex just now, he was actually saying this to Mela, trying to gauge her attitude. If Mela looked unhappy, he would immediately change his tune and say he didn't want it. Lex could do it or not, he didn't care. Oh. Seeing Mela see through his scheme, Silas wanted to curl up into a ball, trying to act pitiful. Unfortunately, it wasn't a young bird anymore, and its weight could have crushed Mara's shoulders, making its pity less effective. Mara tossed Silas aside, warning him not to try to cause trouble again. She was waiting for Lex to quickly build the stool, so they could start playing chess. Silas huddled his head in his wings, his demeanor much more subdued. Today, Mara finally sat across from Lex. The chessboard, which Lex had just drawn on a cleared space, was already laid out. These pieces have different restraint relationships. Lex briefly explained the rules of the pieces to Mara. The queen can defeat the king and the pawn, but will be defeated by the knight. The king can defeat the knight, but will be defeated by the pawn. The knight, on the other hand, can naturally defeat the pawn. Sounds like the king piece is pretty useless. Mira fiddled with the king piece in her hand. After all, it could only destroy one type of piece. Lex smiled. So, for fairness, the creators of chess pieces stipulated that the number of knight pieces should be the maximum. As long as the king piece cleared the opponent's knight pieces first, they would be completely invincible. Let's play the next round and see. Mira eagerly raised her king piece, and with one move, she destroyed Lex's knight piece. This was quite consistent with Mara's character. She was always brave and daring. Lex still remembered the first time he played chess with Nancy. After hearing the rules, the first thing they moved was the pawn. The pawn piece was naturally the second most numerous on the chessboard, and it only targeted the king piece. Using it to explore the path, even if it was captured, it wouldn't have much impact on the subsequent game. Your Highness is very cautious. Nancy praised Lex and, as expected, took the pawn piece that had been delivered to him off the chessboard. Now, Lex took the knight chess piece that Mara had presented to her. In the first game, Mara was unsurprisingly defeated. She didn't even last a quarter of an hour against Lex. Again. This time, Mara imitated Lex's moves and attacked Lex's pawn. Imitating others' moves is a hurdle every beginner must overcome. Since they were imitating their opponent, they could easily discern their reason for making that move. And so, Mara quickly lost again. She pursed her lips, a smoldering fire of unyielding determination igniting in her eyes. Again! Lex, of course, did as she wished and rearranged the chessboard. In the eastern part of the kingdom, in the Fallhorse territory, a man with gray hair and blue eyes sat in his study. On the table before him lay a chessboard carved from glass, upon which were placed chess pieces made of various colored gemstones. The queen moved forward, only to be unwittingly surrounded by 2 knights. Suddenly, there was a knock on the study door. "Come in," the man said gently. Then an armored knight entered, reporting with a cheerful expression, "Your Excellency, grain prices have stabilized and are now back to June levels. In fact, this drop was only possible thanks to your willingness to sell large quantities of grain at low prices to grain merchants, thus preventing the deaths of more innocent people." The man raised his hand, silencing him. "Ovalin, don't flatter me too much. This is what I should do. Even though I'm no longer the Prime Minister of the kingdom, I can't sit idly by and watch people suffer. Your Excellency, you possess such noble character, but Queen Elia, in order to help her brother ascend to the throne, fabricated a crime against you, forcing you to return to your domain and become an idle noble once again." Recalling this, Ovalin clearly felt very sorry for Fernando. Besides, she clearly knew about the widespread drought and harvest failure, yet she deliberately stockpiled grain in advance and sold it at a high price when the disaster struck, causing the ruin of many families. If His Royal Highness were still alive, he would never allow her to do this. "Ovalin," Thananji called out to him again. Even though his tone didn't become particularly harsh, it still managed to make the tall and strong Ovalin shrink back in dismay. "I'm sorry, sir. I just slipped up." Unexpectedly, Thananji shook his head gently. "You're right to miss His Highness Lex. I miss the days when I played chess with him, too." Thananji stared intently at the pieces on the board, a nostalgic smile suddenly breaking through his lips. If His Highness Lex had played this game, he would definitely not have made such a tactic that hurts his opponent by 1,000 and harms himself by 800. Back then, the old King 7 deliberately controlled the number of slaves the lords could command in order to weaken their power. Sadly, 3 months have passed, and a century of accumulation has been lost in an instant. The ashes on the ground are about to be rekindled. "What did you say?" Ovalin looked up in confusion, wondering why he hadn't heard what the Marquis had just said. "Nothing." Thananji smiled gently. The traces of time had gently left a few light wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, but this hadn't diminished his handsomeness in the slightest, instead making his face even more profound and charming. Even now, if Fernando were to step out into the world, he would still attract the attention of many young women. "Well, now that we're done, you can go down and take care of other things," Fernando said. Ovalin nodded and quickly left. The large study returned to silence. Fernando glanced at the fresh lilies in the vase, and suddenly remembered something. "Ah, Lililis's birthday is almost here." Chapter 47. Silas finally got his wish for a new perch. As soon as Lex attached the perch with a rope, it excitedly flew up, hopping from side to side, as if testing the new perch's strength. It didn't even hear Mara call its name. Mara looked at Lex helplessly, only to be surprised to see him hand over a small whistle, the thickness of a knuckle. "It's made from leftover wood," Lex explained. Making a new perch for Silas didn't require much material, but Lex, striving for perfection, brought back a large amount of spruce wood. The finished product was indeed a delight to Silas, who couldn't help but hold it in his arms and rub his face against it. The remaining wood Lex used to make the small whistle in Mara's hand. Mara tried to blow on it by putting it to her lips. The shrill sound startled Silas so much that he lurched, nearly falling off his perch. "Mira, what are you doing? That whistle just now almost made my ears explode," Silas complained. "What about this?" Mira blew the whistle again, changing her method. This time it was much better, at least it wasn't as piercing to Silas. However, if Silas had known ahead of time that Mira would become addicted to the whistle, he would have desperately tried to persuade her not to carry it around with her all the time. Otherwise, he would be like this, constantly hearing the whistle, like a death-threatening whistle. Again, what's wrong? Silas dragged his heavy body to fly in front of Mira. His voice was weak, as if he had been working hard for 3 days and 3 nights straight, and he was exhausted. "Nothing. I just wanted to see if you or Lex had time to help me out." Mira nodded toward a nearby pot of blue bellflowers. She didn't know what she'd been doing, but the soil inside was riddled with holes and spills. "I just checked the roots of this bellflower, and found the new soil isn't aerated enough. It's almost suffocating its roots. Since you're free now, go catch some earthworms for me." So, she wanted to loosen this soil. Silas breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that hard. He'd go right away, and he could even use this opportunity to hide for a while, avoiding the constant harassment of Mira's whistle. He simply couldn't stand it anymore. Ever since Lex had given him the whistle, Mira had always found something for them to do, even if she had nothing else to do. The point wasn't to order them around, but to find an opportunity to blow the whistle. Even ringing a bell at a dog wouldn't be like that. The more Silas thought about it, the more he couldn't help but gloat. Now that it was gone, Lex would have to endure this torment alone. Who had insisted on giving the whistle? Wouldn't something quiet have been better? Even Lex couldn't stand Mara's torment. After several days, he quietly made a new small flute, and finally, the whistle stopped. Mara held the flute in her arms, eagerly bringing it to her lips, and playing a fragmented tune. This is... Silas pricked up his ears, hearing a familiarity in Mara's fragmented melody. It's the lullaby I hummed for you when you were little. Mara tapped Silas on the head with her flute. Was her playing really that hard to understand? Silas held his head in his hands, refusing to speak, only whimpering, then called Lex over and see if he can tell. Lex, caught up in the situation, calmly listened to Mara's nonsense. His remark, "I never heard of that piece," successfully put an end to Silas's attempt to stir things up. How could that be? Didn't your mother sing you a lullaby when you were little? Silas was unconvinced, and strongly suspected Lex was lying. Silas, speak properly. Mara's flute hit Silas' head with some force. A solid blow that made Silas cry out in pain. It's okay, Lex said. Did I say something wrong? Silas finally realized the strangeness in Mara and Lex's attitudes, but he turned his head, looking from Mara to Lex, confused as to what they were talking about. This was a difficult situation for Mara to explain. She hesitated for a moment, but Lex answered first. My mother died when I was 6. Lex's mother, Lilith, was a highly praised queen. She was not only beautiful, gentle, and considerate, but she also managed everything so perfectly that even the usually arrogant Princess Naif was subservient to her. However, ever since giving birth to Lex, Lilith's health had suddenly become extremely weak, and her complexion was always slightly pale. Worrying too much also gave her headaches. Therefore, Lilith had arranged for 2 teachers to accompany the active Rex. Like any strong little boy, young Rex was restless. After sitting in his study for a while, he would find himself distracted by the butterflies or the occasional bird flitting by outside the window, completely unable to absorb Fernando's teachings. Fernando had no choice but to switch the order of instruction with Church. Church would spend the morning with Rex to burn off excess energy. Once he was more tired, he would naturally sit quietly in the study and interact with Fernando. In the evening, after dinner, Rex quickly fell asleep in bed, so there was no need for Lilith to sing him a lullaby. Of course, Lilith must have loved the child she had so painstakingly given birth to. However, things had gone so awry that by the time Lex turned 5, under Fernando's guidance, he had developed the demeanor of a young crown prince, and there was no longer any need for Lilith to treat him like an ordinary child. As for the news of Lilith's death, even Mayla, far away in White Pine Town, heard about it. She heard that Nurungar 9 had held a magnificent funeral for her, and all the nobles were invited to the royal city to observe a moment of silence in the church. Then, in November of the same year, Nurungar 9 immediately married a new queen, the current Queen Elia Jude. Although this matter was widely discussed among the nobles, it never reached the ears of commoners like Mayla. To this day, many still believe Elia was a good queen. If it weren't for Lex, Mara wouldn't have cared about the current queen's true identity. However, the thought of Lex, then only 6 years old, having experienced both his mother's funeral and his father's wedding, would have filled anyone with a tangled mess of emotions, like a spilled sauce. I'm sorry, Lex. I didn't mean to hurt you. After hearing the whole story, Silas lowered his head in shame and apologized to Lex sincerely. It's okay. It's been so long. I'm no longer the helpless child I was back then. Naturally, he wouldn't dwell on his resentment, finding no outlet for it, and only hurting those closest to him. Furthermore, Lex knew well that when his mother died, Silas was just a hungry chick in his nest. How could he possibly care about human matters? Back then, he hadn't even met Mara. Okay, let's talk about something cheerful. Mira spoke at the perfect moment, interrupting the faintly sad atmosphere that permeated the air. At such moments, she revealed a woman's gentleness and tolerance, a stark contrast to her usual girlish vivacity. It also made Lex realize that the Mira standing before him was indeed 26 years old, her smile brimming with mature grace. What are you daydreaming about? Did you hear what I just said? Mira suddenly leaned in front of Lex and stared at him curiously for a long moment. She had just managed to get Silas back to his feet and was about to start a sly exchange of words with her. Turning back, she noticed that Lex's gaze had drifted elsewhere, as if he had sunk into another dimension. Sorry, I was just thinking about something else, Lex said, quietly putting some distance between them and Mara. Too close. So close that he could clearly see Mara's skin, smooth as an egg, her furrowed brow, and her slightly pursed lips. Time seemed to have been particularly kind to Mara, leaving no trace on her face. The tiny smile lines that occasionally appeared with her expression made her look even more charming. If those noble ladies, who painstakingly pursued eternal youth, were to meet Mara, They would surely pester her for her secret to staying young. A thought suddenly struck Lex. Mara would probably say she didn't know. But in Lex's opinion, not having to endure the torment of marriage, the troubles brought by a man, his volatile temper, and the constant worrying about his affairs, was perhaps what set Mara apart from any other lady. Those noble ladies might appear cheerful on the surface, but who didn't have pain and worry hidden in their eyes. Mayla watched Lex, who had lost his focus mid-sentence, and she was too lazy to bother with him. She was more concerned about her soon-to-bloom blue bellflowers than Lex. Strings of tiny bell-like flowers strained toward the moon, their petals gleaming with blue fluorescence, a breathtaking sight. In the daytime, their petals would close, resembling transparent bubbles, their faint blue stamens clearly visible. Unfortunately, the blue bellflowers' blooming period wasn't long, only about 2 weeks. But there was still some time before they bloomed, and Maylaw wasn't the type to mourn their premature fading. That evening, Maylaw took out the small flute Lex had given her, placed it to her lips, and began to play softly. It was the lullaby her mother had sung her since she was a child. It was also the tune she had used to comfort little Silas. Though it wasn't particularly melodious, Silas gradually fell asleep to the familiar tune. Lex lay back on the blanket and slowly closed his eyes. After confirming that Lex was truly asleep, Melania stopped, thinking she was just trying to comfort the 6-year-old Lex, who didn't know how to deal with his sorrow. Chapter 48. Hey, long time no see. You've grown taller. Early in the morning, an old acquaintance arrived at the cabin. Duquado waved at Lex, greeting him warmly. However, Lex simply glanced at him, brought the last plate of pancakes to the table, and sat down to eat. Long time no see, Duquado. You look the same as always, haven't changed at all. Mara wiped the sauce that accidentally stained her mouth with a napkin and continued cutting the omelet on her plate, making no move to stand up to greet Duquado. Hey, I'm so old, how could I change? It's young people like Lex who really change every day. The last time I saw him, he seemed only about my shoulder height, right? Duquado gestured, then walked to the empty chair and sat down with familiarity, as if he were at home. He was telling the truth. For both men and women, once they reach 20, the only things they gain with each passing year are probably weight and wrinkles. Of course, if they take good care of themselves, they can still look energetic in their 30s, like him, and still be as tall as ever, looking like they could kill a cow with a single punch. Isn't that perfectly normal? It's been over half a year since you last saw him. Mira had a good memory and accurately recalled that Duquado had last been to the cabin in April. Back then, it could still be called spring, with flowers blooming and a vibrant scene everywhere. Who could have imagined that by the end of May, things would take a sharp turn for the worse, the heat becoming unbearable for both humans and animals, and even causing many plants to wither. But you don't look much different. Do witches have a potion or spell for eternal youth? Duquat rubbed his chin, looking Mara up and down. Noticing she looked exactly the same as she had 7 or 8 years ago, he couldn't help but wonder. What do you think? Mara gave him an ambiguous smile, neither confirming it nor denying it. It seems there isn't, Duquat said regretfully. After all these years together, he figured out that if Mara deliberately displayed such an ambiguous attitude, something was definitely amiss. If such a potion or spell really existed, Mara would simply casually announce it, and then smugly enjoy Duquat's surprised look. Okay, tell me why you're here this time. I haven't asked you to run errands for me lately. Mara finished her omelet and popped a pancake into her mouth. Even if you want me to run errands for you, I can't help you. For the past few months, people have been starving to death outside because they can't afford food. For safety, doors are locked everywhere, and there's not a soul to be seen on the streets. Duquado complained half-heartedly. How can anyone buy anything when there's no one around? Duquado had been living in town for so long, and this was the first time he'd seen such a desolate scene. Unlike you guys, you're still eating so well. I was practically eating bark lately, Duquado joked. He stood up, strolled over to the table, and took a pancake from the plate, bringing it to his mouth. He devoured it in a few bites. He looked like he was wolfing it down. Mira knew that with Duquado's abilities, he wouldn't really fall into such a miserable state, but the same couldn't be said for others. She also noticed that Duquado had said can't afford it, not can't buy it. Was food very expensive recently? How expensive? What used to buy a donkey now only buys 3 bags of beans and 1 bag of peas. Duquado raised his hand to indicate the amount to Mayla, and saw with satisfaction that she frowned. So if you don't want to starve to death, becoming a slave to the Lord with your family isn't a bad idea, Duquado added. He chuckled mockingly. A lot of houses have been vacant in town these past few months. but the Lord's estate is nearly overflowing with people. And now? Lex suddenly spoke up, looking up at Duke. What? Isn't this dire situation any different? Yes, Duke was shrugged. I heard that last month, the Marquis of Verhorst in the East specially summoned a number of grain merchants, and soon, a batch of low-priced grain arrived in the surrounding area. Who would pay for expensive grain when there's cheap food? Now, other grain merchants have been forced to lower their prices, so the situation is much better now. At least everyone no longer has to worry about whether to maintain their commoner status or bow down to the Lord's slavery, and then be slaves for generations. Marquis Verhorst? Who is that? Mela asked Lex. The kingdom's former chancellor, Fernando, is this generation's Marquis of Verhorst, Lex replied succinctly. Oh, it sounds like you and Church are old acquaintances, Duquado said jokingly. Speaking of Churgo, Duquado finally remembered his purpose for coming. He suddenly brought in a large bottle of wine from outside and placed it on the dining table with a thud. Little Prince, your 18th birthday is coming up soon, isn't it? This is Churgo's coming-of-age gift. It's not the finest wine, but it cost me 2 gold coins. You and he both owe me a favor, Duquado said with a sly smile. Wait a minute, is this a gift or a business deal? How can you be even more shady than me? Mara couldn't help but exclaim. This is pure coercion. Lex stared at the bottle of wine on the table, stunned for a moment. Ever since Duquado had sent him a sword, Churgo and him had lost contact. According to Duquado, Churgo had long since left the royal city, his whereabouts a mystery. He had no idea where he was unless Churgo came looking for him. Church's actions were actually for Lex's own good. It protected their relationship with Duquado from discovery and diverted some attention away from Lex. Whether those on Lex's side or Ilya's, they all assumed that if Lex were still alive, he would do everything in his power to reunite with Church. After all, Church was the only one who remained loyal to him. With Church by his side, Lex's safety was undoubtedly more assured. As a mere commoner, Church, who had risen to the position of Knight Commander through a series of challenges, was universally recognized for his formidable martial prowess. Church, has he contacted you recently? Lex looked at Duquado. Of course not. How would I know where he'd gone? Duquado replied confidently, his hands spread wide. As for me, don't worry about it. After all, with his strength, nothing will happen unless he's surrounded by hundreds of people. So to celebrate such a good day, why don't we open the wine early? Duquado instinctively began to rub his hands, eagerly trying to pry open the cork on the bottle. This so-called coming-of-age gift is just you wanting to drink, right? Mira, seeing through the truth, took a deep breath, then snatched up the bottle and put it in the corner cabinet. Children shouldn't drink. Wait until Lex actually turns 18. Hey, Mira, what are you doing? This is my gift for Lex. Duquado tried to save the situation. Well, but I'm Lex's master. His things are mine. If I say no, he can't drink. Mara, one hand on her hip, calmly retorted. Duquado glanced eagerly at Lex, secretly praying for him to rise to the occasion. But he was disappointed. Lex nodded, clearly agreeing with Mara. Alas! You've been completely manipulated by this wicked woman. You just do whatever she says, without a second thought of your own. Duquado sighed deeply, and waved his hand helplessly, finally quenching his thirst for wine. It was a shame. He spent so much money on the wine, and he hadn't even tasted a single sip. What a loss. He should have just bought a cheap bottle, and settled for a quickie. Lex pretended not to hear Duquado's accusations, and quietly began to clear the dishes. All right, I'm leaving, little prince. How about seeing me off? I have a few words to tell you. Duquado, his usual playful demeanor, said to Lex with a grin. He didn't hide anything, telling Mela openly that he had something to tell Lex. If Mela wanted to know, she could just come back and ask Lex. She wouldn't bring it up with him. Hearing this, Lex didn't immediately agree. Instead, he turned to Mela. Mara waved her hand indifferently. Go! Send him out of here. It's too noisy to leave him in here. It's like 800 Silas barking at once. Silas, inexplicably named, looked up innocently. Getting Mela's approval, Lex put down his dishes and walked out of the cabin with Duquado. You got a good workout. Duquado squeezed Lex's shoulder and nodded in satisfaction. If Church had seen this, he'd have realized how much it was worth it for him to spend the small sum to ask me to train you. Church, in addition to being a knight, was also responsible for teaching Lex martial arts. However, since he couldn't always be by Lex's side, he had no choice but to rely on Duquado. Growing up together, no one knew better than Church that Duquado's skills were no less impressive than his. However, Rather than being a knight bound by rules and regulations, Duquado preferred the freedom of a hunter. When he ran out of money, he hunt for prey. When he had money, he'd go to the tavern and order a full glass of cheap ale, listen to others brag about their recent adventures, gossip about the neighbors, or even join in the fun himself. But Church was relieved to have him teach Lex. On the other hand, Duquado, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, nonchalantly asked Church if he wasn't worried that his beloved young master would be led astray by him. Church smiled and shook his head. "You're not even qualified to lead His Highness astray." Duquado snorted disdainfully, and inwardly regretted not asking for more gold from Church. Now he could only watch him depart gracefully, leaving behind a resolute figure. Over the years, Duquado had, at least, kept his promise to Church and taught Lex everything he knew. When Lex twisted his hands behind his back for the first time, firmly restraining his movements, Duquado quickly called a halt, acknowledging that Lex no longer needed his guidance. "From now on, unless Mara needs my help, I probably won't come again," Duquado said. 16-year-old Lex nodded, a glistening bead of sweat trickling down his chin. The previous match hadn't been easy for Lex either. He even felt that if Duquado had given it his all from the start, he might not have lost. "Alright, I'm only there to teach you the ropes, not to be your punching bag. Why should I fight you with all my might? It would be awful to see a bruised face," Duquado said with disdain. After that, he rarely came to the cabin, and when he did, it was to run errands for Maylaw. So when he suddenly showed up today, Lex immediately guessed he was there at Church's request. But Lex hadn't expected that Duquado's purpose was to deliver a gift to him on behalf of Church. "What did Church want you to tell me?" Lex asked. "Oh, you're still as clever as ever." Duquado wasn't surprised by Lex's sharpness. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "Church asked me to tell you that when it's time for you to leave, he'd find a way to pick you up in the dark forest." "I see," Lex said after a moment's silence. "You seem a little reluctant. Are you reluctant to leave Mira?" Duquado rested his chin on his hand and gradually moved closer to Lex, trying to observe his expression closely. Lex raised his hand to block Duquado's approach. "She's been so good to me over the years. It's perfectly normal to feel reluctant to leave. People tend to cling to happy moments. But I will not forget my responsibilities, nor the revenge I owe you. I must return to reclaim the throne that rightfully belongs to me." Lex raised his eyes, meeting Duquado's. His gaze was as deep as freshly forged iron, still emitting sparks that would make one recoil. Duquado curled his lips in a meaningless way. "Not a bad resolution. But you should save that for Church. I'm not interested in the throne or not. I simply hope that when you become king, you won't forget the favor you owe me. I want a room full of gold, silver, and jewelry." Duquado raised his index finger, staring at Lex with a piercing gaze. Unexpectedly, Lex shook his head. "What's mine is Mara's. Even if I become king, she should decide what to do with the contents of the palace treasury." The implication was that if Duquado wanted gold, silver, and jewelry, he shouldn't have come to him. He should have gone to Mara. "I seriously suspect that Mara gave you some potion that would kill you if you disobeyed her. Otherwise, how could someone be so obedient to another person?" Duquado gritted his teeth. He truly had nothing to say to Lex. Chapter 49. The long-awaited rain finally arrived at the tail end of September, dripping onto the roof and rolling down from the eaves in a curtain of pearls. Unfortunately, Lex had been some distance from the cabin before the rain began. Even though he rushed back to the cabin with Silas as soon as he saw dark clouds gathering, he still got his arms and shoulders wet on the way. Thankfully, it wasn't a big deal, just a change of shirt was all he needed. When Lex finished changing, he saw Maylaw and Silas already sitting by the fireplace, each leisurely sipping apple tea from a cup. A small blue flame burned in the fireplace, and above it sat a small iron pot, bubbling and bubbling, adding to the aroma of apples and cinnamon. "Lex, come and have a cup to cool off," Mara called out, blowing on the boiling water in her cup. Lex then took his full cup of apple tea and settled comfortably into the chair. The sturdy backrest supported his weight, allowing his tense muscles to relax for a moment. Outside the window, the sound of rain continued, like waves, one after another. The warmth of the cup in his hand, radiating through the walls, warmed his palms, layer upon layer. Under such pressure, it was truly drowsy. Even Lex couldn't help but close his eyes, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Mara misunderstood him as sleepy and hurried over to his side, gently nudging his shoulder and whispering, Lex, please don't fall asleep in this chair. Go back to the blankets and sleep will be much more comfortable." "It's okay, I'm not sleepy." Lex opened his eyes, his grip on the cup steady, evidently never letting up for a moment. Oh, all right then. Mira turned to reposition Silas, who was sprawled out in the chair, and in doing so, removed the thumb-sized cup he'd been clutching with his wings. Perhaps because it had dragged on for months, the rain lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The sound of rain surrounded Mira almost every moment she was awake and closed, and the sky was always gray, making it impossible to discern the passage of day and night. Thankfully, after 3 days, Mira noticed the rain had stopped. The mud outside, however, had been soaked by the rain for so long that it began to sink as soon as her shoes stepped on it, feeling like stepping on rotten peaches. Mira struggled to pull her shoes free, then frowned in disdain at the thicket of mud. But when he saw the vegetation revitalized, the moist tree trunks covered in dense clusters of mushrooms, the starving hares frantically stuffing handfuls of four-leaf clovers into their mouths, and even the sight of Mara and her companions, reluctant to leave, and staring intently at Mara, his slight disdain melted into a smile. Hey, there's a bunch of flowers blooming in this tree hole. Mara was walking when she suddenly leaned over and approached a palm-sized tree hole. To her surprise, she discovered several vibrantly colored flowers within. Blobs of rich purple dotted the tender yellow petals, smudged with red hems at the edges, quietly blooming beautifully within the tree hole. Is this a red skirt flower? Why do I remember this kind of flower not growing in tree holes? At Silas's beckoning, Lex also came closer. He remembered occasionally catching a glimpse of this small flower in the grass by the roadside, its tiny red petals a mere sparse accent amidst the yellow and white. But its vibrant hem was particularly eye-catching in the setting sun. Whenever Lex saw it, his eyes would inevitably drift to it, and his mind would flash through random thoughts like, Mira, it seems, has never worn such a brightly colored dress before. Mira didn't notice Lex's distraction, because even when Silas was perched on Lex's shoulder, he still painstakingly thrust his head forward, so that when she turned, she would see Silas's dark head. Maylaw rubbed Silas's head helplessly and said, perhaps the seeds drifted in on the wind, or perhaps were carried here by a bird, and simply took root here. They grow tenaciously in unsuitable places, and then a heavy rain brings them back to life. Life's resilience is often beyond your imagination. After all, isn't it the same with humans? Even in the most barren lands, some people grit their teeth and survive, constantly reproducing and thriving, eventually forming settlements large and small. Many territories in the kingdom once developed in this way. Keep going. Mara straightened up and continued walking. It wasn't that Maylaw had brought Lex and Silas out to search for something. She simply wanted to breathe in the fresh air, feel the fragrance of the grass and trees flow into her lungs, moisten her nose, and feel a sense of comfort from within. So, when she came to a fork in the road, whether to go left or right depended entirely on Maylaw's mood at the time. This also causes them to occasionally go around in circles, and end up back at their original starting point. But haven't we walked back to this place for the 3rd time? Silas asked weakly. Really? Mira wasn't sure. She circled the nearby trees a few times, trying to reconcile her recent memory. It was a shame they hadn't considered marking anything along the way, and similar trees in the forest often grew together, making it difficult to distinguish them with the naked eye. I think we've been here before. At this moment, Lex suddenly echoed Silas's sentiment. He pointed to a small pile of rocks beside a tree. I remember this one. It seemed they were truly lost, Mara thought. How about we mark the path along the way, and try again this time? Lex suggested. He glanced up at the sky. The setting sun was gradually blazing a fiery red cloud, and dusk was leaking through the sparse branches, reminding them that it was time to return to the cabin. Otherwise, night would soon fall. That's not a big deal. Mira waved at Silas, signaling him to dismount from Lex's shoulders. Why don't we just let Silas fly us back? Mira said. Lex was stunned. This seemed like a good idea. Come to think of it, you never tried to let Silas fly, have you? Mira skillfully cast an enlargement spell on Silas. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she turned and smiled meaningfully at Lex. If you get scared later, remember to hold me tight. Or if you want to scream, that's fine. I considerately ignore you. When Mara said this, it was clear she was making fun of Lex. So, no matter how high up in the air he be, Lex was determined not to lose his composure. Alright, get on up. Mara was the first to climb onto Silas's back, extending her hand to Lex. With Lex's skill, he certainly didn't need Mara's help, but after a moment's silence, he wordlessly grasped Mara's hand and climbed onto Silas's back. Then, as if trying to cover up his mistake, he quickly grabbed a handful of Silas's feathers, using the softness of their touch to obscure the softness he felt when holding Mara's hand. Yes, that's it. Hold on tight. Silas is going to fly really fast, Mara praised. Silas, get ready for takeoff, Mara said to Silas. Hee hee, I hope you're not afraid of heights, Lex. Silas let out a malicious laugh and, following Mara's command, flapped his wings and soared into the air. Sure enough, Lex's heart skipped a beat. Thankfully, Silas quickly adjusted his flight position, gliding smoothly through the air. It was Lex's first time flying, and the sudden feeling of weightlessness, and the illusion that his body seemed to be constantly sliding downwards made him purse his lips. Mara, as usual, spread her arms wide, welcoming the whistling wind with a completely relaxed attitude. So comfortable, Mara sighed. Especially when she looked down, the towering trees that had seemed so tall and straight from the ground had shrunk several times. The entire dark forest seemed a tiny corner, and the distant mountaintops seemed just a blink away. The feeling of unfettered freedom made her cheeks flush. It was all because of her excitement. This was the same excitement that Silas felt, no matter how many times he took her flying. How was it, Lex? How did it feel to fly? Mira noticed that Lex behind her was as quiet as ever, and she didn't doubt that he was really afraid of heights, as Silas claimed. Perhaps he was just too excited to speak. Very good, Lex said after a moment, as if trying to form his words. It feels good to fly. It's like being away from all worries, just chasing the wind. It was as if his shoulders suddenly felt light, and he was floating. Mira couldn't help but laugh. Yes, yes. Remember this feeling, Lex. Don't always take life so seriously. Sometimes when I look at you, it feels like you're carrying the entire kingdom on your shoulders. But there are so many people in this kingdom. Mira suddenly turned around and realized that her hair had been blowing against Lex's face, and he had been holding it in silence. Sorry, why didn't you say anything just now? Mira had no choice but to pull her hair back with a smile, changing the subject. But there are millions of people living in this kingdom. There are always those who can help you share your burdens, whether it's responsibility, trust, or making people's lives better. So don't be so gloomy all the time. You're so young, yet you live like an old man. Even Duke Watto lives a more comfortable life than you. Lex tried to argue that he wasn't gloomy, but the index finger he placed against his lips silenced him. Don't let hatred blind you. At any time, Mara whispered. Even if you meet your enemy in the future, Ilya, or anyone else, don't let hatred control you and make decisions you might regret. Otherwise, when you're alone, you only return to that moment over and over again, accumulating suffocating emotions. One day, it will transform into a terrifying beast and devour you. Do you understand? Mara asked. Lex's eyes rolled down, looking at Mara's still-held index finger. Oh, I forgot. Now you can talk. Mira quickly withdrew her hand. But in her haste, her hand loosened, and the flaming red hair slapped Lex's face again, including his lips, which had just been opened. Lex had no choice but to close his mouth again, and silently remove Mira's hair. Ha, I really didn't mean it. Mira was almost breathless from laughing at Lex's humiliation. Silas intervened just in time to save Lex. Mara, I see the cabin. I'm going down. Okay, let's go home. Mira immediately turned around, grasped a handful of Silas' feathers, and dove down toward the cabin. A moment later, Silas returned to his normal size and landed in Mira's arms. Lex pushed open the door, clearing a path for them. Before night fell, the cabin's kerosene lamp lit up. Warm and cozy. Chapter 50. This year's weather is probably a bit unusual. First, there was the drought that lasted 2 or 3 months, and now the first snow has arrived early. Mara opened her eyes to see a thin layer of snow on the windowsill. It's not even December yet. Why is it snowing? Mara asked curiously. In previous years, even if winter had arrived earlier, it had never arrived in November. Besides, Mara calculated that if winter arrived in November, wouldn't it last a full 4 months? That would be a very long winter. Should we have enough food? Mara asked Lex. We should have no problem making it until next spring. After all, we collected a lot of edibles in the forest just in case. Lex gave a reassuring answer. What they did then seemed like the right decision now. Hal hadn't visited the cabin in ages, and the food he brought was nearly gone, forcing Mara and the others to find ways to stockpile food themselves. Consequently, the food on the table gradually became monotonous, consisting primarily of Lex's game and various strange herbs that Mara repeatedly assured them were safe. However, after Mara and Silas both suffered a late-night stomachache, Mara abandoned her whimsical plan to secretly toss random tubers, vines, and flower buds into Lex's soup. Lex still remembered the indescribable feeling he felt when he fished these things out of the soup. In fact, When he watched Mara make potions before, he vaguely sensed her passion for creating unprecedented combinations, but back then, she wasn't interested in cooking. Or rather, the abundance of food didn't give Mara the chance to try. The desire to conserve food and make self-sufficiency from the dark forest's specialties actually intensified Mara's enthusiasm. She was determined to find something different from the previous ones, something edible for human consumption. However, seeing the snake-like vines and the unusually murky tubers of unknown plant he scooped up in his spoon, Lex thought again, and finally tried to gently dissuade Mara from trying them rashly. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop Mara, who was obsessed with trying new foods. Nor could he stop Silas, who followed Mara without a second thought. So, one after another, Mara and Silas woke up in pain at night. Only Lex had a good sleep. It turned out that no one ate these things because they were probably truly inedible. Even if they tasted good cooked, being able to make a potion and consuming them without any reaction were two completely different things. Come to think of it, did something just fall? Mira's ears twitched, as if she caught a whiff of movement, but when she turned back, she saw no trace of anything on the ground. Silas fell from the windowsill, Lex said succinctly. Since he was standing facing the cabin's only window, he saw Silas, excitedly returning with a flower in his beak, land on the windowsill. Just as he was about to call out to Mira, he slipped and fell to the ground, startling Mira, whose back was to the window. Mira quickly rushed to the window and looked down. Silas was groggily trying to stand up, barely able to keep his balance, still thinking about giving the flower he picked to Mira. "Thank you, Silas. This flower is so beautiful. I love it." Mira smiled brightly, reaching out and taking Silas's flower. She brought it to her nose and sniffed. Even the petals were scented with a crisp, fresh scent of first snow. "But why did you suddenly send me flowers?" Normally, Silas's attentions to Mira were limited to free compliments and his unwavering support for Mira when she and Lex disagreed. He rarely took direct action like today. "Because it snowed today. If I don't send you flowers, we have nothing but snowflakes for the next few months." Silas finally recovered, but upon hearing Mira's words, he became shy again. This morning, he woke up to find snow falling outside. He didn't even bother to eat breakfast, but hurried out to bring Mira the last bouquet of flowers before winter. Otherwise, he would have been staring blankly at the monotonous white world for months. "Is that so?" Mira looked at the treetops not far away, also covered in a light layer of snow, and felt deeply that Silas was right. The snow had come too quickly, and it had fallen too fast. In the blink of an eye, the eaves, the steps, and everything else were covered in snow. The fireplace in the house blazed without a draft, its blazing blue flames blocking out the winter chill, leaving only warmth within. Thus, even in a thin petticoat, Mira could move about the house comfortably without feeling the chill. Sure enough, staying indoors to keep warm in winter is the way to go. Mira sat down in the rocking chair. The rocking chair began to sway slightly like a small boat at her movements. Yes, and I'd be eating roasted chestnuts in front of the fireplace. I can stay here all winter and never get tired of it," Silas said as he peeled open a freshly roasted chestnut, revealing its golden interior and a fragrant, sweet aroma. These were wild chestnuts he had stored away. Silas had discovered the wild chestnut tree, and Mara and Lex had been the ones to knock the chestnuts off the tree. Therefore, the full bag of chestnuts he harvested was divided evenly into 3 portions. Mara and Lex both devoured their share of the chestnuts, but Silas couldn't bear to part with them. Despite his cravings, he managed to hold back. Mara didn't understand then, but now she understood. Silas had been waiting for this moment. I have to say, the roasted chestnuts were truly fragrant, their sweet aroma filling the entire house, even the corners. Mara almost wanted to hide outside at the smell. Otherwise, she was worried she might be tempted to do something with Silas's chestnuts. "Hey Lex, are you going out?" Just as she was thinking, Mara saw Lex stand up. With his composure, he shouldn't be tempted by Silas's chestnuts, right? "Yeah, I'm going out to clear the snow. Otherwise, at night, the snow might cover the steps and block the door," Lex explained. "Oh, so that's why. Then I come with you." Mara also stood up, found her woolen shawl, and wrapped herself around herself. "Actually, I can do it all by myself." Lex wasn't expecting Mara to offer to help. Was the moon rising from the east tonight? "What's that look in your eyes? Don't you think I'm here to help you?" Mara leaned in, her eyes dangerous. "Nothing, it's just too cold outside. You might catch a cold dressed like this." Lex quickly came up with a plausible excuse. "Why don't you put on those cashmere gloves? That seems a bit inconvenient." Mara tried the gloves and wielded the shovel, but it felt like there was a barrier between them, making it a bit harder. But once she left the house, she realized Lex was right. Standing in the snow without gloves, bare hands would quickly become frozen and purple. Just clean the snow in the open space by the door. I handle the back. Mara divided the area around the cabin into 2 halves, each assigned to half. Lex had no objection, and quickly got to work. Mara, shovel in hand, went to the back of the house, shoveling the snow further and further away. After clearing about a third of the area, Mara felt tired and stopped to rest, propping herself on the shovel. She reached out and caught a slowly falling snowflake, feeling a chill through the air. It was 3-year-old Mayla. Behind Victor and Alvy's backs, she'd secretly taken off her warm gloves and ran outside, catching snowflake after snowflake in her hands. The warmth in her palms quickly melted the snowflakes, and the icy water made Mayla shudder. She quickly shook her hands, flinging the water away with her. "Mela, what are you doing out there?" Alvy emerged from behind the door and caught Mayla, who was hastily putting her gloves back on. "You're being so naughty in this cold weather. Be careful not to get chilblains on your hands, which will be itchy and painful," Alvy said helplessly. Little Mayla chuckled twice, and quickly said no, she'd only been playing for a short while. Alvy patiently asked her how long a short while was. Little Mayla smiled, reached out, and grabbed another snowflake, placed it in front of Alvy, and said, "Just wait for it to melt for that long." Whoosh! Mara exhaled a puff of white air, watching it swirl away into the distance. "I almost cleared the snow by the door. Do you need my help with the rest?" Lex walked over with a shovel, unexpectedly catching Mayla's moment of daze. "What's wrong?" Lex was also stunned for a moment. "Nothing, I just suddenly remembered something happy," Mara said, reaching out to catch a snowflake and handing it to Lex. Although he didn't understand what Mayla meant, Lex took off his gloves and carefully tried to pick up the small snowflake. The chill of the snowflake made Lex's hand shrink back subconsciously, but he quickly suppressed his instinctive yearning for warmth and transferred the snowflake into his palm. He looked at Mara with a puzzled look, as if asking what next. Mara shook her head, saying she had no other intentions. She just thought the snowflake was particularly beautiful and gave it to him. "Lex, you're really stubborn. It's obviously not that important. Why not just give it up the moment it gets cold?" Mara said with a smile and a raised eyebrow. "Why did you have to endure the cold to hold it in your palm? Foolishly, you even took off your gloves. Be careful of frostbite. Maybe it's like the cat that braved the fire to retrieve chestnuts, even at the risk of getting burned." Lex simply replied with something that Mara found baffling. "What cat? Why haven't I heard of such a cat? Is it famous for pulling chestnuts out of a fire?" Mira asked curiously. Lex stared at Mira for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't remember exactly. It's a story I read in a book once." "Okay." Mira was a little disappointed, but she said nothing. She and Lex worked together to clear the remaining snow and return to the warmth of the house. The blue flame still burned brightly in the fireplace. Silas had finished his chestnuts, but a hint of their sweet aroma lingered in the air. Lex's memory was inappropriately reminiscent of the cat pulling chestnuts out of a fire. The cat's desire to retrieve the chestnuts, and his desire to obtain the snowflake in Mira's hand, at that moment of adventure, both were fueled by the same desire. It was a desire that must be obtained. Chapter 51. Although Ducavato had delivered the gift early, Lex's birthday was actually in early December. Time flew by so quickly, it seemed like November had just begun yesterday, and today was already the last day of November. Mara counted for a long time, making sure she hadn't miscalculated the date. Then, carefully avoiding Lex, she pulled Silas under a tree to talk quietly. "Have you prepared a gift for Lex?" Mara asked Silas. Silas scratched his head with his wing, bewildered. Of course. Lex had never received a gift from Silas before, but it was his 18th birthday, and coming of age was a particularly significant event in both the human and crow worlds. So, Silas condescended to prepare a gift for Lex. "What is it?" Mara pressed. "Well, I picked out all the valuable stones I collected over the years. I can sell them for some money when Lex leaves," Silas said honestly. It didn't understand the struggle for the throne, nor the bloody turmoil Lex would face upon his return. It only knew that Lex was now penniless, and had reluctantly given up its precious stones to help Lex with his travel expenses, at least to keep him from starving on his way back. Of course, it had asked Lex to appraise these stones beforehand, selecting only those deemed valuable by humans. Silas felt that most people had no taste. What it considered a beautiful stone was, in their eyes, just a piece of broken stone. "What about Mara? What gift have you prepared for Lex?" Silas tilted his head curiously, eager to hear Mara's answer. Mara was silent for a moment, then touched the tip of her nose guiltily, not wanting to admit that she hadn't actually prepared a gift for Lex yet. It wasn't her fault. A coming-of-age gift needed to be unique and resonate deeply with Lex. Mara pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a single idea. She simply put it aside and decided to wait for a sudden inspiration. Who knows, maybe she'd have an idea someday? Unfortunately, as Lex's birthday approached, Mara still hadn't gotten her inspiration. Forget it. On Lex's birthday, remember to take him to this place. Mara pulled Silas into her arms and whispered something in his ear, earning him frequent nods. So, when Lex opened his eyes, as usual, the first thing he saw was a wooden box next to his pillow. The wooden box was plainly made, lacking any ornate carvings. Lex picked it up and heard a clanging sound from within. He opened it and found it was indeed filled with a variety of stones, clearly Silas's work. However, after a closer inspection, Lex discovered that these were actually quite valuable minerals, clearly chosen specifically for him by Silas. What did Silas mean by this? Lex pondered. Did he think that, as a human, he could only appreciate stones that could be exchanged for money? While Lex didn't know exactly how many stones Silas had collected, he remembered that among those Silas had asked him to appraise, several were as beautiful as pure gemstones. How's it going? Have you seen the gift I gave you? Are you touched? While Lex was cooking breakfast, Silas flopped onto a nearby counter, staring at Lex with a smug look. I've been thinking long and hard about this gift. Didn't you say selling them would fetch at least a dozen silver coins? That should be enough for you to get home, right? Hearing this, Lex paused, stirring the soup with his spoon. So that was Silas's reason for giving him the stones, but he was wrong. The palace wasn't his home, it was a den of danger. However, thank you for the gift, Silas. But I won't sell them, Lex said. Why? Silas didn't understand why Lex would refuse his offer. While I treasure these stones, if you can't bear to part with them, I find you some new, beautiful stones later. No need. I'm just not at the point where I need to sell your precious stones to get back home. Lex wasn't trying to be sentimental. He had indeed made plans, but there was no need to explain this to Silas in detail. Okay, then you must treasure the stones I give you. I couldn't even bear to give them to Mara. Silas urged him repeatedly, worried. Speaking of Mara, Lex hadn't seen her since waking up this morning, and now, even with breakfast on the table, she was nowhere to be seen. Lex couldn't help but knock on the table and ask Silas, who knew what he was talking about, where's Mara? None of your business. She's busy anyway. Silas knew the more he said, the more mistakes he'd make, so he simply kept his mouth shut to prevent Lex from getting any more information out of him. Mara had told Silas to bring Lex to her that afternoon, and then Silas wouldn't reveal the secret. Thinking of this, Silas puffed out his chest with pride, brimming with pride at his own cleverness. Lex, as if guessing from Silas's actions that Mara was preparing a birthday surprise for him, said, He strongly suspected that Mara allowed Silas to watch him because she hadn't told him what the surprise was, so she wasn't afraid of Silas accidentally letting it slip. At the same time, Lex couldn't help but feel a tinge of anticipation. So when Silas suddenly took off, like a shot of chicken blood, and urged him to leave the cabin, Lex said nothing, quickly opening the door and walking out. His boots dug into the thick snow, but it didn't slow Lex's pace. He even walked faster than the flying Silas. Seeing this, Silas stopped flying and settled on his shoulder, slacking off, only occasionally opening his mouth to direct him along the way. Finally, they arrived near a lake. The lake wasn't large, and it took less than a quarter of an hour to walk around it. Strangely, the water, which should have been frozen, wasn't frozen solid. It was actually steaming. It looked like a small hot spring. Happy birthday, Lex, Mara said, suddenly appearing from behind a large tree. So this is your gift for me? Lex said with difficulty. He looked around and found nothing else worth Mara's trouble, except for this lake. But this gift surprised Lex greatly, far more than Mara's own gift. Yes, I put a lot of effort into cleaning this lake and heating the water before you arrived. Mara snapped her fingers, proud of her meticulous preparations. There's nothing more pleasurable than soaking in a hot spring on a cold winter's day. Mara was confident that even when Lex grew old and bedridden, he would never forget this memory. But why do I feel like this is a bit like cooking, Lex? Silas said in a gloomy tone. As he spoke, he quickly pulled out a wilted seaweed. Look, there's a side dish. Ah, I didn't expect there was a fish that slipped through the net. Mara quickly snatched the seaweed from Silas's hand and tossed it behind her, pretending nothing had happened. Okay, Lex, don't take Silas's words to heart. Get down there and soak. Otherwise, the heating spell won't work and the water will freeze over again. Mira urged Lex, covering Silas's mouth to prevent any more unpleasant words from his crow's mouth. Lex hesitated. He glanced at Mira, then lowered his eyes, remaining motionless, like a wooden figure. You what? Mira realized Lex was being shy the moment she said that. She quickly turned around, promising not to peek, nor to let Silas do the same, and told Lex to get down there and soak. A sudden rustling sound of fabric rustling came from behind, followed by the sound of water. How's it? Are you comfortable? After confirming Lex was in the water, Mira turned back with a smile and squatted near the edge. It's quite comfortable. Lex, feeling uncomfortable under Mira's gaze, silently moved back. He had the feeling that Mira's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, was fixed on his chest, a small part of it not being immersed in the water. Realizing that Lex had noticed, Mira also silently averted her gaze, but her mind couldn't help but recall the beautiful lines she had just glimpsed. He had the youthful vigor of a teenager, yet the calm and reliable nature of a young man. Mira, what are you thinking about? You look so strange. Silas, who had long since been released from his mouth, didn't know why the two of them had suddenly fallen silent. Lex was fine, but Mira's expression left him perplexed. It was as if she had tasted delicious barbecue. I'm wondering if Lex could make us some grilled bird wings later. Mira's menacing smile prevented Silas from making a third, potentially devastating move. Silas, unsure of what he said but still shivering with fear, stretched out his wings to cover his mouth, signaling that he wouldn't speak again unless Mira asked. The heating spell didn't last long. Lex had only been in the hot spring for about 3/4 of an hour before the water began to cool. After emerging from the hot spring, Lex quickly changed and headed back with Mira. The moment they entered the cabin, a fire automatically lit in the fireplace, quickly scorching the room like spring warmth. Mira, exhausted from a long morning's work, slumped in her rocking chair, too lazy to move, but kept ordering Silas and Lex, one bringing her food and the other a drink. Silas tried to protest, using Lex as an excuse. Mira, aren't you going too far? Lex's birthday isn't even over yet. How could he manipulate the person having the birthday? After the gifts are given, doesn't the birthday count as over? Mira asked in surprise. Oh, I forgot. There's also a nice dinner. Then, please, Lex, Mira said lightly. As for you, Silas, go help Lex. Seeing Silas's reluctance, Mira feigned surprise. What's wrong? Silas, can you bear to see Lex do all this work on his birthday? That's really going too far. I go help. Silas couldn't argue with Mira, so he reluctantly went to help Lex. Fortunately, a hearty dinner was served that evening. Silas ate so full that he nearly couldn't sleep because he couldn't digest it all. Mira's face, however, was flushed with alcohol. She opened the bottle of wine Ducavato had sent. It was indeed a fine wine worth savoring. Mira couldn't resist and downed 2 full glasses in one gulp, immediately staring into space in a drunken daze. Lex came to help her. She stared at Lex's face. Lex. Mira suddenly called his name. Lex looked puzzled. You grown up. Mira said slowly, her gaze lingering on his deep brows, thin lips, and prominent Adam's apple. It was an expression she had never shown Lex before. The way a woman assesses a man. Lex's Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably, and he lowered his head in embarrassment, not wanting to meet Mira's gaze. Yes, I grown up, he said. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder what Mira would say next. They say people speak the truth when they're drunk. Was she saying that just now on purpose, or was she? Lex waited a long time, only to see Mira lean on his arm and fall into a deep sleep. Lex, So she was just having a drunken tantrum. Chapter 52. The snow melted as suddenly as it had fallen. As the white faded, the tender green of the grass roots appeared, and more animals appeared beside the gurgling stream. A newborn fawn, guarded by its mother, drank peacefully. A sparrow fluttered its wings, alighted on a branch, curiously gazing at the school of fish in the water. Suddenly, it flicked its tail, and swam a few inches forward. Mira hadn't expected to encounter a black wolf, and its cubs learning how to hunt while picking herbs. The father, the large black wolf, was as majestic and imposing as ever, a terrifying presence. But upon seeing Mira, it immediately retracted its bared fangs and obediently allowed Mira to pounce on it and rub it from head to tail. Even its targeted prey escaped. The few cubs following behind it looked at Mira in confusion, their instincts instinctively wanting to approach her, but their guard held them back. It looked rather hesitant. Noticing the pups, Mira unceremoniously grabbed one and held it in her arms, caressing its fur, which was softer than its black wolf father's. As expected, these were the pups she had helped the mother wolf give birth to. They were now well fed, having survived the long winter without losing weight, their fur merely a bit yellow and shaggy. The pup was startled by Mira's actions and began to flutter in her arms, trying to escape the strange claws that were groping at it. Unexpectedly, the black wolf helped Mira tame the disobedient child, and even picked up another one and carried it to Mira's arms. The meaning was clear: all yours to play with, do as you please. Mira happily tossed and tossed the furries, watching them whimper like puppies. If she hadn't remembered she had more important things to do, she could have wasted the entire day like that. Finally, Mira reluctantly said goodbye to the black wolf and its kits, stepped over the low brush, stepped on the pebbles in the stream, and hopped across the winding river, arriving at a patch of glow-in-the-dark flowers before moonrise. This time, Silas wasn't with her. Today was Lex's last night in the dark forest. When he heard that Mira was going to collect glow-in-the-dark flowers as usual, Silas was so surprised that he could have fit an entire egg in his mouth. According to common sense, shouldn't Mira stay and take the opportunity to say goodbye to Lex? Could it be that the glow-in-the-dark flowers she could pick once a year were more important to her than Lex, whom she might never see again? Stop, stop, stop. Pick them once a year means there's only one chance a year to pick glow-in-the-dark flowers, so it's a precious opportunity, okay? Mira had to interrupt Silas to prevent him from making up stories and making her sound so cold. She was reluctant to see Lex leave. After all, they'd been together for so long, but his departure had been a foregone conclusion, so she had already prepared for the separation. Mira assumed Silas felt the same way. After all, he was the one who said he was most eager for Lex to leave. That's different. Silas's voice was muffled, like a leaden sky about to rain, one cloud upon another, barely piercing the air. Knowing Lex was leaving, and actually having to face his departure were two completely different feelings. Silas had never experienced separation before. So, until that moment, realizing Lex would be leaving early the next morning, Silas never realized how unbearable it was to watch someone familiar leave. He even wanted to throw himself into Mira's arms and cry. And so, Mira's calm demeanor seemed particularly cold to Silas. It's okay, Silas. You get used to Lex's absence. Mira tenderly held Silas in her arms, stroking his feathers again and again, soothing him. Just like how she had gotten used to Eldie and Whippo's departure. Mira returned with a basket full of fresh glow-in-the-dark flowers. To her surprise, a tall figure stood in the open space in front of the cabin. Why aren't you asleep yet? Mira walked briskly to Lex's side. Waiting for your return, Lex said. Silas is asleep. I thought you might need help with the glow-in-the-dark flowers? Yes, I do need your help. Mira's voice was tinged with a smile. She clearly saw through Lex's intentions, but considerately didn't point them out. It was the last night, and she restrained her mischievous thoughts about teasing Lex. Unexpectedly, this made Lex feel a little uncomfortable. He wanted to hear her say something else. Everything was fine. After all, once he left, he'd only be able to reminisce about the years he spent in the dark forest by recalling her words. Unfortunately, Mira didn't do as Lex wished, instead focusing intently on refining the potion. Lex pinched a few glow-in-the-dark flowers, watching Mira busy at the cauldron with a chuckle. That was Mira. Her effortless nature sometimes made him feel ashamed. With Lex's help, Mira's task tonight was much easier. At least she could take a nap when she felt too sleepy. She sat in a chair, her head resting on the back, and fell asleep. Before, Mira had repeatedly reminded Lex to wake her immediately if the potion in the cauldron changed color. Lex nodded in agreement. But after Mira fell asleep, he couldn't help but trace her features with his eyes. Mira's appearance was so striking that it was easy to be intimidated by her on first encounter. But after spending time with her, he realized that she was actually quite soft-hearted. She always lends a helping hand to those who need her. Whether it's Hall, Duquette, or even Lex, Bucky, or Gwinter. Lex often finds it incomprehensible that he once believed Mira's seemingly threatening words. Lex walked over to Mira, his footsteps deliberately quiet, so Mira didn't even blink, still sleeping peacefully. She looked completely defenseless. This made Lex want to sigh uncontrollably. She trusted him too much. But no man is trustworthy. Especially not one with ulterior motives towards her. Are you kissing me or not? Mira suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze clear, showing no sign of having just woken up. Were you pretending to sleep? Lex was genuinely surprised, his eyes even showing a rare blankness. He didn't understand why Mira was pretending to sleep. Not really, I was just really sleepy, Mira denied. She just wanted to give Lex a chance. Mara wasn't exactly a naive young woman. You know, she had more suitors than you could count. Mara had seen plenty of affection, whether reserved or unrestrained, subtle or explicit. Naturally, Lex's naive feelings couldn't be hidden from her. While she didn't know what Lex liked about her, Mara didn't mind giving him a chance to confess. Whether she agreed or not was another matter. But Mara hadn't expected Lex to suddenly lean in while she slept, his warm breath practically brushing against her face. Clearly, he was going to do more than just confess his feelings. But if it had been Lex, Mara would have held back, not opening her eyes. But Lex stepped back. Feeling another breath fading away, Mara simply opened her eyes, no longer pretending. This startled the unsuspecting Lex. Hearing Mara's question, "Are you going to kiss me or not?" Lex paused for a moment. "Do I have another chance to choose?" "What do you think?" Mara asked. It seemed like he couldn't. Lex sighed softly, stepped back a few steps, putting some distance between them and Mara, and resumed his usual calm demeanor. Mara didn't bother arguing with him about anything else. She noticed the potion in the crucible was changing color, so she quickly grabbed a thick spoon and began stirring it counterclockwise. "Lex, throw in the processed glow-in-the-dark flowers." "Stop when I say so," Mara instructed. Lex promptly and swiftly followed her instructions. The somewhat ambiguous scene just now vanished with a pop, like a dewdrop on a leaf. The next morning, Silas woke up completely clueless about what had happened between Mara and Lex. He only knew that they had spent the night filling the previously empty space on the cupboard with all sorts of new potions. Sometimes, Silas wanted to groan, clutching his forehead. Only Lex was willing to accompany Mara in this frenzy. There was no such thing as sentimentality or reluctance to part. After breakfast, Mara even said goodbye to Lex calmly. And what about Lex? He said goodbye to Mara just as calmly, then left the cabin without looking back. Watching Lex disappear, Silas, still in Mara's arms, looked away dejectedly. "Okay, Lex is really gone. Let's go back. Don't be so down. With Lex gone, we just have to go back to a life where we can only eat potatoes and mushroom soup, with no one to keep the house in order, and you can't just push all the work onto others." Seeing Silas's dejection, Mara offered a few words of comfort. The more Mara spoke, the darker Silas felt, and he begged Lex to come back immediately. He didn't want to live this hard life. On the outskirts of the dark forest, a tall man, leading a remarkably spirited black horse, stood quietly, waiting for someone to finally return. From afar, he saw a strange figure emerging from behind the hidden branches, and a familiar face gradually emerging. The man's thick lips trembled, and he called out the long-lost voice, "Your Highness Lex." Chapter 53. "Lex, make me a cup of herbal tea." Instinctively, she lifted the cup back, leaving it suspended in midair for a moment. When no one took it, Mara realized she had forgotten Lex was gone again. Today was the 5th day since Lex's departure, and Mara and Silas stumbled back to their lives before Lex arrived. As Silas frantically cooked a pot of mushy bean soup, and as Mara stumbled over a falling book, they exchanged a glance, wishing Lex were still around. "I wonder where Lex is now. Did you say he made it home safely?" Silas, listlessly, poked at the beans on his plate with a spoon. This time, the bean soup, cooked by him and Mara, was not only mushy but also incredibly salty. Silas mustered up the courage to take a bite, but couldn't hold another. Probably, if nothing unexpected happens. Mira also wrinkled her nose in disdain at the dark beans on the spoon, but to avoid wasting food, she closed her eyes, and quickly stuffed the beans into her mouth, chewing them briefly before swallowing. While this didn't make the taste any better, it at least shortened the torture. "Ah!" Silas sighed heavily and devoured the entire plate of beans in one gulp, as if ready to die. The result was that Silas slumped in his chair, feeling as if his soul was about to vomit out. The task of clearing the dishes had to be left to Mira. Thankfully, after this lesson, Silas realized that the combined effect of him and Mira would only make the food taste even more bizarre, and he resolutely refused to let Mira interfere with the cooking process again. Sure enough, while the food cooked this way tasted a bit unpalatable, it was practically harmless. "Hey, what is this?" That day, Silas was also blinded by a falling book. He slammed into the cupboard, dazed. Then, there was a ping-pong sound, and all sorts of objects rained down at Silas's feet, including a small cloth bag. Silas sat crooked on the ground, staring at the bag for a long time. Then, as if possessed, he used his claws to hook it over, untied the knot, and found a single rose-red seed with 2 tiny buds sprouting from it. What kind of seed was this? It seemed like he had never seen it before. Could it have been something Mara had specially collected in the bag? But it had sprouted, which must be a good thing for Mara. Thinking of this, Silas immediately shook his head vigorously to regain his composure, then ran back to the house, clutching the seed, shouting, "Mira, Mira!" Mira was watering the flower pots lined up behind the cabin, squatting down from time to time to carefully examine the seed's development. At this moment, she heard Silas's shrieking and turned her head in surprise. Silas was holding a seed before her, like it was a treasure. "Mira, how could you leave such a good seed in a bag? Look, it's already sprouted. If I hadn't just happened to find it, it might have suffocated to death in the bag." It was rare for Silas to use a didactic tone with Mira. But seeing Mira staring blankly at the seed in her hand, Silas's voice gradually lowered, a sense of guilt rising. It couldn't have done anything wrong, right? Did Mira deliberately place the seed in the bag? "Silas, you said you found the seed in the bag, right?" Mira asked, her voice a little strained. Yes, Silas stammered. "Thank you, Silas, you really helped me." Mira scooped Silas up and kissed him, then shoved the kettle into his arms, and hurried back into the house. Silas, holding the kettle in confusion, said, "Anyway, Mara hadn't kissed it in ages, hee. Even then, Mara took the crystal ball, and sat down on a chair. The crystal ball rested steadily on her lap, the ash inside gradually transforming into a psychedelic mist as she moved. Mara concentrated on interpreting the crystal ball's message. "Danger, southeast." "Danger? What danger?" As soon as Silas entered the house, he heard Mara talking about danger, his eyes widening in shock. "We're not in danger." Realizing Silas had misunderstood, Mara shook her head in amusement and took the seed she still clutched tightly. Her expression grew more complex. This seed had been personally handed to Mara by Erica before she left. "Are you leaving?" Mara took the seed with care, fearing she might lose it, and carefully placed it in a small cloth bag she had brought with her. "Yes, I was only forced to stay on this mountain because of my injuries. Now that I'm healed, of course I'm going back." Erica stroked her hair and gave Mara a funny look. "Do you really enjoy staying in this awful place where you have nothing to eat or drink?" Every time Erica chewed the sour fruit or slept in the drafty cave, she yearned deeply for her perfectly decorated little house. She longed to heal quickly and leave. If it weren't for her chance encounter with Mara, who was not only intelligent but also talented as a witch, Erica might have planned to leave as soon as the wound on her abdomen had scabbed over. Now, Erica had dragged her feet until the scab had fallen off, and there was no reason for her to stay any longer. After all, the town where Mara grew up wouldn't welcome her. As a witch, she couldn't risk exposure by living among ordinary people for long. Thinking of this, Erica looked at Mara. "Would you like to come with me? My house isn't big, but it's still plenty big enough for a little girl like you." "No." Mara refused flatly. She had a father, her friend Susan, and the lamb she had raised with great difficulty. Why would she just follow Erica and leave White Pine? "Humph." Erica chuckled, disdainful of Melaw's current naivete. "It's impossible for a witch to mingle among ordinary people. Haven't you noticed? You were born different." Mira tilted her head. She was much smarter than the town's idiots, and she didn't enjoy playing with them, but that didn't mean she felt different in the way Erica described. Does one have to hang out with idiots to fit in? Unfortunately, yes. If you don't join these fools to discuss the harvest, gossip about relatives and neighbors, or talk about which cow has 2 calves, or anything like that, you'd be considered an outlier. Erica seemed to see through Melaw's thoughts, as if recounting a past experience. Intelligence, wisdom, focus, and devotion, these are all essential qualities for a witch. But to ordinary people, a woman who's too smart means she's hard to deceive. Too wise, too hard to bully. Overly focused on a mysterious subject, she looks like a madman. And most witches can't be good wives or mothers, because they never devote their energy to men, children, or the mundane affairs of the household. In short, except for a few people, those who received our help or have something to ask of us, most people reject our existence. Don't you feel it? You always keep to yourself, rarely make friends, and often encounter unwarranted hostility. Erica said pointedly. "I don't care," Mira said indifferently. "We used to treat ordinary people the same way. But who made the man on the throne, the king of Nurungur, dislike us and insist on uniting with the church to force us into seclusion in the mountains?" At the mention of the king and the church, Erica's lips curled in disdain, and a dark glint welled up in her eyes that Melaw couldn't understand. "You know, right? Once the fact that you're a witch gets out, those who grew up watching you won't hesitate to raise their scythes and torches against you." Erica suppressed the emotion in her eyes, regaining her usual nonchalant demeanor, and casually glanced at the little girl, who barely reached her waist. "I keep this a secret," Mira said stubbornly. She wasn't Erica, hadn't experienced the things she described, and wasn't as carefree as she was. At first, after realizing Erica was a witch, Mira simply wanted to pester her to learn more about herbs. Witches had clearly blazed a new trail in this area, sparking Mira's thirst for knowledge. Becoming a witch, unintentionally, was just a side effect. Mira wasn't frightened by this, nor did she feel compelled to live in seclusion like traditional witches. After all, as Erica had said, generally speaking, children born to witches are naturally witches. Those like her, who became witches through incredible talent and a chance encounter, were rare in the entire witch community. So, Mira was confident that even if she seemed a little withdrawn and eccentric, the townspeople would never suspect she was a witch. They had watched her grow up before their very eyes. She was just a difficult girl, spoiled by her father. Furthermore, as Whiter sole heir, Maylaw would have to continue to bear the Gorak name in White Pine, treating the sick as a healer. There was no way she could just wave it off and walk away. Okay, whatever. You have your day later." Erica scoffed, not wanting to persuade her any further. "Remember to keep the seed I gave you." "It took me 10 years to cultivate the seed of life," Erica warned. "Seed of life? What's that?" "It sounds impressive." Mira was puzzled. "If you must, it's almost like my child. From now on, no matter where I am, you'll be able to find me through the blood connection between me and it. If you ask me for help, I reluctantly agree," Erica said. "You're so arrogant. Maybe you need my help in the future." Mira felt that she would become a more powerful witch than Erica and wouldn't need her help. Erica laughed twice, rubbed Mira's head, and turned away before Mira could get angry. Mira watched her retreating figure and said a gentle goodbye. Later, Mira truly became a powerful witch. She even studied why the seed of life had never sprouted. She read in a witch's journal that the sprouting of the seed of life was a sign that the mother body was beginning to decline. It needed to absorb sufficient nutrients before the mother body completely died in preparation for its future growth. Now, Silas accidentally discovered that the seed of life had sprouted, meaning Erica's life was threatened. Mira, regretting that she had almost missed this crucial news by putting the seed of life away, said to Silas, "Silas, I'm leaving the dark forest. Will you come with me?" "Leaving? Why leave?" Silas didn't understand. If Mira was planning to leave, why didn't she go with Lex? They could still be together. "Because I'm going to save someone very important to me," Mira said. Although she and Erica had only been together for a few short months, without Erica's initial guidance, there would be no witch Mira today. So now that Erica was in danger, Mira had to save her. "Okay, then of course Silas will go with you." Silas nodded, half understanding. He was Mira's only pet. Unlike Lex, who would leave, he would always be by her side, no matter what she did. "Okay, then, let's pack up now." "But Silas, you probably need to change your appearance." Mira stared at Silas thoughtfully. Otherwise, bragging about a crow in public would be no different from loudly declaring you're a witch. "What do you want to be? A sparrow? A thrush? Or a lark?" Watching Mira approaching, Silas couldn't help but step back, even wanting to yell, "Don't come near me." It didn't want to be a sparrow, a thrush, or a lark, it just wanted to be a cute crow. But why do people always have such prejudice against crows? Chapter 54. Silas finally gave in. However, he insisted that Mira transform him into a white dove. For Miss Lily's sake, Silas reluctantly accepted the temporary role of a dove. "Here." Mira agreed and handed Silas a bottle of transformation potion. "Drink the potion while thinking of Miss Lily, and you become something like her." Silas uncorked the bottle and gulped down the entire potion in one gulp. When he regained consciousness, his body had indeed changed dramatically. Silas lifted his wings curiously, admiring the snow-white feathers. Alas, even with the new color, it was still as beautiful as ever. Silas was finally satisfied. "All right, Silas, stop being so conceited. We should be leaving." Mira walked towards the door first. Silas flapped his wings quickly and flew onto Mira's shoulder. The white dove was nearly half the size of the crow, so even if Silas stood on Mira's shoulders, she wouldn't complain about his weight. From this perspective, Silas's current appearance wasn't without its benefits. And observing Mira's completely unfamiliar face from up close after drinking the transformation potion made Silas even more amazed. If they walked out with their completely altered appearances, Lex wouldn't necessarily recognize them even if they ran into them. However, "Are we just leaving empty-handed?" Silas asked doubtfully. It didn't seem to notice what Mira had packed. How can you say we're empty-handed? Mira flicked the small pouch hanging from her waist, and the coins inside swayed with a clinking sound. I'm carrying a bag full of money, aren't I? They were going to rescue someone, not move house. There was no need to carry a heavy bag. Not only would it be cumbersome, it would also be troublesome and draw attention. No one would have paid them any attention if they were just walking along the street, but if Mira had a large bag on her back, everyone would have stared at them curiously. Besides, if everything went smoothly, the round trip wouldn't even take them 2 weeks. They could just buy anything they needed on the way. I see. After Mira's explanation, Silas felt relieved and eagerly shouted, "Let's go!" Mira, It seemed as if Silas was taking it a little too easy, as if this were just a long outing. Never mind. This was indeed the first time Silas had left the dark forest in over a decade, so she wouldn't correct him. Following the crystal ball's guidance, Mira led Silas southeast. Pulling through the brush and onto the dusty path, they gradually left the entire dark forest behind. When the sun was just overhead, they spotted a bustling town in the distance, Black Sheep Town. Once a small village, it flourished after the first people brought wild black sheep home to raise. The wool scraped from the black sheep could be easily woven into beautiful, warm clothing. Black sheep also produce high-quality wool, twice as high as ordinary white sheep. Raising one black sheep is equivalent to raising 2 white sheep. Thus, the dilapidated wooden house was demolished and a sturdy stone house was built, officially becoming Black Sheep Town. In addition to the tax collector, the Lord also stationed a knight and his entourage there. There's actually a knight in Black Sheep Town. Hidden behind a tree, Mela raised an eyebrow as she heard the news. She hadn't expected the situation to be more troublesome than she had initially imagined. Typically, knights would only be stationed in the wealthier areas of the territory, guarding the Lord's purse. These areas were usually close together, forming a circular guard around the Lord's estate. In any case, they wouldn't be stationed in a place as close to the edge of the territory as Black Sheep Town. Thus, Mela assumed Black Sheep Town would be the easiest place to enter, but she hadn't expected to stumble upon something unexpected. If the knight were around, Mara would have to reconsider her previous decision and leave with Silas tomorrow. 2 merchants not far away were still complaining about the tax collector's increasingly harsh taxes. Add to that the additional tributes to the knight, and the final sum they took home was much less than before. If this continued, they might not come to Black Sheep Town to trade next year. However, they quickly said goodbye and headed off in different directions with their wagon loads of goods. Next, several young women passed by, excitedly chatting about something that sounded quite dull to Silas. "Mara, why are we going into town yet?" Silas looked at Mara curiously, hiding behind a tree, her expression pensive from time to time, and whispered something. "First, I'm trying to learn their accent by listening to them." Mira raised her index finger and waved it in front of Silas's eyes. "Second, I'm waiting for nightfall." Silas clearly didn't understand and needed further explanation. "Silas, you know the kingdom forbids civilians from leaving their homes and traveling to another territory, right?" "Of course." Silas nodded. If a civilian was discovered in another territory, they would be enslaved and forced to work the hardest, most exhausting labor until they died of exhaustion. This was also to protect the interests of the lords. After all, among the many territories, some are extremely wealthy, while others are extremely poor. If everyone covets the wealthy, what will the lords of the other territories do? Who will be responsible for farming and production within their territories? Who will afford their extravagant lifestyles? How will the annual taxes they pay to the king come from? Under such strict laws, at least on the surface, the population of any territory will no longer experience unwarranted drastic declines. "Do you know how they can tell if someone is from another territory?" Mara continued with a smile. Silas pondered for a moment. If it were birds, different species would look different, making it easy to tell them apart. But humans all look the same to them, so this method would definitely not work. Then, thinking of what Mara had just said, Silas tentatively asked, "Perhaps it's the accent?" "That's right, Silas. Don't you think the same words sound different when spoken by me and Lex?" Mara coaxed. Silas thought for a moment. It seemed a little different. So this was what they called an accent. Thinking about it, it was no wonder no one could easily leave their original territory. Wouldn't the moment he opened his mouth give him away? But Silas tilted his head, another question coming to mind. It wouldn't be easy to change an accent in such a short time, right? Why don't we just pretend to be merchants? Merchants were a group of people granted special permission to travel freely between territories. After all, they didn't need to cultivate the land, they simply transported goods from one place to another for trade, and a steady stream of money flowed into their pockets. Because we don't have a certificate from the Chamber of Commerce, Mara said matter-of-factly. Hasn't anyone thought of this method before? Of course they have. To prevent loopholes, the king specifically ordered the establishment of a Chamber of Commerce. Only with the Chamber's approval could a merchant travel freely and smoothly to various locations, completing transactions one after another. If Mara entered Black Sheep Town as a merchant, she would first have to pay a deposit to the Chamber of Commerce. If she left Black Sheep Town without any goods, the deposit would be withheld by the Chamber of Commerce, treating it as another form of business. Being a merchant isn't easy, otherwise, everyone would be a merchant, and who would bother with the hard work of farming? Mara spread her hands. I don't want to pay the money, and I can't get a certificate from the Chamber of Commerce right now, so I have to take the more difficult route. That means disguising myself as someone from a nearby village and pretending to visit relatives in Black Sheep Town. That's why Mara had to wait along the only way out of town, learning as much of their accent as possible from the people passing by. At least, she wanted to avoid anyone noticing something was off at first glance. Thankfully, this wasn't particularly difficult for Mara. After all, compared to the things witches had to delve into, this only required a little mental effort, memorizing the pronunciation of each word, breaking it down, and then combining it into a coherent sentence. So that's why we have to wait here until dark. Silas understood. He had to give Mara time to study. Besides that, I also want to minimize the exposure of my face, Mara said. Just in case, she also brought 2 small transfiguration potions with her. If she faced an unmanageable conflict, or had to face a large group of pursuers, drinking the transfiguration potion and quickly transforming into someone else would clearly ensure a smoother escape. However, Mara only had one chance to make this decision, as the other transfiguration potion she had prepared was for Erica. Thinking of Erica, Mara instinctively reached for the small, bulging grain in the bag. It was the seed of life she had brought with her. She wondered if Erica's condition had worsened. I hoped not. As the sky darkened, darkness enveloped the town, bustling during the day. Mara, accompanied by Silas, swaggered into Black Goat Town. She lowered her head, letting her scattered hair obscure most of her face, while constantly scanning the corner of her eye for the tavern. Preferably a small, cheap-looking tavern. Found it. Mira paused, then turned on her heels, heading for the tavern in the corner. A rickety wooden sign hung above the door, likely bearing the tavern's name, though it was hard to make out in the dim light. That didn't matter. Behind the 2 open wooden doors, kerosene lamps burned, emitting a bustling chorus of voices. The tavern was surprisingly prosperous, perhaps due to its low-quality ale. 5 copper coins would fill a full pitcher. The ale was stored in wooden barrels, small malt-colored waves surging between the casks. I want a room for the night. In the bustling tavern, Mira's presence attracted considerable attention. Even though she drank the transfiguration potion, imagining herself as someone else with a more ordinary face, her allure remained as unmistakable as a shimmering pearl. Not to mention her beautiful red hair, which made anyone's heart itch. Although it looked a little messy, apart from the most distinguished ladies, who had the time or energy to maintain their hair as smooth and beautiful as satin. Most people's hair was dry and shrunken, like a filthy straw nest. Thus, a girl with beautiful hair always stood out. But what was that thing on her shoulder? A pigeon? Some people looked at each other in bewilderment, almost thinking they were seeing things. Mayla calmly braved the gazes, approached the waiter behind the counter, and requested a room for the night. 7 coppers a night. The waiter was busy pouring drinks for other guests, and arguing with them about why one person had more and another had less. He had no time to pay Mayla any attention. He could only quickly throw out a price while the 2 guests were arguing. Okay. Mara readily took out 7 coppers and paid. The waiter casually swept the coppers over and told Mayla to go to the 2nd floor and choose an empty room. Just move in if you see one unoccupied. Each room was equally Spartan, with only an old wooden bed that creaked with every movement. There was no room that was more comfortable than another. Mara nodded and smoothly led Silas up to the 2nd floor. She chose an empty room near the back and walked in, closing the door and lowering the wooden latch. Huh, I finally got away with it. Now it was just him and Mara in the room. Silas, who had been holding back for most of the day, finally spoke. He was practically choking. Silas had been holding his breath since Mara entered the tavern, not daring to utter a single word. Just now, he had watched Mara's conversation with the waiter with almost trepidation. He was afraid the waiter would engage in idle chatter or detect something strange in Mara's words. What's there to be afraid of? He's too busy dealing with other customers to pay any extra attention to me. Mira was quite calm, confident that there couldn't be a single mistake in those 2 short sentences. In fact, she felt that Silas's panic was a bit excessive. Silas scratched his head sheepishly with his wing. "That's just amazing, Mara. The way you spoke just now was really different from your usual way of speaking. The tone, the pitch, even the slightly nasal twang, were all completely different from Mara's usual way of speaking." "That's nothing." Mira frowned and lifted the obviously poorly laundered blanket. A faint musty odor emanated from it. "All right, Silas, let's get some sleep. I have a mission for you tomorrow morning." "What mission?" Silas asked curiously. "You find out tomorrow." Mira deliberately kept it a secret. She patted the stained pillow and urged, "Come on, this is the spot I reserved for you." Silas, too, looked at the bed with disdain, attempting to reject Mira's offer. No thanks. I can sleep standing up." "How can that be?" Seeing Silas's resistance, Mira reached out and pulled him over, collapsing onto the pillow with her. Then, she quickly buried her face in Silas's feathers. Phew, the musty smell finally vanished. Silas was left to wail, overcome by the musty smell, closing his eyes, and frantically trying to fall asleep. Chapter 55. The next morning, when the waiter knocked on the door and asked if she wanted breakfast, Mira ordered 2 loaves of bread and a glass of goat's milk. The total cost was 10 copper coins, which was more than the cost of a night's stay. Mira brought the plate in with one hand and took a piece of bread to her mouth. She bit into it, and it was as hard as stone. Luckily, she had the foresight to ask for an extra glass of goat's milk. She had to soften the bread in the milk first, otherwise, if she hadn't chewed it hard, she might have lost all her teeth. Mira hadn't expected that Silas wouldn't return even after she finished her piece of bread and drank half a glass of goat's milk. Strangely, this didn't match Mira's expectations. She walked to the window and looked out at the bustling street again. A variety of stalls stood beneath colorful awnings. Merchants and horse-drawn carriages passed by constantly, stopping at one stall to chat expertly with the owner. Logically, Silas should have been back by now. What was holding him back? That morning, at daybreak, Mara woke up first and, in the process, woke Silas. "Mara, I'm so sleepy." Silas rubbed his eyes and blearily stood up, nearly falling back into his pillow. "Silas, wake up. I need you to do something." Mira had no choice but to lift Silas up with both hands. "What is it?" Hearing Mara's request for work, Silas shook his head vigorously, barely regaining consciousness. "Go around all the inns in this town and see if there are any carriages leaving Black Sheep Town today. Remember, they must be those carrying goods." "A wagon loaded with goods?" Silas repeated, puzzled. It was understandable that Mara wanted a wagon. After all, they couldn't travel on foot anymore. Otherwise, by the time Mara reached Erica's location, Erica's body might be cold. What Silas couldn't understand was why Mara was looking for a wagon loaded with goods. Could it be? You want to rob a merchant of his goods and his guild certificate, then disguise yourself as him and travel openly? Silas, don't you think too badly of me? Mira was speechless for a moment. She was a witch, not a bandit. She wouldn't engage in such robbery unless absolutely necessary. Mira simply wanted to find a small merchant and bribe him to take them on their journey. For a small merchant with only one wagon, even if he hauled goods back and forth year-round, his earnings were hard-earned. Therefore, if Mara offered a high enough price, he would surely accept an extra person on his way. Besides, if there was only one person, it would be much easier for Mara to do anything she wanted to him. "You still say you don't want to be a villain," Silas muttered. "Listen, aren't they always ready to attack him?" Mira stared at Silas with a smile. "If I'm the villain, you're just his pet, helping him do evil. Okay, stop wasting time. We better get out of here before noon today." Mira stood up, walked to the window, and opened it for Silas to fly out. Silas's current appearance was truly convenient. A pigeon circling over the town wouldn't be noticeable at all, much better than Mara going out and exploring. But how do I know which carriages are leaving today? Silas had just flown out when he returned. Simple. Those carriages that plan to leave early will be the first to be fed. That's why Mara had sent Silas out early to check on the situation. Usually, after breakfast, the merchants who had already prepared to leave would begin to drive out in their carriages. If they were a little slower, they might not be able to catch up. Silas understood, and a sense of urgency surged in his heart. Without bothering to chat with Mara for a few more words, he flew out again without looking back. Well, seeing Silas's energetic appearance, Mara slowly walked back to the bed. There was no other way. This stingy tavern really didn't provide even a spare chair. If she didn't want to stand all the time, she had to sit back on the bed. Knock, knock. The knock on the door, halfway down the hall, reached Mira's room with unmistakable accuracy. Mira could even hear the waiter asking through the door if the guests wanted to buy breakfast. There was a choice of sour rye bread, plain bread, freshly squeezed goat's milk, and a bowl of gooey bean soup. None of it sounded very appetizing. So Mira just ordered 2 loaves of plain bread and a glass of goat's milk, just enough to fill her stomach. Mira swallowed the last bite of bread. The other loaf, untouched on the plate, was the one she had saved for Silas. She didn't know when Silas would return. Mira walked to the window, trying to see if there was a small black speck that looked like Silas. Then, Silas suddenly darted in through the window, yelling, "Close the window! Close the window! Close the window!" Mira was a step too slow to react, and then a second gray object flew in. She looked closely, and was immediately surprised. It was a gray pigeon. Judging from its larger size compared to Silas's transformed form, it was undoubtedly a male pigeon. But that wasn't what surprised Mira. What surprised Mira was the small letter box tied to its leg. It was a trained carrier pigeon. Mira composed her words and looked at Silas. "How did you kidnap someone's specially trained carrier pigeon?" "Who said I kidnapped it?" "It was clearly the one chasing me for no apparent reason," Silas said tearfully. Back to the beginning, Silas had no idea what was going on. He had simply followed Mira's instructions and headed for the town's inn. He landed on a nearby branch, using his vantage point to get a clear view of the stables. Just as he was concentrating on memorizing, a gray pigeon swooped down from the sky and landed on the other side of the branch. Silas had initially ignored it, but then the pigeon swooped closer, even spreading its wings. Silas was furious. Who doesn't have beautiful wings? His feathers were pure white, while this gray pigeon was all gray. How could he dare show them off in front of him? Silas then spread his wings as well, taking off in front of the pigeon, showcasing his graceful form and beautiful feathers. But he hadn't forgotten Mira's instructions. He showed off a little, then put aside his desire to show off, and continued on to the next inn. Unexpectedly, the gray pigeon chased Silas like crazy, following him wherever he flew. "Why are you following me? Go away!" Silas flapped his wings, trying to drive it away. But it tilted its head, as if trying to decipher the meaning of Silas's words. Then, ignoring Silas's fury, it continued its tentative advance, nearly sending Silas reeling with rage. Thankfully, by then, Silas had already flown to all 3 of Black Sheep Town's inns. It immediately sped towards the tavern where Mayla was staying, trying to shake off the annoying gray pigeon. As for the outcome, Mira split the bread she had left for Silas in half, giving half to the guest and the other half to Silas. Silas took the bread, stared at the gray pigeon, and bit into it viciously, as if that would intimidate it. Unfortunately, the gray pigeon didn't understand Silas's expression. It simply used its beak to push the bread Mayla had given it toward Silas, cooing twice as if to invite him to eat. "Whoever wants to eat the bread you touched, get away." Silas's reaction was extremely violent. Mira, clutching her forehead with a headache, called out its name. "Silas, be nice. It's just a poor little gray pigeon that was temporarily deceived by your appearance and thought you were a beautiful female pigeon." Yes, after hearing the whole story, Mayla understood why the gray pigeon was chasing Silas. It was simply because it was pursuing Silas as if he were a female pigeon. Just think about how fascinated Silas was by Miss Lily back then. This gray pigeon was fascinated by Silas. After all, Silas had transformed himself into Miss Lily, so it was only natural that he would be so bewildered as to completely disorient a male pigeon. How could it be pitiful? I'm the one who's been entangled with it for no apparent reason. Silas immediately exploded upon hearing Mayla's words. There was a hint of resentment in his anger. He hadn't expected Mayla to stand by him, instead sympathizing with the foolish gray pigeon. For a moment, Silas, watching the gray pigeon's innocent gesture, grew even more irritated. "Let's send it away quickly, before it delays our journey." That was true, and Mayla did intend to return the gray pigeon to its owner. After all, it was Silas who had taken the pigeon away, and as its owner, she had to help Silas clean up the mess before she could leave without a burden. However, she didn't know if the gray pigeon's owner was still in Black Sheep Town. If he had already left, Mayla would undoubtedly waste a considerable amount of time searching for him. Elsewhere, inside the largest inn in Black Sheep Town, a middle-aged man with a hurried look knocked on a door. Inside the relatively well-furnished room, a young man sat in a high-backed chair, wearing clothes that looked expensive at first glance, clearly from a distinguished background. He was folding his arms across his chest, and when he saw the man enter empty-handed, his impatience intensified. "Looney, have you found my pigeon?" Master Crone, I had people search the area around the inn, but they haven't found your pigeon. Thinking of what he was about to say next, Lowney lowered his head and hunched over, not daring to meet Crone's gaze. But I must remind you that it's time to set off. According to our previous plan, we have to reach Golden Oak in 3 days and deliver this shipment to Bishop Ebner. We don't have time to delay over a pigeon. But my pigeon is a carrier pigeon I trained since childhood. It won't leave me. It must have been captured and is waiting for me to rescue it. Kryn stood up irritably. His heels tapped the ground constantly as he paced back and forth in front of Looney. Looney watched the heels pacing back and forth under his nose, and a bitter taste in his mouth filled him. He had never imagined that a trip that was once set in stone would be delayed because of a pigeon. But he didn't dare to confront Kryn directly. He could only pray that Kryn's carrier pigeon would return quickly, and that they could successfully reach Golden Oak in 3 days. Oh, this is so frustrating. How could something like this happen? Chapter 56. Although Mara was determined to return the pigeon, how to do it was a problem. She had no idea who the pigeon's owner was. If only I had the crystal ball. That way, Mara could directly perform a divination and have the crystal ball tell her about the pigeon's owner, or where she could meet the person she wanted to see. But now, Mara could only ask Silas to take her back to where she had met the pigeon and try her luck. Perhaps the two groups would just bump into each other? What if we don't? Silas suggested the worst-case scenario. Mara spread her hands. Then we just have to take it around town and try our luck again. If that doesn't lead to finding its owner, then we just have to let it go with us. Mara didn't have much time to waste. She couldn't really stop for a pigeon. Moreover, she looked at the gray pigeon, which, still intent on getting closer to Silas and gently combing his feathers with its beak, and laughed out loud. Doesn't it really like you? Maybe you two can become friends if you spend more time together? Ah! Help! Silas had been so engrossed in talking to Mara that he subconsciously let his guard down, allowing the gray pigeon to sneak in. Feeling the sharp, unfamiliar touch on his feathers, Silas felt a sudden chill run down his spine. With a terrified scream, he threw himself into Mara's arms. It clung to Mara's arm as if it were clinging to a last resort. Silas protested, I don't want to be friends with it. Putting aside other things, the great pigeon favored Silas in his current state. Rounding it off, wouldn't that mean it favored Miss Lily? So, it was clear that Silas and Silas were rivals in love. Let's get rid of it quickly, Silas urged impatiently. Okay. Mira had no choice but to reach out to the gray pigeon standing by the bed. At first, Mira was worried it might be resistant to anyone other than its owner, but the gray pigeon, upon seeing Silas held in Mira's right arm, spontaneously landed on Mira's outstretched left hand. This saved Mira the trouble of catching it. Now Mira was holding 2 pigeons. Can't I just climb onto your shoulder? Silas, looking at the gray pigeon so close, stretched his neck, trying to distance himself from it. No, Mira said, ruthlessly. What if the gray pigeon also tried to stand on her shoulders? 2 pigeons might collapse her shoulders. Mira walked out of the room and onto the street. Following Silas' instructions, she found the place where she had first encountered the gray pigeon, the largest inn in Black Sheep Town. Even from the entrance, one could tell with the naked eye that this inn was a world apart from the tavern where Mira stayed last night. Waiters carrying teapots wove among the guests. Well-dressed merchants climbed and descended the wooden stairs leading to the 2nd floor. The sturdy wood didn't make any sound like it was about to collapse. A faint scent of soap hung in the air. Through the crowd, Mira saw a middle-aged woman with strong arms carrying a pile of bedsheets as she walked deeper into the building. If it weren't for the need to conceal their identities. A wealthy person who could stay in a large inn would be much more impressive than a poor person who could only stay in a tavern. Mira would certainly prefer to stay in such a place. But that was just a thought. Under no circumstances, they would probably continue to choose shabby taverns. Mira sighed inwardly and carefully observed the expressions of the people in the inn. Standing so openly at the inn doorway, Mira naturally attracted many guests' attention and naturally took in the 2 pigeons she held in her arms, but no one showed any familiarity. Only a flicker of curiosity crossed their eyes. Oh no! Could Silas have been right? The gray pigeon's owner wasn't here, and it had flown here by accident? Or perhaps its owner had already left, and they were just a little too late. The power of a crow's mouth is truly not to be underestimated. Suddenly, the middle-aged, pot-bellied man behind the counter waved his hand to the waiter, then pointed at Mayla and said something. Mayla couldn't make out what he was saying, but instinctively assumed he was going to send someone to chase her away, so she started to leave. Unexpectedly, the waiter, anxious, chased after her shouting, Wait! Wait! Mara turned around, bewildered, as the voice grew closer. Are you calling me? Yes, you. Where did you get that great pigeon you're holding? The waiter asked anxiously, his attitude less than pleasant, as if he had already assumed Mela had stolen it. I found it nearby. I saw something tied to this pigeon's leg, and I figured it might be a pet with an owner. So are you its owner? Then I give it back to you. Mira feigned innocence, and to dispel suspicion, she even offered the great pigeon forward, seemingly intending to return it to the waiter. The great pigeon refused to enter the waiter's open palm, fluttering a few times and hiding on Mira's shoulder, a sight that made Silas furious. If it hadn't been forced to pretend to be a speechless bird outside, it would have been cursing right now. I'm not its owner, but its owner might be a guest staying at our inn. Seeing this, the waiter reluctantly withdrew his hand. When the innkeeper had told him that this great pigeon was most likely the pet sought by an important guest, he had chased after it without a second thought, figuring that if he could bring it to the guest, he might receive a generous reward. But now it seemed that his plan was doomed to fail. The waiter could only bring Mela to the innkeeper, who personally took her up to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of an open room. Who? The man who spoke was someone who sounded older. Mr. Looney, we may have found the great pigeon you sent people searching for earlier. Even though he couldn't see the person, the innkeeper still bent down with an especially flattering attitude, speaking to the Mr. Looney he was referring to. He was a shrewd man who could run such a large inn, always leaving himself some room for maneuver. He was clearly certain that the great pigeon Mela had brought was the one Looney had been desperately looking for, but he refused to say anything definitive. Perhaps, if he found the wrong place, there was still room for excuse. Mira, looking at the shirt buttons nearly unbuttoned beneath the brown vest, the greasy flesh peeking out, silently averted her gaze. She waited curiously for the Mr. Looney, as the shopkeeper had called him, to open the door. But then, a quicker sound of footsteps echoed, and the first person to open the door was a young man of relatively short stature. He was even shorter than Mira, but his handsome face more than made up for his height deficiency, making him a pleasant sight. The white silk cloth was tied in a perfect knot around his neck, so even if he raised his chin slightly to look at someone, it wouldn't be offensive. People would just think he was as dignified as a cat. "Where's my pigeon?" he asked, his tone as arrogant as expected. The shopkeeper quickly stepped aside, revealing Mira behind him. "It's in this young lady's hands." He then looked at Mira. Mela reached out, letting the great pigeon hidden behind her hair rest on her hand, then handed it to the young man. "Is this your pigeon?" "Little Gray," he exclaimed, eagerly extending his hand. As expected, the great pigeon, unlike its earlier resistance to the waiter, effortlessly leaped into his palm, nudging its owner with its head and acting a little coquettish. "Great, Master Crone, your pigeon is back." At this moment, Looney arrived at the door. He looked to be in his 30s, not handsome, but his brown eyes clearly held the steady presence of experience, making him appear remarkably reliable. At this point, Looney should have been the one to thank Mela for her kindness in helping them find the pigeon, but Crone had gotten there first. Karen looked Mela up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. This young woman, seemingly ordinary in appearance and dressed in equally plain clothes, was so plain he didn't want to look at her a second time. "You deliberately kidnapped my little gray pigeon, didn't you?" "My little gray pigeon has been specially trained, and will never leave my side easily." "What was your purpose in taking it away and bringing it back? Were you trying to get money from me? A good job? Or something else?" Feeling Karen's hostility, Mela was baffled. It seemed like this was their first meeting. Faced with Karen's aggressive questioning, Mela, uncharacteristically timid, said, "I'm sorry, I think you misunderstood. I don't know how much this gray pigeon is worth. I saw something tied to its leg and thought it might have an owner, so I was here trying to help it find its owner. I was stopped by the waiter at the inn door." Mara looked timidly at the innkeeper and slipped the hot potato into his hands. The innkeeper suddenly took up the topic, his lips burning as if they were on fire. He hurriedly said, Yes, I saw her standing at the door of our inn, holding a gray pigeon. I thought, although gray pigeons are not rare, and Mr. Looney was looking for one, it was such a coincidence that I simply brought her and her pigeon up here." It was obvious that Mela was holding the pigeon that Looney and his friends were looking for. Karen was about to say something more, but this time, Looney interrupted him. "Master Karen, now that you've found your pigeon, it's time for you to pack your things. We have a long way to go, so try not to delay any further. As for the thank you, let me discuss it with this young lady." Crane glanced at Looney, realizing he had been in the wrong for his earlier impulsiveness. He pursed his lips and reluctantly walked past Looney back into the room. Judging from the ping-pong sounds coming from the room, Master Kryn must have been in a very bad mood. But Maylaw was in a very good mood. However, when Looney asked her kindly how much she wanted, intending to pay her off, Maylaw didn't give up her original plan of asking for a high price. Like I said, I don't know how much this gray pigeon is worth. Why don't we just settle for whatever you think it's worth? Ordinary pigeons aren't worth much, of course. But Karen's pigeons are homing pigeons. Anyone with a discerning eye could see Karen's fondness for this gray pigeon, so its value would have doubled. If Looney had simply given Maylaw a few copper coins, then the innkeeper beside them would have had to endure the innkeeper branding them stingy. The more someone cares about face, the less they tolerate criticism. Mara bet Looney would give her a good reward. In fact, just as Maylaw expected, Looney not only gave her a generous sum, but one that would have stunned the innkeeper. Mara left the inn, contentedly stroking her purse, which was heavier than before they left. She said cheerfully, I have a feeling our good fortune won't end here. There were even better things waiting for them. Chapter 57. Great. We finally arrived at Golden Oak. The young man looked at the brilliantly lit city not far away, his expression awash with excitement. The carriage window opened, and Mara and Silas both leaned out, their faces equally delighted. They had been traveling for the past 3 days, hoping to catch the birthday of Earl Sayre, the Lord of Radcliffe County, tomorrow. It was said that every year on the Earl's birthday, a grand banquet was held at the manor, and Bishop Abner, who resided in Golden Oak City year-round, would leave the church and travel to Radcliffe Manor to celebrate Earl Sayre's birthday. Shall we go into the city and find an inn to rest? The man turned and discussed with Mara. Mara had no objection. The man then skillfully drove his horse to the door of a small inn, and greeted the owner, who had emerged upon hearing the noise, with a familiar hello. Hey, Neff, hurry up and give my horse something good to eat. Ideally, some fresh bean cakes left over from today. He's starving. I think it's you, Ethan, who's starving. Neff smiled, a few wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. He looked quite old, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, but he beckoned his youngest son, who surprisingly still looked like a teenager. Owen, quickly take your Uncle Ethan's horse to the stables out back and feed it our delicious bean cakes, a specialty of our inn. Owen nodded silently, stepped forward and expertly took the reins, beginning to lead the carriage to the stables. Wait. Ethan stopped him with a hand, allowing Mara, who was inside the carriage, to emerge carrying Silas. Wow, this is the first time I've seen you with a woman. Neff glanced at Ethan with a teasing look. Ethan knew he would misinterpret the situation, so he quickly explained, Mina is my benefactor. If she hadn't lent me the money to repair my carriage, I probably wouldn't have made it to Count Tsar's birthday this year. And that's not all. Neff's eyes changed, and he regarded the plainly dressed Mira with a hint of curiosity. Then it truly is fate for you too. Well, if we're talking about fate, wasn't it also fate that I chose your inn when I first came to Golden Oak? Ethan placed his hand on Neith's shoulder, and half led him into the inn. Mira, accompanied by Silas, had just entered the inn when a kindly-looking old woman approached her, and led her to a spare room on the second floor. I've been so suffocated these past few days, unable to speak in front of Ethan. Silas lay sprawled on the bed. Although the sheets and quilt showed signs of age, they had been scrubbed clean, without a trace of unpleasant odor. The pillow was stuffed thick with straw. Silas pounced on it, and a few burnt brown blades flew out, twitching and playing with Silas with great pleasure. Mira saw this, and quickly pulled Silas away. No playing with the pillow. How would she explain to the innkeeper and his wife tomorrow that half the pillow had gone after one night's stay? Only ignorant children would do that. Oh! Silas, having been lifted up, immediately became obedient. After repeatedly assuring Mira that he wouldn't do it again, he finally returned to bed, collapsing into a slump. Silas lay in bed, thinking back to when they had sent the gray pigeon back. He had thought he waste the next day in Black Sheep Town, but he run into the unfortunate Ethan on the street. A small merchant like Ethan, who owned only a single carriage, usually served as the coachman, occasionally tinkering with the minor repairs himself. But now, with the wheel problem, Ethan could only park his carriage on the street, tears streaming down his face, his wallet empty after buying the goods, his heart pounding. He had bought this cargo specifically to sell in Golden Oak City, taking advantage of Count Sayre's birthday. He could earn at least 4 or 5 more silver coins than usual, but this also meant he could only recoup his investment once the goods were sold. Even if he tried to return the goods and take the money back to fix the carriage, he would be refused. What should he do? Ethan gritted his teeth, even considering borrowing money. Even if this trip was in vain and all the profits had to go towards repaying the debt, at least he could get through this difficult time first. "Aw, what's going on?" Mira suddenly stopped, holding Silas, and spoke to Ethan with a look of surprise. "As you can see, my carriage is broken down," Ethan said with a wry smile. "Can't it be fixed? Such a well-maintained carriage. What a shame," Mira said with feigned regret. Yes, it was a shame. Over the years, Ethan had cherished this carriage even more than himself. He would be heartbroken for the slightest scratch. "If only someone would suddenly give me some money," Ethan muttered. So she was short of money, but she had it. Mira smiled faintly. "I do have some money here, but I wonder if it's enough to fix the carriage." "Huh?" Ethan was startled by Mira's generosity. He looked her up and down, and she didn't look wealthy. "We're just strangers who only just exchanged a few words. Why are you giving me money? Actually, it's like this." Mira lowered her eyes, and revealed the identity she had already fabricated. Mira introduced herself as Mina, who lived in a nearby village. She had originally planned to stay with relatives in Black Sheep Town, but after asking around in the town a few days ago, she learned that her relatives had already moved to Golden Oak City. Golden Oak City? Perfect, I want to go there too. Ethan foolishly took the bait, offering to take Mina along to Golden Oak City if she would lend him money to repair his carriage. Really? That's great. Mira smiled as she pulled a few warm silver coins from her purse, the payment she had received from Looney earlier. She considerately asked Ethan if that was enough, saying she could give him more if she wasn't. Enough, enough. Ethan stared at the gleaming silver coins, his eyes widening like a traveler in the desert spotting an oasis. At the same time, the merchant's cunning and suspicion reminded him of how Mira could possibly come up with such a large sum of money. Could there be something fishy going on? This money was just given to me by a kind gentleman, as a thank you for helping his young master find his beloved pet. Mira confessed frankly in response to Ethan's surreptitious probing. This time, she hadn't lied a word. She had even managed to find the innkeeper as a witness. Seeing Mira's frank attitude, Ethan decided she wasn't a con man, and happily took the money and went to find the man. So, after the carriage was repaired, Mira, Silas, and the goods boarded Ethan's carriage and hurried to Golden Oak City. "So, Erica is in Golden Oak, right?" Silas turned over and looked at Mira, who was standing by the window. She had just taken a hot shower, her face inevitably flushed from the steam. Her half-dried hair, casually gathered in a loose braid, hung in front of her, occasionally leaving a few streaks of water on her clothes. The night breeze quickly dried it back to its original state. "That's what the crystal ball told me. To the southeast, a city of wealth and gold flows, surrounded by insurmountable power, while the one indicated by the seed is trapped in a deep, dark place." Mira relayed the information the crystal ball had revealed. Redcliffe County was located southeast of the Dark Forest, and Golden Oak City was the most prosperous city within the territory. Even without Earl Sayre's birthday, merchants from all over the world were busy transporting goods here daily, clearly meeting the first two requirements. As for the insurmountable power surrounding them, outside Golden Oak City lies the Radcliffe family's ancestral manor, and within the city lies a renowned cardinal stationed within the church. In every respect, Mira must have found the right place. Deep, dark, deep. Silas's attention focused on Mira's last sentence, repeating those two crucial words over and over again, then a startled expression. Is she being held captive in a basement or something? Perhaps. Mira gazed out the window at the night sky. The weather is bad tonight, the stars are almost invisible. Now without her crystal ball, Mira could only try to gain some information about the future through the stars, but she struggled to find any. Perhaps the stars were telling her that rescuing Erica tomorrow would be fraught with difficulty. Is it safe? Silas finally realized that Mira's act of saving people was tantamount to actively walking into danger. He had originally thought that with him by his side, escaping with Mira and Erica would be a piece of cake. When the time came, he could take them high into the sky, where even the most powerful knight's crossbows would be powerless to harm them. Don't be afraid. While this task is bound to be difficult, it's not completely hopeless. Mira came over, picked up Silas, and tucked him into her arms, stroking his feathers to comfort him. If I truly can't rescue Erica, then I won't be able to find the whereabouts of any of the stars. That meant the stars were telling Mira that the road ahead was a dead end. But now, it was just a little more difficult, and Mira was confident she could rescue Erica. So do you have any suspected locations? Silas asked again. They couldn't possibly go door to door tomorrow looking for the basement where Erica was imprisoned, could they? Mira pondered. In reality, both Radcliffe Manor and the church in Golden Oak City had a 50-50 chance of being involved. After all, both Bishop Abner and Earl Sally had motives to capture witches. But comparing the two, Mira felt the church was more likely. Why? Silas was puzzled. Think about it. Back in White Pine Town, who was more concerned about capturing me, Bishop Jordo or Viscount Pfister? Mira coaxed. Thinking back, Silas had a vague realization. It was Bishop Jordo. If Viscount Pfister hadn't been so reluctant to send out his men, and Bishop Jordo hadn't spent some time trying to convince him, Mela might not have been able to successfully escape White Pine Town with Silas. At that point, the knights sent by Viscount Pfister realized something was amiss, and with word of Silas's escape spreading, they immediately rode up the mountain. Silas was injured and unable to fly, so it was impossible for Mela to outrun a four-legged horse on her own two legs. Thankfully, Mela had alerted Mela in advance, allowing her to make some preparations. Together, they evaded the night search and zigzagged their way towards the dark forest. In short, given the same circumstances, it was clear that the church was more interested in the witch. Although Silas didn't know why they were so eager to capture the witch, it was certainly not for any malicious intent. Thus, Mela's prediction that Erica was imprisoned within the church was more likely correct. It doesn't matter if we're in the wrong place. The night is long enough for us to return to Radcliffe Manor, Mira said. But that would only give them very little time to escape safely. But Mira swallowed her words, which might worry Silas. No matter what happened, she would ensure Silas's safe escape. So Mira let Silas lie back on the pillows. She went to blow out the kerosene lamp on the table, its wick burning. Darkness suddenly enveloped the small room. Good night, Silas. I wish us all the best tomorrow. Good night, Mira. We will definitely have a good tomorrow. Chapter 58. On Count Sayre's birthday, Golden Oak City was even more bustling than Mela had imagined. When she came down from the second floor, she found the inn's lobby packed with guests. Ethan left early with his goods, and he specially ordered cream of mushroom soup and white bread for you. But there are no tables available right now. If you don't mind, please follow Owen to the kitchen. Neff was working the accounts behind the counter, when he suddenly saw Mela, and called out to her. He also stopped Owen as he headed for the kitchen with the teapot. Mara certainly didn't mind eating in the kitchen. She followed Owen into the small kitchen. He swiftly set the kettle aside, added firewood to the stove, and then brought her a bowl of thick cream of mushroom soup and a palm-sized piece of white bread on a tray. Mara took the tray with one hand and took a sip of the soup with the other. She was surprised to find it was still slightly warm. Uncle Ethan specifically told me to warm your breakfast with freshly burned ashes. Owen, who seemed rather quiet, suddenly muttered something, as if trying to speak well of his beloved Uncle Ethan in front of Mara. Mara was amused. Is that so? Thank you, and Ethan too. Owen opened his mouth, thinking Mara's reaction was off. But since Neff had always called him tongue-tied, he didn't know what else to say on Ethan's behalf that might win Mara's favor, so he closed his mouth again. Mara, on the other hand, suddenly appeared to be asking a lot of questions, as if she were suddenly discussing sex. For example, whether his family had always lived in Golden Oak City, and whether he knew where to go in the city for fun. Owen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These were questions often asked by guests, and he had already mastered the answers. Has anything strange happened in the city lately? Mira suddenly asked. Strange things? Owen scratched his face, confused, forgetting that his hand was still covered in soot, and accidentally rubbed a black mark on his face. He hurriedly wiped the black mark away with his sleeve, answering Mira's question. Sorry, I help out at the inn every day, and I don't know if anything strange has happened in the city. It's okay, I was just asking. Mira smiled, placing the used utensils on a vacant corner of the stove, and then decided to go out and take a look. As expected, the streets were crowded. As Mira squeezed into the crowd, she could hear the occasional gasp. Perhaps someone accidentally stepped on. But in this situation, the victim can only consider themselves unlucky. Mira, however, had always been lucky, having successfully navigated Golden Oak City's main streets. She continued on, heading towards the city's most prominent building, the church. The church in Golden Oak City was clearly incredibly wealthy, its ornate decorations captivating the attention of everyone entering. Meanwhile, the crisp lines of white marble and the seamlessly joined walls accentuated a distinct sense of sharpness and grandeur, perfectly counteracting the otherwise extravagant atmosphere of splendor. Mira paused at a small stall not far from the church, but didn't approach. Now wasn't the best time for her to enter the church. She might as well first observe how to quickly bypass the church at the front and reach the buildings behind. With a rough idea in mind, Mela turned and left without a second thought. Master, what are you looking at? Rudy walked out of the church and saw Kryn standing tall in front of the church gate, staring at something. He asked in confusion. I think I saw that red-haired woman. Kryn narrowed his eyes and said, Which red-haired woman? Rooney was momentarily stunned. Although red hair wasn't common, it wasn't particularly unusual in larger towns. Perhaps 10 out of 100 people had varying shades of red hair. So, when Kryn suddenly mentioned a red-haired woman, Rooney had a hard time connecting his words with a woman they had met in Black Sheep Town. Kryn glanced at Rooney speechlessly. That's the woman who abducted my little gray. Oh, it's her. Is she in Golden Oak City too? Rooney finally remembered her. I'm sure I'm not mistaken, Kryn said. That means she really came to Golden Oak City. Rooney nodded thoughtfully. But that's not surprising. I gave her a large sum of money, enough for her to do a small business here. Is that what I'm asking? Why should I care what she does with the money? Kryn took a deep breath, feeling his temple throbbing at Rooney's words. Isn't that right? Rooney was also puzzled. Never mind. Let's talk about inspecting the goods. Then I may have some bad news. Bishop Abner, for some reason, has gone to Radcliffe Manor ahead of time. We have to wait for his return before we can inspect the goods. When will he be back? Crone frowned, a hint of impatience. That's not clear to me. Looney threw his hands up helplessly. In terms of status, Bishop Abner wasn't their equal. How could he possibly reveal his whereabouts to them? Not to mention that Bishop Abner had proactively approached them to make this deal, putting them in a very passive position. I understand. Let's go back. Crone clenched his fists for a moment, then quickly unclenched them, his expression uglier than ever. It was evening, and Maylaw hadn't returned to the inn. She had instructed Silas before leaving to fly out the window, as soon as dark, to meet them near the church, if she could successfully rescue Erica. Mira, standing at the street corner with a hot pie in hand, caught a glimpse of a white figure flying by from the corner of her eye and immediately realized it was Silas. She devoured the pie in a few bites, slipped silently around the corner, and headed straight for the church. Because of the invisibility potion she'd taken, Maylaw was now invisible to those around her. However, the potion's effect only lasted 3 hours, so Maylaw had to hurry. She followed the route she planned that day, passing through the church's main gate, bypassing the outermost church, and making her way to the buildings at the rear. The neatly arranged, imposing structure of similar rooms presented Maylaw with considerable difficulty. She couldn't search room by room. Even if she spent 3 hours, she wouldn't be able to find everything. Thinking of this, Mira reached for the bag at her waist and found the life seed unmistakably. Over the past few days, it had sprouted several more emerald green shoots, indicating that Erica's vitality was being drained even more rapidly. But this also increased the possibility that Mira could sense Erica through it. For now, Mira could only rely on her so-called intuition and the connection between the life seed and Erica, constantly changing her direction. However, this connection was very vague. Mira could only vaguely sense whether she was getting closer or further away from Erica. This led to her taking many detours, and even nearly bumping into a hurried priest at the corner of a corridor. Mira quickly took a step back, covering her mouth with her hand to suppress an unconscious cry of surprise. Strange. Why did I just hear a breathing sound? The priest paused, looking around. He was alone in the empty corridor, so where did the second breathing sound come from? Perhaps it was an illusion. He consoled himself with this thought, quickly picking up his pace and walking away again. At this moment, Maylaw continued walking in the direction he had come from. As she walked, Maylaw came upon a place that resembled a garden. Erica still seemed to be some distance away. Could she really have found the wrong place? Erica wasn't in the church? Mira wondered suspiciously. But she quickly dismissed the idea. She had to check underground. But looking around, the vast garden was filled with swaying flowers, and Maylaw couldn't conjure up a shovel to dig right there. Besides, the noise was so loud it would inevitably attract others. Mira calmed down and carefully walked around the garden, searching for any suspicious clues. She actually spotted signs of loose soil beneath a swing. What's wrong with the church people? Why would they hide their basement in a place like this? Mira wondered inexplicably. Just as she was about to make her move, trying to find the hidden door to the basement, footsteps suddenly sounded in the distance. Mira retreated to a corner to observe the situation. In the moonlight, it was clear that these people didn't belong to the church, and it was unclear how they had gotten in. But perhaps fearing discovery, they quickly focused on a specific spot and began digging. Soon, they had peeled back the thin layer of soil covering the wooden door, revealing a rusty pull ring. A tall man stepped forward, pulled out a bronze key, and gently twisted it into the keyhole. Then, 2 men emerged from the left and right, struggling to open the door, revealing a dark and deep passage. "Boss, are you sure Abner has hidden tons of gold here?" Before everyone left, one of the men couldn't help but ask, "Nonsense! If I didn't know this news was absolutely true, would I have gone to all this trouble, bribed the church people, and brought you all here to dig? Okay, stop rambling." Old Abner finally left the church. "Let's go down and move the gold." The man with the key spat and led the way down the stairs. The others immediately followed him, leaving only the dark entrance and a circle of freshly dug earth around it. At this moment, Mayla, hiding in the corner, realized she had found the wrong place. Even if there was a basement here, it wasn't the one where Erica was imprisoned. Oh no! The invisibility potion only lasted an hour and a half, and she didn't know where to return to start her search again. It was like walking into a maze, taking a wrong turn and never finding the path you had just taken. Thinking of this, Mira gritted her teeth and released her grip on the bag. This time, she would go by instinct. Perhaps her intuition would lead to a different outcome. Meanwhile, at Radcliffe Manor, Earl Sally's attempts to persuade him to stay proved fruitless, and he could only watch as Bishop Abner boarded his carriage and headed back towards Golden Oak City. Chapter 59. Mira circled back to the church she had initially overlooked. The church was naturally empty at this moment. Carefully, she pushed it open a crack. The heavy iron door scraped against the ground with a loud noise. Fortunately, no one was passing by. Mira slipped inside, and the iron door slammed shut behind her with a clang. As the church's public face, this church was magnificent even from the outside. Once Mira stepped inside, even a non-religious, which couldn't help but marvel at the lifelike reliefs on the walls and the vibrant murals on the tall dome. Besides the enormous financial investment, the successful construction of such a church must have taken a great deal of effort. It could truly be called a priceless work of art, including the tall and magnificent statue on the altar. Mira stood before the statue, barely reaching its calf, and suddenly felt insignificant. This also troubled her. If the mechanism for controlling the secret chamber was hidden in the upper half of the statue, how could she climb up to investigate? Forget it. Mira circled the statue, her fingers lingering over the carved white marble base, trying to feel for any unusual bumps or depressions. After a moment, nothing happened. Undeterred, Mira felt around the statue's calf again, but still heard no sound of the mechanism being triggered. Did she really have to climb to the top of the statue? Or was the mechanism hidden somewhere else? Mira looked down, taking in the empty church and its rows of pews. She didn't think the mechanism was hidden beneath the chairs. What if a worshipper accidentally triggered it one day? How would the priests explain the sudden appearance of the door to the worshippers in public? So, if there truly was a secret room hidden within the church, the trigger must be somewhere safer. A corner, invisible to everyone except those who knew about it. Mira's hand paused. She stared at the wall behind the statue and, without hesitation, pressed down on a strange spot. The next second, the brick shifted, revealing a wooden door hidden behind the wall. Perhaps the person who designed this secret room was overconfident, believing no one but themselves would ever enter, so the door wasn't even locked. So, Mira simply tugged on the ring, revealing a dark corridor behind the door. Mira stepped inside, plucked an unused torch from the wall, and with a simple fire-starting spell, a bright flame suddenly illuminated the narrow corridor. She didn't know how long she had been walking, but despite moving forward, she felt as if she was getting further and further away from the ground. The moss on the wall grew, and the air grew thinner under the flames. Perhaps this was also a deliberate defensive measure. If too many people entered the corridor at once, and too many torches were lit, they would likely suffocate to death from lack of air before reaching the end. Suddenly, the view widened, and Mira found herself at the end. This wasn't a basement, but a dungeon of locked cells with iron bars. A faint stench hung in the air, and the ground beneath her shoes was stained with age. Mira grounded with her toes, and sure enough, a stronger scent of blood lingered. Ah, the church. Mira wasn't surprised at all. She had long known their hypocrisy. Holding a torch, Mira made her way to the deepest part of the dungeon. As her gaze quickly scanned the empty cells, Mira suddenly stopped, her eyes widening involuntarily. In the deepest cell, she saw a woman with her hands and feet shackled, her long crimson hair hanging down over her face, her clothes tattered from being whipped. Erica! A silent cry caught in Mira's throat. She quickly came to her senses. Now wasn't the time to dwell on what the church had done to Erica. She had to find a way to rescue her from this hellish place. This wasn't a difficult task for Mira. She easily opened the cell door, grasped the thin hands, and helped remove the shackles that bound her. The noise finally awakened the woman, whose consciousness was already fading. She dazedly raised her head, surprised by the unfamiliar face, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" Mira, also staring at her face, similarly questioned, "Aren't you Erica?" The carriage carrying Bishop Abner slowly stopped in front of the church gates, and a man in black robes slowly stepped out. He was Bishop Abner, who had worked for many years in Radcliffe. Years of hard work had left Abner with a few gray hairs at his temples, and his face had inevitably aged. But he was already in his 40s, and aging was a natural process. Despite this, Abner's ambition never faded. He dreamed of one day returning to the church in the royal city as a cardinal archbishop and becoming a strong contender for the next pope. To this end, Abner made many efforts. For example, he tried to capture a young witch. Alas, witches had concealed their whereabouts well over the years, almost all of them retreating to the deserted and sparsely populated areas. Finding their whereabouts was truly difficult. Finally, he received confirmed news that a young witch who had escaped from Fisk County had made her home in the dark forest. Abner dispatched men to the dark forest almost without stopping. But no one returned with the person he wanted. Perhaps these unfortunate bastards had their heads gnawed away by wild beasts. Abner thought regretfully. He could only watch helplessly as that fool from Fisk County, Jordo, returned to the royal city before him. Thankfully, Jordo's assignment to a place like Fisk County, where there was no money to be made, meant that his backers had long since fallen, and even if he had returned to the royal city early, he would have posed no threat to Abner. Sure enough, after all these years, Jordo remained stuck in his position as bishop. Abner, on the other hand, not only had fate favored him, unexpectedly discovering a small gold mine, but he had also finally managed to convince the hyena, Count Sale, with enough benefits to convince him to find a way to support his ascension to the cardinalate. Abner and Sale's target was still the witch of the dark forest. To successfully capture such a dangerous individual, Sale had extorted a considerable amount of gold from Abner. There was no other way, Sale explained to Abner with a look of heartache. Training a knight was a costly endeavor. From daily training to the crafting of armor, even the breeding of a fine horse, all in all, as long as the knight was still breathing, he would have to pay a large sum. To complete Abner's plan, it was clear that a group of knights, carefully trained for years, would have to die. Abner lowered his eyes. He knew he couldn't afford to save the money. Sar was a man who wouldn't give up until he saw the rabbit. But if he gave away such a large sum of gold so easily, Sar would inevitably become suspicious of him. He would wonder where Abner had obtained the gold, and whether he could get a share of the profits. He might even kick Abner out and keep the remaining gold for himself. So Abner would need to negotiate with Sar for a while longer, at least to reach a price that both sides felt was a bargain and would dispel Sar's suspicions. But who could have imagined that fate would once again favor Abner? He didn't need to send Sar's knights into the dark forest to capture a young witch. And Abner paid only a small price for this. If the gods they believed in truly existed, Abner had no doubt that he was the one chosen by the gods, destined to ascend the papal throne. Thinking of this, Abner strolled into the church and said to his confidant, Father Solly, who had hurried over, "Send the Chanon family to see me. Remember to have them bring the goods I want." Now? Father Solly was puzzled. As Abner's confidant, he undoubtedly knew what the goods Abner was referring to were. But even those boxes of gold, Abner had always had them brought into the church openly. There was no need for a covert inspection in the middle of the night. However, since it was Abner's order, Father Solly quickly left the church and headed for the Chaon family's mansion in Golden Oak City. Father Solly's sudden visit forced Looney to knock on the study door. A maid opened the door from inside, revealing Crone's usual stern expression. "What's the matter?" "Father Solly is here. He said Bishop Ebenezer had just returned to the church," Looney said. This meant they had to immediately deliver the goods Bishop Ebenezer needed to the church. "This old man really knows how to cause trouble," Crone said angrily. He was clearly annoyed at being disturbed so late at night. "Master Crone," Looney had to remind him, "please be careful with your words, and don't show any displeasure in front of Father Solly later." "I know," Crone replied unhappily. "All right, have the carriage ready, and we go to the church." Looney went downstairs again. About a quarter of an hour later, he and Crone boarded the carriage bound for the church. However, this time, they couldn't enter the church through the main entrance as they had during the day. Instead, under Father Solly's guidance, they took a detour through the side entrance and headed straight for the garden. Bishop Ebner certainly wouldn't be waiting here in advance. Given his status, he would only arrive later, accompanied by Father Solly, after he returned. However, Father Solly felt a dizzying sensation as he looked at the excavated earth and the wooden door that had been open for who knows how long. He barely had the strength to even lift a leg to meet Bishop Ebner. There was no doubt that the gold hidden here had been stolen. But how could this have happened, How could someone have entered the church and stolen something so unnoticed? This? Rudy and Kren exchanged a glance, their faces darkening, their faces equally daunting. As one of the few insiders, they didn't want to inadvertently arouse Bishop Abner's suspicion. They also didn't want their business with Bishop Abner to end here. The Cheon family was once a modest merchant family in Radcliffe County. It was through their partnership with Bishop Abner that they secretly built their wealth and status, rivaling those of other major families. Unexpectedly, their supposedly trouble-free business venture had gone awry on Bishop Abner's side. "You stay here, I go find Bishop Abner." After a moment of extreme shock, Father Solly finally regained his composure. He had to inform Bishop Abner as soon as possible. Rudy and Kren agreed. Father Solly then stumbled towards the bishop's residence. Elsewhere, Silas waited anxiously in a tree outside the church. Why hadn't Maylaw appeared yet? The invisibility potion must have worn off by now. From its vantage point, it clearly saw a group of strangers enter the church. Soon after, flames erupted throughout the church, illuminated by lit torches, and everyone gathered in a single direction. Silas had no idea where Mara was, and could only hope the incident wasn't where she was. Coo! Coo! Suddenly, Silas heard the signal he and Mara had agreed upon. Excitedly, he flew toward the source of the sound. But he couldn't help but mutter, "Oh my God, that's not how pigeons call." Chapter 60. Erica was younger than Silas had expected. She looked even a few years younger than Mara, perhaps around 20. Wait, this definitely isn't Erica. Silas finally realized. No matter how young she looked, Erica couldn't possibly look younger than Mara. "You're right, she's not Erica." Mara nodded, confirming Silas's suspicion. "Did we find the wrong person?" Silas was utterly astonished. He was still terrified of what would have happened if Mara hadn't escaped the church. Silas even thought that if Mara had been caught, he would have been burned at the stake with her. No matter what, he would never abandon Mara. And then Mara told him they had found the wrong person from the beginning. Isn't this a huge misunderstanding? Although she's not Erica, the seed of life reacted to her, so she must have had a close relationship with Erica. In that sense, we didn't save the wrong person. Mira patted Silas's head, reassuring him. Besides, at this point, even if the woman truly had nothing to do with Erica, Mira couldn't just sit there and watch her suffer in the dungeon. So what's wrong with her now? Why hasn't she woken up? Silas examined the unconscious woman curiously. They hadn't returned to Nefson yet. Mira had Silas lead the way, deliberately entering a secluded alley. Since no one was passing by, Mira helped the woman sit against the wall, while Silas stood guard. However, seeing the woman still unconscious, Silas couldn't help but feel anxious, fearing the longer they delayed, the more likely something unexpected would happen. Now, under cover of darkness, was the best time to leave Golden Oak City. If they waited until dawn, and the church members realized the woman was missing, they would be in for a lifetime of trouble. Don't worry, she might wake up soon. Mira couldn't say when the woman would wake up. Judging from the woman's condition in the dungeon, she had undoubtedly been mistreated by the church. She had managed to escape with only Mira's help. But just as Mira found Silas, she felt a weight drop on her shoulder. The woman had fainted. With no other choice, Mira had to find a safe place for her to rest. Did I escape successfully? As Mira spoke to Silas, the unconscious woman opened her eyes again. She turned weakly, looking at Maylaw beside her. Are you the Maylaw Aunt Erica mentioned? So Erica is your aunt. Maylaw immediately understood why the seed of life reacted to women. The seed of life and Erica were connected by blood, and therefore also had a connection to Erica's true family. Yes, Erica is my aunt. My name is Uriel. Perhaps because it had been so long since she had properly communicated with anyone, Uriel's speech was inevitably halting, requiring long pauses to think before finding the right words to express herself. However, the current situation didn't lend itself to a slow exchange of information. Taking advantage of Uriel's lucid state, Maylaw immediately handed her a transfiguration potion. Drink it, and transform into another form. Let's leave Golden Oak City first. Okay. Uriel took the transformation potion and poured it into her mouth without hesitation. Then, right under Mira's nose, she quickly transformed into another unfamiliar face. Do you need me to help you up? Mira asked. No. Uriel declined Mira's offer and stood up on her own, leaning against the wall. She had fainted from sheer exhaustion. Now, after a short rest, she had regained a lot of strength. At least, leaving Golden Oak City with Mira wouldn't be a problem. Mira watched Uriel walk. Although her movements were still a little slow, she continued to move forward step by step, as if a nameless power within her was sustaining her. Knowing that Uriel truly didn't need her help, Mira no longer considered her a burden to be carried. Instead, she whispered a few words to her, and discussed how to leave the city later. Because of Count Serre's birthday, carriages occasionally drove in from outside the city. The soldier guarding the gate yawned lazily, and raised his hand to let another carriage pass. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of a passing white figure from the corner of his eye. When he looked closely, he realized it was a white dove. Strange. Why are there pigeons flying so late? Don't they sleep at night? The soldier scratched his face suspiciously, wondering whether pigeons slept during the day or at night. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Silas distracted the soldier, and finally waiting for several carriages to enter the city, Maylot and Uriel tiptoed around behind the carriages, using them as cover, and quickly slipped away. Soon, they were getting farther and farther from the gates of Golden Oak City. To avoid running into others, Maylot and Uriel chose not to take the plain road, but instead, without hesitation, plunged into a secluded path behind the bushes. Since it was a secluded path, it was inevitable that thorns would suddenly appear, scratching sleeves, and small stones blocking the way would trip them. These were nothing. Mira spotted a vine, about the thickness of a thumb, on the ground and took a long stride forward, but she didn't expect to hear a thud behind her. Uriel had been caught in the vine, and fell to the ground. After all, Uriel had been imprisoned in the dungeon for a short time, and had suffered considerable torture. Even with her sheer determination, biting her lip until it bled, she managed to keep up with Maylot's pace. She still didn't react quickly enough, and tripped hard on the vine. Uriel supported herself with her hands, trying to stand up again, but her legs trembled uncontrollably, and she simply couldn't move. The little strength they had finally regained was now completely depleted. Forget it, let's rest for a while. Seeing this, Maylot hurried back to help Uriel up, leading her to a large tree and sitting down against it. After tossing and turning for half the night, and after all the walking, Maylot was a little tired. It was Uriel, however, who struggled, refusing to rest. No, this is still too close to Golden Oak City. If the church sends people after us, neither of us will be able to escape. But can you still walk now? Maylot calmly pointed out the fact. Uriel wanted to stubbornly say yes, but before she could finish her words, Maylot spoke first. Even if you could, I can't walk anymore. I need to rest. With that, Maylot waved her hand to Silas in the sky. Silas immediately understood and fell into her arms, and they, the bird and the man, rested. Uriel was truly speechless, and could only join in the rest out of spite. By the way, while we still have time, why don't you tell me how you ended up in the hands of the church? Maylot asked curiously. Uriel was silent for a moment, then told a story as briefly as she could. Uriel had been raised by Erica since she was a child. But as she grew older, she inevitably wanted a house of her own. Upon learning of Uriel's decision to leave, Erica didn't try to persuade her to stay. Instead, she said, as if finally relieved, "Great. I'm not used to always taking care of a child. Go ahead if you want to." Witches are like that. Rather than living with family and enjoying the joys of family, they prefer to live alone, devoting more time to themselves and their thoughts. Thus, Uriel wasn't hurt by Erica's attitude. She would occasionally leave her house to visit Erica and check on her. However, last May, Uriel saw the open wooden door and the empty house, and immediately realized that Erica was gone. If she had left normally, there was no reason for her not to leave a note for Uriel, informing her of her whereabouts, and asking her not to worry. Uriel searched the entire house, but couldn't find a single message from Erica. This left only one possibility: Erica hadn't left voluntarily. So, Uriel left her former residence and followed the stars to Radcliffe territory. There, she encountered a pitiful pair of grandparents and grandchildren. You should know that last year, a drought nearly struck. Even if it didn't materialize, many people still died before autumn. Uriel bit her lip and said. The pair had collapsed on the roadside due to lack of water, and Uriel, who was passing by, had saved them. To thank Uriel, they warmly invited her into their home and offered her the few bean cakes they had hidden away. Uriel couldn't refuse their kindness, so she accepted the bean cakes. At this moment, the gray-haired old man named Anton asked Uriel where she was from, his accent not being typical of Radcliffe territory. Of course, Uriel couldn't reveal her true identity to him. So, inspired by the two men collapsing on the roadside, she lied, saying she fled to Radcliffe County, and told the old man not to tell anyone. Anton immediately grabbed his grandson and repeatedly assured him they wouldn't betray Uriel. After all, Uriel had just saved their lives. At the same time, as a token of gratitude, Anton urged Uriel to stay with them. Even if they wanted to leave, they had to wait until the situation improved. Even though they had just fainted on the roadside due to lack of water, Anton said the situation in other territories wasn't necessarily better than that in Radcliffe County. Uriel could have refused Anton and left, but seeing that Anton and his grandson were both emaciated, and that they would most likely not survive the summer after she left, Uriel softened her heart. She figured, after all, she had saved 2 lives, so she might as well lend a hand. It wouldn't be too late to leave until autumn arrived. Especially since Xingxing said Erica's situation wasn't as bad as she imagined, and even after the initial turmoil, Erica was gradually stabilizing. Uriel no longer felt the urgency to rush to Erica's side. I figured out a way to concoct a growth potion and secretly poured it into their fields. By autumn, they doubled their harvest, surpassing previous years. Uriel could still recall Anton's face wrinkling with a smile as he gazed at the golden wheat. He said it must be Uriel's good fortune. So he had to send half the wheat to the mill to be ground into flour, and make her rations for the journey. By this time, Uriel had successfully mastered a Radcliffe accent through observation and imitation, so she wouldn't have to worry about being exposed when she spoke to others later. So, she took the rations Anton had given her and bid farewell to the dilapidated little house on the edge of the wheat field. But not long after I left, I was captured by the church. I tried desperately to escape, even hiding in the mountains for an entire winter, but I was still discovered by a group of knights while trying to descend. There were too many of them, and they kept firing arrows at me. There was no way I could escape. Uriel wrapped her arms around her knees, burying her face in them. Recalling that helpless moment, her voice choked with sobs. Even witches are only flesh and blood. If they could single-handedly take on a team of well-trained knights, how could they have been forced into hiding by the combined forces of the king and the church, never to dare to appear among the crowds again? In short, Uriel was captured. While she was seriously injured and unconscious, she was taken to Golden Oak City and imprisoned in the church's dungeons, where she spent a period of darkness. If it weren't for Mara, she would probably have continued to live like this, barely breathing. Fearing Uriel's escape, Bishop Abner didn't dare give her a chance to recover. He not only starved her, but also, when her wounds showed signs of healing, he promptly inflicted new ones. After hearing Uriel's story, Mira fell silent. If she had been captured in White Pine Town, she might have suffered the same fate as Uriel.